In the midst of her ascension through the divine transformation tribulation, Luo Mei was struck by a bolt of lightning, which transported her from the 21st century's He Huan sect to England in 1991. As she gazed upon her diminutive form, reduced to that of an 11-year-old child, and noted her distinctly Eastern features in the mirror, she lifted her gaze to the sign that read Wu's Orphanage. Who could possibly explain to her why a Chinese girl found herself raised in an English orphanage? Fortunately, this place was imbued with spiritual energy. Her original sword remained with her, and she had also acquired a knowledge of English. It wasn't until Luo Mei received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts that she realized she had traversed into the world of Harry Potter. In her first year, when she stumbled upon the Mirror of Erist, she was elated. I see myself transcending through tribulation and achieving immortality. Nearby, Dumbledore happened to pass by, bewildered. In her second year, she acquired a diary and immediately began teaching him the art of hard pen calligraphy. Luo Mei proclaimed, promoting traditional culture is an obligation for every cultivator. Riddle responded, wait, what did you say? Cultivator? In her third year, she brought Sirius back to the dormitory, and in her fourth year, upon uncovering the true identity of Barty Crouch Jr., she excitedly grasped his hand. Luo Mei asked, since you are a follower of Voldemort and not a proper teacher, may I request an exemption from this subject's assignments? Barty was left speechless. Years later, as Luo Mei tore through the fabric of space and time, achieving immortality and reforming the magical world, she still sighed, in truth, I am merely an ordinary girl who delights in beauty. The denizens of the magical realm responded, so this is your justification for treating Hogwarts as your personal fishing pond while neglecting your homework. Chapter 1. The beginning in an orphanage, but the food is terrible. The sounds from downstairs continued, and within the confines of the office, Luo Mei could only discern indistinct noises. In silence, she observed her reflection. Her 11 or 12-year-old appearance, characterized by a quintessentially Eastern visage, was clad in inexpensive yet relatively tidy garments. However, a mere glance downward at the calendar on the table revealed the imposing year of 1991. Lifting her gaze again, she noted the sign of Wu's Orphanage, still in English. How splendid. She had merely undergone a divine transformation tribulation after progressing from the nascent soul stage. Although she had deliberately delayed the arrival of the tribulation in order to represent the He Huan sect at the Cultivation Conference, she had still ventured through several secret realms along the way. Ultimately, the tribulation could no longer tolerate her procrastination and launched a sudden assault, striking her with 7 bolts of lightning simultaneously. But why had these 7 bolts of tribulation targeted her? Transporting her directly from the He Huan sect of the 21st century to an unknown Western country in 1991. Moreover, why was there a Chinese girl in the orphanage of this unfamiliar Western country? In silence, she pushed open the door. The 2 individuals downstairs seemed to have just concluded their conversation, and were about to ascend to see her. One of them, an oddly dressed elderly man with a hooked nose, crescent-shaped spectacles, and flowing silver hair and beard, looked at her with kind, wise eyes. He regarded Luo Mei for a moment before introducing himself. Hello, Rose. I am Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore? The headmaster of Hogwarts? Harry Potter? Luo Mei was momentarily taken aback as countless fragments of memory flashed through her mind. Her youngest junior sister, seemingly just in her teens, who constantly raved about Harry Potter, had once tormented her ears with incessant chatter about the series. Had she not been so beautiful, Luo Mei might have cast her aside long ago. But now hesitating, she fully opened the half-closed door, politely inviting the elderly professor inside, and tentatively called out, hello? Fortunately, since the 1980s, peace and development had gradually become the themes of the era, and the cultivation world had also conformed to the historical trend of openness, fully abolishing its secrecy towards the Western magical realm in 2001. Now, disciples from all sects within the cultivation world were required to learn English. As the daughter of the He Huan sect's leader and a Kunlun immortal, Luo Mei was a prodigy of her generation, destined to break through to the divine transformation stage before reaching a century of age. She had even represented the cultivation world in friendly exchanges with the West. In short, her command of English was quite proficient. As expected, Dumbledore kindly began to share all about Hogwarts with her, handing her an envelope from the school. Hogwarts has a fund specifically for those in need of assistance with purchasing textbooks and uniforms, Dumbledore explained, producing a leather pouch, and the envelope contains your book list and school supplies list. Thank you, Professor, Luo Mei replied courteously as she accepted the leather pouch. The place to purchase these magical supplies is in Diagon Alley, Dumbledore confirmed, briefly outlining the route. If you require assistance, no need to trouble yourself, Professor, Luo Mei interjected. I can go on my own. The thought of following a complete stranger on a shopping trip seemed cumbersome, especially considering she needed to investigate and understand this magical realm, as well as the peculiar circumstances surrounding her sudden transformation into an 11-year-old. How would she return to her original world? Dumbledore paused momentarily, re-evaluating Luo Mei. The girl before him was extraordinarily slender, her eyes seemingly filled with longing as they gazed at him, yet devoid of any emotional turbulence. She accepted magic with remarkable swiftness, and her features were exquisitely lovely. Decades had altered the orphanage's decor entirely. Dumbledore mused the children now lived more joyfully and dined more lavishly than before. Yet, regardless of the improvements, the girl's demeanor set her apart from the other children in the orphanage. Dumbledore recalled that when he had discussed this girl with the current head of the orphanage, the response had been merely shy and inarticulate, with no indication of any mischief except for the occasional strange occurrences that caused her to be further isolated by her peers. Very well, Dumbledore finally replied, if you are willing. Thank you for your efforts, Professor, Luo Mei said. She politely saw Dumbledore off. Once back in her room, Luo Mei did not even glance at the Hogwarts envelope, quickly sitting cross-legged on the floor and closing her eyes. Fortunately, her natal sword, the water sword, remained, and her soul's strength had reached the level of divine transformation. However, wait. Why had her cultivation level plummeted to merely the foundation establishment stage? Luo Mei was bewildered and profoundly shaken. This inexplicable tribulation had not only transported her across realms but had also diminished her cultivation by a significant margin. Despair welled within her as she closed her eyes, murmuring to herself, in an instant, a silent formation was established within the room, and she began to meditate quietly until dusk, when a staff member from the orphanage knocked on her door, calling her to dinner. Understood, ma'am. I will come down shortly, Luo Mei replied, dispelling the formation and opening her eyes, her expression tinged with melancholy. Well, although her cultivation had inexplicably regressed to the foundation establishment stage, it was reassuring that this place, while somewhat inferior to her original cultivation world, still possessed spiritual energy. She could continue her training thus, regardless of whether she ultimately uncovered the secrets of her transmigration, she would be able to return to her own world. After all, once she reached the perfected stage of the Great Ascension and entered the tribulation phase, she could shatter the void and traverse to the myriad small worlds, even achieving ascension and eternal life. Both of Luo Mei's parents had cultivated to the Great Ascension's completion, attaining immortality. Indeed, they had reached the esteemed status that warranted the title of immortal from all. Thus, the ever-praised Luo Mei, whose abilities were extolled by her peers and even elders as surpassing those of her parents, firmly believed that she would inevitably attain the pinnacle of the Great Ascension and achieve immortality. However, at this moment Luo Mei cast her gaze once more upon the envelope from Hogwarts. If one were to subscribe to the worldview of Harry Potter, this realm might be classified as one of low magic, would it not? Therefore, even with her cultivation reduced to mere foundation establishment, she could still revel in her pursuits. Luo Mei mused, humming a cheerful tune as she descended the stairs to partake in her meal with a light-hearted step. After all, although she could now fast, she still appeared to be an ordinary 11-year-old girl and needed to consume some sustenance. Wait a moment, why is this food so unpalatable? Seated at the orphanage's dining table, a young girl sat rigidly before her bowl, seemingly devoid of all strength and means. I detest British cuisine, Luo Mei thought. Chapter 2. The sorting ceremony, and the food was quite unpalatable. At this moment, Luo Mei stood in a line with a group of young wizards of similar age, unconsciously caressing her wand. It was the very weekend following Dumbledore's visit that she had ventured to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley to procure it. Fashioned from yew wood and containing a dragon heartstring core, this wand measured 12 3/4 inches in length. According to Ollivander, yew wood symbolizes mastery over life and death, while the dragon heartstring signifies magnificent spellcasting and accelerated learning abilities. Consequently, on the very day she returned to the orphanage, she eagerly experimented with her wand, diligently practicing several spells as per her textbooks. Despite being reduced to the foundational stage of a cultivator, Luo Mei's spiritual consciousness remained at the transformation stage, rendering her in need of no sleep. Thus, during the ensuing summer vacation, she devoted half her day to cultivation, and the other half to studying magic, effectively covering nearly all the material for the semester. She amassed a considerable theoretical understanding and practiced numerous spells and transfiguration techniques, confident in her belief that even at Hogwarts, she would emerge as an unparalleled genius. After all, she was accustomed to being a prodigy, and thus, even upon discovering her apparent singular interests in charms, transfiguration, and defensive magic, she remained arrogantly self-assured, refusing to acknowledge anyone surpassing her brilliance. Upon hearing that Hogwarts hosted 2 examinations, she was resolute in her ambition to achieve a perfect score in all 12 subjects. Moreover, she had only just begun to feel a sense of belonging at Hogwarts. Just moments ago, before entering the Great Hall, she had witnessed a confrontation between 2 strikingly handsome boys, one with rosy lips and white teeth, bespectacled, adorned with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, exuding a gentle and shy aura, yet exhibiting unexpected assertiveness. The other stood atop the staircase, with platinum blonde hair and an air of arrogant superiority, moving with the grace of a medieval noble, extending a near-patronizing invitation for friendship. What a splendid spectacle! Luo Mei was positively ecstatic. It is worth noting that her sole passions in life were threefold: the pursuit of cultivation and learning, the admiration of handsome young men, and the delight in exquisite cuisine. Consequently, she chose to attend her father's Huan sect, where the disciples were not only exceptionally attractive, but also adept at charming words, often engaging in spirited contests for her favor, while presenting her with delectable desserts. Rather than visiting her mother in Kunlun to encounter a plethora of impoverished sword cultivators devoid of emotion, lost in thought, yet regardless. As Luo Mei surveyed her fellow first-years and noted the multitude of handsome boys and beautiful girls, her heart resolutely affirmed that Hogwarts was indeed her second home. Hannah Abbott. As the cacophony of youthful wizards finally quieted, a professor who introduced herself as McGonagall called out, soon followed by a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stepping forward, and shortly thereafter, the Sorting Hat proclaimed her as a Hufflepuff. Luo Mei, disinclined to exert her magical energy, merely rose onto her toes in an attempt to glimpse the hat, but alas, her height proved inadequate to see anything at all. Indeed, her cultivation had regressed to the foundational stage, resulting in a significant diminishment of her sensory perceptions. Nevertheless, she recalled that her junior sister had once mentioned that Hogwarts determined each student's house based on the Sorting Hat, which, as it seemed, read the thoughts of individuals. Luo Mei. At an unknown moment, Professor McGonagall called her name. Well, here I am, Luo Mei mused, though she was not particularly fond of having her thoughts laid bare. Curiosity piqued her interest in which house she might be assigned. She approached with a serene demeanor, her aura exuding an ethereal coolness, her yet-to-bloom exquisite features reflecting only innocence and sweetness, akin to a delicate doll from the East. She seated herself properly on the chair, donned the hat, and deliberately revealed her thoughts. Let me see, it began, you possess a keen intellect, formidable wisdom, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Before the customary Sorting Hat could finish its discourse, Luo Mei felt an unpleasant sensation of intrusion and alarm. Almost instinctively, she swiftly sealed off her thoughts. Do not pry into my mind, she mentally asserted, her voice colder than usual, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment at her own abrupt chilliness. She hastily forced a smile, allowing her internal voice to soften, hurriedly explaining, I sincerely apologize, dear Sorting Hat. I was unaware of how this process works, and I simply dislike having my privacy invaded. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat scarcely dared to utter a word, hastily changing its tone. After a moment, it sought to craft a smooth reply to the young girl. Yet Luo Mei decisively removed the hat, frowning as she made her way towards the Slytherin table. It was merely her first year, and she had not even begun her studies. The Sorting Hat pondered, how could this girl have already mastered the art of mental sealing? Nevertheless, her aversion to mental intrusion, coupled with the coolness of her earlier words, and the ambition that had inadvertently seeped through, clearly signified that she indeed bore the qualities of a Slytherin. Meanwhile, Luo Mei maintained her detached expression as she walked towards Slytherin, her striking beauty ensuring that, despite her demeanor, the students of Slytherin would not misconstrue her expression as displeasure at the house assignment. Indeed, no matter how much time passed, she remained unwaveringly averse to the sensation of her mind being probed, loathing the feeling of losing control. She should not have attempted to allow the Sorting Hat to read her innermost thoughts. This had only led to unwelcome discomfort. Luo Mei thought to herself, barely noticing the sporadic applause emanating from the Slytherin table. Luo, that surname does not seem familiar. Pansy Parkinson frowned, displeased to see Luo Mei unceremoniously seated across from Draco Malfoy. Perhaps she is a half-blood, or possibly from some enigmatic Eastern magical lineage. For Slytherin has not accepted a mudblood in years, a certain Slytherin wizard commented with a feigned smile. Beside them, Luo Mei had already dismissed the earlier incident from her mind, directing her gaze toward the male wizard and returning his insincere smile. I imagine only cats and dogs concern themselves with bloodlines, reveling in their so-called purity, sir. Is that so? The male wizard scoffed, merely the feeble rebuttal of those who harbor tainted blood. Tarantaligra. Luo Mei promptly raised her wand, employing a spell she had learned over the summer, compelling the male wizard to dance amusingly on the spot. Just as the sorting ceremony concluded, and Professor Dumbledore prepared to introduce the school rules and important notices. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. Luo Mei swiftly turned to him, her demeanor gracious as she said, I inadvertently interrupted your speech. I am truly very sorry. Her smile was genuine and laden with contrition, to the point that had it not been for the fact that the male wizard was still dancing in an absurd manner, Even Dumbledore might have believed her apology to be sincere. He could even see Fred and George Weasley whistling at the dancing wizard. Well then, Miss Luo. A man seated among the professors, whose greasy hair did little to enhance his appearance, spoke coldly. When do you intend to cease his antics? Luo Mei turned her gaze toward the speaker, recognizing him from the scant tales her junior sister had shared about Harry Potter. She identified him as Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin. My apologies, Professor Snape, I shall cease his antics at once. Once Luo Mei noticed that the male wizard had garnered the complete attention of the 4 house students, she readily agreed, raising her wand to make him clumsily halt his dance. However, I must inform Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore that the gentleman who just insulted me as a mudblood. My sincerest apologies, I was simply too incensed. While she spoke, her expression remained remarkably calm. The hall fell into an eerie silence following her words. After a prolonged silence, Professor McGonagall remarked, if that is the case, I regret to inform you that I shall deduct 5 points from Slytherin for his rude behavior, and an additional 5 for Miss Luo's public altercation with a fellow student. However, in light of Miss Luo's commendable spirit of resistance and courage, I shall award Slytherin 3 points. Very well, Professor McGonagall, replied Luo Mei, casting a fleeting glance at Dumbledore and Snape, who she had anticipated would address the issue first. Nonetheless, she thought to herself that after such a commotion today, her chances of making new friends were rather bleak. Yet, she felt no remorse. Standing up against bullying was an obligation, especially since she had shown considerable restraint given the setting of the Great Hall. Thus, she endured the turmoil until Dumbledore concluded his speech and the feast began. Then, Luo Mei's smile once again faltered. The reason? The food at Hogwarts was just as unpalatable. Chapter 3. The Mirror of Ariste, Yet Behold Eternity. By the time the Slytherin prefect led the new students to the common room, Luo Mei had yet to come to terms with the rather unsatisfactory culinary experience at Hogwarts. After barely managing a few bites, she resigned herself to the wretchedness of it all. Would she truly have to endure such fare for the coming years? She thought despairingly, casting her gaze around the damp-looking room. Fortunately, she found solace in the fact that she had been allocated a single dormitory. Just as her spirits lifted at the prospect of entering her quarters, a thought flashed through her mind. Senior Gemma. Whirling around, she directed her sweetest smile towards the Slytherin prefect and inquired, could you please tell me where the kitchen is located? To be frank, Gemma Farley was not particularly fond of this new student who had already caused Slytherin to lose points and whose bloodline was unknown. However, faced with the girl batting her eyelashes at her, she instinctively replied, below the main castle. If you go past the Hufflepuff common room, you will find it. Next to Hufflepuff? Luo Mei felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have wished to be sorted into Hufflepuff from the start. Nevertheless, Gemma raised her chin and continued, while you are here, I expect you to adhere to the rules. I do not wish to see any more points deducted, and you must always remember that you are a Slytherin. As for other matters, Gemma scrutinized Luo Mei's youthful face and the second-hand robe she wore. She recalled the girl's earlier display of a rather adept dancing charm. Although the spell was simple, the fact that a first-year student could wield it suggested that this child might possess considerable talent. I would like you to understand, Luo, that only foolish Gryffindors would act recklessly in public. I simply do not wish to see Slytherin lose points, Gemma stated with a serious demeanor. Understood. Luo Mei responded, her mind reeling. Was this the essence of Slytherin? As long as one was not caught, one could act with impunity? The ethos of this house was rather intriguing. Suppressing her elation, she bid farewell to Gemma, already envisioning the joy that awaited her in her new life. With a wave of her wand, she quickly organized her belongings with precision. She muttered incantations under her breath, and in the blink of an eye, she had inscribed a gathering array on her bed, grateful for her solitary accommodations. If she had a roommate, she would have been at a loss for explanations. After completing the array, Luo Mei seated herself at her desk and retrieved her notebook, where she had meticulously documented everything since her arrival in this world. It was evident that this realm was infused with spiritual energy, and through her summer research, she had discovered the existence of certain plants and creatures from the realm of cultivation. However, their population here was markedly higher than in her previous world. During her journey to China, she had found no traces of any sects, including the Hehuan sect and the Kunlun school, which she was familiar with. This was not surprising. Luo Mei reflected, for in her former world, she had never heard of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Her knowledge of the Western magical realm was limited to tales of angels, beasts, demons, and elves. Moreover, the cultivation community had only lifted its veil of secrecy regarding the West in 2001. Thus, if such sects truly existed in this world, They likely concealed themselves with intricate and sophisticated wards, shielding themselves from both ordinary folk and non-Chinese individuals possessing magical or cultivation abilities. Yet, perhaps all of this was mere coincidence. After all, J.K. Rowling had penned her works from a contemporary worldview. Luo Mei mused, even recalling the secret arts related to time and space that she had noted during her visits to the Kunlun Library. If only she had sneaked into the restricted section to peruse related texts. Wait. The restricted section of Hogwarts. Surely a place that delves into mysteries of time, space, and the soul would not lack documentation. Without further ado, Luo Mei immediately employed a concealment charm, intent on stealthily entering the restricted section. Where on earth was this restricted section located? Shortly after stepping out, she regretted her haste, realizing that her typically reliable directional spells were failing her here. She recalled that Hogwarts had similar protective enchantments. Indeed, was there a connection between Eastern arrays and Western magical wards? Furrowing her brow, Luo Mei recognized her unfamiliarity with the school. Recklessly venturing to the library could lead her astray. During daylight, she might have asked the portraits for guidance. But at this hour, she could not guarantee that her inquiries would not incite their sharp outcries. Should she turn back? Luo Mei pondered. Just as she resolved to retrace her steps towards the Slytherin common room, she heard footsteps approaching. Quickly, she ducked into a nearby room. It was Professor Quirrell, her defense against the dark arts instructor. To be honest, Luo Mei felt an aversion towards Professor Quirrell from the moment she laid eyes on him. Perhaps due to the peculiar, ominous aura that surrounded him. Or perhaps it was simply the overwhelming stench of garlic that clung to him. Regardless, she sensed that something lurked beneath his turban. With only a cursory knowledge of the Harry Potter films and books, she decided to remain uninvolved in the peculiarities surrounding him, opting to wait until he had passed before making her move. As she contemplated this, her gaze fell upon an enormous, ornate mirror. In an instant, she beheld herself clad in ancient garb, seated elegantly in a wooden chair, seemingly smiling in celebration of her ascension to eternal life. Surrounding her were a throng of handsome young men and beautiful young women vying for her attention. Luo Mei was momentarily entranced, forgetting to maintain her concealment spell. The stunning individuals were unlike any she had encountered before. Luo, what do you see in the mirror? I see myself attaining immortality, surrounded by a retinue of attractive companions. Wait, something was amiss. It was Dumbledore. When had her concealment charm faltered? This mirror was questionable. Luo Mei stiffened in an instant, pivoting to bow and apologize in one fluid motion. I am terribly sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I should not be wandering about at night. Nor should I have intruded upon this room containing dark magical artifacts. In the shadows, the young girl earnestly apologized, entirely oblivious to the fleeting moment of shock etched upon Dumbledore's face. Chapter 4. Potions class? She is a cauldron-exploding prodigy. To be frank, Luo Mei held a certain trepidation towards the centenarian before her. The reason was simple. Professor Dumbledore's cheerful demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her fearsome mother. At this moment, Rose slightly lifted her head, utterly unable to discern Dumbledore's expression amidst the dim light, save for the glint of his sharp and luminous azure eyes. In that instant, she was once again engulfed by the fear instilled in her by her mother. She remained oblivious to Dumbledore's thoughts, prompting her to take the initiative. With calmness, Rose remarked, "This mirror reveals the deepest desires of one's heart, does it not? Professor Dumbledore, in my view, this mirror is exceedingly perilous, as it could easily ensnare those with fragile hearts, leading them into an inescapable obsession. Therefore, Professor, you ought not to place such a dangerous object in a location that is so readily accessible." She paused momentarily before continuing. It would be far more prudent to secure this mirror in a locked or magically sealed space. Was Dumbledore intentionally placing the mirror of Erist here on the first day of term, awaiting Harry Potter's nocturnal visit with the invisibility cloak? He hesitated briefly, maintaining his smile as he replied, "Indeed, Miss Rose, you are exceptionally perceptive. This mirror may bring you endless amusement, yet it can also lead to profound addiction, causing many to squander their time before it, even to the point of losing their sanity." "I anticipated as much, Professor," Rose responded. "But this mirror cannot bestow upon anyone knowledge or truth. It is merely a figment of imagination. I shall not succumb to futile fantasies. Should I have a desire or an idea, I shall pursue it and exert every effort to realize it." Regardless, she firmly believed that the desires revealed by the mirror of Erist would inevitably manifest, though she felt a touch of embarrassment when it came to the notion of handsome suitors. In a fleeting moment, she sensed Dumbledore's smile falter ever so slightly. "Of course," he said, "to exert every effort. Is that so, Rose? Well, if it requires sacrificing my beauty, I would be rather unwilling." Rose replied, mischievously winking. Dumbledore seemed to exhale in relief, a reaction noticed by her. Yet he merely smiled and, echoing her earlier gesture, winked back. I was merely contemplating that at least Rose will not become someone like Voldemort. Voldemort? The principal antagonist in Harry Potter? The one with no nose and a bald head? Wait, if her memory served her right, Voldemort's ambition was, after all, immortality? Rose's eyes glazed over as she finally grasped the crux of the issue. However, the concept of immortality in the realm of cultivation was not synonymous with that in the magical world. In the cultivation realm, immortality was not sinister. It required gradual acknowledgement by the heavenly Tao, a process of enlightenment. Even upon achieving immortality, one must harbor compassion, love for all beings, and serve the people. Establishing a strong, democratic, civilized, harmonious, and benevolent community in the realm of cultivation, through a cycle of elected leadership. Rose, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, hastily shifted the topic. I truly do not entertain such notions. Nevertheless, Professor, since you are here, may I inquire what you see in this mirror? Ah. Dumbledore scrutinized her intently before chuckling softly. I see myself holding a pair of woolen socks. Rose suspected he was jesting but refrained from exposing him. Eager to make her exit, she hastily said, All right, understood, Professor. Now I must return to my dormitory. Farewell. As she turned, a jovial voice floated behind her. Yet, I must express my regret, Rose, Dumbledore said with a smile, for your nocturnal escapade will cost Slytherin 20 points. Oh no. She had thought Dumbledore would overlook the matter. Rose's figure momentarily froze. Yet she refrained from disclosing her reason for the midnight stroll, or casting the concealment spell in his presence, departing in a rather disheartened manner. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained, deep in contemplation. On the very first day of term at Hogwarts, Rose, having grown up in a Muggle environment, was already aware of Voldemort, and even familiar with his appearance. Perhaps she had overheard her classmates discussing him, or had researched the wizarding world herself. Furthermore, what was her true intention behind her nocturnal excursion, and that exquisite yet elusive concealment charm she had executed so flawlessly? Dumbledore pondered calmly. The following day in the Great Hall, every member of Slytherin noticed a significant deduction in their house points. Merlin's black stockings. Who on earth deducted 20 points from Slytherin last night? Gemma cried out in anger, her gaze fixed sharply on Rose. Feeling guilty, Rose averted her eyes, hastily grabbing unfamiliar cutlery to shovel some food into her mouth, before slipping away in a manner that appeared both composed and hurried. She did not even join her peers, but instead consulted her timetable, seeking out various classes indicated by the portraits. At last, in potions class, she watched as her head of house posed a series of pointed questions to the fair-skinned savior, evoking a swell of pity from Rose. Her empathetic gaze nearly took on a tangible form, prompting Snape, who was already aware of her midnight escapade, to turn and demand, Very well. Let us invite Miss Rose to answer these 3 questions. Rose instinctively stood, but thanks to her summer review, she quickly replied with poise, The elixir of life. The stomach of a goat. And as for the aconite and the wolf's bane, they are indistinguishable. Excellent, then Slytherin gains 2 points. Snape rarely showcased any semblance of pleasure in his expression, but a hint of it flickered briefly. After imparting some knowledge on potion making, he instructed, Now, form pairs and brew a potion to treat scabies. Rose swiftly directed her gaze towards the kind and gentle Harry, who would undoubtedly accept her invitation. Alas, he was accompanied by Ron, and upon glancing back, she noted that Slytherin and Gryffindor students had paired off, leaving her side conspicuously vacant. In an instant, whispers and derisive chuckles rippled through the Slytherin ranks. Had she not just correctly answered all of Professor Snape's questions? Why was no one willing to partner with her? Perhaps it's because of what transpired in the Great Hall on the first day, Ron explained. Her admission effectively declared her Muggle heritage, which is not well received by the blood-purist Slytherin faction. Harry regarded her with concern. Yet the girl seemed unfazed, gathering her belongings with a calm demeanor, evidently indifferent to the mockery from the other Slytherins. He decided to set aside his worries and began brewing potions with Ron. However, it wasn't long, perhaps merely 2 or 3 minutes, before a loud bang erupted from the back of the room. Turning to investigate, Harry beheld a noxious green smoke billowing forth, as Rose's cauldron disintegrated, releasing a potion of bizarre hues. Yet, beneath the green haze, the girl remained beautifully unscathed, as if some protective barrier shielded her from the ruined concoction. With elegance, she waved her wand, softly intoning, Clear away. She even took the liberty of cleaning up Neville's cauldron, ensuring he suffered no harm. Harry could not help but cast a look of astonishment at Rose. Her smile remained perfectly poised. Yet only she knew the truth. She was in deep trouble. Chapter 5. Detention? Snape's Wrath. What to do when the first lesson with your own head of house ends with a cauldron explosion. Moreover, all her supplies had been procured from the modest fund provided by Dumbledore, which was hardly substantial. She had even purchased her books and wizarding robes secondhand, and now, having just blown up a cauldron, she was likely devoid of funds to acquire a new one. Rose forced a stiff smile. In a fleeting moment, she was transported back several decades, to her teenage years when her mother had taken her to visit a venerable alchemist. This elder, a dear friend of her mother's, had been exceedingly kind to Rose, presenting her with a fine quality cauldron and a plethora of tomes on potion making. Yet, within a single day, she had blown up the cauldron, incurring a severe reprimand from her mother. From that moment onward, she had never attempted potion making again. Foolish girl. At that instant, Snape's furious voice shattered Rose's reverie as he directed his ire at Neville. I distinctly recall stating 5 minutes ago that the cauldron should be removed from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Were you not paying attention in class? He scolded. Had it not been for Miss Rose's timely spell, I dare say you would be covered in boils by now. Oh child. Did your thick head forget to express gratitude to Miss Rose at this juncture? Such rudeness warrants a point deduction for Gryffindor, Snape proclaimed. And you, Potter? Why did you not inform him of the correct procedure? Do you think his blunders somehow elevate your standing? Another point was deducted from Gryffindor due to Harry's silence. Before he could muster a defense, Harry watched in trepidation as Snape advanced toward Rose. An impressive cleaning spell, Rose, Snape remarked coldly. If only you had applied it to the mess in your head filled with porcupine quills, rather than to that foolish detritus. I would be much more pleased to see how you could produce such a wretched concoction, using rigorous theoretical knowledge. Regrettably, Rose, I must assign you a week's detention for your disruptive behavior in class. Clearly capable, yet choosing to seek attention by deliberately blowing up a cauldron, and then casting a splendid cleaning spell, thinking it would astound everyone with your exceptional magical prowess. Wouldn't you agree? Snape then shifted his gaze to Harry. It appears your little trick has succeeded. The illustrious savior has garnered unnecessary sympathy owing to your antics. I imagine the savior wishes to accompany Miss Rose to detention as well. Wouldn't he, you, Potter? No, professor, Harry murmured. Disrespecting the teacher warrants another point deduction for Gryffindor. Snape retorted. Every night this week at 10 o'clock, you will join Miss Rose in my office for detention. Class dismissed. With that, Snape strode away, leaving behind a chorus of whispered laughter from the other Slytherins, and a bewildered Harry. Rose gazed skyward, her mind adrift. Did Professor Snape truly believe she would brew potions with intent to sabotage? Oh dear, she almost wished it were so. Hadn't he encountered those who are well versed in theory, yet utterly inept in practice? Rose recalled the time her mother had cast her into the mundane world to partake in exams she could not comprehend, utterly confounded by mathematics and science. Why must Hogwarts, akin to a Muggle high school, require such a bewildering array of subjects? Why couldn't it be like the cultivation sects where one either mastered swordplay or potion making, focusing solely on a single discipline? After all, people tend to have specialties, and she harbored a profound aversion to both potion making and chemistry. Now, she had to devise a means to procure a new cauldron. Moreover, thanks to Snape's detention, she likely wouldn't be able to visit the restricted section this week. How splendid! Thus, Rose stumbled through the hours until evening, arriving simultaneously with Harry at the threshold of Snape's office. Harry swore it was the first time he had ever encountered a Slytherin with such amiable demeanor, particularly after meeting Draco Malfoy, who was even more insufferable than Dudley. Rose nodded, offering Harry a sweet smile. It was difficult not to develop a fondness for the red-lipped, white-toothed, bashful savior. After all, he was simply exquisite. Shall we enter now? She ventured, tentatively pushing open the door to Snape's office. The room was dimly lit, filled with an array of potion vials exuding repugnant odors, haphazardly lining the shelves. Snape sat at the center, perusing a tome, while a cauldron bubbled ominously nearby, brewing who knew what. Ah, Potter, Snape said, lifting his gaze and gesturing toward a table. Now transcribe the potion theory from that table 3 times. As for you, Rose, you shall recreate the potion you attempted today in my presence. Cold sweat broke out on Rose's brow. Under Snape's penetrating gaze, she shakily reached for the ingredients. Vowing this was the first time in her life she felt such anxiety while performing a task, requiring her to deliberate at every step, even attempting to glean from Snape's expression whether she was proceeding correctly. True to form, she elicited a barrage of Snape's ire with nearly every move. I assume my face does not bear the instructions for brewing the boil cure potion, Rose, Snape observed with a look of incredulity, and every step you take astonishes me. If not for my intervention, you would have likely blown up my office 2 or 3 times by now. Oh, I forgot. Our Miss Rose possesses remarkable reflexes and an excellent cleaning spell. Does she not? Perhaps I should feel quite sorry, Professor Snape, Rose murmured, recalling the incident from decades past when she had exploded the cauldron. It was not my intention to cause chaos. In fact, I often made mistakes during science experiments in primary school. Follow my instructions step by step, and you will not err. Snape replied coldly. In truth, you consistently falter in areas you deem inconsequential. I cannot fathom how someone who memorized nearly an entire book before the term began could make such trivial mistakes. Yes, Professor. Rose replied quietly. As Snape prepared to speak further, he seemed to receive some news that compelled him to leave the office. Before departing, he stated, I expect to see a complete office and a reasonably well-brewed boil cure potion upon my return. And you, Potter. I hope you will kindly oversee Miss Rose and gently remind her to keep this office in order. Once Snape had exited, Rose turned to Harry despondently exclaiming, Hey Harry, I think I'm about to perish. Don't die, Harry replied, lifting his head from the tedious transcription. At least take a look at your cauldron before you do. Yet. Before he could finish, the potion in the cauldron took on a bizarre color that was nowhere to be found in Professor Snape's procedure. In an instant Harry rushed forward, reducing the flame and stirring in a swift clockwise motion. The strange color vanished, and the boil cure potion was completed. Rose stood beside him, dumbfounded. No. Her steps in brewing the potion were almost identical to Harry's. Why could he succeed while she was on the brink of disaster? Nevertheless, upon regaining her composure, Rose gazed at Harry with profound gratitude. Thank you so much, Harry. You truly are a magnificent person with a kind heart. Receiving his first Good Samaritan card from a Slytherin, Harry stammered, thank you. His response was somewhat dry, primarily because if he didn't assist her, he too would suffer the consequences, and besides she had just greeted him moments before. Indeed, it is all thanks to you. Perhaps having successfully resolved the potion, Luo Mei's spirits, though still tinged with lingering doubts about her inability to concoct it, had finally begun to lift. She almost hurriedly made her way to Harry's side, her gaze fixed upon his charmingly beautiful features. Although she felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding emanating from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, reminiscent of Professor Quirrell's aura, Luo Mei chose not to dwell on it any longer. Copying must be quite tedious, Harry. Where are you in your transcription? Luo Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. I can assist you. My transcription skills are quite exceptional. You know, during school, my classmates would eagerly come to me to have their parents' signatures forged. I even know a few minor spells that could replicate your handwriting to produce several treatises on potion theory. Harry felt a surge of excitement, ready to agree, when a chilling voice interrupted from behind them. What are you two doing? Potter and Luo Mei, 5 points from Gryffindor. In Chapter 6, during the flying lesson, she Princess Carries Neville. Snape fixated on Harry with a pair of piercing eyes, and after a moment, shifted his gaze to the potion Luo Mei had prepared. Very well. At least it hasn't exploded. I hope that in the next potions class, you'll sit at the front so I can personally observe how Miss Luo Mei, who can recite the potion book from memory, demonstrates her superb potion brewing skills. Oh, Luo Mei's smile faded as she seemed to recall something. Oh, Professor Snape. I currently do not possess a cauldron. Snape raised an eyebrow. Luo Mei cleared her throat, her voice a touch hesitant. I believe you are aware, Professor, that I am an orphan. My attendance at Hogwarts and my ability to afford a wand and various supplies are entirely reliant on the funding provided. However, I fear I lack the means to purchase a new cauldron. Luo Mei, an orphan? Harry thought, a bit taken aback. It made sense. She wore second-hand robes, and even her textbooks were used. Moreover, being a muggle born in Slytherin, Luo Mei had likely faced significant isolation and bullying. She was so kind-hearted and warm. Even saving Neville during potions class today, perhaps Gryffindor would suit her better, Harry mused, almost unable to restrain himself from offering her money for a cauldron. Yet, he held back considering they were in Snape's office. I will provide you with a cauldron, Snape stated. As long as you do not blow it up in the next lesson, Luo Mei. Thank you, Professor Snape. Luo Mei exclaimed, her voice suddenly light and relieved. The day's detention thus came to a close, leading into the upcoming flying lesson. Luo Mei held little interest in the prospect of riding a broom. For her, whether on a broomstick or a flying sword, nothing compared to the comfort of sailing on a boat. Consequently, she appeared somewhat out of place among the excited and anxious young witches and wizards. She spoke almost absent-mindedly, and the broom naturally leapt into her hand. Following Madame Hooch's demonstration, as she whistled to signal the commencement of practice, Neville, seemingly unable to contain his nerves, kicked off forcefully, soaring into the air. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot forward at a breathtaking speed, quickly reaching 20 feet in height. Luo Mei observed with alarm as Neville's face turned pale. His mouth agape in panic, on the verge of falling from the uncontrollable broom. In an instant, Luo Mei's expression shifted. It was as if time had slowed down. She placed her feet on the flying broom in a perfect flying stance and shot upwards. 15 feet, 18 feet. Almost immediately, just as Neville began to tumble from his broom, she positioned herself directly beneath him and opened her arms, catching Neville Longbottom in a secure embrace. The force of the impact and Neville's weight nearly destabilized her broom. If she were merely an ordinary girl and not a practitioner of magic, would she not have sustained an injury from such a force? Luo Mei pondered, subtly casting a spell, drawing her right foot back slightly, feeling a familiar pang of pain. However, it was inconsequential. Silently, she chanted spells, using her magical awareness to guide the broom down gently until they finally touched the ground. As her feet met the earth, Luo Mei felt a lingering ache in her right foot. She released Neville, yet her gaze remained fixed on the wayward broom, still soaring in the air and seemingly intent on flying into the forbidden forest. Drawing her wand, she swiftly uttered an incantation. Broom, return. Once the broom landed in her grasp, she weakly cast it aside and stood there, wincing in pain. Everything had transpired so swiftly that even Madame Hooch, along with everyone else, was momentarily stunned. After a pause, she approached Luo Mei, her face still pale. Fortunately, it's merely a sprained ankle, nothing serious, dear, she murmured. Then raised her voice to announce, Slytherin earns 20 points for Miss Luo Mei's intelligence, kindness and bravery. Turning to the class, she declared, now, I must take this child to the hospital wing. None of you are allowed to move. Come along, dear. With that, she linked arms with Luo Mei and led her toward the hospital wing. Neville, unharmed, hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. It was fortunate that Luo Mei had only sprained her ankle. Such an injury was trivial in the Muggle world. Madame Pomfrey merely cast a spell, and Luo Mei was restored to her usual self. Thank you, Luo Mei, Neville said softly as she attempted to walk normally again. You just saved me. Not to mention, you also helped me in potions class last time. It was nothing, just a small effort, Luo Mei replied casually, for to her, with her extensive flying experience, it truly was no great feat. Moreover, it worked out well that Madame Hooch had seen them without any issues. Hastening back to check on the students in the flying lesson, allowing them to conveniently escape this class to head to the Great Hall for dinner. She said this while taking Neville's hand and giving him a playful wink. Neville's round face flushed instantly. He seemed to want to instinctively pull away but failed, instead stumbling along behind Luo Mei, stealing glances at her fair profile before quickly averting his gaze. In the Great Hall, a sparse gathering of students had already formed. Luo Mei ultimately chose to part ways with Neville, making her way to the Slytherin table. Alone, she ate her unpalatable meal while overhearing her fellow Slytherins mockingly discussing the earlier incident. It appeared that after she and Neville had left, Draco and Harry had clashed again, seemingly over Neville's memory ball. She paused, lifting her head to see Draco, who had somehow made his way to the Gryffindor table, taunting them. It seemed that his antics had succeeded, as he swaggered back to Slytherin with confidence. I reckon Potter is about to be expelled, Draco jeered. He is probably enjoying his last supper at Hogwarts. Even if not, he won't have any pleasant days left here. What on earth is going on? Luo Mei couldn't help but inquire. No one acknowledged her, aside from Draco casting her a disdainful glance, and Pansy unable to suppress her laughter. Alright, that is fine, she thought. She didn't mind. Even Draco's scornful expressions were still handsome, though she preferred to see him in tears. Luo Mei mused that she had likely been thoroughly marked by the Slytherins as a Muggleborn and a spy for Gryffindor. She had no desire to engage in disputes with this group of children, steeped in notions of blood purity and opposition to the academy. If she were to engage, it would be, as Senior fairly suggested, in a different locale. Luo Mei hummed to herself, whimsically plotting how to discipline these youngsters while simultaneously wishing to exit the hall. At that moment, she spotted a familiar Eastern visage at the Ravenclaw table. Chapter 7. Qiu Zhang, let us cook Chinese cuisine. Before her stood a remarkably beautiful girl, with lustrous black hair cascading down her back, freckles adorning her nose, and an aura of gentle elegance. When she smiled, her eyes curved enchantingly, exuding an essence deeply rooted in Eastern charm. The phrase beauty lies in the bones, not the skin, inexplicably surfaced in Luo Mei's mind. As a connoisseur of beauty, she was instantly captivated by this girl's smile. She declared, this is my ideal type. With unparalleled speed, Luo Mei approached, only to halt a few paces away from the girl. Following the teachings of the Hahuan sect, she sought the perfect angle, light, and casually adjusted her hairstyle, deliberately yet effortlessly, like a peacock displaying its plumage. With a carefree gait, She struck a pose meticulously rehearsed in her mind, unveiling a perfectly timed smile. Hello. May I ask if you are also of Chinese descent? Within the hall, Luo Mei approached from Qiu Zhang's left front, the dim candlelight casting a golden hue upon the girl's long hair. Gradually, she emerged from the shadow of the candlelight, stepping into the warm glow shared with Qiu Zhang and her companions. With her face slightly tilted upwards, the candlelight illuminated her nearly flawless, stunningly sweet visage, rendering it utterly disarming and transforming her into an entirely innocuous neighborly sweetheart. Qiu seemed momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Yes, I am British Chinese. Oh. Luo Mei was thoroughly exhilarated, even beginning to speak in Chinese. Have you tried Chinese food? Don't you find British cuisine rather unpalatable? How do you endure it? Do you speak Chinese? Oh, by the way, I'm Luo Mei, a first-year student from Slytherin. Qiu appeared momentarily flummoxed by Luo Mei's barrage of questions, then, as if amused by her enthusiastic demeanor, replied, I remember you. I am Qiu Zhang, a second-year student from Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw. I knew our Chinese descendants are so intelligent and wise. The Sorting Hat almost placed me in Ravenclaw as well, Luo Mei laughed, eagerly anticipating Qiu's responses to her other inquiries. As for Chinese cuisine, I have tried it, although I was born in England. I've eaten it during the new year when I returned home. And as for Chinese, you should be able to tell by now that I can speak it. That's wonderful. Luo Mei nearly gleefully reached for Qiu's hands, but caught herself at the last moment, retracting her hands. So, would you like to eat Chinese food now? I simply can't endure gazing at the stars any longer, not with you all here. She then blinked at the friends who had just conversed with Qiu, this time speaking in English. Would you all like to try some Chinese food? Perhaps due to Luo Mei's fervent enthusiasm, Qiu's friends seemed to believe it was time for Qiu to relish the joy of encountering a fellow compatriot. Thus, they unanimously shook their heads, leaving Qiu and Luo Mei some time alone together. Luo Mei then took Qiu past the Hufflepuff common room and into the kitchen, gently tapping the pair depicted on the fruit bowl image at the kitchen door. Initially, she had planned to politely negotiate with the chefs, perhaps employing a touch of charm to sway them into allowing her access to the kitchen. However, when the pair turned into a doorknob and she opened the door, she was greeted by a throng of diminutive, skeletal house elves. Oh, those are house elves, Qiu explained. They usually cook for us and they're quite enthusiastic, always presenting us with delightful treats when we come. House elves. Elves. Luo Mei gazed incredulously at these creatures, with bat-like ears and eyes the size of tennis balls. Indeed, they were vastly different from the ethereal beings she had encountered in her previous world, those with slender ears and snow-white skin, retreating into the forests like hidden beauties. With a sigh, Luo Mei maintained a smile, charming the little elves into lending her some kitchenware to cook, and some displayed an eager interest in observing her culinary techniques. That's splendid! Luo Mei genuinely exclaimed. If you learn how to make it, I hope to see Chinese dishes on Hogwarts' upcoming menu. Of course, Miss Luo. One eager little elf squeaked. It is our honor to bring joy to Miss Luo and Miss Zhang. Luo Mei chuckled, no longer replying to the elves, and swiftly gathered the necessary ingredients. She set aside her wand, preferring not to use spells or charms in cooking, and instead took a knife to chop the cleaned ribs and whole chicken into smaller pieces, blanching them in boiling water to rid them of impurities before placing them on a plate. She ignited the stove, pouring in a bit of oil and sugar, gracefully swirling the spatula in a clockwise motion as the sugar melted into the oil, producing a bubbling cacophony of caramel-colored foam. Watching the bubbles grow larger and become translucent, eventually reverting to smaller, delicate bubbles, the fragrance began to envelop the air. Luo Mei added the ribs into the pot, then water, scallions, white wine, and 2-star anise, casually covering the pot with a lid. She took another pot, adding the chopped chicken and segments of corn, not forgetting the ginger. As she raised the heat, skimming off the foam from the soup, she then reduced it to a simmer, turning back to smile at Qiu. What vegetables should we prepare? How about smashed cucumber? Qiu paused momentarily, offering no reply, only to see Luo Mei already taking the knife to thoroughly smash the cucumber on the cutting board. The juices and fragrance of the cucumber began to escape, then she sliced it into segments, placing them in a bowl. She sprinkled it with chili, minced garlic, and cilantro, adding 2 tablespoons of light soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of dark soy sauce, and a touch of white sugar, finishing with a splash of plain water. Reaching for chopsticks, but there were none. Luo Mei nearly resorted to her wand. Ultimately, she opted for a spoon, meticulously mixing the ingredients before pouring the dressing over the cucumber, allowing the flavors to intertwine and mingle. The 2 pots continued to simmer gently, and Luo Mei pondered, calculating the time before lifting the lid on the pot with the ribs, discarding the scallions and star anise. The ribs had been coated in a vibrant glaze from the oil and sugar mixture, and as she flipped them, a drop of color mingled into the broth, disappearing without a trace. With a soft laugh, she increased the heat, preparing to reduce the sauce. The aroma of the ribs had permeated the entire kitchen, silently tugging at the heartstrings and igniting an appetite as the kitchen door suddenly swung open. A handsome young man, slightly taller than both Chiu and Luo Mei, clad in Hufflepuff robes, strode in briskly, his demeanor warm yet tinged with exuberance. Chiu, I just returned to the Hufflepuff common room, and heard you were in the kitchen.
Chapter 8, Cédric, Beauty Meets Cuisine.
At this moment, Chiu, Luo Mei, and Cedric were seated at the long table. The chicken soup and sweet and sour ribs were ready,
beautifully arranged by Luo Mei.
She lifted the lid of the chicken soup pot, and served each of them a bowl. The soup had been simmered to perfection. Warm and inviting, its milky broth rich in color, the meat tender and flavorful, the aroma fully permeating the air. With a delicate sip, the broth bursts with exquisite flavors. The corn, when bitten into, releases a delectable essence reminiscent of chicken. As she rolls the chicken skin onto her tongue, it glides smoothly down, leaving a lingering savor upon her lips and teeth. The chicken itself is nothing short of remarkable, melting effortlessly in the mouth, infused with the fresh aroma of corn, compelling one to indulge further, even to the extent of wanting to gulp down the entire bowl of chicken soup, which is profoundly warming to the soul. Ro raised her gaze to Cedric, who sat across from her. His raven hair, straight nose, and gray eyes brimmed with mirth. Though his features still bore a hint of youth, one could faintly predict the extraordinary elegance he would embody in years to come. Such a spirited presence, full of youthful vigor. How had she never noticed such an extraordinarily handsome young man in Hufflepuff? Holding the chicken soup, Ro gazed at Cedric in awe before shifting her attention to Chiu beside her, unconsciously tasting another spoonful of the soup. Ah, beauty paired with exquisite cuisine. She was truly enjoying this. Did you make this chicken soup? Cedric inquired with a smile. I mean, this and the ribs, they are absolutely delightful. Clearly enchanted by Chinese cuisine, Cedric, being a purebred Englishman, had scarcely encountered such culinary marvels before. Indeed, all of this is Chinese cuisine, which I used to prepare often. Ro replied with a cheerful smile. This was not an exaggeration. She recalled how, during her days at the Hahuan sect, she frequently cooked spiritual meals to reward herself. Even when her parents had insisted she experience the normal life of modern humans, and urged her to take college entrance exams, she often found herself cooking alone in her rental apartment, despite having long since ceased consuming solid food. Nevertheless, the allure of earthly pleasures was hard to resist. Ro mused that she was hardly immune to such desires. After all, she was not English. Cedric's eyes seemed to light up at her words. I would love to learn your culinary skills. Of course. We can dine here often in the future. Next time. We could make dumplings, hot pot, or perhaps dip shrimp and fish roe in the chicken soup. It sounds delightful. Ro exclaimed excitedly as she picked up her chopsticks to grab a piece of rib. Thanks to Cedric's earlier charm, transforming forks and knives into chopsticks, he truly was a good person. We could form a Chinese culinary club, setting aside 1 or 2 times each week for afternoon tea or late-night snacks. I know a plethora of dishes. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, and soy sauce chicken. Cedric and Chiu looked at her in admiration. Oh no, I forgot this is England. No one would understand my references. Ro momentarily choked on her words, just as she was about to say something else when sudden fragments flashed through her mind. Oh no. She stood up abruptly, panic-stricken. I forgot I still have to go to Professor Snape for detention. In a heartbeat, she was about to dash out, but before leaving, she made sure to pack the remaining chicken soup, apologizing with her words yet not pausing in her actions, and quickly disappeared from sight. Cedric and Chiu exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Meanwhile, as Ro pushed open the door to Snape's office, she found him standing sternly before Harry, his enormous black robe nearly engulfing Harry's slight frame. Heavens! Ro could scarcely fathom the torment poor Harry must be enduring alone in front of Professor Snape during detention. Snape said quietly, look who we have here. The gallant Miss Ro, who decisively saved Longbottom during flying class. I presume you are no longer satisfied with this minor detention. Feeling it restricts your freedom, are you? No, that is not it, Ro stammered, her mind racing as she swiftly retrieved the chicken soup she had packed and, in a playful manner, shoved it into Snape's hands, followed by a sycophantic smile. Look, Professor Snape, this is chicken soup, authentic Chinese cuisine. Would you care to taste it? So this is the reason Miss Ro has not come to my detention? To prepare a ridiculous meal? Snape replied coldly. I believe I must extend your detention by another week. Now, take out your potion book and turn to page 37. Prepare the potion listed there. That's it. Ro thought in despair, watching as Snape took the soup away. Wasn't it supposed to be ridiculous? Why was he taking it? Dejected, she stared at the cauldron before her. By Merlin's beard, at this moment, she found the cauldron almost dainty, as if it could be used for hot pot. No. Stop that thought. How could a cauldron akin to a chemistry experiment be used for hot pot? Ro exited Snape's office in near despair, and thanks to the professor, she felt her potion-making skills had improved remarkably. Perhaps it was also due to Snape's threat that if she blew up another cauldron, she would have to compensate for the cost of the destroyed cauldron and wasted potion materials. At least she had not blown up anything recently, or so she hoped. Regardless, if she had encountered Professor Snape during her time in the cultivation world, she would have likely become a master alchemist by now. As she contemplated this, she bade farewell to Harry, only to find him acting rather furtively. I'm going to duel Malfoy. Harry hesitated before deciding to confide in Ro. Tonight, at the trophy room, Ron will be my assistant. Oh, then good luck. Knock Malfoy down. Ro casually replied, not intending to involve herself in Harry's duel. She had her own plans to teach those Slytherins a little lesson. Even if Draco was absent today, she could always confront him later. Moreover, Ro trusted in Harry's protagonist aura. She was certain that Draco would utterly fail in his confrontation with Harry. At that moment, she could even relish Draco's battle-weary visage, waving her wand to cast a harmless spell on him. If it brought him to tears, all the better. The image of a battle-damaged handsome boy shedding tears, embodying fragility and despair, was simply exquisite. Ro fantasized as she strolled into the Slytherin common room. Upon opening the door, she found Draco sitting in the center, grinning as he mocked Harry with his entourage. I'm certain Potter and that foolish Weasley have gone to the trophy room for a ridiculous duel. I've already informed Filch about their nocturnal escapades. They might as well prepare to be expelled from Hogwarts. Oh no, Ro thought. She was uncertain if this was a butterfly effect resulting from her crossing over. Hence, she swiftly exited the Slytherin common room, casting an invisibility spell upon herself as she dashed toward the trophy room. Chapter 9 Cat Ears, but on Draco. In the trophy room on the 4th floor, the crystal glass cabinets showcasing the trophies shimmered under the moonlight. Ro tread carefully, accidentally brushing against one of the glass cabinets. She turned to glance and noticed it was a special contribution award from Hogwarts, seemingly awarded to Slytherin's Tom Riddle. She turned back, intending to continue searching for Harry and Ron, only to find Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Wait, why are there so many people? She quickly revealed herself, grabbing Harry's hand, startling him. Shoo, it's just a little invisibility magic. No need to be alarmed, Ro whispered. We need to hurry back. Malfoy has no intention of dueling. He has already informed Filch about your nighttime escapades, hoping to get you expelled. Before she could finish, they heard Filch in the adjacent room, accompanied by his cat, Mrs. Norris. Quickly, due to her diminished cultivation level, Ro's invisibility spell could not cover such a large group without preparation. The group had no choice but to tread silently down a corridor adorned with suits of armor. When suddenly, Neville tripped over Ron, and the two tumbled onto a suit of armor. This is it, thought Romy, as they sprinted nearly at full speed, only to collide with Peeves. That annoying first-year poltergeist cackled, but before he could finish his sentence, Romy raised her wand, brandishing it while silently casting a spell to render him unconscious. Just enough to keep him quiet for half an hour. We must hurry, Romy urged softly. They fled desperately once more, reaching the end of the corridor, only to find the door was locked. Hermione, decisive as ever, snatched Harry's wand and cast the unlocking charm to open the door. They rushed inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them. In a daze, they heard the panting Filch discover the unconscious Peeves, launching into a furious tirade. This is it. Peeves won't report us to Filch when he wakes up, will he? We'll all be expelled. Hermione exclaimed. I doubt Peeves is that industrious, Ron replied. I told you so. Hermione glared at Harry and Ron. You shouldn't have agreed to that ridiculous duel. She paused, turning back to Romy. What spell did you just use? It looked incredibly effective, and I don't recall seeing it in the charms or defense against the dark arts textbooks. Hermione said softly, then added, in a tone that made Ron appear as if he had seen a ghost, could you teach me? Romy stammered. That's a spell. Not part of the same system of magic, is it? Ah. Just then, Neville let out a shriek, and the others turned around to see a gigantic dog, nearly filling the corridor from floor to ceiling, with 3 heads and 6 eyes fixed intently upon them. The others were ready to flee at once, but Romy instantly cast a spell, transforming the ferocious 3-headed hound into a juvenile form, shrinking it to the height of her knee. its 3 heads gazing up at her. Tongues lolling, revealing that it hadn't even grown its baby teeth yet. Now that's adorable, Romy said with satisfaction, stepping forward to pet the 3 heads. I'll bring you some meaty bones next time. When Romy turned back, she found the 4 of them staring at her with expressions of panic and fear. Romy asked, "What?" "You, Romy," Hermione finally spoke up. "I think you should change it back. Look where it's standing." Only then did Romy look down, realizing it was perched on a trapdoor, evidently guarding something. "I'm curious about what's beneath that trapdoor," she whispered. "I think I know what it is." Harry suddenly replied, "Enough. Are you all still feeling proud of your actions?" Hermione glared at them. "Everything you've done so far is against school rules. And if this continues, we will certainly be expelled. I say, we should all return to our common rooms. The sooner the better." Romy hesitated but ultimately decided to revert the dog back to its original form, and the 4 quickly retreated, Romy following closely behind. Thankfully, Filch was no longer present. Romy parted ways with Harry and the others, and as they entered the Gryffindor common room, Ron suddenly muttered to himself, "Romy, she truly is a Slytherin." Facing such a terrifying creature, she remained so calm. Look at the strange magic she used. But she did that just to save us. If it weren't for Romy, we would have been bitten to death or worse, discovered by Filch or Peeves and expelled from school. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed. Hermione huffed, turning back toward the dormitory. "Hey, what is all this?" Ron exclaimed. "It's not like we forced her to do it." "I think Hermione has a point," Harry said. "She did come to help us after all. Her initial visit to the trophy room was to warn us that Malfoy was deceiving us." "Oh, perhaps," Ron muttered irritably. Though he likely acknowledged Hermione and Harry's words, he was reluctant to admit it. The next day, when Draco incredulously spotted Harry and Ron still dining at the Gryffindor table, appearing quite cheerful, he instinctively directed his gaze at Romy and, for the first time, spoke to her. "Did you tip off Potter?" Draco asked. "We all saw you leave the common room as soon as you heard us talking. I'm right, aren't I? And if I did, what of it?" Romy replied, sullenly pushing her plate of potatoes, prepared in 28 different ways, around, her appetite waning further after yesterday's delightful Chinese meal. "What could you possibly do to me, Draco?" she said in a nearly sweet tone, lifting her gaze. Facing Draco's handsome features was far more pleasant than a pile of potatoes, and her mood inexplicably brightened. "You traitorous Slytherin, filthy mudblood." Before Draco could speak, Pansy let out a shriek, nearly raising her wand, but before she could conjure her spell, Romy disarmed her with a simple disarming charm. Romy leisurely picked up Pansy's fallen wand, smiling at Draco and Pansy. "We're in the Great Hall now. If you don't want to end up like that wizard on the first day of school, I suggest you refrain from acting. Though of course, you might be too late." She hadn't forgotten their attempts to isolate her within Slytherin. Once more, she waved her wand, this time casting a new prank spell she had creatively adapted. It seemed that magic and spells shared many commonalities, and Romy, proficient in modifying original spells, discovered her formidable strength in the application and integration of charms. As soon as she grasped some fundamental principles of spell operation, she could adapt and create anew. She whispered the incantation, and in an instant, Draco and Pansy felt an intense itch atop their heads, followed by the emergence of a pair of lively cat ears, oh no, and even tails sprouted from their backs. Draco, about to express his anger, opened his mouth, but instead uttered, "Romy, meow." He quickly closed his mouth. Romy chuckled lightly. "It's nothing serious. Just a harmless little charm, causing you to sprout cat ears and tails while speaking with an involuntary feline lilt, lasting a day before returning to normal. Look at you. Draco, how adorable you are now." She first approached Pansy, returning her wand with an attitude that could be described as gentle and friendly. Then she stepped in front of Draco, surveying him with a gaze that bordered on infatuation, and even slightly tiptoed to touch his cat ears. Draco's body stiffened suddenly, and his human ear turned crimson. "Merlin's beard, look," Ron exclaimed excitedly, shaking Harry. "Romy is dealing with Malfoy. I bet she's getting revenge for yesterday. Merlin above. Malfoy is crying." Chapter 10, Backlit. She had Draco hooked. The spell, however, did not last all day. It was lifted by Romy herself in less than 10 minutes, as Draco's tearful expression was simply too pitiful. And of course, there was the arrival of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. When Romy and Draco emerged from the headmaster's office, Slytherin had lost 20 points. In the end, she couldn't help but vent her frustration in the Great Hall, thinking she should have found a discreet place to execute her magic to avoid losing points. As she contemplated this, her gaze shifted to the silent Draco beside her. The boy's pale face still bore traces of tears, and his gray eyes were reddened as he stared intently at the ground. Perhaps it was Draco's pitiable expression. teetering on the brink of tears, that stirred a rare sense of guilt and unease within Roma. After all, she had just bullied 2 children, even going so far as to lay a hand on one of them, despite the fact that these 2 were merely rascals who tormented others. Children of such tender age should still possess a sense of pride, shouldn't they?
I am sorry.
Roma looked at Pansy and Draco, attempting to impart a lesson in a tone befitting an elder. However, your words were rather harsh just now, and you both attempted to isolate me earlier. I believe that both Gryffindor and Slytherin are integral parts of Hogwarts, and the houses should coexist harmoniously, without unnecessary antagonism. She truly could not fathom why the rivalry among the houses in this school was so pronounced. Were there no teachers to intervene? The 4 houses, whether pureblood, half-blood, or Muggleborn, ought to be as tightly knit as pomegranate seeds. Besides, that cat ear and tail costume from earlier was rather endearing, haha, Roma remarked dryly. Though she spoke the truth, Draco seemed to finally lift his head, as if he wished to glare at Roma with a fierce, indignant expression. But the redness in his ears betrayed his lack of conviction. I will tell my father, Draco exclaimed. I will have him expel you. Oh. Roma raised an eyebrow. Is that a threat, Draco? One might say he truly is an 11-year-old child, Roma mused to herself. After entering Hogwarts, she had come to grasp some semblance of the power dynamics within the wizarding world. She did not believe that the Malfoy family had the authority to expel her, especially since she had been personally brought to Hogwarts by Headmaster Dumbledore from the orphanage. Moreover, even if they did, it would not trouble her greatly. If expelled, she would simply return to the orphanage and continue her monotonous training. Yet perhaps to soothe this startled young man, or simply to provoke him further, Roma feigned an exaggerated tone. Oh really? How terrifying. I implore you, dear sir, to overlook my transgressions and not to inform your father, if you would be so kind. And I wonder, her expression softened, her brows curving in amusement. Is that truly all you can do, Draco? Resorting to your father whenever you find yourself in a quandary? With that, Roma quickened her pace, striding ahead until she was nearly out of sight, at which point she turned and winked at Draco. In truth, Draco, I would quite like to be friends with you, ever since our first encounter, given how strikingly handsome you are. In the backlight, the beautiful girl tilted her head slightly, her voice light and playful. And I must say, your earlier demeanor was truly adorable. Draco found himself momentarily stunned, a rush of heat flooding from his scalp to his toes. However, by the time he regained his composure, Roma's figure had vanished completely. From that point on, Roma's life in Slytherin became markedly smoother. The older students, upon witnessing Roma's remarkable spellcasting, could not help but feel a sense of admiration and respect. Among her peers, Draco would flee speechlessly at the sight of her, even as he continued to confront Harry and his friends, while Pansy went out of her way to avoid her. Roma soon found herself surrounded by nearly all the half-bloods in Slytherin, along with a few purebloods, thanks to the powerful abilities she had displayed. After all, the essence of Slytherin is to revere strength. In the face of absolute power, lineage becomes trivial. Furthermore, many of the half-blood wizards themselves did not fervently subscribe to the pureblood ideology. Naturally, Roma was delighted to forge connections with those who sought to befriend her, as they were all charmingly fair-skinned, kind-hearted, and often brought her delightful little trinkets when the occasion called for it. Before long, a small group centered around Roma began to form quietly within Slytherin. Oh, did you hear? It was the eve of Halloween, and a Slytherin girl remarked to Roma. Miss Granger from Gryffindor hasn't attended classes all afternoon. Her roommate mentioned she seems to be crying in the bathroom. Ah, but the Halloween feast is about to commence. At that moment, Roma was tidying up the Halloween gifts sent by her classmates, donning the hat Autumn had given her, and looking back at the girl. If she recalled correctly, Hermione had always been the top student of her year, an academic powerhouse. What could have possibly distressed her to the point of skipping classes? I'll go find her. You don't need to wait for me. Roma decided it was essential to establish a rapport with this exceptional scholar. Who knows? If they became close, Hermione might share her notes with her. After all, her potions grade was so dismal that even Ron would shake his head at it. Moreover, no one could resist feeling sympathy for a typically determined, yet currently weeping little girl. With a smile, Roma waved goodbye to the Slytherin wizards and ascended the stairs toward the girls' bathroom. She finally located Hermione. Inside, Hermione was quietly sobbing, her thick chestnut curls obscuring most of her face. Hey, are you alright, Hermione? Roma tentatively called out, stealthily approaching her side. The feast is about to start. But if you don't want to go, that is fine. May I ask what is troubling you? I'm fine. Hermione finally lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked face with red, puffy eyes that tugged at one's heartstrings. You should hurry to the feast. You don't need to wait for me or comfort me. I will be okay soon. You needn't worry. Roma was momentarily at a loss for words. She felt it was appropriate to offer Hermione a hug at that moment, but given their current relationship, it might have crossed a line. Instead, she stood by Hermione. Concern etched on her face. It's all right, I'm here. If you truly don't want me to see, I can turn around right now. As she spoke, Roma began to turn, only to be confronted by a towering figure, nearly 12 feet tall, exuding a stench reminiscent of an unkempt public restroom, clumsily entering the bathroom. Then, a loud click echoed as the bathroom door locked. Chapter 11, Chinese Kung Fu? McGonagall and Snape fell into a heavy silence. Hermione's sobs abruptly ceased as she turned in horror to look at the colossal creature. Roma instinctively shielded Hermione, gazing up at the foul-smelling being. She had never encountered anything so grotesque. Its dull, lifeless skin, mud-like body, stout legs, and long arms dragging a wooden club were horrifying. Roma quickly cast a spell. But to her dismay, it had no effect, seemingly enraging the creature instead, which raised its club and began to advance towards her. Hurry, Harry. Hermione is still inside. Unbeknownst to them, the bathroom door had swung open again, and Harry and Ron had suddenly appeared, with Harry hurling a faucet he had found at the wall. The lumbering creature awkwardly turned, attempting to swing its club at Harry. Don't do that. Roma cried out, instinctively rushing to Harry's side, raising her wand to cast more spells, but to no avail. She had hardly learned any offensive spells. She should have studied some attack spells in the library beforehand, instead of spending her days either training or plotting pranks. As Luo Mei anxiously contemplated, she beheld Ron hurling a metallic pipe at the creature, which immediately redirected its gaze towards him. No. Instinctively, Luo Mei formed a spell, transmuting her wand into a wooden sword. With a swift tap of her toes, she leapt into the air, finding herself momentarily level with the creature's diminutive head, akin to a cocoa bean. In a flash, she swung the wooden sword, her figure darting like a specter in various directions around the monster, her movements both graceful and fluid. With a flourish of her sword, she unleashed a barrage of sword energy, each strike piercing the creature's heart. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the young girl descended to the ground, catching the returning wooden sword and reverting it back into her wand. Her long hair, still flowing from the aerial display, seemed to linger in the air, unperturbed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared in astonishment. Luo Mei then offered an awkward smile, stammering an explanation. Perhaps you have heard of Chinese Kung Fu? Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. What on earth are you playing at? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her complexion paling as she admonished. Why aren't you all safely tucked away in your dormitories? Huh. What dormitory? Shouldn't we be at the feast? Luo Mei wondered, suddenly realizing it might be due to the monster. Her gaze lingered on Professor Quirrell, who was now seated on a toilet, weeping helplessly, the ominous aura around him growing more pronounced. Suppressing her curiosity and doubts, Luo Mei intended to explain to Professor McGonagall, but was interrupted as Snape, who had bent down to inspect the creature, stood up. Addressing McGonagall, he remarked, "It appears the monster is quite dead. The wounds suggest it was struck multiple times by a sword, executed with remarkable precision and without hesitation, each blow aimed at a vital point." Ah. Mei claims this is her Chinese Kung Fu, Ron interjected, explaining how she transformed her wand into a wooden sword to strike the monster. Transforming a wand into a wooden sword? Chinese Kung Fu? Both McGonagall and Snape fell silent. Even Quirrell ceased his sobbing and became quiet. After a moment, Snape spoke, his gaze enigmatic. It seems Miss Luo's transfiguration skills are quite exceptional. She can transform her wand into other objects without any assistance. Luo Mei felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Nonetheless, this does not excuse your absence from the dormitory at this hour, Professor McGonagall stated firmly. Please don't. Hermione finally managed to speak. Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Ah, rather looking for us, Luo Mei corrected, when it was time for the feast. I suddenly needed to use the restroom, and Hermione accompanied me, which is likely why we didn't hear what happened in the Great Hall. Harry and Ron came in search of us afterward. They were immensely helpful. Harry drew the monster's attention with the tap, and Ron struck it with the pipe. Had it not been for them, I might not have had a moment to remember my training in Chinese Kung Fu and seize the opportunity to ambush it. Hermione and I could have perished. Professor McGonagall listened, though Harry and Ron did not feel their presence had saved them. In fact, had they not locked the monster in the girls' restroom, Luo Mei and Hermione might never have encountered such peril. Nevertheless, they nodded, feigning agreement. Very well, Professor McGonagall concluded. If that is the case, Harry, Ron, Why did you not inform a teacher immediately? Few first-year students can handle a full-grown troll. Her gaze shifted to the utterly lifeless troll and its clean wounds, leaving her words hanging in the air. Regardless, you four defeated the troll. 5 points to each of you, she declared. Now off to your dormitories. Only 5 points? Ron grumbled after McGonagall departed. I think at least 10 for everyone. No, May? You should receive 15. Calm down, Ron. Just look at Professor McGonagall. She didn't take away points, which is already a victory, Harry replied. Though he could hardly contain his excitement. May, your swordplay was incredible. The four walked side by side and in silence. Luo Mei's stature seemed to grow significantly in the eyes of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Ron appeared particularly animated about the incident, and by the next day, the tale of Luo Mei's remarkable transfiguration skills and Chinese kung fu had been vividly recounted by Fred and George, spreading throughout Gryffindor, and even reaching Slytherin. Really? Luo, you single-handedly defeated a troll? Daphne, who prided herself on being pure-blooded, and had never previously sought Luo Mei out, approached her for confirmation. Ah, indeed, Luo Mei replied, acutely aware of the newfound enthusiasm from her fellow Slytherins. However, she chose to disregard this attention for the moment, thanks to the lessons learned from the troll incident. She had been immersing herself in the library. She sought out aggressive spells related to souls, space, time, and of course some intriguing dark magic. Dark magic truly seemed more aggressive, she mused. She even found herself disinterested in watching Quidditch matches. Thus, on the morning when nearly all the students flocked to watch the Quidditch match, Luo Mei opted to cast an invisibility charm, and ventured alone to the restricted section of Hogwarts. Chapter 12, The Twins and Christmas Dumplings. In the restricted section, Luo Mei was engrossed in her wand, reading word for word about the unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus curse, the killing curse, and so forth. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an overwhelming desire to experiment. Curse it, it was November, and the school had no mosquitoes left for her to practice her dark magic on. Luo Mei fell silent, recalling the Quidditch match outside. Merlin, which genius scheduled a Quidditch match in November? Sitting atop that uncomfortable broom, flying at breakneck speed. With the wind howling past, didn't they feel cold? Luo Mei remained pensive, eventually returning to her thoughts, pulling out her notebook, and using a quill to jot down everything she had just researched. The magical world's apparition was perhaps the most commonly used spatial magic, with a considerable portion of wizards utilizing it. In contrast, in the realm of cultivation, nearly everyone relied on pre-established formations set by their sex for teleportation. Most individuals still traveled to their destinations via sword riding or boating. The only true teleportation spell seemed to be the shaping the earth into inches, an incredibly profound ancient spell, long since lost to time, with its principles remaining a mystery, possibly akin to apparition. In summary, only those who had attained immortality could genuinely teleport within the cultivation realm. Luo Mei contemplated. She wondered if apparition had, in some respects, genuinely breached the limitations of space. If one were to delve deeper into this study, could it possibly transcend even greater spatial boundaries, perhaps leading back to her original world? Luo Mei mused, and was suddenly reminded of her own appearance. Although her body had inexplicably shrunk to that of an 11-year-old, her visage bore no distinction from her former self at that age in the cultivation realm. This meant she was clad in. However, this world had automatically assigned her an identity as an orphan in an orphanage. From this perspective, this world bore some resemblance to the secret realms Luo Mei had previously traversed, but it was not a secret realm. She could assert with certainty that this world defied nearly all the rules of the cultivation realm's secret realms. Its worldview was vast, its map seemingly infinite, and all characters were undeniably real. She had truly traversed worlds. The 7 inexplicable thunder tribulations she had faced likely harbored some form of time-space magic. As Luo Mei pondered, she took several tomes on dark magic in ancient languages, such as Ancient Greek, for further study. She thought to herself that if the knowledge proved elusive, she could always cultivate her own skills gradually until she reached the advanced stage, which would merely take a few centuries at most. However, by the time Luo Mei exited the library, intending to return to her dormitory for her daily practice, she discovered that the Quidditch match had concluded unbeknownst to her. Ron was the first to intercept her, exclaiming, "May, did you know? Just now, Snape attempted to curse Harry with dark magic, causing his broomstick to shake uncontrollably. We wanted to seek your assistance, only to find you absent." What? Luo Mei's mind went blank. Harry? Broomstick? Aren't first-year students prohibited from having broomsticks or joining the Quidditch team? Oh, he forgot to mention that. Hermione soon joined them, explaining, "Harry is the new seeker for the Quidditch team, our secret weapon for Gryffindor, although that seems to have leaked rather quickly. Nevertheless, May, do you realize that Snape cursed Harry's broom to make him fall? Surely not. Why would he do such a thing? Because I discovered he was trying to steal something from the three-headed dog, Harry interjected. Luo Mei paused, her initial reaction being, but he shouldn't. After all, he is a teacher at Hogwarts. Moreover, she recalled her junior sister mentioning that Snape was a remarkable double agent. You're reacting just like Hagrid, Ron remarked. Hagrid? Luo Mei was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he was the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and seemed to have a good rapport with Harry. What did he say? What could he possibly say? He definitely reacted the same way as you. But Snape is the head of Slytherin, and he is, in fact, quite decent. That may be true for you, Ron interrupted, but just look at how he treats Harry. Luo Mei found herself at a loss for words. Professor Snape's double standards were indeed egregious. Were she in the same position, without the knowledge of Snape's true nature, she might also deem him the villain. Why would a teacher lead the charge in discriminating against and bullying students? Was there no one to intervene at this school? Was Dumbledore not concerned? Nevertheless, Luo Mei stubbornly insisted, I don't believe it was Professor Snape. Perhaps you should consider other suspicious individuals, like Professor Quirrell, who has only been in office for a year. After all, he does exude an ominous aura. Oh, come on, Hermione retorted. That's because you didn't see Snape's demeanor just now. His behavior matched all the criteria for cursing Harry. As for Professor Quirrell, I doubt he has the audacity to carry out such an act. Ron added. With their opinions at an impasse, they reluctantly parted ways. Luo Mei remained troubled, deciding to keep a closer watch on Professor Quirrell during her forthcoming practices. Although she understood that, as the protagonist, Harry was unlikely to encounter serious danger. Soon Christmas quietly approached. The Slytherin common room was nearly deserted, which left Luo Mei feeling both regretful and delighted. Regretful that she would no longer see those lovely children for a while, yet delighted that she could devote her time entirely to cultivation or research. Unfortunately, there were no secret realms or opportunities here. She mused that simple cultivation was far too slow. Her cultivation had only progressed from the mid-foundation stage to the late foundation stage. This was still due to her prior experience along this path, allowing her to advance at such a speed. Should she attempt to return to her normal cultivation level before continuing, the outcome would be uncertain. With a sigh, she silently exited the common room, hoping to check if the Christmas banquet held any delectable offerings. However, she was intercepted by a pair of almost identical twins. Let us see who this is, Fred exclaimed. The brave Miss Slytherin single-handedly facing a troll. George chimed in. To be precise, since the first day of school, you personally dealt with that malevolent wizard. And with Malfoy. We noticed you right away. Today is Christmas. And yet here you are, poor girl, all alone in Slytherin. Why don't you join us at the Gryffindor table? Before Luo Mei could react, Fred and George grabbed her robes and pulled her towards the Gryffindor long table. Only then did she realize the sumptuous feast laid out for Christmas. Perhaps it was due to her time spent cooking with Autumn and Cedric in the kitchens, but the Gryffindor table boasted ribs, chicken soup, and even dumplings. Tears of gratitude welled in Luo Mei's eyes. Chapter 13. Forbidden Tomes. Yet speaking of Horcruxes, she immediately picked up a pair of chopsticks. How delightful that the house elves had even prepared them. Luo Mei joyfully picked up a dumpling and took a small bite. The skin was thick, and the filling was scant, even giving off a fishy odor. Her expression froze instantly. Was this what Chinese dumplings tasted like? In a daze, she saw Ron struggling to pick up a dumpling with his chopsticks, only to give up and stab it with a fork instead. He took a bite, and the flavor was hardly appealing. Dumplings shouldn't taste like this. She nearly leapt to her feet in indignation. Next time, I could make them for you. Immediately, she dashed away, heading straight for the kitchen. Upon arrival, she found the house elves laboriously dealing with a heap of dumplings that had burst open and leaked their filling. Ah! Luo Mei gasped. So they had exerted such effort for these dumplings. She felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly wanting to confess her gratitude to the house elves on the spot. Ultimately, Luo Mei chose to stay in the kitchen, kindly instructing them on the proper methods from kneading the dough, preparing the filling, rolling out the skins, to cooking the dumplings, and then took several boxes of correctly made dumplings. Afterwards, she made her way to the Ollery to share this heartwarming tale with Autumn and Cedric before eagerly returning to the banquet hall. By then, few people remained. Harry and the Weasley boys had ventured outside to engage in a snowball fight, soaking their clothes. Though reluctant to join, Luo Mei couldn't resist, sharing her freshly made dumplings with them and casting a few warming charms. Meanwhile, she joyfully built a snowman, only for it to be demolished shortly after by Fred and George's snowballs. They apologized and assisted her in rebuilding the snowman, until everyone was too cold to continue. At which point they returned, breathless. Luo Mei declined Fred and George's invitation to the Gryffindor common room, and made her way to the restricted section alone. She sought to further explore tomes on dark magic or other intriguing subjects. Before long, she noticed a lamp floating in midair, moving forward on its own. Luo Mei blinked and rubbed her eyes. The lamp continued its course. She closed her eyes, attempting to use her senses to discern its nature, but found nothing, just a lamp seemingly walking by itself. Merlin, whose invisibility charm is this? It's remarkably effective. She watched as the lamp descended slowly to the floor. And then a book at the bottom of the shelf began to shift. Stop! Luo Mei shouted, but it was too late. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the library, and in a moment of instinct she dashed forward, waving her hand to grasp someone's arm before fleeing. They heard Snape conversing with Filch nearby. They were perilously close, seemingly on the verge of colliding with them. The other invisible person appeared to freeze momentarily, then gradually pulled Luo Mei back, maneuvering into a side room and shutting the door. At that moment he carefully lifted a corner of his invisibility cloak. Emerald green eyes suddenly met Luo Mei's gaze. Mei? Harry asked tentatively. Yes, it's me. Luo Mei finally dispelled the invisibility charm, her voice unusually faltering. Clutched in her hand was the forbidden tome she had been perusing, which she awkwardly closed at that moment. You are also in the restricted section, huh? Ah. With a nervous laugh, she attempted to divert the conversation, only to suddenly realize that the enormous arras mirror loomed behind her. Wait. This is the very chamber I entered on my first day of school. Merlin, how is this mirror still here? She watched in horror as Harry approached it and quickly seized his hand. Don't look, Harry, that mirror is not a benevolent object. But I see my family. My mum and dad, Harry murmured. Harry. A gentle voice interrupted his words. Both Harry and Luo Mei froze, turning stiffly. The forbidden book slipping from Luo Mei's grasp and landing open on a certain page. Dumbledore sat at a table against the wall, a warm smile gracing his face as he watched them. Luo Mei, what a surprise to see you here, she exclaimed. Yet it is you who lingers by the mirror. Lost in virtual fantasies. She forced a somewhat rigid smile, unconsciously pulling Harry back a few steps. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, she said, her smile lacking genuine warmth. Good evening. Luo Mei, and to you too, Harry, Dumbledore replied, descending from the table and retrieving the forbidden book that Luo Mei had inadvertently dropped. He then noticed that the open page discussed Horcruxes. Dumbledore paused momentarily, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Luo Mei. The words he intended to speak suddenly lodged in his throat. Merlin, hadn't he removed all books related to Horcruxes from the library? How could one have escaped his grasp? He raised his gaze to Luo Mei once more. She was merely a first-year student, only 11 years old. So tender and youthful. How could she already be so fascinated by immortality and the study of Horcruxes? However, Dumbledore felt a measure of relief, confident that he had indeed concealed the sole volume detailing the methods of creating Horcruxes within his office. Even if Luo Mei desired to create one, she would likely find it difficult to uncover the means. Yet his expression grew somewhat grave, which heightened Luo Mei and Harry's anxiety. Luo Mei, Dumbledore gently reminded her. The creation of a Horcrux results in the fragmentation of one's soul, leading to severe instability of the mind. Huh? What is a Horcrux? And why must it split the soul? Luo Mei, who had not yet seen the page on Horcruxes, wore a perplexed expression. This very countenance convinced Dumbledore that he might successfully dissuade her from pursuing the creation of a Horcrux. His smile almost returned as he playfully winked at Luo Mei. Furthermore, there is a risk that the creation of a Horcrux may distort your appearance. What? This thing called a Horcrux splits souls and can make one ugly? There is no benefit whatsoever. Why would I want to engage in such a venture? Luo Mei's expression grew even more bewildered. Her gaze finally settled on the book that Dumbledore had picked up. Perhaps, Professor, she said hesitantly. I have yet to see the page on Horcruxes, and have no idea what you are discussing. Seizing the moment while Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, she abruptly grasped Harry's arm and dashed towards the door. Thank Merlin, she exclaimed excitedly to Harry. We ran fast enough that Professor Dumbledore didn't have time to deduct points from us. That is simply splendid. Harry marveled. Chapter 14 Moonlight. The Girl Beneath the Astronomy Tower. Thanks to Dumbledore's sudden intervention, Luo Mei briefly dismissed the thought of nightly escapades to the restricted section, especially after her fruitless search for information regarding Horcruxes. Ultimately, she had to sneak out of Hogwarts under cover of darkness, journeying to Nocturne Alley to scour through various tomes of dark magic, before realizing the absurdity of an evil spell attempting to achieve immortality through fragmented souls. Moreover, It seemed that Dumbledore was quite wary of it, likely having confiscated all books containing detailed explanations and instructions, suggesting that some madman had indeed attempted this operation. Luo Mei speculated that this madman was Voldemort. With a sigh, she settled into meditation for her training. Currently, she spent nearly every night in her dormitory honing her skills, already contemplating whether to leave school next Christmas to seek out perilous adventures, such as battling trolls, werewolves, or other magical creatures for experience. Unfortunately, this was the wizarding world. Luo Mei frowned. There were no spirit stones, demon cores, or remnants of swordsmanship manuals. At least, she had not yet found any. Her path to cultivation was, by comparison, exponentially more arduous than in the realm of cultivation. If it were merely about returning to the core formation stage, it would be manageable. But what lay beyond? Presently, she could only rely on the swordsmanship she had already mastered, or the mental techniques she had memorized but not yet comprehended. Luo Mei sighed, finally ceasing her training. Her gaze shifting to the textbooks sprawled across her desk. Merlin Beard. How is it already time for final exams? She had to buckle down. After all, her potions class had been a complete disaster thus far. At this late hour, Luo Mei decided to head to the common room, hoping to find some draft parchments she had previously left behind, when she heard a series of stealthy footsteps. Draco, what are you up to? Luo Mei cast a light charm, illuminating Draco, who was attempting to sneak out of the common room. What are you doing? Draco stammered, startled. This was the first time he had spoken to Luo Mei since she had played that prank on him, and subsequently confessed her feelings. Are you sneaking out at this hour to join Potter and that Granger girl at the astronomy tower to deal with that dragon? He seemed to catch his breath, then adopted an air of arrogance as he continued. I'll tell you, Luo Mei, I'm going out to report them to Professor Dumbledore, along with that foolish caretaker. They are illegally harboring a dragon. They'll surely be expelled this time. And you, Luo Mei, if you don't want to be expelled, you should not accompany them. What? Luo Mei exclaimed, her tone brimming with excitement. When did they acquire a dragon? Are they taking it to the astronomy tower? I must see. She had never seen a dragon before. Draco's mouth fell agape. Oh, so you didn't know? That makes sense, he remarked, having observed that Luo Mei had been retreating to her dormitory right after classes. Although Luo Mei was popular, befriending both the half-bloods of Slytherin and the Gryffindor Lions, as well as a Ravenclaw girl of Chinese descent and a Hufflepuff named Diggory, Draco felt that there remained an invisible barrier between her and the others. It seemed that, until now, no one had truly penetrated Luo Mei's heart. At her core, she remained solitary, only smiling and inviting them to play when she felt inclined. Draco tightened his grip on the doorknob of the common room, momentarily at a loss for words, but in the next instant, Luo Mei grasped his arm and swiftly pulled him out of the common room. We're setting off now, right? We can wait at the astronomy tower. And when Harry and the others arrive, we can sneak a peek at the dragon. The excitement in her voice reached a crescendo as she spoke, nearly sprinting with the fervor of an 800-meter dash. It is worth noting that the dragons she encountered in the realm of cultivation each prided themselves on their superiority and bore haughty dispositions, with none willing to permit her even a touch of their scales or tails. Wait a moment, Luo. My intent is to report Potter and his companions, not to observe fire dragons. Your commotion is too loud, Luo. We risk being caught. Oh, indeed, that is the case. As Luo Mei spoke, she was about to raise her hand to cast an invisibility spell when she spotted Neville meandering outside. Hey, Neville, what are you doing here? It's you, Mei. I overheard Malfoy mentioning that Harry and the others are bringing a fire dragon to the astronomy tower tonight, and he intends to report them, to get them expelled. Neville stammered. So I came out to warn them. Wait a moment, Malfoy. What are you doing here? Neville finally noticed Draco standing behind Luo Mei. It's fine, it's fine. Luo Mei patted Neville's shoulder, offering him reassurance. Draco is with me. You need not worry about him reporting you. You can return to the common room now. So, you brought me here specifically to prevent me from revealing Potter's affair to Dumbledore, didn't you? Draco's face flushed with anger as he watched Neville's figure fade away, feeling utterly powerless. You traitor from Slytherin. Silence. Luo Mei swiftly covered Draco's mouth and simultaneously cast an invisibility spell on the two of them. Draco's face reddened further. He could feel the delicate touch of the girl's hand brushing against his lips, cool yet pleasantly warm. His mind nearly crashed in that instant. Even the sight of Professor McGonagall passing by in her pajamas did not stir much of an emotional response within him. Only after Professor McGonagall had left did Luo Mei lower her hand. So you just covered my mouth, Draco stammered, his ears burning. Yes. It was because you noticed Professor McGonagall approaching. What else could it be? Luo Mei replied dismissively, continuing her ascent up the staircase. However, upon turning, She saw Draco still lingering in place and called out, "Why are you still down there, Draco?" At the corner of the spiral staircase, the girl turned, enveloped by the deep night, her ebony hair and wizarding robes shrouding her entirely, yet her exquisite face remained, illuminated by a beam of bright moonlight cascading from the top of the astronomy tower, accentuating the delicate features of her countenance, which appeared exceptionally fair and gentle. She stood there observing him, her lively eyes shimmering with a hint of annoyance yet radiating joy, bright as the melting snow of early spring, teeming with vitality. "All right. I shall come up at once." By some strange impulse, Draco found himself uttering those words. He nearly sprinted to catch up with Luo Mei as they both ascended the tower. Chapter 15. The Sword of Destiny, Encounter with Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. To Luo Mei's dismay, the little fire dragon was evidently not as splendid as the dragons she had seen in the realm of cultivation. Merlin's woolen socks. Its scales lack luster, its nostrils are grotesquely large, and it even emits flames when sneezing. Most terrifying of all, it actually has wings. How can a dragon possess wings? Well, she should have recognized these facts long ago during her history of magic class, Luo Mei mused. At this moment, she found herself devoid of any desire to touch the little fire dragon, fearing that a mere sneeze from it might scorch her hand. Thus, she watched as Harry and Hermione sent the fire dragon away. Their spirits noticeably lifted as they hurriedly descended the spiral staircase, neglecting even to retrieve their invisibility cloak. "Hey, Harry!" Luo Mei could no longer contain herself, dispelling the invisibility charm and calling out to them. "You forgot your invisibility cloak." But it was too late. Filch happened to be downstairs, having heard their voices. The following morning, the Ravenclaw students discovered they had unexpectedly risen to the top of the House Cup standings. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that several students from Gryffindor and Slytherin had been out at night, resulting in both houses being penalized 100 points each, leaving them in last place. Now all four of them faced a wave of condemnation from their fellow classmates, even having to confront impending detention. Luo Mei felt heavy-hearted as she read Professor McGonagall's notice instructing her to find Filch in the entrance hall by 11 o'clock that evening. Wonderful, she thought. Now I cannot practice tonight either. She nearly broke down as she arrived at the entrance hall with Draco at 11 o'clock, only to be escorted by Filch to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? Draco abruptly halted, incredulous. "You want us to enter there in the middle of the night?" Luo Mei was equally taken aback. Wasn't he at Dumbledore who stated on the first day that the Forbidden Forest was fraught with danger? Yet the punishment for being out at night was to venture into the Forbidden Forest. What absurdity! Taking a deep breath, she realized she should harbor no expectations regarding the school's rules, and she watched as Hagrid and Draco began to argue, even splitting into two groups. "As long as you're with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you," Hagrid assured. But Luo Mei felt a sense of foreboding. "Now, we are dividing our paths, following the trail of unicorn blood for clues. I want Fong," Draco quickly declared, eyeing the seemingly fierce dog. "I'll go with Draco." Luo Mei volunteered, believing that sending two 11-year-olds into the Forbidden Forest with a dog could lead to unforeseen trouble. Perhaps it would be safer if Hagrid led Harry and Hermione while she accompanied Draco. Luo Mei failed to notice the peculiar glance Draco cast her way after she made that statement. "All right, if anyone finds the unicorn, they can send up green sparks with their wands, and if you encounter any trouble, send up red sparks, and we will come to find you. Now let us go," Hagrid instructed. Luo Mei nodded and set off with Draco. "I thought you would definitely choose to go with Potter and the others," Draco remarked, surprisingly initiating conversation. Perhaps due to the eerie silence of the dark Forbidden Forest. "Oh, not at all," Luo Mei replied casually, considering that Harry and Hermione appeared to have a closer relationship with Hagrid. "After all, you and I are both Slytherins, aren't we?" She raised her tone at the end of that sentence, a rare smile gracing her features. "You actually remember that you are a Slytherin," Draco said, feeling inexplicably insecure during their exchanges. Luo Mei merely smiled. They continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the bloodstains on the ground growing more numerous. Luo Mei could see that Draco was genuinely feeling a bit frightened. He was nearly pressed against her side, wand held tightly yet trembling slightly. Ahead they spotted a clearing. Something white glimmered on the ground. It was undoubtedly a breathtaking creature, possessing an almost immaculate white mane, untouched by the dirt of the forest floor. Luo Mei could not resist crouching down to examine its lifeless body and the still glimmering spiral horn. "I fear it may be dead," Draco said flatly beside her. "Indeed. One wonders who could have harmed such a pure being," Luo Mei murmured, rising again and suddenly pointing her wand at the thicket at the edge of the clearing. "Who goes there? Show yourself." A hooded figure darted from the bushes, crawling ominously on the ground. He disregarded Luo Mei and Draco. intent on reaching the unicorn's corpse to drink its blood. Fainting, Luo Mei decisively raised her wand to cast a spell, but undoubtedly, the hooded figure evaded her attempt. The hooded figure seemed to have just noticed them. He quickly recoiled, staggering to his feet, as a chilling breeze swept by, causing his dark robe to flutter slightly. It was Professor Quirrell. In the dim light, Rose and Draco discerned his features. "It is unfortunate that you have seen me." Quirrell glared at them with a fierce expression. "You shall have to perish. For tomorrow the professors will discover 2 poor students who met their untimely end at the hands of a werewolf. Avada, watch out." In an instant, Rose seized the dazed Draco's hand, pulling him away from the clearing just as a beam of green light shot towards him. Swiftly, she led Draco and Yaya behind a tree, deftly casting a protective barrier spell for Draco. She then cautiously stepped out from behind the tree, unaware that Draco was desperately trying to unleash red sparks from his wand, all of which were intercepted by the barrier, barely managing to flicker above his head. With a sharp gaze, she raised her eyes towards Quirrell. A long-lost sensation surged within her, a profound intent to kill. Rose tucked her wand away into her pocket, then withdrew her right hand, and in that moment, a brilliant sword materialized before her. It was long and sleek, its blade shimmering, smooth and gentle as water. But once it was gripped by the girl and positioned before her, it cut through the air, unleashing waves of sword energy. She raised the sword, aiming it at Quirrell. "Now your opponent is me." Chapter 16, Swordsmanship. She single-handedly injures Quirrell and severely wounds Voldemort. As her words faded, Rose ascended into the air, wielding the submerged water sword. And in an instant, an overwhelming sword intent emerged, akin to a vast tsunami or colossal waves, cleaving directly towards Quirrell. She intended to resolve the confrontation swiftly. Hence she exerted all her magical energy into this strike. Quirrell appeared momentarily stunned. Yet in the blink of an eye, the black robe that had obscured the back of his head was flung aside, revealing a chilling voice that echoed forth. It was reminiscent of ancient chants. A venomous whisper like that of a serpent, dark and terrifying. In an instant, countless snakes slithered forth, converging upon Quirrell. The tremendous sword intent collided with the multitude of rushing snakes, sending forth a massive wave of sword energy that swept away the surrounding trees. Quirrell seemed to finally react. His legs and abdomen bombarded by the relentless sword energy, the gashes inflicted upon him akin to being drenched in brine. The pain overwhelming him to the point he could scarcely remain upright, forced to retreat until he crashed into a tree that had been cleaved by the sword energy. Agonizing pain engulfed Quirrell entirely, the sword energy penetrating his wounds like blades, like salt water, crashing against his body like tumultuous waves. He finally managed to raise his wand, aiming it at Rose. Avada! The killing curse was cast too slowly, Professor Quirrell. The green light had barely flickered from his wand when Rose, with nimble steps, like a wisp of smoke or a flowing stream, silently approached Quirrell from behind, the submerged water sword poised directly at him. Or rather, aimed at the terrifying visage of Quirrell's skull. Rose frowned slightly, yet her expression remained calm, merely lifting her gaze, poised to deliver a strike. Several venomous snakes stealthily coiled around her ankles. TSK, how careless. Had I known that this figure before me was essentially Voldemort, I would not have utilized all my magical energy on that initial maneuver. After all, he is the greatest antagonist in Harry Potter, and his power is certainly not to be underestimated, especially considering my current cultivation has been reduced to foundational levels. Silently, she formed a spell and stepped back, swinging her sword downward, the unleashed sword energy instantly slicing through the snakes. Upon glancing back, she noticed an uncountable number of venomous snakes, werewolves, and other magical creatures she had yet to learn about, had unknowingly encircled her. Rose chuckled in disbelief. Unable to win one-on-one, you resort to mob tactics. Is this all you are capable of, Voldemort? Indeed, you are exceptional, my dear. The fearsome serpentine face began to speak, clad in Slytherin robes, appearing to be no older than a first or second year. I have always respected and welcomed talented wizards, especially someone as remarkable as you, a young witch from Slytherin. He spoke slowly, his ghastly visage even attempting to smile. In truth, I would be delighted to have you join me. I can sense your inner longing for power and ambition, and I believe you will, like me, become enamored with the pursuit of great dark magic. I would have to be insane to join you, a wretched, half-dead abomination who lacks even a proper body. Rose scoffed, interrupting Voldemort's words, and then leisurely traced a half-circle with her sword upon the grass, the resulting sword energy directly wounding the innermost circle of creatures. She appeared to carelessly thrust the sword vertically into the ground. In an instant, birds chirped, and the clouds dispersed. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting its gentle light upon her. Remarkably, she soared into the air, Do you not see? That sword returned to Rose's grasp, her figure ascending higher and higher, surpassing the trees of the forbidden forest, nearly reaching the moon. The yellow river flows from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return. She absent-mindedly caressed the elongated sword, now shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight, murmuring in Chinese. In that moment, moonlight cascaded down from behind her like a torrent, enveloping Coral and the magical creatures beneath a column of water. Do you not see how the bright mirror of the high hall laments white hair, morning like black silk, evening turning to snow? It was the passage of time, the cycle of mountains and rivers through the ages, whimsically adjusted like the hands of a clock beside her. Rose could instantly feel the flow of time slow down for Coral and the others, their movements and expressions growing rigid, while her own speed accelerated. She suddenly plunged downward with her sword. With the enhancement of her incredible velocity, Rose executed her swordsmanship with remarkable skill, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swiftly annihilated countless magical creatures. Those creatures, sensing danger, instinctively wished to flee. Yet their sluggish pace was but a trifling matter in Rose's eyes. Indeed, even if their speed were normal, they could not escape the barriers of water columns surrounding them. Within an instant, the magical creatures were utterly vanquished, and Rose, wielding the submerged water sword, approached Coral with a light and composed gait. She brought her sword down, severing Coral's head, the blade remaining as pristine and radiant as ever. Behind her, all the water columns collapsed, instantly burying the corpses of the magical creatures. Yet, Rose abruptly pushed off the ground, soaring into the air once more. This time, her gaze was directed towards the wandering souls fleeing into the night sky. She raised her sword again, channeling all the remaining magical energy from her spirit into the submerged water sword. She lifted her hand, and the sword shot forth, erecting a wall of water to block the soul's escape. Were you not just sincerely inviting me to join you? Beneath the night sky, the girl's expression was cold, yet her tone playful. Why do you wish to flee now, Voldemort? She slowly approached, intending to summon the sword, allowing it to pierce the soul with magical energy. Let us sing a song together, and may your sword return to me. Rose's words hung in the air, but in an instant, an unexpected change occurred. The water wall found the weakest point, and the soul exploited it. Rose had initially underestimated the situation, using all her energy for that first strike, leaving her subsequent magical reserves insufficient. Furthermore, the previous spell had consumed a considerable amount of her energy, resulting in the last water wall being far less sturdy than the earlier defenses. Remarkably, the soul, having spent its entire existence in the magical realm without ever encountering cultivation, managed to find the breach in such a short time, catching Rose completely off guard. She swiftly adjusted the sword's trajectory, aiming to deliver the final blow to the Voldemort soul. Yet it was too late. The soul breached the water wall. Although it sustained considerable injuries, it nevertheless pressed through. The submerged sword followed closely behind, yet it could not keep pace with the fleeing spirit's desperate bid for survival. This was not the realm of cultivation. Luo Mei lacked the spiritual stones necessary to replenish her energy in that moment. The dismantling of the water barrier inflicted a slight backlash upon her, causing her to plummet from the air and land heavily on the ground, retreating several steps and stirring up a cloud of dust. The metallic taste of blood and rust instantly spread across her palate. With great effort, she lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intently on the nearly vanishing spirit, and swung her hand with all her might. Ultimately, the submerged sword struck the spirit, yet it failed to obliterate it. The spirit seemed to stagger momentarily, but soon fled with even greater speed. Luo Mei could hardly believe her eyes. She hastily commanded the submerged sword to strike again. Once, twice, thrice, yet the spirit continued to accelerate. What was happening? She had clearly landed a blow. Why had that remnant soul not dissipated? Was this Voldemort cheating? Could this possibly be the formidable power of the soul artifact? Was it truly capable of surviving such an assault? As she watched the spirit retreat further into the distance, Luo Mei finally reached the limit of her endurance, channeling all her remaining spiritual energy into the submerged sword. One final strike. Yet that wretched thing still refused to vanish. Luo Mei surrendered, collapsing to her knees on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. After a moment, she managed to rise unsteadily, only to find Draco gazing at her with an expression of utter bewilderment. Luo Mei, oh no, this seems rather challenging to explain in terms of Chinese martial arts. Chapter 17. I'm 50. Listen to my revenge plan. However, Luo Mei soon found herself less concerned about how to explain to Draco, for she heard the hurried sound of approaching footsteps. It suddenly dawned on her that the commotion she had caused was rather excessive. It was all the fault of Hogwarts' protective enchantments, which had prevented her from casting barriers during the battle. Now, with such a ruckus, They must have heard everything. She quickly retracted the protective barrier around Draco and her life sword, only to see Hagrid and his companions rushing toward them. It appeared that not only Hagrid's group was present, she also faintly discerned the hushed voices of Professors McGonagall and Snape. Help! Luo Mei hurried to Draco's side, tousling his wizarding robe into a wrinkled mess, while smearing some of the blood from her lips onto his robe. Hey, what are you? Before Draco could react, he watched in astonishment as she ruffled her own hair and robe, adopting a woeful expression, even allowing tears to blur her eyes. Then she embraced him. Draco's mind immediately short-circuited. Just then Hagrid and the others arrived. They beheld the disarray of battle marks on the ground, broken trees, splatters of silvery and crimson blood, fragments of serpents, and the lifeless bodies of Quirrell and the unicorn. And there was fragile Luo Mei, nestled beside Draco. Her hair disheveled and her face streaked with blood and tears, a pitiful sight indeed. Harry's heart ached. He rushed forward, gently pulling her from Draco's embrace, then retrieving a tissue to wipe the tears and blood from her face. Yet he hesitated for a moment, ultimately handing the tissue to Luo Mei instead. His emerald eyes filled with concern and worry for her. Are you alright? Harry asked anxiously. What on earth happened? Why didn't you cast the red sparks? Step aside. Potter. Snape's voice abruptly interrupted Harry's torrent of questions. He cast a disdainful glance at Harry, as though wanting to say something, but deemed it an inappropriate time. He and Professor McGonagall knelt to assess the injuries of Luo Mei and Draco, only to find that they were both nearly unscathed. Oh, Professor Snape. You cannot possibly imagine what just transpired. Luo Mei grasped Snape's robes, whispering through her sobs. We discovered the cause of the unicorn's death. It was because Professor Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. Since she had already boldly spoken Voldemort's name in front of Dumbledore, there was no need for her to feign fear in front of Snape and the others. She continued tearfully, he was drinking the unicorn's blood. When we found him, he attempted to kill us, disarming us and preventing us from casting the red sparks. Luo Mei sobbed, reaching into her pocket to silently summon her life sword. This time, she transformed the sword into a firearm, pulling it out. Fortunately, I had a muggle gun. Luo Mei babbled, relying on wizards' ignorance of muggle weaponry. This gun has always been my weapon in the muggle world, bringing me indelible memories. Even at Hogwarts, I have kept it close. In that moment of desperation, I instinctively drew the gun and fired several shots at Professor Quirrell. Thankfully, he was only fully equipped for magical defenses, and never anticipated that I would resort to muggle weaponry to harm him. But it seems Voldemort fled. His terrifying visage is no longer on the back of his head, yet I am still so frightened. I took out another sword and unleashed a series of Chinese sword techniques against him. Professor, does this count as wounding him? She cried, her face a picture of sorrow, prompting Professor McGonagall to repeatedly comfort her. Meanwhile, Snape fell into silence. Hermione, however, was particularly exhilarated. Oh, Harry, how did we not realize that wizards are also afraid of guns? In the end, Professor McGonagall sternly reprimanded Hagrid for allowing the 2 first-year students to wander alone in the Forbidden Forest, subsequently instructing Luo Mei to visit the headmaster's office at 10 o'clock the following morning. Alright, it's getting late. You've all had a strenuous day. Return to your dormitories and rest well. Have sweet dreams, Professor McGonagall said. Luo Mei sighed in relief, bidding farewell to Harry and the others, only to turn around and find Draco staring at her with a complex expression. Luo Mei, oh no, I forgot about this major complication. Luo Mei pondered, realizing that hiding this matter might be impossible, though she had no intention of deliberately concealing it. She worried that the existence of cultivators in this world could have repercussions for her actions. Deciding to exploit the youthful bravado of the boy, she feigned profundity and said, By the way, Draco, you should know that my identity at Hogwarts is that of an orphan from a muggle orphanage, correct? In truth, I can hardly be considered a muggle. I have been studying Eastern magic. To be precise, Eastern magic should be referred to as spells, which differ somewhat from your magical system. So those words you recited earlier were all Eastern incantations? Draco inquired. Sort of. I learned them from a great Eastern magician and sword immortal Li Tai Bai. To be accurate, it had taken her a considerable effort to seek out exquisite wines before Li Bai finally taught her sword techniques for 3 days, and gifted her a poem. Only by fully comprehending the essence of his poetry, and reciting a few lines while executing her moves, could she achieve maximum efficacy. But that is not important. Luo Mei cleared her throat. What truly matters is that my real identity is that of an heir to an Eastern magical family. Both my parents were once the ruling figures of that clan. However, 2 years ago, a collateral branch betrayed my parents, stripping them of their power, and consequently, I found myself in exile, assuming the identity of an orphan in that Muggle orphanage under their protection. Yet the collateral branch is aware of my extraordinary talents, and has been attempting to hunt me down ever since. I could only come to Hogwarts seeking refuge. I cannot expose my secret of practicing Eastern magic, or they will surely notice and come to kill me. This matter involves both the Eastern and Western magical realms. Even Dumbledore may not be able to protect me. Luo Mei grasped Draco's shoulders. Moreover, I am currently clandestinely preparing to master both Eastern and Western magic, intending to return to my homeland for vengeance once I come of age. Therefore, I absolutely cannot allow them to discover my whereabouts. Rose fought valiantly to suppress her desire to reveal her revenge plans, which included phrases like "I will earn 50 galleons and listen to me," before she continued speaking. So, Draco, can you keep this a secret for me regarding my dealings with Eastern magic? Once I return home to seize power, I will certainly collaborate with the Malfoy family and invest substantial profits. She spoke with a casual air, lifting her gaze to meet Draco's eyes. Seeing the dazed look on his face, Rose realized she had indeed left him astounded. A child of his age would likely first feel sympathy and pity for her tumultuous life, then become invigorated by the grand visions she painted, ultimately agreeing to keep her secret. Perhaps he would even choose to follow her, catering to her every need and desire. She awaited Draco's response with a smile dancing on her lips. Finally, Draco spoke, his voice trembling slightly. According to your words, both of your parents hail from prestigious Eastern magic families. So you are a pureblood wizard, correct, Rose? What do you mean? Rose's expression turned blank in an instant. Is that all? After all this conversation, you only care about whether I'm pureblood? Rose lapsed into silence, finally managing to respond after a moment of hesitation. Well, perhaps so, she said, but in our culture, there is no distinction between pureblood, half-blood and muggles. We believe that all are born equal, Draco. Moreover, in China, who among us cannot trace their lineage back to a few great cultivators? Discussing such matters is utterly meaningless. All right, fine. Draco appeared indifferent to Rose's previous remarks, merely nodding along, his mind preoccupied with the revelation that she was indeed a pureblood wizard. He was almost overcome with joy, ready to grasp her hand. But upon seeing her disheveled wizard's robe, he quickly withdrew his hand. He pouted, a faint blush creeping onto his pale cheeks. I promised to keep your secret. But that doesn't give you an excuse to dirty my wizard's robe when I'm not looking. You know the price of this robe. Clean as a whistle, Rose exclaimed, waving her wand, instantly restoring both her and Draco's robes to pristine condition. Is this satisfactory, Draco? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Draco stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing to say, why yes, that's fine. Then it's settled. And it's getting late. I still have to deal with Professor Dumbledore in the morning. Good night. Rose chuckled, playfully pinching Draco's cheek before swiftly turning on her heel and dashing back to the dormitory. Leaping onto her bed and burying her face in the covers to stifle her laughter. Her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, primarily due to Draco's adorable reaction moments earlier. After some time, she reluctantly forced herself to sit up and meditate. In the recent confrontation, she had gleaned much insight, especially after Voldemort passed through the water barrier. The fundamental principle of the wine in the heart technique is to act according to one's heart, free and unrestrained. Yet her techniques remained overly rigid and severe, resulting in her water barrier being stagnant and vulnerable, unlike the fluid, impenetrable barrier conjured by Mr. Taibai. Thankfully, her cultivation was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, had she still been in the god transformation stage, she might not have identified this flaw. However, had she retained her god transformation stage, Voldemort's lingering soul would have been unable to escape, even if it couldn't be entirely destroyed due to the Horcruxes. Moreover, she might have been able to swiftly eliminate the lingering soul. Rose held her breath and concentrated, ultimately closing her eyes as the techniques of wine in the heart unfolded in her mind. Simultaneously, an influx of spiritual energy surged towards her. She had broken through to the golden core stage. At last, Rose opened her eyes, calming the restless energy within her. It was nearly 10 o'clock. She ventured out alone, skipping breakfast, and headed straight to the headmaster's office. As she passed by, Harry emerged from the office, surprisingly oblivious to her presence. Another encounter, Rose. Would you care for a cup of honey lemon tea? Dumbledore, seated at his desk, said with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Rose replied amiably, accepting the tea and taking a sip, almost spitting it out. Oh, my apologies. That cup was likely the one I prepared for myself, and I added a few too many sugar cubes, Dumbledore said cheerfully, promptly offering her another cup of honey lemon tea. Life is full of surprises, is it not? Rose suspected that Dumbledore intended to poison her in this manner. Just like your every action surprises me, he continued smoothly, attacking Voldemort with a muggle firearm. I must commend your remarkable reflexes. But did you truly defeat Voldemort with a gun? Rose. Indeed, Professor, Rose replied, her expression unwavering. Then may I see that gun? I haven't had much opportunity to study muggle weaponry. It seems rather useful. My sacred sword? To show it to Dumbledore? Rose fibbed. I'm afraid it's my mother's heirloom. And it's not very convenient. Very well, Dumbledore said regretfully, though his keen blue eyes seemed to penetrate Rose. However, you seem unfazed by Voldemort's return. Dumbledore stated calmly, so, do you know why Voldemort has returned to Hogwarts? I don't know, Professor. To acquire the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore replied. The blood of unicorns can temporarily prolong his life, but it comes at a cost. While the Philosopher's Stone can nullify that curse, allowing him to resurrect. Before this, the stone has always been kept at Hogwarts, guarded beneath the trapdoor by a three-headed dog. Each of us teachers has set up a protective mechanism, though it is now rendered useless, as I have returned the stone to Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore added with delight, thus, we plan to have Harry and his friends attempt to breach that protective mechanism. After all, it should serve its purpose. So that explains why I saw Harry emerge in a daze? The protective mechanism for the Philosopher's Stone was treated as the protagonist's final exam? Dumbledore must have recognized Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort and needed to steal the stone, right? Rose's face gradually turned numb and began to twist. Yet regardless, the school was infiltrated by Voldemort, and they continued with regular classes without any safety measures. This institution's system was indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, I'm glad to have you on our side. Dumbledore said. Minerva mentioned that he previously tried to recruit you, did he not? One of the characteristics of Slytherin is to assess the situation, Rose replied. I believe I cannot align myself with an obviously weaker faction. Moreover, as a Muggle-born, joining a pureblood supremacist faction would be unthinkable for me. Dumbledore chuckled silently. You are absolutely right, Rose, he affirmed. I hope you will always stand with us. The final exams are approaching. How is your revision going? Why the sudden shift in topic? Perhaps not so well, she replied dryly. Then I shall not disturb your studies any longer, Dumbledore remarked. You may leave now. Do take care in your revision. Rose nodded and exited the headmaster's office, feeling that Dumbledore had likely guessed she did not resolve Quirrell's matter with a gun. Yet he refrained from probing further, which brought her great satisfaction. However, upon returning to her dormitory, and confronting the tedious knowledge of potions, and the towering stack of assignments, she was immediately engulfed by a sense of despair. Why, in this unfortunate realm of magic, was there no assistance with homework, or any tools to aid her in her studies or assignments? Writing essays was her least favorite task, especially when certain assignments seemed utterly devoid of significance. In her anguish, Rose contemplated her predicament, and ultimately decided to join the study group led by Hermione. Thus, the final examinations approached quietly. Chapter 19. The House Cup, but first to Ravenclaw. When the final exams concluded, Rose felt an unprecedented sense of joy, as if she had been transported back to her student days of yore. Indeed, she was once again a student. With a sigh, she found herself at the end-of-year feast, facing the same unpalatable food that, although improved since the beginning of the school year, still left much to be desired, despite the addition of several authentic Chinese dishes. Reflecting on the past few weeks, her life had been blissfully serene. Draco had become her friend, always concocting various excuses to offer her snacks or everyday items, even gifting her a brand new wizarding robe, which made the usually deceitful Rose feel a twinge of guilt. Perhaps it was time for her to devise a method to earn some money, she mused, as she could not indefinitely rely on Hogwarts' financial aid. As she pondered, clad in her new robe, Draco was engaged in cheerful banter with his friends nearby. I will soon advance to my second year, and this summer, my mother will undoubtedly buy me the latest model of a broomstick, allowing me to soar through the estate, he remarked casually, though his gaze flicked towards Rose. Our estate is quite expansive, home to numerous white peacocks, all cared for by our house elves. That sounds delightful, Rose replied, her words laced with genuine admiration. It truly evokes a sense of longing. If you wish, I could share my address and invite you to our home during the summer, Draco stated, his expression nonchalant, almost indifferent. That would be lovely, Rose responded, her eyes sparkling. The cacophony in the hall fell silent upon the arrival of Dumbledore, who, after a brief cough, stood in a prominent position, and exclaimed with exuberance, another year has passed. However, before the House Cup is awarded, I have some points to distribute. First, I trust everyone is aware that some interesting occurrences transpired as we neared the end of the term. I must commend Mr. Ron Weasley, Miss Hermione Granger, and Mr. Harry Potter for their relentless efforts. Despite encountering some misdirection in their explorations, they ultimately succeeded in navigating the challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone, demonstrating remarkable courage and wisdom. Therefore, I shall award each of them an additional 40 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, and it was no surprise. Those 120 points were sufficient to elevate Gryffindor from the bottom to the top of the standings. Yet, while these three young individuals had indeed performed commendably for their age, Rose mused, why not bestow upon them a special commendation for their contributions at this year-end banquet? She observed as Ravenclaw, which had once held the lead in House Cup standings, fell into silence. The power of unity and love is always admirable. At this moment, Dumbledore's piercing gaze shifted towards the Slytherin table. In the face of peril, Mr. Draco Malfoy did not falter, standing shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle. Thus, I shall award Slytherin an additional 20 points. Draco's face flushed crimson, and he remained silent, a stark contrast to his usual boastful demeanor. This time, he understood he had not contributed significantly, almost wishing to bury his face in his arms, oblivious to the depth of Dumbledore's praise. Finally, Dumbledore announced, once again. The hall fell into a hushed silence. In the Forbidden Forest, facing danger, Miss Rose displayed exceptional bravery and agility. For this, I shall reward Slytherin with 70 points. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table, and thanks to the substantial lead they had held prior to the deduction of points from Rose and Draco's late-night escapade, they now found themselves tied with Gryffindor. Although this was a humiliation for Slytherin, who had previously held the House Cup for several consecutive years, they had prepared themselves for the possibility of finishing second to last. So to whom would this year's House Cup be awarded? Countless eyes turned towards Dumbledore. However, at that moment, Rose raised her hand. Professor Dumbledore, she began, her clear voice resonating throughout the hall. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your recognition of myself, Harry, and others. We have indeed faced numerous challenges during our time at Hogwarts this year. Yet Rose shifted her tone, however. This is the year-end banquet, and the points you have awarded us may very well exceed what most students accumulate over their 7 years at Hogwarts. She attempted to inject humor into her words, yet her meaning was clear. Other professors typically awarded points in increments of 1 or 2, with the rare exception of a more significant bonus for extraordinary circumstances. But your awards, in multiples of 10s, especially at this banquet, transforming the bottom 2 into the top 2. What does that signify? Of course, the points deducted from their nighttime escapades were also exceedingly high. Rose reflected. Perhaps Hogwarts ought to establish clearer guidelines for point allocation, as it was absurd for the distribution to rest solely on the professor's subjective whims. In my view, points are not of paramount importance. I believe that most of Hogwarts students would rise to the occasion when faced with such challenges. It just so happens that we are the ones encountering them this time. Rose asserted. I sincerely appreciate your commendation and recognition, Professor Dumbledore. However, when faced with such an extravagant reward, especially at the year-end banquet, I feel somewhat unworthy of it. With a wink, she concluded, I hereby request the return of the points you just awarded, accepting only your verbal commendation, which would already be an immense honor for me. Dumbledore cast a surprised glance at Rose. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, noticing the expressions of their fellow Ravenclaw students, felt their earlier joy dissipate somewhat. Rose has a point. Sir, I too request the return of those points. Harry was the first to speak up. We also wish to return them. Ron and Hermione chimed in. Draco, taken aback, glanced at those eagerly renouncing their points, and after a moment of hesitation, stammered, Then, I too shall return them, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore paused, then realized what was unfolding. His face brightening as he said, Excellent, excellent. A truly noble spirit. The points shall be returned. The gems representing Gryffindor and Slytherin were swiftly diminished once more. However, let not the brave be forgotten, Dumbledore said smoothly, waving his wand, which conjured 5 exquisite certificates. Thus, I shall present these 5 valiant souls with special commendation awards. Let us applaud them for their noble character and extraordinary courage. Additionally, congratulations to Ravenclaw for securing this year's House Cup. The hall erupted in a flurry of blue streamers, the soaring Ravenclaw eagle standing proudly at the most prominent position. The thunderous applause resonated throughout the hall, even encompassing Slytherin. Chapter 20, Summer. With Lucius stealthily slipping in a diary. In the eyes of many Slytherin students, Rose's act of relinquishing points and glory to others was deemed foolish. However, it is also thanks to the remarkable abilities and exceptional emotional intelligence demonstrated by Rose over the past year that Slytherin House now subtly trends towards her leadership. Consequently, when Rose began to applaud, the students of Slytherin instinctively joined in. So, why would she willingly forego points and relinquish the house cup? After the banquet concluded, Daphne quietly remarked on this, only to unexpectedly encounter a few students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. "Good evening, Miss Slytherin. How has your day been?" They greeted her warmly, causing Daphne considerable embarrassment, as she had never before experienced such friendliness from students of other houses. Perhaps she was merely trading the house cup for some advantage. The typically aloof Theodore rarely spoke, yet he pondered deeply on this matter, his gaze fixed on Rose, who was surrounded by students from all 4 houses. Laughing and chatting amiably, she was merely sacrificing some ephemeral points to garner considerable goodwill from Ravenclaw, enhancing Hufflepuff and Gryffindor's impression of her, and even directly altering Slytherin's reputation among the other 3 houses. These favorable impressions would undoubtedly serve as intangible support in her future endeavors. Meanwhile, other Slytherin students seemed to engage in similar contemplations as Theodore, yet these reflections bore no relevance to Rose. Soon the final exam results were announced, and due to Rose's poor performance in potions, she found herself in 2nd place for the year, which left her somewhat disappointed. Following this, a mountain of summer assignments and a notice prohibiting the use of magic awaited her. However, this was of little consequence to Rose, as she could still wield magic at will. They finally disembarked from the Hogwarts Express and exchanged addresses as they passed through Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. While others were greeted by their parents, Rose stood alone. Yet she paid it no mind, simply waving goodbye to them with a smile, returning to the orphanage in solitude. During the first month of summer, Rose maintained her reclusive persona at the orphanage, seldom venturing out of her room, dedicating her days to practice or writing letters to Harry and the others. As for her summer assignments, she chuckled at the thought. She wouldn't write a single word. Yet, why had Harry not responded to her letters? Nevertheless, Rose remained unfazed, for she had received an invitation from Draco to visit Malfoy Manor. After bidding farewell to the orphanage's headmistress, she eagerly cast an invisibility spell upon herself, grabbed a satchel, and flew on her broomstick to Malfoy Manor. This was her first visit to a Western-style estate. Draco stood at the entrance with his parents, all dressed in the latest fashionable wizarding robes, presenting themselves in a polished manner. It seemed Draco had applied more hair gel than usual. In stark contrast, Rose wore the simplest, most inexpensive muggle dress, her attire appearing almost casual. "Why didn't you wear a wizarding robe and just come like this?" Draco frowned slightly, dashing over to her side and whispering. "I came directly from the orphanage and didn't have time to change into a robe," Rose replied, her eyes sparkling as she courteously greeted Narcissa and Lucius. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy." Narcissa instinctively offered a strained smile to Rose, while Lucius frowned. Is this the friend Draco made at school? A muggle orphan from an orphanage? A typical mudblood, daring to arrive at Malfoy Manor in muggle clothing? Draco merely frowned slightly in reproach, but then allowed her to dress as she pleased, even taking her hand to show her around the estate. Rose, Lucius recalled having heard of her before. To be precise, not long after school began. Draco had written to him and Narcissa, mentioning that Slytherin had admitted a mudblood this year, and that on the first day of school, he had dealt quite harshly with a certain pureblood wizard, while also becoming entangled with a group from Gryffindor. At that time, he had expressed his disdain for her, hoping she would be expelled. Later, a child from the Parkinson family informed him that Rose had publicly humiliated Draco, yet he had never written to complain about it. Yes, perhaps Draco felt humiliated by that incident, and avoided discussing it with them. Yet, given his character, he would at least have penned a letter subtly critiquing her detestable nature, and urging them to find a way to have her expelled. However, not only did he refrain from doing so, but his relationship with her had also inexplicably improved, and he even spent a considerable amount of galleons to buy her a wizarding robe. Lucius found himself questioning whether Draco had been enchanted by this mudblood. At that moment, he watched his son, like a peacock displaying its feathers, boast of the Malfoy family's glory and his own remarkable abilities, while insisting on showing her the white peacock and the new broom that Narcissa had just purchased for him. Rose merely smiled and nodded, setting down her satchel to accompany Draco. Observing the retreating figures of Rose and Draco, Lucius's gaze returned to the satchel. No. He could not allow Draco to associate with this mudblood any longer, especially after hearing Draco mention that she not only got along well with him, but also with Potter, Weasley, Diggory, and a host of others. The more Lucius thought about it, the more alarming it became. Coincidentally, he had heard that the Ministry of Magic was cracking down severely on dark magical artifacts. After some contemplation, he retrieved a diary from his cabinet and discreetly placed it in Rose's satchel. This diary had been personally entrusted to him by the Dark Lord himself. Although Lucius was uncertain of its exact nature, he was certain it was an exceedingly potent dark magical object capable of ensnaring the hearts of the unwary. Initially, he had intended to give this diary to the youngest Weasley daughter to undermine the Weasley family. However, he changed his mind upon encountering someone far more deserving of his animosity than Arthur Weasley. He would give it to Rose, thereby disposing of this hot potato while simultaneously allowing the girl to be seduced by dark magic. All he needed to do was wait for the Ministry to discover that she possessed a dark magical object. By then, even Dumbledore would be unable to clear her name, and she would undoubtedly be expelled from Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy thought to himself. Chapter 21. The diary, but she wrote in Chinese. Look, Rose. This is the white peacock I told you my family keeps, Draco said as he walked to a cabinet and retrieved a brand new broom. To ensure that Rose would see it in time, he had made sure to purchase it on the very first day it was available. This is the new broom my mother bought for me, the Nimbus 2001, the latest model, even better than Potter's, Draco exclaimed. My mother said that if I can join the Quidditch team this year, she will pay for all the members of our house team to have these brooms. By the way, Rose, do you need a flying broom? If you do, I can help you get one. No, thank you, Rose replied politely, stroking the white peacock. All right then, Rose. Would you like to try out this Nimbus 2001? It's nothing like that old broom we used in flying class, Draco continued, then shifted the conversation to a question that had been troubling him for some time. Oh right, I remember you saved Longbottom that big oaf during your first flying lesson. If I recall correctly, you were standing on your broom? Yes, that's right, Rose said, petting the peacock's head. Perhaps you could call it sword flying? In the East, we fly by standing on swords. Could you teach me? Draco stammered. Indeed, through my studies, I have come to realize that the fundamental principles behind flying broomsticks and sword flight are remarkably similar. However, due to the constraints of their construction, brooms are far more suited for riding, while swords necessitate a standing position, which can pose a risk of injury, remarked Rose. Therefore, all that is required is to practice balance and ensure you remain upright on the broom without falling. Very well then, but do you truly not require a broom? Or have you considered joining the Quidditch team? Draco inquired. Not at all. I detest sports. By the way, did you not mention your family has a house elf? I have yet to see one, she replied. Oh, perhaps you are unaware, Rose. A truly exceptional house elf ensures that its presence goes unnoticed by its master, Draco explained. For instance, our house elf is precisely that way. However, if you are curious, I could summon it. As he spoke, he began to call out Dobby. There was no response. Draco, undeterred, called again, Dobby. Still silence reigned. Perhaps the Malfoy manor is simply too vast, and the elf did not hear my summons, Draco remarked nonchalantly, then produced his wand to cast a spell. Wait a moment, isn't it against Hogwarts rules for students to use magic outside of school? Rose interjected. Those restrictions primarily apply to Muggle-born wizards, Draco retorted, noting Rose's disapproving gaze before continuing. In my family, we have spare wands, and since we are all wizards, even if the Ministry of Magic were to discover the spell, they would not be able to ascertain whether it was I who cast it. With that, he waved his wand and cast a sonorous charm. Dobby. A resounding shout echoed throughout Malfoy Manor. No reply came. Perhaps we should let it go, Draco? Rose stammered. At that moment, neither she nor Draco were aware that Dobby was currently at Harry's home, causing a bit of delightful mischief. Yet, she had a premonition that this house elf would face dire consequences upon returning. Ultimately, Rose managed to placate Draco and reluctantly agreed to don some wizarding robes he had prepared for her. These are the latest styles, custom-made just a few days ago. They are unique, and they didn't cost me much at all. Consider them a gift, Draco said casually, attempting to thrust the robes into her hands. There's really no need for all this, Rose replied, feeling a bit awkward, as Draco appeared to be the epitome of a wealthy fool. But what use is your annual allowance? You must be poorer than the Weasleys at this point, Draco remarked indifferently. Besides, these are tailored, and they are too small for my mother to wear. Do not do this again, Rose said sternly. I do not require you to spend your money on clothing for me, especially since it is not even your own earnings. Fine, she sighed in resignation. I will enchant your robes with some protective runes. They could serve as a safeguard against a fatal attack in critical moments as compensation. As she spoke, she began to weave incantations over Draco's robes, and in an instant, exquisite silver patterns adorned the hems, elevating their elegance. This enchantment was a protective array she had meticulously crafted after studying dark magic in the restricted section. Draco gazed at her in astonishment, and immediately gathered a pile of his garments to present to her. With a stiff smile, Rose resigned herself to enchant each one, pondering, this could take forever. Thus, she toiled until evening, completing the protective arrays, feeling her proficiency in protective magic had significantly improved. Depleted of magical energy, she chose to forego dinner and discreetly departed. Upon returning to the orphanage, she began to meditate and replenish her waning magical reserves. It was not until the next day that she discovered an additional diary within her satchel. At a single glance, a familiar yet ominous aura enveloped Rose. As she caressed the diary, she noticed the name inscribed upon it. Tom Marvolo Riddle. This was the name from the Special Contribution Award displayed in the trophy room? Rose pondered, ultimately daring to dip her quill into ink and mark the diary with a single t. A line of text swiftly emerged on the pages. Hello. I am Tom Riddle. Rose was momentarily taken aback. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, she understood that any entity possessing an independent soul and consciousness, capable of free dialogue, was inherently abnormal, even in the realm of magic. Logically, she should swiftly pen a letter to Dumbledore and turn over the diary to him. However, upon seeing the elegant script within, her resolve wavered. She examined the diary closely. It seemed harmless enough. Thus, with ample time ahead, she deemed it permissible to seek amusement. After all, the script was exquisite, and conversing with him could be enjoyable. Moreover, the essence attached to the diary evoked a sense of familiarity, albeit with a peculiar distinction. The soul within was far more innocent and untainted than what she had observed in Professor Quirrell. Could this possibly be a Horcrux? Rose contemplated, struggling to fathom what lay within Harry's scar. Did Voldemort, before his demise, fashion Harry into a Horcrux for amusement? Regardless, Rose had no intention of surrendering the diary. Fortuitously, her parents were absent. Sitting at her desk, she mused if they were to find out, they would undoubtedly confine her to the penitent's cliff behind Kunlun, forbidding her food and water for months. With that thought in mind, she picked up her quill, scrutinizing the elegant script once more. No matter how one looked at it, it truly was beautiful, resembling that of an exemplary student. Her own juvenile script paled in comparison. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to make a bold stroke, allowing her fluid and graceful cursive to dance upon the page. Hello, I am Rose. Chapter 22, Culture. She teaches Voldemort calligraphy. The characters faded momentarily before slowly re-emerging as a response. Are you of Chinese descent? Apologies, I do not understand Chinese. May we converse in English? How polite, Voldemort. Rose nearly burst into laughter, promptly writing back. Then you can learn. I am Mei Luo, a person who came to England for studies. And my parents are not by my side. I am the sole Chinese student at this school. She conveniently omitted mentioning Qiuzhang, weaving a little fib. My spoken English is also lacking. I am quite lonely at school, despite being a second-year Slytherin now, and I have no friends. I miss my homeland dearly, Tom. May I call you that? Could you assist me in learning Chinese and keep me company in reminiscing about my country? Riddle responded, of course. He continued. And speaking of which, we share a remarkable connection. I too was a Slytherin student, though my time was quite some while ago. I enrolled in 1938. Now, I have languished in boundless solitude for nearly 50 years, so I am indeed pleased to have someone awaken me for conversation. Rose, I would be delighted to learn a bit of Chinese for you. At this, Rose couldn't help but laugh out loud. Promoting the rich traditions of Chinese culture, by teaching Voldemort both the language and calligraphy was a brilliant plan. She felt invigorated and eagerly set about imparting the art of calligraphy to him, even staying up the entire night, though she hardly needed sleep, brimming with enthusiasm. Horizontal strokes should resemble vast clouds across the sky, seemingly hidden yet distinctly present. That strokes should echo the sound of stones plummeting from great heights, each stroke carrying the force of a mountain collapsing. To write with a broken pen yet convey a seamless intention, to find the straight within the curve. The strokes must flow like clouds and water. Each stroke and character should resonate with one another. Tom, allow me to demonstrate. Let us begin with your name. Observe my strokes. The 3 water droplets on the left must form a semi-arc to achieve perfection. She taught tirelessly for 7 consecutive days and nights, leaving Riddle's diary on the verge of collapse. Within the pristine white space, Riddle's feigned smile had completely stiffened. Merlin, does this girl not require sleep or food? Perhaps we might change the subject, Riddle suggested delicately. For instance, would you be interested in hearing some tales from Hogwarts, stories long buried in the past, unknown to most? Are you attempting to evade learning, Tom? Rowena swiftly penned. How can you shy away from such a beautiful and historically rich art form as penmanship? You are not behaving like a good boy, Tom. Surely someone like you must struggle academically at school. My grades are excellent, came Riddle's clear and assertive response. swiftly appearing in the diary. I am the head boy of Slytherin, and the president of the male student council. Moreover, I have received 12 OWLs. So, you excel academically, she wrote excitedly. Naturally, Riddle thought to reply, but Rowena hastily inscribed another line. Then you can help me with my summer homework? Oh. Merlin, you can hardly imagine the volume of homework assigned at Hogwarts. And with the school year approaching, I have yet to write a single letter, hee. Riddle thought. So all those lessons on penmanship, and you refused to write a single letter of your homework? In the pure white space, Riddle suppressed the tension in his hand. Patience. She still holds value. He took a deep breath before writing. What would you like me to do, Rowena? I can tutor you. I said to help me with my homework. Rowena replied, quickly retrieving her untouched summer homework list from her suitcase, and began to copy it down. The summer homework includes essays on history of magic, herbology, charms, and transfiguration. With the requirements clearly stated, she transcribed without missing a word. All right, these are the requirements. You will help me, Tom. Riddle, unable to contain himself, blurted out. Do you not intend to write any of your homework, Rowena? I plan to write my potions homework myself, Rowena replied honestly, because Professor Snape, our head of house, is quite intimidating, and my potions grades are abysmal. Does that imply your grades in other subjects are commendable? Riddle inquired, quickly following up with, just because your grades are decent, does that exempt you from summer homework? Indeed. I ranked second in the final exams of my first year. Had it not been for my poor potions score, I would have undoubtedly claimed the top spot. As for your notion of not completing summer homework, I have always believed such assignments should be abolished. They ought not to exist, and I refuse to complete them. Rowena wrote earnestly. It should be noted that when her parents sent her to the mundane world for high school, she also neglected summer homework. Initially, she rushed to complete it on the last day, only to find that teachers often did not collect it, leading her to abandon the effort altogether. Unfortunately, Hogwarts teachers do not share the same leniency. According to Autumn and Cedric, their professors not only collect homework, but also meticulously review and grade every piece. Merlin. As far as Rowena knows, Hogwarts has a handful of teachers, each responsible for 7 years of instruction, preparing lessons for all those grades while diligently reading and grading every assignment. Truly exemplary, these teachers. Upon hearing this, Rowena felt moved to tears. She wondered how much Hogwarts compensated these instructors. Wait, does Professor Binns, being a ghost, even receive a salary? With these thoughts, she wrote heavily in her diary. I believe summer is meant for leisure, Tom. My life philosophy has always been to play when it's time to play and learn when it's time to learn. Thus, I absolutely refuse to lift a finger to complete this summer homework. So, I implore you, Tom, help me with my summer homework. I trust that with your brilliant mind, excelling in 12 subjects, tackling the summer homework of a soon-to-be second-year student should be a breeze for you, right? Rowena wrote rapidly, sensing some of her strength swiftly draining away. So, is this the secret of the diary? To sustain itself through the emotional connection with its user, continually siphoning the vitality of others in order to resurrect itself? Rowena squinted, deliberately amplifying the transfer of energy. As a practitioner, her vitality and spiritual depth are inherently different from those of ordinary people. Even though her cultivation has been reduced to the golden core stage, the thickness of her soul remains largely unchanged. This minuscule transfer of vitality is but a mere trifle to her. In fact, she could effortlessly replenish this energy in her future cultivation, likely within 3 days. She twirled the quill pen, thinking, with such a significant amount of energy given, you cannot possibly refuse to write even one assignment, can you? Finally, the text in the diary materialized. Very well, Rowena, I can assist you with your assignments. However, this workload is rather substantial. I may require some time. During this period, could we please refrain from the penmanship lessons, Rowena? Uffed. Rowena could not contain her laughter. Chapter 23. The Diary, a perfect homework assistant. Tom Riddle's efficiency was remarkable. In less than 2 days, he had completed all the assignments Rowena had mentioned. Meanwhile, Rowena couldn't even be bothered to copy them down. She simply used magic to make minor modifications to the text and then effortlessly duplicated the assignments onto parchment. Thus, aside from the potions homework, all her assignments were complete. I love you, Tom, she wrote sincerely. Grateful for his help, she now possessed an extraordinary homework assistant in the magical world of 1992. A flawless one, devoid of any errors, and even equipped with a chatting function. Rowena was nearly moved to tears. Riddle, however, responded with a forced smile. Thank you for your recognition, Rowena. But I hope that, in the future, you will complete your assignments on your own. Rowena dismissed his concern. After all, the diary was in her possession. as long as it had not fully regained its power. It must find ways to please her, and assisting her with her homework was a necessity, was it not? Moreover, why exert effort to rewrite what she already knew? Writing it again would merely waste time. With that time, she could review the subjects she would be studying in the second year. She grasped the quill pen, deciding to employ a method of indifference. Yes, Tom, you're absolutely right. Oh, by the way, Tom, I recently visited Diagon Alley to purchase the required reading for second-year students. Do you know how outrageous the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook for this year is? Oh. How so? Is it true that Defense Against the Dark Arts will finally be teaching dark magic? Are you buying books like Fundamentals and Applications of Dark Magic? Rose smiled, acutely aware that after a week of rigorous calligraphy training, Riddle's interest in other casual topics had visibly intensified. Stop joking, Tom. Although I too have a keen interest in dark arts, I must admit I would eagerly anticipate such a class. This year's reading list is quite something, she continued. Break with the Banshee, A Year with the Yeti, and Adventures with the Trolls. Can you believe these fictional works are mandatory reading for second-year Defense Against the Dark Arts? All penned by the same author, Gilderoy Lockhart. It sounds like this Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor is rather unreliable, Riddle remarked. Indeed. However, while I was out buying books today, I happened upon his book signing event, where throngs of witches clamored for his autograph, including our top student. You mean that muggle-born witch? Yes, but I must say, Lockhart is quite charming. Rumor has it he won an award for the most charming smile. His looks are exceptional, exuding the allure of a mature man, coupled with a remarkable writing style and splendid adventurous tales. I even wagered that our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor must surely be a witch smitten with him. Perhaps even a wizard. You wagered? Yes, but to my surprise, Lockhart announced on the spot that he would be Hogwarts' new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Well, I do think he might be a tad narcissistic. And now I sincerely hope that everything he wrote is true. Nonetheless, a teacher who uses his own novels as textbooks doesn't sound promising, Rose mused. You'll get used to it. That's just the standard of education at Hogwarts, especially in Defense Against the Dark Arts. According to upperclassmen, they change instructors every year, as those teachers either meet untimely ends or face bizarre incidents that prevent them from continuing. Oh, Merlin's woolen socks. Hardly anyone dares to apply for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position anymore. They consider it a cursed endeavor. That sounds rather intriguing, Riddle commented. As if it were under some sort of curse. Who knows? Rose replied, swiftly changing the subject. Which of the following is a feminine herb? Gum arabic, gentian, wormwood, or narcissus? Narcissus, Riddle answered after a brief silence, and then his handwriting swiftly reappeared. You're not telling me you haven't finished your homework yet, are you? School starts tomorrow. Fear not, Tom, Rose assured him. With a pen, a lamp, and a single night, I can complete all my assignments. It's a unique superpower of Chinese students. Besides, my theoretical knowledge of potions is quite solid. I merely forgot a bit over the summer. Just a bit? Don't be like that, Tom. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. You really shouldn't be chatting with me at this moment. You ought to be finishing your homework, Rose, Riddle said, a rare hint of genuine concern in his voice. All right, Rose conceded. I'll catch you on the train tomorrow, and then I can continue teaching you calligraphy. With that, she closed her diary, no longer concerned with Riddle's feelings, and prepared for a night of hard work. The next day, Rose boarded the Hogwarts Express with her diary and suitcase, choosing not to seek anyone out, but instead sitting beside Theodore Knott. This boy was typically aloof and quiet, and being near him would surely afford her a pleasant time to converse with her diary. Look, he subtly shifted further and engrossed in his book, showing no desire to engage with her. How perceptive, Rose thought with satisfaction as she opened her diary. Tom. I'm currently seated on the Hogwarts Express, ready to discuss the magnificent, profound, and timeless art of Chinese calligraphy with you. May I politely decline? Oh, Tom. You know I have no friends at Hogwarts. And I'm utterly lonely, sitting here all by myself on the train. You don't want me to be trapped in this dreadful solitude, do you, Tom? You're my only companion. Come on, talk to me about calligraphy. Perhaps we could change the subject. Don't you truly wish to learn some secrets about Hogwarts? Don't evade, Tom. We're starting our calligraphy lesson now. First, I command you to write your name in Chinese, quickly. Just as Rose was about to continue with her instructions, a girl with unruly hair dashed into the compartment. Chapter 24, Theodore, he wanted to run away. Meanwhile, Theodore paused in his reading, casting a discreet glance at Hermione before lowering his head. Oh, Rose, have you seen Harry and Ron? Hermione rushed over, her anxiety palpable. I haven't seen them. What's the matter? Oh, where could they possibly be? I've searched every compartment. They're nowhere to be found. I bet they missed the train. This is a disaster. I'll go inquire with Fred and George. Rose nodded, intending to return to her diary when Neville approached. Theodore's brow furrowed slightly. I haven't seen Harry and Ron, she replied. No, that's not what I meant to ask. Rose, have you seen my toad? Let me think. Rose waved her wand and soon, a toad flew into her hand. Here it is. Thank you, Rose, Neville said. His face flushed as he took the toad and hurried away. Just then Cedric arrived. Theodore's reading was evidently interrupted. Rose, I finally found you, Cedric said, striding over. Ever since the last Quidditch Cup, when Rose graciously relinquished points, Cedric's admiration for her had only grown. These are the notes I promised you from our second-year potions and herbology classes. I heard you needed them, so I took the liberty of revisiting them, adding more details, and improving the handwriting. Cedric winked and smiled. Well, I have to go. May I ask you to bid me farewell? All right then, Cedric. Goodbye. And thank you for making such a significant contribution to my upcoming second-year studies, Rose said gratefully, clutching the two notebooks. Cedric smiled as he prepared to leave. But he nearly collided with Cho, who was passing by. Their eyes met with a shared smile, and Theodore tightened his grip on his book. It's been a while. Rose, Cho greeted her warmly, holding out a prepared lunchbox. I went back to my country during the summer, and my grandmother made a lot of Chinese dishes. The food in this box is their specialty, and we used a preservation charm to keep it fresh for you. You must try it. Really? You're so kind. I love you, Cho, Rose expressed sincerely, accepting the lunchbox and even standing to embrace Cho briefly. Cho smiled and departed, just as Rose opened the lunchbox. Ready to enjoy a proper conversation with her diary, Draco walked in. He donned the most resplendent wizarding robe, imbued with enchantments, crafted by Luo Mei, his hair seemingly coated in an abundance of styling gel, presenting a visage that was both striking and elegant, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing closely behind him. Oh, Rose. I've heard that Potter and that Weasley boy missed the train. How could they possibly overlook such a crucial matter? I truly feel for them, Draco remarked, his expression brimming with schadenfreude as he seated himself across from Luo Mei with an air of superiority. However, the two hulking figures of Crabbe and Goyle, upon witnessing Draco's smugness, joined him at the table, forcing Draco to rise from his seat. He cast a disdainful glance at Crabbe and Goyle before decisively taking a seat beside Luo Mei, which compelled Theodore to shrink back even further. I am genuinely curious about how they will eventually arrive at Hogwarts. I hope they are not expelled from school. Draco feigned concern, only to pivot the conversation. Oh, by the way, Rose, why don't you have the same patterns on your robe as mine? Perhaps you truly don't require such protection, but I must admit, those patterns are indeed quite fashionable, are they not? I don't have any immediate plans for that, Luo Mei replied. Draco's robe was already remarkably exquisite. She had no need to expend her magical energy to embellish it further. She lowered her gaze, wishing to sneak another glance at her diary, but caught sight of Theodore, who was ensconced in a corner, having set down his book at some point. His lips, which rarely bore a smile, were now pressed into a thin line, his eyes coldly observing the scene. He appeared rather frail to Luo Mei, who noticed him curled up in that small corner, evoking a sense of pity. And indeed, Theodore felt utterly helpless. His reclusive nature had conditioned him to solitude, and today was no exception. He had sought a quiet nook to read, engaging with material that hardly captivated him, merely to pass the time. Yet to his dismay, Luo Mei approached him without uttering a word. As for Luo Mei, Theodore only held a superficial impression of her as an astute and clever student, perhaps as the only heir of the Knot family. He ought to have made an effort to befriend her. However, her bloodline remained contentious. Some claimed her to be of Muggle descent, while others speculated she was merely a half-blood who despised blood purity. Draco, in particular, incessantly proclaimed that Luo Mei was indeed a pure-blood witch, a notion Theodore suspected stemmed from Draco's reluctance to acknowledge his feelings for a non-pureblood witch, thus leading him to spout nonsensical claims. Regardless, due to the enigma surrounding her lineage and Theodore's innate aversion to socializing, he ultimately refrained from extending a friendly olive branch to Luo Mei. He was relieved that Luo Mei chose not to speak, but instead prepared to jot down some notes, allowing him to remain immersed in his own world. Little did he know, Granger, Longbottom, Chong and Diggory would soon arrive, disrupting his previously tranquil setting. Eventually, even Draco made his way over, accompanied by those two foolish brutes, causing further commotion and squeezing Theodore out of his space. Theodore remained taciturn, wishing to escape the situation. At that moment, Luo Mei's gaze fixated on him. "What are you reading, Theodore?" the girl inquired, leaning in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Let me see." the complete compendium of potions. How profound. You're engrossed in this every day. No wonder you excel in every potions assignment and exam, she exclaimed. May I consult you regarding potions-related queries in the future? The sweet timbre of her voice resonated in Theodore's ears as Luo Mei finally closed her diary, concealing those 2 sentences she had yet to read. Meanwhile, Draco seethed in indignation. Hey Rose, my potions grades are commendable as well. I can answer your questions too. And not only that, I can partner with you for potion making. Theodore. He yearned to escape. Chapter 25. The first encounter, enchanted by the diary's beauty. Even after disembarking the Hogwarts Express and settling into his dormitory post-sorting, Theodore remained bewildered about how he had survived those arduous hours. Surprisingly, it was not Luo Mei who left him feeling unsettled and speechless, but rather the all-too-familiar Draco. To be frank, Luo Mei's demeanor was quite polished. Aside from her initial greeting that startled him, their subsequent conversation remained well within the bounds of pleasant social interaction, inadvertently drawing them closer together. It was no wonder she quickly garnered a multitude of friends at Hogwarts, he mused. However, he had never anticipated Draco would leave him so speechless. Of the 10 sentences he uttered, at least 7 boasted of his own prowess, 2 belittled Potter, and 1 was reserved for complimenting Luo Mei. Although he understood Draco's nature and recognized they were unlikely to be kindred spirits, he decided to let it go. At least he was finally liberated from the conversation. Meanwhile, Luo Mei had caught wind of the tale regarding Harry and Ron's escapade of flying to Hogwarts and crashing into the Whomping Willow, eagerly indulging in the gossip, even forgetting to open her diary that evening. Thus, it was not until several days later, as Luo Mei lethargically exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, that she vaguely recalled something had slipped her mind. She finally commenced her assessment of Riddle's penmanship assignment. It must be said, Riddle truly lived up to his reputation as a genius. In merely a few days, the characters he had penned were already quite commendable, thanks, of course, to her excellent instruction. The horizontal stroke at the bottom of the characterly needs to be slightly longer. Yes, that's good. Apologies, Tom. I've been preoccupied lately and haven't had the chance to respond to you. No problem, I understand, Riddle replied, his mood relatively pleasant, as he had fortuitously missed a class. Moreover, given the vitality he had drawn from Luo Mei in recent days, Riddle surmised that he would soon invade her mind, compelling her to open the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps, even today, in the pure white expanse, Riddle closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power he had amassed. But that is of little importance. What matters is, do you know what I encountered in Defense Against the Dark Arts today? Luo Mei did not dwell on Riddle's devious schemes, but rather treated him as a conversational companion, venting her frustrations. That Professor Lockhart had the audacity to present us with a quiz right off the bat, filled with questions about his preferences, birthday, and other personal information, which had nothing to do with Defense Against the Dark Arts. That sounds dreadful, Riddle replied. Indeed, and not only that, during his first class, he unleashed a swarm of Cornish pixies, only to lose control of them, nearly allowing them to break his wand. In the end, it was Hermione and I who managed to confine those pixies back to their original place. It seems Professor Lockhart fails to exhibit the competence expected of a Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Riddle remarked, concentrating on exerting control over Luo Mei's mind while offering his critique. Is Dumbledore recruiting anyone these days? How would I know? He is utterly useless aside from his looks. Perhaps I should waltz into his office, perch upon his desk, gaze at his handsome visage, and with a charming smile say, Professor Lockhart, surely you wouldn't want others to discover that you are utterly incompetent, would you? Riddle momentarily faltered in his attempt to invade her mind. Ahem, disregard that, Luo Mei said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, convinced she had lost her sanity. Regardless, his incompetence is already common knowledge. Luo Mei meticulously inscribed with her quill. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she was inexplicably aware of a force attempting to penetrate her mind. Frowning, she resolutely expelled those thoughts and continued her writing. In any case, Tom, I fear my Defense Against the Dark Arts class this year is doomed. With a teacher like this, I wager I shall learn nothing. How about you teach me Defense Against the Dark Arts instead? The more Luo Mei contemplated this notion, the more she felt it was a splendid idea. Why not have Voldemort, the Dark Lord himself, instruct her in the art of dark magic? The script in her diary seemed to pause momentarily before gradually manifesting. Of course, he replied cryptically, intensifying his invasion of Luo Mei's mind. I can teach you everything about dark magic. I mean Defense Against the Dark Arts. That sounds splendid, Luo Mei wrote earnestly, only to be met with a sharp pain in her head. Tom Riddle had breached her consciousness. A familiar sensation of being watched enveloped Luo Mei. and she could almost hear insidious whispers urging her to leave the dormitory and venture to that abandoned washroom. Almost instinctively, she struggled to rise, a surge of anger swelling within her. Perhaps I neglected to mention that I utterly despise having others invade my thoughts. At that moment, Luo Mei was ablaze with fury, especially as she recalled how the diary had audaciously attempted to seize control of her mind with the meager power she had unwittingly granted it. Fortunately, although her cultivation had diminished to the golden core stage, her mastery over her consciousness remained intact. Otherwise, even without Riddle's control, she would have likely succumbed to a daze. She immediately immersed her soul within her mind, what practitioners referred to as the spiritual mansion, and shot a furious glance at Riddle. To her astonishment, that glance rendered her momentarily speechless. Her gaze fixated on Riddle, the scornful words she had intended to utter evaporated from her mind. Her anger dissipated entirely. The reason was simple. Tom Riddle was extraordinarily handsome. Before her stood an exquisitely beautiful youth, strikingly elegant with his raven hair and dark eyes, his blood-red lips curling into a mocking smile that made his pale, almost fragile visage all the more alluring. His eyes were a chaotic black, brimming with pure malice, and he wore the impeccably tailored robes of a Slytherin prefect, raising his hand to reveal a wrist that seemed to shimmer with a frosty sheen. Luo Mei opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What a youth, seemingly sculpted by the hands of a divine creator. Riddle, too, appeared momentarily perplexed. Shouldn't Luo Mei be a 12-year-old second-year student of Slytherin? Who was this girl before him, resembling him in age? Luo Mei, thank you for the invitation. Within my spiritual mansion, my truest essence resides, and I happen to be in my teenage years, retaining my youthful appearance. Ultimately, they both spoke almost simultaneously, but Luo Mei seized the initiative. With an elevated and buoyant tone, she approached Riddle, her innocent almond-shaped eyes brimming with infatuation and affection. A diary from the 1930s should have matured long ago, Luo Mei mused, as she nearly compelled Riddle to silence. Speaking of dear Tom, have you heard of? She pressed her hand upon his shoulder. In the distant east, there exists a practice known as. Leaning close to Riddle's ear, she softly uttered two Chinese characters. Chapter 26. Riddle, he could not comprehend Chinese. Riddle nearly fled back into the confines of the diary's realm, stumbling as he leaned against the pristine white walls of that space, eventually sliding down to the floor. His pallid cheeks, for once, bore a hint of color, and his crimson lips were pressed into a near-colorless line. At that moment, his ebony hair cascaded like silk beside his ears, slightly concealing the redness of his earlobes. His dark eyes seemed to betray a flicker of panic, yet in an instant, they transformed into an endless malice, eventually settling into a profound stillness. Raising his hand, he was inexplicably reminded of the earlier sensation. This was the first time he had ever felt utterly controlled, unable even to escape, a sensation that filled him with humiliation. It was also his first realization that a single soul could be so powerful and formidable. Furthermore, he learned that souls could indeed. In a fleeting moment, Riddle seemed to recall the gentle sigh of the girl from that chaotic time. As she sighed, her gaze lingered upon him with the very pity he had always despised. So in your quest for immortality, you have so easily sullied your own soul. Outside the diary, Luo Mei lay on the large bed in the Slytherin dormitory, her expression one of rare contentment, radiating an odd sense of exhilaration, her brows and eyes alight with joy. Unable to contain herself any longer, she leaped from the bed, joyfully running a few circles before resuming her seat at the desk, her eyes sparkling as she picked up the quill to inscribe a few lines in her diary. Tell me, what were you planning to control me to do today? I'm in a good mood today. If you just say it outright, I might even assist you. The writing faded momentarily. Riddle was reluctant to respond. However, the diary remained in her possession, and it would not reach anyone else's hands for some time. He had no choice but to reply. After what felt like an eternity, the words gradually emerged. You are certainly not an ordinary second-year Slytherin student. The script no longer adhered to the refined elegance of a model student, but rather appeared somewhat hasty, bold, and far more aligned with Luo Mei's aesthetic. Who are you really? Disguised as this persona, have you consumed a youth potion? What magic did you employ to deceive the Sorting Hat? Luo Mei chuckled at this, lifting her pen to write in Chinese. Me, a seeker of immortality, with both parents granted eternal life, merely an Eastern cultivator. With that, she gleefully closed the diary, unconcerned whether Riddle understood her words, or how he might react to them with piercing outrage. With a heart full of joy, she locked the diary away in her drawer, reciting a few ancient Eastern sealing spells, and happily settled down to sleep. It was only after she had drifted off that a glimmer emerged from within the drawer. A nearly transparent, handsome youth stood by her desk, silently gazing at her. Thanks to Luo Mei's recent lessons in Chinese, Riddle comprehended the sentence she had previously inscribed. Moreover, within that sentence, she had deliberately infused a substantial amount of life force, sufficient to manifest his spirit in her dormitory. However, Riddle raised his hand, letting his gaze fall upon the nearly indiscernible features of the sleeping girl. He could not cast any spells, nor could he approach her bedside. Riddle could only scoff then, in utter boredom, sat in the chair at the desk, using a flickering candlelight to glimpse at the exquisite, thick notebook. It was the very notebook Luo Mei used to document all potential methods of returning home. With nothing better to do, Riddle began to flip through its pages. It was filled entirely with Chinese characters. Riddle furrowed his brow, straining to decipher the contents. Yet, having only received less than a month's worth of instruction in Chinese from Luo Mei, he found himself unfamiliar with many of the characters inscribed within the notebook. Thus Riddle, much like the multitude of unfortunate Chinese students grappling with English comprehension, squinted his eyes as he painstakingly read, translated, and ultimately bypassed the unfamiliar words, culminating in a sentence that was hardly coherent. Riddle remained silent, surrendering to the struggle, and ultimately chose to randomly pluck a book from the shelf. Upon closer inspection, it was titled Hanging Out with Giants, authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Riddle couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, feeling an urge to rouse the slumbering Romy. However, as he opened his mouth, he discovered that Romy had unknowingly cast a silencing charm, rendering his words inaudible to her. Resigned, he sat in the chair, feigning a smile, his gaze fixated on Romy, eyes nearly glistening with a crimson hue. Yet in the end, he merely scoffed lightly, resting his head weakly against the chair's back, gripping its edges, and slowly closed his eyes until dawn. The following morning, as Romy opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of an exceptionally handsome young man languidly reclining against the chair, perusing her potions essay. The candlelight cast a gentle glow upon his profile, warming his pallid complexion, while he sat with legs bent in an elegant pose, exuding an indescribable air of composure. "Awake, are we?" he inquired mockingly, barely sparing her a glance, the silencing spell having dissipated with Romy's awakening. Romy's voice was unexpectedly weak, and her typically rosy complexion now appeared pale. She rose slowly, her limbs lacking strength, akin to having just completed an 800-meter dash. This was her first restful sleep since her arrival in this world, she mused, stealing another glance at Riddle. Waking up to the sight of such a handsome young man was indeed a treat. Consequently, despite her physical weakness, her spirits remained high, and she couldn't resist teasing Riddle. "Do you have any idea how much life force I expended to manifest your soul? My current frailty is entirely your fault. Restoring this life force will undoubtedly take considerable effort." Yet she held no regrets. The potential to exchange a portion of her life force for the company of a charming and clever young man was an opportunity she would not hesitate to seize. She checked the time again. It was still just past 6 o'clock, leaving her ample time before class. With a leisurely gait, she approached Riddle, resting her hands on the chair's back, inadvertently brushing against his shoulder. At that moment, Riddle remained in a spectral state, and her touch nearly passed through him entirely. "What's wrong?" she asked lightly, tossing out a playful challenge. "Is there an issue with my homework? Perhaps you could assist me with it, Voldemort?" Chapter 27, Chains. He is her possession. Riddle's movements momentarily faltered. "Don't ask how I know," Romy remarked, spinning around to wave her wand, altering the text from its original form to a new one right before Riddle's eyes. "I've not played this letter-switching game since I was 10. You truly are quite juvenile," she teased, unable to suppress a grin. The thought of the notorious antagonist from Harry Potter, Voldemort, spending his youth contemplating how to rearrange the letters of his name to concoct a different moniker was utterly amusing. Naturally, her choice to play with Riddle's name during a dull history of magic lesson was equally comical, but she had no intention of disclosing this embarrassing anecdote. "You mentioned immortality and cultivating the Tao. What precisely does that entail?" Riddle inquired, opting not to engage in a quarrel. He stood up from the chair, locking eyes with her. "And your notebook?" Although he could not comprehend all the contents within the notebook, through a night of diligence, Riddle had pieced together some crucial information. "You are not of this world," he stated firmly. "You wish to return, do you not?" Of course, Romy raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by Riddle's grasp of such sentences in Chinese. At that moment, she was unreserved in sharing her secrets of transmigration. Riddle was different from Draco and Harry. Now, he was merely a Horcrux, a fragment of a soul, firmly within her grasp, incapable of revealing her circumstances to anyone else. "We can collaborate," Riddle proposed, his demeanor devoid of the timidity and humility one might expect given his current state. "You tell me about your method for immortality. and I can assist you in finding a way back. You help me find a way back? Romy was genuinely astonished. Certainly, Riddle replied cryptically. You do realize who I am, do you not? I am Voldemort. As the greatest wizard in history, how could I not aid you in seeking a return? Dumbledore and Grindelwald are still alive, Romy reminded him kindly. Are you so audacious as to claim you are the greatest wizard? Moreover, the riddle before her was merely a memory of the young Voldemort. Riddle struggled to suppress the surge of murderous intent rising within him. Very well, he retorted. If you regard Dumbledore and Grindelwald as the greatest, then go ahead, visit the headmaster's office, and lay bare your circumstances. Perhaps with his foolish disposition, he might actually assist you. Or you could travel to Nurmengard and consult Grindelwald to see if he has any interest. Hey Tom, don't be like that. Romy sighed in response. Riddle had a point, at least from her current understanding. The only method to leave the realm of cultivation was to reach the peak of the Great Ascension and ascend. Yet, her knowledge of the magical world was severely limited. Entrusting this task to Riddle, who was undoubtedly a genius in the magical realm, seemed feasible. Additionally, discussing the means of imparting eternal life to a charming young man, or casually sharing the fundamentals of cultivation, would not bring her any detriment. Romy fell silent. Taking a step back, retrieving her notebook, and casting a spell to translate all the Chinese text into English. Very well, I agree, Romy said. You may first examine my current research findings and direction. Regarding immortality, she raised her gaze, fixing her eyes on Riddle's face, and then smiled gently. The prerequisite for attaining longevity through cultivation is a complete soul. Your soul is far too fragmented to undergo cultivation. You've created more than one Horcrux, haven't you? However, worry not. As long as you guide me to your other Horcruxes and your main soul, we cultivators have a method to restore your shattered soul to its entirety. At which point you can commence your cultivation. Is that so? Riddle replied coldly, clearly skeptical of Romy's assertions. What I say is the truth, Romy shrugged. At worst, you could still cultivate with a fragment or two of your soul missing, though it would be painful and yield minimal results. I truly do not understand why you would shatter your soul in pursuit of immortality, weakening your power and leaving yourself in a state of half-life. Perhaps this is the only method to attain immortality in the magical realm? Romy scoffed lightly, immediately perceiving Riddle's distrust, and continued, if you don't believe me, that's fine. It merely means you won't be able to cultivate. Your initial exploration of immortality wasn't misguided. Creating Horcruxes to achieve eternal life has indeed left you perpetually suspended between life and death. If nothing unexpected occurs, you may very well continue to exist indefinitely. However, she pivoted her argument, as a Horcrux, your abilities cannot grow, and your actions are perpetually constrained. Did you know that a soul like yours, neither living nor dead, would merely serve as a means for the protagonist in a cultivation narrative to gain experience and techniques, ultimately leading to your futile attempt to usurp their body? Luo Mei casually remarked, glancing at her watch. In an instant, she deciphered the Eastern formations inscribed in her diary, and summoned the Chun Shui sword. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the sword transformed into a silver-blue chain, ensnaring Riddle's right wrist, while the other end wrapped around her own left wrist. In a swift motion, the chain shortened, drawing Riddle uncontrollably closer to Luo Mei. Yet, despite the lack of control, Riddle stumbled only momentarily before elegantly approaching her side. Now, the distance between them could be described as mere inches apart. Interrupted from his previous thoughts, Riddle gazed thoughtfully at the blue chain on his wrist, only to observe Luo Mei softly reciting something. What is this? He inquired calmly after she finished. The Chun Shui sword, my life treasure. Capable of striking and even binding souls, Luo Mei replied. Its core is crafted from the purest seawater found at the bottom of the East Sea, combined with the dew collected at dawn during the vernal equinox, along with some condensed spells, and refined into a sword shape perfectly suited for my water elemental spiritual root. You may understand the water elemental spiritual root as an innate affinity for water-based magic. Because the essence of the Chun Shui sword is water, it can assume any form. After all, water is formless and flows as it wishes, she explained with a light-hearted tone. Is every magical artifact in the cultivation realm like this? Can they be summoned at will? Riddle inquired. Not at all. Each cultivator typically possesses only one life treasure throughout their lifetime, which is usually crafted after they reach the nascent soul stage. Normally, life treasures are kept within a cultivator's spiritual abode, allowing for summoning. Naturally, only life treasures are stored within the spiritual abode, and they are intrinsically linked to the cultivator's soul. In other words, if a life treasure is damaged, the cultivator's soul will suffer as well, Luo Mei explained, blinking. You may think of a life treasure as a diminutive soul vessel. though the soul it contains is probably less than 1,000th of the original. In the cultivation realm, people treat souls with great caution, Tom. As she spoke, she glanced at her watch again, and continued to recite something cheerfully. The silver-blue chain seemed to vanish, yet Riddle could still feel the binding on his wrist. He understood it was merely an invisible spell. All right, Luo Mei said cheerfully after what seemed like a while. I have cast some formations on you. Now, only I can see you and hear your words. And under the constraint of the Chun Shui sword, you cannot stray more than 3 meters from me, she added, shaking the empty chain on her wrist. What expression is that? Do you think I would allow a dangerous soul to wander freely around Hogwarts? She teased, adding, and now, you belong to me. For both public and private reasons, I do not wish for anyone else to see you, Tom. Now, let us proceed to class. Chapter 28, The Quidditch Pitch. His green eyes are truly captivating. In potions class, Luo Mei sat alone in the front row. Beside her, a nearly transparent boy lounged lazily, idly flipping through a few books. Luo Mei had made her notes and a specified history of magic book by Riddle invisible for his perusal, fearing he might grow bored. Draco, true to his word, approached Luo Mei the moment Professor Snape announced the group potion making, extending an invitation to her. However, before Luo Mei could respond, Snape abruptly interrupted. Oh, Malfoy, perhaps I previously mentioned that Miss Luo must complete the potion making on her own, he said coldly. Of course, this is also for your own good. With Miss Luo present, your potion making is likely to result in failure. You see, Professor Snape always has such an acerbic manner, Luo Mei remarked indifferently to Riddle, seemingly employing some spell, as her words appeared directly in Riddle's mind, perhaps because she found it odd to converse with thin air. She cast a forlorn glance at Draco's retreating figure, then resignedly began gathering the potion ingredients alone. I recall you mentioning that your social standing at school is rather poor. With no friends, Riddle murmured, glancing meaningfully at Draco before focusing on the potion notes from Cedric on Luo Mei's desk. But it seems that is not the case. Whose notebook is this? It appears to be in a different handwriting. It's Cedric's, a senior from Hufflepuff, Luo Mei admitted, aware of her own shortcomings. She then busied herself with potion making. Just as she immersed herself in the task, a melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. If you don't add that ingredient now, the cauldron will explode. Luo Mei instinctively placed the ingredient into the cauldron. Turning back, she noticed that Riddle had set down his book, and was now watching her with a cool demeanor. Bubble, lower the temperature, stir counterclockwise 7 times. Increase the temperature. Wave your wand. The solution changes color, add the powder. Stir clockwise 3 times, pour in clear water. Luo Mei felt as though she had transformed into a robot, obeying Riddle's every command without hesitation, not daring to waste a single moment until she finally waved her wand, and a thick white smoke rose from the cauldron. Never before had she succeeded so seamlessly in brewing a potion. It didn't explode, Snape exclaimed, scrutinizing the potion's quality, which was indeed commendable. This was also the first time Luo Mei witnessed Snape display a smile, albeit a peculiar one. Yet Snape seemed unfazed, promptly announcing, a commendable potion. Slytherin earns 5 points. I suppose Miss Luo has finally chosen to invest a fraction of her intellect in my potions class, hasn't she? After uttering those words, Snape turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, Luo Mei cast a grateful and admiring glance at Riddle. I adore you, Tom, she exclaimed earnestly, causing Riddle to instinctively take a step back, only for Luo Mei to advance a step closer. I've never brewed a potion so successfully before, though your methods seem to differ from what the book states. Nevertheless, Merlin, being commanded in real time feels absolutely magnificent. By the way, Tom, I am seriously contemplating whether to bring you along for the exams, because my potion-making technique has been improved by me. Naturally it differs from the book, Riddle replied objectively. Moreover, I suspect there will be spells to check for invisible magic during the exams. This potion, even under my guidance, was rather ordinary. Perhaps Luo Mei's slight delay of a few seconds affected the outcome? That doesn't matter. Luo Mei interrupted excitedly. I remember you mentioned that method for controlling people's actions and thoughts. You could use it on me before the exams. I wouldn't mind. Merlin, if Tom were to take the exam for me, my success would be assured. Riddle. He shot Luo Mei a sidelong glance and scoffed. Do you truly believe I would assist you with such matters? I merely reminded you. I've never seen anyone so foolish. The thunderous explosion abruptly interrupted Riddle's discourse, causing both individuals to turn in unison. They beheld Neville, his visage coated in soot, and an irate Snape, whose anger resembled that of a great bat. Regardless, I sincerely thank you, Luo Mei said earnestly in the end. Otherwise, I would have met the same fate. Moreover, I was merely jesting. One must take their own examinations. In a fit of fury, Snape ultimately deducted 10 points from Gryffindor. 5 for Neville's blunder, and another 5 for confronting Harry, glaring intently at Harry's cauldron before launching an assault. Snape's onslaught also inadvertently involved Luo Mei in his disparagement of Harry, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. After class, however, Draco was the first to intercept Luo Mei. In a moment, we shall commence practice for the Quidditch team. Do you wish to come and observe, Luo Mei? Draco proclaimed triumphantly. Witnessing a team soar on their Firebolt 2001 is far superior to whatever that Clean Sweep series can offer. Very well, Luo Mei replied, noting that the weather was still mild, and she didn't mind descending for a breath of fresh air. Yet, when Draco seized his broom and arrived at the pitch with the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team, they discovered that the Gryffindor team was already present. Is that the Slytherin team? Did I not reserve the entire field for today? Wood exclaimed indignantly. Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, boasted, but I possess a sign note from Professor Snape, permitting us to utilize the Quidditch pitch today for training our new seeker. Draco emerged self-satisfied, even pulling Luo Mei's hand. What brings you here, Luo Mei? Are you perhaps the new seeker for Slytherin? Harry inquired with hopeful anticipation, though he knew this to be unlikely, considering Draco donned the Slytherin Quidditch uniform. I am the new seeker, Draco declared, though of course, with Luo Mei's prowess, she would surely make the team if she tried out. It's simply that she does not enjoy Quidditch, yet she still came to watch my practice. This statement struck Harry like a dagger. After all, Luo Mei had never even attended his Quidditch matches, let alone observed his training. The hurt in the boy's eyes pierced Luo Mei's heart, prompting her almost instinctively to cast him a look filled with compassion. Her emerald eyes, akin to placid lakes, bore a rare veil of shadow, evoking a sense of poignant sympathy. Is this what you referred to earlier, loneliness, having no friends? Riddle's chilling voice echoed from behind her. You seem to get along rather well with Gryffindors. His gaze shifted to the scar upon Harry's forehead, recalling the history he had gleaned from potions class, dating back to Harry's 6th year. Surely this is the renowned savior, Harry Potter, he mocked softly, yet Luo Mei's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. What? You too are observing Harry? Are you captivated by his appearance? His emerald eyes are clear and gentle, skin as pale as melted cream, lips rosy, and demeanor amiable. Yet, that lightning scar upon his forehead serves to temper his overly sweet disposition. What a striking youth, even I find myself enraptured, Riddle thought. Chapter 29, Apologies. But Draco to Hermione. This remark effectively interrupted Riddle's forthcoming words, leaving him momentarily speechless. No, who else could possibly leave you unmoved? Riddle chuckled in disbelief. Meanwhile, Luo Mei adeptly maintained the delicate balance between Harry and Draco. She cast a warm, genuine smile at Harry, saying, I merely came by out of boredom to observe. Why are you not playing? Ron and Hermione appeared from the pitch, their eyes immediately fixating on Draco clad in the Slytherin team uniform. Come to admire the Firebolt 2001, which my father purchased for our entire team, he boasted. You've likely never seen a broom of such quality in your life, poor Weasley. Perhaps the Gryffindor team will never possess a decent broom unless the Weasley twins sell their clean sweeps at a premium to a museum. The Slytherin team erupted in laughter. Luo Mei's smile faltered, and she instinctively grasped Draco's hand as a gesture of caution, yet it was too late. At least the Gryffindor Quidditch team does not require payment to join, Hermione retorted fiercely. Draco's expression shifted almost instantly. He swiftly released Luo Mei's hand and spat. No one asked you, you filthy mudblood. Draco, Luo Mei shouted, drawing her wand and pointing it at him. If you dare to continue. It seemed only then did Draco realize the weight of his words. His demeanor turned panicked, and he stammered, no, I didn't mean just. Now, apologize to Hermione, Luo Mei commanded. But why should I? Draco protested. Luo Mei, you know that I apologize to Hermione, she insisted, her wand unwavering. Regardless of the context. You indeed intended to utter that word. Did you forget what I am before speaking it? I too am a mudblood, and since Mr. Malfoy prides himself on his so-called pure blood, looking down upon us. Wait, Luo Mei, you too are. Draco interjected urgently. Apologize to Hermione, she reiterated. Draco's pallid visage flushed with anxiety as he ultimately turned to face Hermione, muttering a soft, I'm sorry. Yet he was immediately poised to turn away. State the reason for your apology, it must be sincere. Draco's movement faltered, and he was compelled to face her once more. I apologize, Granger. I shouldn't have insulted you or attempted to demean your lineage. I'm truly sorry. Only then did Luo Mei lower her wand. Draco's face flushed crimson as he vehemently defended, but I didn't pay to join. I told you during the summer. Buying the Firebolt 2001 for the team was a celebration. Yes, I know you practiced diligently to make the Quidditch team over the summer, Luo Mei replied calmly, but that is not the same as belittling others' bloodlines and backgrounds, Draco. You should understand that I am a staunch opponent of blood purity. I have always known, Draco mumbled. All right, Luo Mei said softly, shifting her gaze to Hermione. Hermione, you should understand that even in the Muggle world, laws dictate the presumption of innocence. In the absence of evidence, you cannot rashly conclude that Draco gained entry to the Slytherin Quidditch team through financial means. And no, it's fine, Hermione finally responded, awakening from her stupor, stammering. I also bear some responsibility. I was too harsh in my words. I'm sorry, Malfoy. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you. Riddle observed the scene with amusement, noting how Luo Mei effortlessly quelled the conflict between Draco and Hermione, and neither team raised any further objections. The Slytherin Quidditch team appeared entirely deferential to Luo Mei's words. In the end, the pitch was even divided into two sections for the training of both Gryffindor and Slytherin teams, with Luo Mei seated languidly in the center, observing the proceedings. Today has truly been an eye-opener, Riddle remarked, sitting beside Luo Mei, a hint of irony in his voice. Luo Mei, you are entirely unlike the depiction of yourself in your diary. Not only do you have what you call many friends, but you also exhibit leadership. It seems the Slytherin students gravitate around you. His tone bore a trace of mockery. Do you aspire to accomplish something in the future? Given your actual age, you likely cannot relate to them. Ha! What future, and what for? Luo Mei seemed momentarily taken aback. I never contemplated such matters. My interactions with them are solely due to their striking appearances. Each one is a beautiful and handsome girl or boy. Engaging in conversation with them, even about mundane Muggle mathematics, brings me immense joy. Do you not feel the same, Tom? Riddle thought it unwise to interpret her words through a conventional lens. As for leadership, it may well be an inherent trait, or perhaps a deliberate cultivation stemming from experiences within the realm of cultivation. Luo Mei remarked casually, her gaze landing upon Hermione as she approached. What's the matter, Hermione? She inquired, her eyes bright with curiosity. Oh, I have something to discuss with you. To be precise, I should have told you about it during our train ride to Hogwarts. Hermione exclaimed, hastily rummaging through her robe's pocket. Look. This is a gun my parents got for me, she proclaimed with excitement, crediting Luo Mei for the inspiration to confront Quirrell and the Dark Lord in the Forbidden Forest with a Muggle weapon. I never imagined that a Muggle gun could wield such power in the magical world, but it's never too late to learn. Look, I even procured 3 of them. I intend to give the other 2 to Harry and Ron. However, Ron's gun remains with me, primarily because he is overly thrilled about it. I'm genuinely concerned that one day, while he is examining the Muggle firearm, he might accidentally discharge it and harm an unsuspecting student at Hogwarts. As she spoke, Hermione handed Luo Mei another gun from her pocket. Perhaps you could oversee this gun, Luo Mei. Since you're back, if you're willing, you could teach Harry and Ron how to aim and shoot. Luo Mei, perplexed by the sudden possession of a firearm, exchanged bewildered glances with Riddle, who was equally astonished. What is this? Using Muggle firearms to vanquish my master's soul and Quirrell? Chapter 30, Development, but the path began awry. At times, I must genuinely admire your extraordinary imagination and quick wit, Luo Mei. After Quidditch practice, Riddle returned to the dormitory with Luo Mei. Just as she finished recounting her experiences in the Forbidden Forest during the previous semester. To think of defeating my master's soul and Quirrell with a Muggle firearm. Only you could conceive such a notion, he mocked. Perhaps a Muggle weapon indeed would not triumph over your half-alive soul, but in a surprise attack, it could easily best Quirrell, Luo Mei countered. Given their solitude in the dormitory. She spoke directly, do not underestimate Muggle technology, Tom. Riddle's expression betrayed his disdain. What, do you not believe me? Luo Mei queried, astonished. Even now tanks, missiles, or atomic bombs could effortlessly annihilate legions of wizards. Even with the ironclad charm, they might not survive. Especially considering that many adult wizards in the ministry cannot even cast a proper ironclad charm. Moreover, in the future, as you know, I hail from the 21st century of a parallel world. Muggles will develop technology akin to reality, indistinguishable from the magical portraits. Muggles are continuously advancing. In stark contrast, the magical community remains mired in foolish blood purity disputes, with no one willing to see the world as it truly is. Even esteemed wizards like Dumbledore stubbornly believe that wizards are a superior breed, claiming, "Oh, Muggles are human too. We must not harm them." Look at their reasoning. Silence. Riddle retorted coldly. How can you equate us with? Are you also an advocate of blood purity, Tom? Luo Mei taunted. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that Voldemort indeed represents the blood purity faction. Yet, Tom, why Why does the surname Riddle seem so unfamiliar to me? I have not encountered anyone with that name in the Sacred 28, or any other pureblood families. You cannot possibly be of Muggle descent. My mother was a witch. Riddle spat angrily. Her name was Maripi Gaunt, a direct descendant of the great Slytherin. Of course. She foolishly fell in love with a Muggle, allowing my father's filthy blood to flow through my veins. When my Muggle father discovered that my mother was a witch, he abandoned her immediately. Your father certainly appeared to lack affection for your mother, Luo Mei observed objectively. My mother used a love potion, Riddle replied coldly. However, after she became pregnant, she believed she had ensnared my father's heart and ceased using the potion. A foolish decision. Why did she not continue using the love potion to keep your father? She inquired further. Or simply employ physical means to bind him, tormenting him daily while giving him fleeting hopes of escape, only to deal him devastating blows? He would have become a desperate pet, hopelessly devoted to your mother. Riddle fell momentarily silent, seemingly shaken by Luo Mei's words. After a moment he scoffed, who knows? With her intellect, she likely could not conceive such strategies. Ultimately, my mother lost the will to live, abandoning me at an orphanage without attempting any magical means to save herself, leaving me with a name just like my filthy father. So, is this the root of your hatred for Muggles? Luo Mei raised an eyebrow. And perhaps the reason you despise your own name? Opting to rename yourself Voldemort during your school years? Perhaps, Riddle replied coldly, feeling a growing aversion to their futile conversation. Tom is too common a name. Not worthy of such an exceptional you? Luo Mei continued with a light laugh. It's merely a name. What does it matter? As long as you are remarkable. Who remembers your father alongside your name? In my view, you should cultivate your power under the name Tom Riddle. Not only to astonish your former classmates and professors, but to instill fear in every wizard named Tom within the magical community. I am confident that you possess the prowess to transform Voldemort into a name that cannot even be uttered. Moreover, this would ensure that no wizard in the magical realm dares to name their child Tom for millennia to come, rendering your name exceedingly rare. Much like after Qin Hui. No one wished to name their children Hui. Riddle shot Luo Mei a cool glance, speechless. Furthermore, Tom, if I recall correctly, your aspirations extend beyond mere immortality. You desire to be the greatest wizard in the magical world. Leading a faction of pureblood families as a half-blood must have been quite the challenge, especially considering those who followed you initially must have known you were not pureblood. Rising from the bed, she smiled at Riddle, gradually closing the distance between them. Let me guess, you initially gained their allegiance through your lineage as Slytherin's direct descendant, coupled with your excellent grades and oratory skills, right? Tom Riddle could not have emerged as the infamous Dark Lord overnight. She spoke with conviction. On the contrary, you were likely merely a puppet for the pureblood families at the outset, were you not? At that moment, Luo Mei stood so close to Riddle that she had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Yet this proximity did not diminish her commanding presence. She shed the playful demeanor she had previously adopted while conversing with Harry and Draco, revealing a forceful, self-assured demeanor, her words leaving no room for contradiction. As the magical realm progresses, an increasing number of half-blood and Muggle-born wizards are entering the magical community and the Ministry of Magic, inevitably striking a blow to the ancient pureblood families, leading them to a gradual decline. Rose remarked that, in response, they can only cling to the doctrine of blood purity to exalt their nobility, yet this cannot halt their actual influence from steadily waning. It is at this juncture that you, Tom, have emerged. You are exceptional, powerful, ambitious, and possess the noble bloodline of a Slytherin heir. Yet you are not of pure blood. In terms of influence, you hold nothing, save for the few students you have swayed with your words during your time at school. The pureblood families desperately require a sharp instrument like you to serve as their spokesperson, for you present a dazzling vision of the future. They bestow upon you meager benefits, akin to a beggar's charity, in hopes that you will plunge into the depths of danger to realize their family's resurgence, as Rose articulated. However, what the pureblood families did not foresee was that you would grow increasingly powerful, completely breaking free from their control, ultimately forcing them to become your subservients, the Death Eaters. It may appear that you have triumphed in every respect, yet Tom, you have forgotten that from the very outset, you have waved the banner of blood purity, which runs counter to the tides of progress. The elevation of half-blood and Muggle-born wizards fosters a class mobility that is far more conducive to peace within the magical world. Aside from the pureblood families, no one desires to see a singular dominance of purebloods. Yet these families have already declined to the point of near extinction. Your actions ensure that your supporters will always be vastly outnumbered by your detractors, rendering you a mere laughingstock. Rose sighed, her face covered in exasperation, lamenting that from the very beginning, your direction has been misguided. Chapter 31. Heredity, the illiteracy of a lack of compulsory education. If I were you, Rose proposed, I would openly declare my half-blood status, provoking thought among the magical community regarding such matters. Then, employing your customary charm, you could attract a throng of muggle-born or half-blood wizards to follow you. When necessary, you might even enlist Dumbledore as a figurehead, merely to utilize his status as the greatest white wizard who defeated Grindelwald to win over hearts, aligning with the currents of the times while proclaiming the banner of equality among wizards. I believe, with your capabilities within a mere 15 years, you could dominate the magical realm, becoming the most revered wizard in the eyes of all. Alternatively, you might still choose to align with the pureblood families, as this would expedite your rise. However, you should not exhibit sheer brutality as you grow stronger. Rather, you ought to engage in actions that lead some astute pureblood families to realize they no longer hold sway over you. Rose's pace quickened as she spoke. Subsequently, you could wield both kindness and coercion to compel their loyalty, diverting tensions after achieving certain accomplishments, inciting competition among the pureblood families for recognition, while simultaneously opening pathways for the elevation of muggle-born wizards. Gradually, you could cultivate your own loyal followers and ultimately cleanse your reputation by discrediting some of the less astute pureblood families, thereby ruling the magical realm. Rose analyzed calmly, even rising onto her toes to gaze at Riddle, her hands inadvertently brushing against the chains on his wrist, a smile curving her lips. Is that so? Riddle murmured. It indeed sounds like quite a sound strategy. Yet, moments later he erupted into a fit of laughter, the expression not enhancing his handsomeness, but rather contorting into something grotesque. But it is entirely misguided. He laughed to the point of tears, entirely at odds with my original intentions. I am not a good person. Do you expect me to, like Dumbledore, extol love and equality, or advocate for the interests of those lowly muggles? Riddle declared. In truth, I care not for such ideals, I merely wish. I only know that one day, when I become the greatest wizard in the world, wizards across the globe will dare not speak my name. Oh, Rose replied, accommodatingly. How rude of me. It appears you are a pure terrorist, and I was attempting to perceive you as a politician, Tom. However, do refrain from laughing so heartily in the future, she retorted, involuntarily taking a step back. It's ugly. Riddle's smile vanished. Yet, Rose pressed on with her inquiry. Given that you act as you please and regard those Death Eaters merely as your servants, why do you still adhere to the tenets of blood purity? Do you genuinely hold a heartfelt belief in blood purity, Tom? Rose exaggeratedly queried. Then why did you not, in a fit of rage upon discovering your father was merely a filthy muggle, choose to end your own life? Rose advanced a step closer to Riddle, seemingly employing some form of magic, her height gradually increasing, her features transforming. She morphed into the 16-year-old girl Riddle had encountered in Rose's abode. The girl stood approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, still needing to look up at him. Yet her features had undergone considerable change. They had become more alluring, more pronounced, and more aggressive. She approached Riddle, grasping the chains on his wrist, tugging at his soul in a manner that caused him pain. Yet she maintained a confident smile, rising onto her toes to whisper words akin to those exchanged between lovers. But Tom, through all of this, I can only discern your profound insecurity. Riddle's previously composed demeanor suddenly crumbled. His expression transformed into one of horrific malice. Disregarding the pain emanating from the depths of his soul, he seized Rose's wrist, wrenching the chains with force, leaving distinct red marks on her skin. I insecure? He bellowed. How could that be? I was born great, the sole heir of Salazar Slytherin. From the moment of my birth, I have been unlike others. I am the most exceptional student in the history of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard ever known in the magical realm, and furthermore, I am. But you, born into such greatness, carry a name as ordinary as your muggle father S, and you cannot even fathom the possibility of transforming a commonplace name into one of grandeur. Rose coldly interrupted. You are insecure about your lineage. You are ashamed of your muggle father and your filthy half-blood heritage. And you harbor resentment towards your spineless mother who abandoned you in pursuit of love, all the while secretly reveling in the Slytherin blood coursing through her veins. You dare not acknowledge your name, having adopted a new one during your school years, and eventually attempting to conceal your lineage, culminating in an almost obsessive adherence to the principles of blood purity, even though you yourself do not embody it. She smiled, yet her tone shifted. Speaking of which, are you aware that nearly every muggle, theoretically, could be considered half-blood? Riddle. Rose, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, eagerly pulled Riddle's chains toward the desk, tearing off a piece of parchment to begin writing. Suppose a purebred muggle is, a wizard is, yet due to the extensive intermarriage over the ages, many muggles have become It is known that the trait is recessive, only presenting itself when the genes are homozygous recessive, thus exhibiting the qualities of magic. Consequently, wizards born of wizards will generally produce offspring, barring genetic mutations. As for muggles, the birth of magical children is purely due to both parents coincidentally providing the necessary genetic material, meaning that all muggle-born wizards must have had wizards in their ancestry, and thus they are fundamentally half-blood. This implies, Tom, that another factor enabling your wizardry is the undeniable presence of wizards in your father's lineage, Rose proclaimed with fervor. Yet she was momentarily taken aback by Riddle's somewhat bewildered expression. No way, Tom, you cannot possibly be failing to comprehend this," Rose exclaimed dramatically. "Oh right. I forgot, Hogwarts does not provide courses on muggle biology. I must express my disdain for the wizarding world, which is utterly stagnant, and has left even the most illustrious of wizards oblivious to the fundamental concepts of biological inheritance. The entirety of Hogwarts is populated by a cadre of despairing illiterates who have never received even 9 years of compulsory education," Rose cried out, instantaneously transforming her form to that of a 12-year-old. She swiftly descended the stairs and rushed to borrow Draco's Nimbus 2001. "What are you doing?" Riddle inquired, only to witness Rose mount the broom, taking him along. "Now we are heading to China," Rose proclaimed with indignation. "I shall procure you some textbooks for middle and high school, so you may properly educate yourself on the most essential knowledge." Chapter 32. A New Body, a Beautiful Embrace. Riddle found himself inundated with a multitude of textbooks. From the first year of middle school to the final year of high school, every subject from language to mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography was included, accompanied by an array of supplementary materials and exercises, along with a volume titled 5,000 Years of Chinese History. From now on, you must study these materials diligently every day. Ideally, you should complete them all within 2 years. I have faith in your capabilities. It shall be a breeze for you, Rose asserted. I do not expect you to achieve perfect scores in mathematics and science for the college entrance examination and gain admission to Tsinghua or Beida. I merely require you to grasp the most basic common knowledge. I have noticed that your thought process tends to leap about quite rapidly, Riddle remarked enigmatically, recalling how moments ago he had been at odds with her, only to now be urged to learn about Muggle knowledge. One must allow you a moment to calm your emotions, Rose said, her eyes curving with a smile. Moreover, our discussion on this matter is rather futile, as we are currently powerless to effect any change. Yet she rose again, idly toying with Riddle's chain. I have a new idea. If I do not find a way back after graduating from Hogwarts, I might consider entering the Ministry of Magic or endeavoring to become the headmaster of Hogwarts, to thoroughly revitalize this stagnant magical realm. By the way, she abruptly shifted the topic. Would you like a new body? Being an exquisite handsome youth that is visible yet untouchable is quite torturous. Riddle replied, I refuse. An instinct warned him that Rose's thoughts were unlikely to lead to anything advantageous. Why refuse, Tom? Rose inquired in a tone that was almost pitiable. With a body, you could wield a wand and possess magic, unrestrained in your actions. At most, you would need to avoid crowds when accompanying me and be cautious not to be unintentionally bumped into. That sounds quite challenging, Riddle retorted, as you are surrounded by people. Do not be like that, Tom, Rose said, beginning to make some gestures, while the diary that once lay dormant began to levitate. What kind of body do you desire? The water at the bottom of the lake beside the common room, or never mind, that is too troublesome. Let us use this diary instead. She murmured to herself, casting a spell with her fingers and muttering incantations unknown to him. A white magical circle suddenly manifested in the dormitory, and Riddle found himself uncontrollably lifted into the air above the circle. Thus she was never truly seeking my consent from the beginning, was she? The magical circle seemed to drain Rose's immense magical energy, rendering her complexion pale. Yet she maintained her stance. The chains binding Riddle and Rose's wrists fell away, transforming back into the form of the water sword, allowing his soul to re-enter the diary. An overwhelming surge of magical energy surged into the diary. As Rose's eyes fluttered shut, the winds from the circle tousling her long hair. Above the circle, the diary opened, scattering pages throughout the air, which began to coalesce into a human form. The pages rapidly morphed, shaping arms, a torso, and legs, until finally, the head of Riddle materialized. At that very moment, as the transformation succeeded, Rose collapsed to the ground. The white magical circle vanished in an instant, and when Riddle regained consciousness, he beheld the disarray of the room, and the girl slumped against the doorframe. Rose's face was strikingly pale, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, and blood was smeared at the corners of her lips, curiously enhancing her allure. Her wand lay forgotten on the floor, and Riddle approached, crouching to retrieve it. He idly toyed with the wand before pointing it at Rose. However, before he could even utter a spell, or perhaps he had no intention of casting one, the water sword flew towards him in an instant, its sharp blade nearly grazing his neck. Rose. Riddle remained motionless, allowing the water sword to hover at his throat, smiling as he called out her name. Rose did not respond. Is she truly unconscious? He mused, recalling that her so-called fated sword seemed to possess a fragment of her soul, and he relinquished the wand. The water sword obediently returned to its place, furrowing his brow. He casually waved his wand to tidy up Rose's dormitory, and attempted to pull open the door. As anticipated, it was locked by the magical circle, resistant to his efforts. Riddle fell silent, only to see the water sword soar towards him once more. This time, it gently lifted Rose, carefully carrying her to the bedside, where it delicately laid her down, and even wiped the blood from her lips with its less sharp edge. How ostentatious, Riddle thought. Yet still pulled up a chair to sit beside Rose's bed. He summoned Rose's notebook with his wand and began to flip through it, his left hand unconsciously resting on the edge of her bed. Time slipped away unnoticed until Riddle suddenly felt his left hand being grasped, fingers deliberately tracing his palm. He turned sharply. Rose, however, showed no signs of waking, merely clutching his hand, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Beautiful one, cuddle, hee." For reasons unknown, he was no longer surprised. Riddle calmly thought to himself that with Rose, nothing she did could be deemed strange. He almost resolutely prepared to extricate his left hand from her embrace. Yet he found himself unable to pull it free. Thus Riddle turned, raising his wand to point at Rose, intending to employ some magic to compel her to release his hand. But at the moment he raised his wand toward her, Rose opened her eyes. "What are you doing, Tom?" The girl's voice rang in Riddle's ears, filled with indignation. "I am kindly bestowing upon you a corporeal form. And yet you wish to take my life, do you?" Riddle could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. "Would you care to see what you are currently holding?" Chapter 33, Daily Routine, Completing Middle and High School Knowledge in 2 years. 5 minutes later. "Indeed, I am unwell today. Please assist me in notifying the professors of my absence." "Thank you very much, Daphne." Rose leaned against the doorframe, propping her pale cheek as she spoke, finally closing the door with an apologetic smile directed at Riddle. "All right, Tom, it is really nothing. I merely touched your hand. To be honest, I have done much worse and have not even acted on those impulses," Rose said cheerfully, her bright eyes fixed intently on Riddle, prompting him to take several cautious steps back. Her expression quickly morphed into one of exaggerated dismay. "What do you mean by that, Tom? I have expended a considerable amount of my life force and drained my magical energy for you, and I have yet to fully recover. Why do you continue to keep your distance from me? Furthermore, if I recall correctly, did you not claim to be quite adept at charming hearts and attracting a throng of followers? Why not try to charm me? Why do you not even feign interest now? You are already well aware of the essence of my character. Is there any need for pretense?" He scoffed coldly. "How could I pretend, claiming that I am hopelessly in love with you, embracing Dumbledore's ludicrous theory of love, and sincerely repenting for all my past actions?" Riddle mocked. In truth, if Roma were merely a love-struck individual blinded by superficial charm, he might have considered such a fade. Yet in this moment he discerned the truth. Roma, though appearing excessively enamored by beauty, possessed an unsettling degree of reason and calmness. Like him, she was arrogant and driven by a fervent pursuit of thrills. Yet she also relished the power of control. If his present behavior made her feel any sense of loss of control, it would hardly serve him well. "That is not impossible," Roma replied. Riddle raised an eyebrow. "What is paramount is your declaration of being hopelessly in love with me. That is quite exhilarating. To be adored by such a handsome figure as yourself is indeed an honor." Roma smiled, returning to her bed. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention some precautions regarding your new body," she said cheerfully. "The spell that reshaped your physical form was derived from a forbidden tome, secretly kept by my father. Ordinarily, one would require at least foundational cultivation to perform this, yet my exceptional talent allowed me to bypass that. However, I am still constrained by my insufficient cultivation and the absence of certain crucial materials, such as the offerings from devotees, the tears of friends and family, and a certificate of divine permission. Otherwise, this spell would grant you eternal life. As for your current body, it can maintain its form for a maximum of 5 years before it begins to age like an ordinary person. Given that you were born in 1926, in 5 years, you will instantly appear as a septuagenarian, and death will likely be imminent. Thus, if you wish to avoid death, you must complete your soul and achieve foundational cultivation within 5 years to prolong your life and retain your youthful appearance," Roma stated smoothly. Are you suggesting that my only option is to pursue the path of cultivation? Riddle replied coolly. Not at all. You may also choose to leave your soul artifact untouched. However, that would mean you would expire in 2 or 3 decades and continue to exist solely as a soul artifact. After witnessing a far superior method of eternal life, would you still choose that, Tom? She remarked with a playful wink. After a long pause, Riddle responded, You speak truthfully. His tone was languid, at this moment. I indeed yearn more for the method you mentioned than for the soul artifact, but only if you genuinely intend to disclose the method to me. I will do so. Roma replied decisively. It is entirely for your benefit. After all, granting eternal life to a beautiful youth poses no detriment to me. However, she swiftly changed the subject, producing a pre-written schedule. Before I meditate to adjust my body, let me show you this. Riddle glanced at the sheet, which detailed a timetable. Rising at 5:30, morning classes, and evening studies until 10:30. This is adapted from the schedules of certain high schools in our country. Intended for you to complete 6 years of primary and secondary education within 2 years. I urge you to treat these Muggle subjects with respect, and to embrace them without prejudice. Accepting everything is the first step to overcoming inferiority. I will prepare regular tests for you, including weekly and monthly assessments, as well as midterms and finals. Moreover, I've allocated 3 days off each week. 1 day for you to teach me defense against the dark arts. Another for me to impart some basic knowledge of cultivation, and techniques you can learn for now. And a day for you to research how to help me return while accompanying me to potions class. Roma's tone turned slightly hesitant. Riddle scoffed. Days later, in potions class, Roma became the first student to cause an explosion. Roma! Snape bellowed, resembling an enraged bat as he swooped toward her, while the invisible Riddle took a step back with a smile. What are you doing? How could you possibly think it wise to execute such a foolish step at the outset, using precious potion materials to create this rubbish? Did you discard your intellect in the trash bin during potions class? Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, the cauldron you are using belongs to my office. Roma! I demand full compensation. What expression is that? Are you dissatisfied with my response? Snape glared at Roma, who wore a look of tragic despair, before declaring loudly, Disrespecting a teacher merits a deduction of 5 points from Slytherin. Detention Saturday night. The entire class gasped. Merlin, Snape actually deducted points from Slytherin. This marked the first instance in which Roma witnessed such genuine emotion on Riddle's face. Yet she felt no joy. Instead, she mourned for her unfortunate wallet and lost freedom. Chapter 34, A Rose, A Kiss in the Flickering Candlelight. It was nearly 11 o'clock on Saturday night when Roma returned to the dormitory, her expression devoid of emotion. Having just exited Professor Snape's office, God only knows what she had endured. First, she was made to copy her mistakes 100 times and then, under Snape's menacing gaze, concocted potions 3 times. Her trembling hands scarcely dared to move. Each misstep led to another, nearly turning Snape's office into ruins. Consequently, Slytherin lost an additional 10 points. Wonderful. Inside the dormitory, Riddle lounged leisurely, perusing a physics book while seated in a chair with his legs slightly bent. His long fingers casually turned a page, the candlelight illuminating the book and casting a soft glow over Riddle's handsome profile. He languidly raised his neck, allowing the candlelight to cascade across most of his face. Back already? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone laced with schadenfreude. Do not look at me with that expression, Roma, he said with a smile. I am doing this for your own good, teaching you not to trust others so readily. Roma merely stared at him. With a swift motion, she plastered on a false smile, hurriedly stepping closer, and casting a spell to transform herself into her youthful appearance post-foundation cultivation. Light as a feather. She approached Riddle from behind, resting her hands on the back of his chair. Riddle's senses instinctively heightened. As anticipated, the next moment, Roma's voice turned syrupy sweet. Oh, dear Tom, how thoughtful of you to wait here for me so late. It truly moves me. Her tone was even sweeter than Dumbledore's honeyed tea. As she spoke, she placed her left hand on the desk and forcefully slipped a piece of torn parchment into Riddle's right hand, raising her wand to transform the parchment into a rose. Look, this is the reward for my labor today, specially delivered to you. Time is fleeting. We should rest now, dear. Shall we spend this beautiful night together? Riddle shot a cool glance at the rose in his hand, subconsciously relaxing slightly. He then closed the physics book, turning to face her with a bemused expression, and mockingly remarked, If you are saying these words to nauseate me. Riddle's words were abruptly silenced as Roma swiftly leaned down to kiss him. At that moment, Roma stood behind Riddle's chair, her knees slightly bent forward, intentionally pushing the chair a tad closer to the desk. Unbeknownst to her, Her right hand had found its way down to rest on the desk, completely enveloping Riddle before he realized it. She descended from her elevated position, kissing Riddle, who had just turned his head upwards at that very moment. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Riddle found himself enveloped in a gentle warmth, and he could not help but widen his eyes, faintly discerning the delicate lashes of the girl before him. His mind momentarily faltered, and his hands instinctively clenched, nearly crushing the rose conjured by Rose, only for that soothing sensation to vanish in an instant. Almost immediately, Rose leapt back 2 or 3 steps onto the bed, hastily wrapping herself in the blanket, her expression akin to that of a cat caught in a misdeed. After savoring the moment, she glanced at Riddle with a playful smile. However, Riddle had already turned away nonchalantly, placing the physics book upon the desk while his right hand absently toyed with the forlorn rose, as if pondering its resemblance to an actual rose. Yet, Rose noticed the faint blush creeping across Riddle's ear, which was not concealed by his hair. Indeed, he was shy. Rose mused with a smile. Otherwise, Riddle's nature would have prompted him to retort with some sarcastic remark, rather than maintaining such profound silence. You know, Tom. She playfully set aside the blanket and smiled innocently at his back. When I created your new body, I had no nefarious thoughts in mind. Riddle. He turned back, instinctively biting his lip, and regarding Rose with a scrutinizing gaze. Furthermore, I have bestowed upon you numerous advantages and benefits, aside from assisting me in researching how to return. You ought to repay me in some manner, Tom. Rose's tone seemed to brighten, her smile widening as she descended from the bed and approached Riddle's side. Additionally, you were supposed to teach me the dark arts today. Why have you yet to commence? Senior Tom? Professor Riddle? The greatest wizard in the world? My dearest Dark Lord? She grasped Riddle's arm, twirling joyfully beside him, her sweet voice resonating in his ear. Very well. After a brief moment, Riddle replied, snatching the wand from Rose's pocket, his tightly pressed lips finally relaxing, releasing a charm that seemed to radiate from him. His eyes finally reflected a hint of mirth, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle arc, as if this smile infused his charm throughout every corner of the dormitory. Then I shall commence your instruction now. Rose, Riddle said softly. He opened his right arm, while his left hand gentlemanly grasped Rose's right hand, locking his gaze onto her eyes. A look so sincere and earnest that it seemed capable of ensnaring anyone who met it. Let us begin with the unforgivable curses, Riddle smiled, starting with the incantation for the unforgivable curse. Rose's expression momentarily blanked. Only then did Riddle's smile deepen with genuine emotion. However, I require a subject upon which to perform the unforgivable curse, Rose. What do you suggest I use? How about mosquitoes? What? I mean, using mosquitoes as experimental subjects. Rose replied calmly, it is October, and mosquitoes have not yet disappeared. They would serve perfectly as subjects for the unforgivable curse. Riddle's expression mirrored her own moment of disbelief. Indeed, in terms of abstraction he could not compete with Rose. But are you certain you wish to use mosquitoes? Riddle finally voiced his irritation. They are so tiny that employing any of the 3 unforgivable curses would make it difficult to observe their reactions. Very well. Then let us venture into the Forbidden Forest to find some spiders or something, Rose said with a hint of regret, yet she acquiesced. Subsequently, she summoned the sword of Gryffindor, and in the blink of an eye, cast an invisibility charm on herself, Riddle, and the sword, indicating for Riddle to stand upon the sword. Hold on to me. If you prefer, you may grasp my wizarding robe tightly, Rose cheerfully said. Now, Tom? I shall show you the allure of flying on a broomstick. With that, Rose suddenly lifted the sword, propelling herself and Riddle out of the common room, soaring through the numerous corridors of Hogwarts. Riddle, however, merely tugged at the corner of Rose's robe as she took off, then stood serenely atop the sword. How infuriating. He was, after all, not frightened. Rose lamented inwardly. Chapter 35. Instruction. She delved straight into his very core. Inside the Forbidden Forest, Rose dispelled the invisibility charm, allowing Riddle to navigate effortlessly in search of spiders, without needing to look, for it was evident he had frequented the Forbidden Forest during his school days. Moreover, since her last visit, Rose had realized that the so-called school rules at Hogwarts were merely for show. Not even Riddle, destined to become the Dark Lord, was deterred. And even the Weasley twins treated the Forbidden Forest as their playground. I found them. A languid voice emerged from behind Rose, as Riddle casually held Rose's wand. Having captured 3 spiders, what are you doing, Rose? Observing the trees within the Forbidden Forest, Rose replied, contemplating which one would be suitable for felling to craft a wooden sword. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the sword of Gryffindor, gracefully stepping back, then carelessly waved forward, the resulting sword energy cleaving through the tree before her. She approached, gently caressing the texture of the severed wood, then whispered incantations while forming a hand gesture, causing the fallen tree to instantaneously reshape into a wooden sword, showering down countless wood shavings. Rose reached for the wooden sword, handed it to Riddle, and then transformed the sword of Gryffindor into a wand-like shape, uttering, "Cleanse anew." Riddle raised an eyebrow. "Is that truly possible?" "It still utilizes spiritual energy," Rose explained. "It merely appears impressive." "Very well. You may commence your training with this wooden sword. After all, I am a sword practitioner and cannot teach you potion making or rune drawing. Plus the magical world lacks the conditions for such." Rose turned around cheerfully. "Unfortunately, it seems the magical world also lacks good swords. I can only provide you with a wooden sword, though perhaps in the future, I can find you some quality iron." "What is that expression for? Are you hoping I would give you the sword of Gryffindor? That is utterly impossible." "Not at all." Riddle scrutinized the wooden sword in his hand, then remarked enigmatically, "I was merely contemplating that there appear to be fine swords within the magical world." "Oh, all 4 founders of Hogwarts had relics," Riddle smiled. "Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Gryffindor's sword." "Gryffindor's sword?" Rose echoed incredulously, then inhaled sharply. "A sword or relic? Likely symbolizing the courage represented by Gryffindor. It must be magnificent," Rose murmured softly, her tone inevitably tinged with yearning and obsession. "Do you know where it is?" She almost instantly approached Riddle, standing on tiptoe, her hands resting on his shoulders, gazing intently into his eyes. "I do not know," Riddle replied candidly, his gaze slightly drifting toward the wand belonging to Rose that he held. Yet perhaps, if his plans unfolded as intended, that sword would have become one of his Horcruxes by now. "Very well." Rose withdrew her hands with a tinge of disappointment, but soon had an idea. "Then we could ask the Sorting Hat. I recall it claiming to be a relic of Gryffindor. Perhaps it knows something." "You must teach me that unforgivable curse," Rose insisted adamantly. "Once you have taught me, we shall head to Dumbledore's office and steal that Sorting Hat." Riddle regarded Rose with a peculiar expression before finally responding, "Very well." He then raised his wand, aiming at the spider. First, the incantation for the first of the 3 unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse. Excrucio. The spider immediately began to spin and leap, subsequently crawling toward Rose's feet in a darkly contorted manner. This curse allows one to control others, compelling them to perform any action one desires, Riddle remarked. While the one subjected to the curse would feel a void in their mind, inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of blind joy and happiness. Of course, if the victim possesses a resolute will, there exists a chance to withstand the onslaught of the soul-stealing curse. Blind joy and happiness, Romy echoed, her tone suggesting that this spell was suitable for some intriguing pursuits. Riddle, however, paid her no mind and continued, "The second is the Cruciatus Curse, one of my favorites. It can inflict excruciating pain upon the victim, encompassing not just the body but the very soul. The caster must possess immense magical power, and derive true pleasure from the suffering of others." As he spoke, he raised his wand once more, directing it toward the unfortunate spider, his gaze intent upon Romy. The stronger the desire to revel in another's agony, the greater the harm inflicted by the Cruciatus Curse. Cruciatus. His wand waving was a sight to behold, graceful and grand. The spider at Romy's feet began to convulse violently, rolling on the ground, its pitiful 8 legs curled in agony. A truly tragic sight. Romy fixated on Riddle, only glancing at the spider, now close to death from torture, before breaking into sincere applause, her eyes alight with admiration. Riddle's lips curled into an involuntary smirk. "The last one is the killing curse," he said, his voice low and deliberate. "It can swiftly and effortlessly extinguish a life, leaving no trace of the soul behind. But it requires a foundation of immense magical power, complemented by a profound intent to kill. Ideally, one should speak the incantation with that fierce intent. Of course, if your power is substantial, you can cast it silently." Once more, Riddle raised his wand, uttering the spell softly, the incantation sending a shiver through Romy's ears. A brilliant green light erupted from the wand, resembling an invisible specter of death gliding through the air. The light aimed directly at the spider beneath Romy, who did not so much as flinch. The green light penetrated the spider's body, and the unfortunate creature, which had been writhing moments ago, fell still. Romy lowered her gaze, casting a cursory glance at the spider's lifeless form. "Exquisite, simply flawless," she mused, regarding Riddle with keen interest, her cheeks slightly flushed as though she had just witnessed a mesmerizing performance. "I have never before seen such a swift and decisive method. In the realm of cultivation, one typically employs swords, knives, or other implements, all drenched in blood, and often fails to ensure the complete obliteration of the soul. This curse, however, is beautiful, resolute, and undeniably cool." She strolled leisurely from Riddle's side to the other, her right hand brushing against the wand he was holding on her behalf. Now, may I begin? She inquired. I wish to experiment with the wand and attempt to cast a few such spells for myself. Be my guest, Riddle replied, bowing gracefully, relinquishing the wand into Romy's hands, and stepping back to allow her to experiment with the remaining 2 surviving spiders. A smile graced Romy's lips, her expression radiating innocence and charm, reminiscent of a naive young girl. She raised the wand, uttering the incantation Soul Departure, causing the spider on the ground to leap in an impromptu dance. Yet she did not cease there. In a swift motion, she pivoted to face Riddle, her innocent smile directed at him as she raised the wand high and playfully enunciated the spell. Cruciatus. Chapter 36. Gossip, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The smile vanished from Riddle's face. In an instant, the scarlet curse struck his body, inflicting immense pain that seemed to tear at his very soul, overwhelming him as if a tidal wave were crashing through every nerve. Riddle instinctively bowed his head, gripping the wooden sword tightly. Romy finished the incantation with nonchalance, her gaze settling upon him as she slowly approached his side. Riddle remained silent. The world around them seemed to grow eerily still, with only the faint rustling of leaves echoing in the silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Under the moonlight, the handsome youth stood with his head bowed, clutching the wooden sword beside a severed stump, even his breath subdued. Romy circled him, intrigued, as if observing a delightful plaything. She tilted her head slightly, noting the pallor of his nearly bloodless profile, beads of sweat forming on his brow, glistening like dew upon tender grass at dawn. Riddle finally lifted his head, turning his face toward Romy, the pale moonlight casting ripples across his features. His head tilted slightly, his hair damp with sweat, falling limply onto his forehead, while his distinguished nose gleamed, and his dark eyes held a glimmer of crimson. He seemed to muster some strength, forcing a smile that bore an air of mockery. Romy couldn't help but whistle. She graciously supported Riddle, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady, and then casually aimed the wand at the spider, uttering Avada Kedavra. The dazzling green light swiftly extinguished the spider's life. Yet Romy paid it no heed. Her gaze remained fixed on Riddle's striking face, her left hand resting on his arm while her right hand carelessly tucked the wand away, her fingers gently caressing the contours of his cheek. The sensation is delightful, Romy thought, relishing in the youth of his skin, unmarred by the blemishes of maturity. Are you all right, Tom? As the magic waned and the pain subsided, Romy finally spoke, her voice brimming with concern. Yet her eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully blinked at Riddle. Consider it a punishment for your deliberate misdirection in potion making. Is that so? Riddle replied coolly, perhaps due to the recent Cruciatus experience, his voice slightly hoarse, which only served to enhance his allure. He brushed against Romy's right hand, his gaze dropping to meet hers with intensity. I had thought that your earlier actions in the dormitory were already a form of punishment for me. I told you. That was merely a trade for the many benefits I bestowed upon you, Romy countered, raising an eyebrow in exaggerated disbelief. Did you actually think that was a punishment? Is kissing me truly something so humiliating, so disadvantageous, that it qualifies as a punishment? Riddle regarded Romy with a bemused expression, before suddenly breaking into laughter. Of course not, he replied smoothly, seizing Romy's hand that had been caressing his cheek, bending slightly to place a delicate kiss upon it. It is my honor. Romy gazed at Riddle in astonishment. He displayed no sign of embarrassment or nervousness, executing the gesture with such fluidity. Have you come to terms with it? She couldn't help but ask, finding his movements remarkably practiced. Riddle's expression darkened in an instant. He abruptly released Romy's hand and turned away, prompting her to notice the faint flush creeping back to his ears. With a playful smile, she hurried after him, whispering conspiratorially in his ear. How is it that you so confidently and gracefully handed me the wand after teaching me the unforgivable curses? Do you believe I lack the requisite magical power, or that I lack the necessary ruthlessness? You must know that my previous cultivation level was at the divine transformation stage. Although I have now dropped to the golden core stage, it seems that the innate spiritual power that should have resided in my body has transformed into magical power. As for ruthlessness, Tom, have I not told you about my background? I am the senior sister of the Huanha sect, which belongs to the dark arts. In the magical world, I would be considered a distinguished representative of the Dark Magic Academy, so how could I lack in ruthlessness? Romy continued, seamlessly shifting her narrative. Moreover, did you know that my father is the sect leader of Huanha, and my mother is an elder of the Kunlun sect, an unparalleled celestial master? If we were to equate this in the magical world, my identity would be akin to that of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's daughter. Riddle was momentarily taken aback. What sort of expression is that? Luo Mei exclaimed in astonishment, subsequently acquiescing. I did not intend to imply that you are not the most formidable dark wizard, Tom. The reason I happen to use those two as examples is simply that they are a couple. What did you say? Riddle swiftly turned his head, gazing at Luo Mei in shock. Ah, you didn't know? Luo Mei said dryly, suddenly recalling that this was a topic discussed earlier with her junior apprentice. It seemed that most people in this world were unaware of it. Oh, I mentioned before that I hail from a parallel universe. Although it is a parallel world, I have heard whispers of your stories. Perhaps that is what led to my crossing over, Luo Mei hurriedly explained. According to my understanding from that parallel world, they were once a couple in their youth, sharing the same ideals, but due to various reasons they parted ways. Yet even now, they seem to still be in love. Grindelwald willingly locked himself away in Nurmengard. So perhaps that is why Dumbledore harbors animosity towards you. After all, one cannot encounter someone too extraordinary in their youth. Dumbledore met a boy equally enamored with dark magic in his adolescence and severely wounded his heart. You are merely a reflection of that, and thus did not earn Dumbledore's affection. But that is of little consequence. I remember that later, Harry was envious of Dumbledore's feelings for Grindelwald. Just as you are. Silence. Riddle snapped, clearly repulsed by Luo Mei's words, wishing only to escape to Mount Kongtong under the cover of night. Luo Mei innocently blinked. But it's all right now, she said playfully. You have me, Tom. I can accompany you in the study of dark magic. Please, love me genuinely. Riddle thought to himself for the umpteenth time that there might truly be something amiss in Luo Mei's mind. Chapter 37. The Sorting Hat and the Sword. Of course Harry should be the one to retrieve it. All right, it is now 3:30 in the morning. Dumbledore likely does not have the habit of sleeping in his office. Does he? At this moment, Luo Mei was casting an invisibility spell, pulling the likewise invisible Riddle from the Forbidden Forest to the window of the headmaster's office. It seems he really isn't here. But the headmaster's office is adorned with portraits of past headmasters. Even if you were to stealthily steal the Sorting Hat while Dumbledore is absent, those portraits would surely notice its sudden disappearance, Riddle remarked. Isn't that simple? Luo Mei replied. We can simply switch it out. Moreover, at this hour, most of those portraits should be asleep. In an instant she transformed back into her 12-year-old self, retrieving some tattered parchment from her pocket, and magically transforming it into the likeness of the Sorting Hat. She then silently cast a spell that caused the glass of the headmaster's office to vanish, allowing her to descend gracefully into the room. As expected, most of the portraits were indeed asleep, with only a few yawning. But the sound of her movements was so light that it failed to rouse even the most drowsy of headmasters. She swiftly snatched the Sorting Hat and cast a silent spell upon it, placing the counterfeit hat atop it before quickly returning to the outside of the window on the sword of Gryffindor. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Luo Mei cheerfully restored the glass to the headmaster's office, only to turn and find Riddle gazing at her with an inscrutable expression. What is so difficult about that? I have been outsmarting my parents since childhood, stealing from them in the dead of night. It's quite simple. Not only is the process straightforward, but even if the outcome were discovered, it would be forgiven as I was merely researching, having taken nothing truly malevolent. So, if the other party were the wise elder Dumbledore, would it not be the same? She smiled as she returned to her dormitory, casting a soundproofing spell to ensure that no one outside could hear the commotion within. Finally, she lifted the silent spell from the Sorting Hat as well as the invisibility spells from herself and Riddle. What are you two up to? The Sorting Hat screeched. Luo Mei and Riddle? It's been a while. I never imagined you would still remember me. Riddle replied lazily, but today it is she who seeks your counsel. Mr. Sorting Hat, Luo Mei approached, raising a sweet smile. I apologize for disturbing your slumber, but I merely wish to inquire whether you know the whereabouts of Gryffindor's sword? As she spoke, she raised her wand, fashioned from the sword of Gryffindor, pointed directly at the Sorting Hat. How would I know where Godric's heirloom is? Put me back. You little girl, the Sorting Hat bellowed. Why are you pointing your wand at me? How rude. However, Luo Mei remained calm, holding the wand aloft, and with a swift motion, inscribed a symbol in the air. In an instant, she pinched that symbol, which blinked out of existence and was locked into a piece of paper. She deftly tossed the paper atop the brim of the Sorting Hat. Gryffindor's sword is within this hat. Only one possessing the true spirit of Gryffindor can draw it forth. Wait. What have you done to me? A truth charm, Luo Mei replied coolly. A type of Chinese talisman, one of the few I can draw. As she spoke, she briskly reached into the hat. I told you, only someone with the spirit of Gryffindor can retrieve the sword. Someone like you is merely a controversial figure between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. No, you are a quintessential Slytherin. The Sorting Hat shrieked. But then saw Luo Mei turning her gaze toward Riddle, shouting. He is even less capable. Riddle shrugged helplessly. Is there a solution to this magic? I mean, how can the requirement of possessing the spirit of Gryffindor to draw out the sword be resolved? Luo Mei inquired. How would I know? This is magic cast by Godric. Luo Mei, exasperated, tore apart the now ineffective truth charm and tossed it into the wastebasket, then promptly embraced the sorting hat once more, casting a silencing spell upon it. Let us go, she said to Riddle. We must find Harry Potter. As the chosen one, he should be able to retrieve Gryffindor's sword. With that, she seized Riddle's hand, hastily casting an invisibility spell as they made their way to Gryffindor's common room. After all, Luo Mei was not concerned that Riddle would harm Harry. She had deliberately placed a protective array on him while crafting his physical form, preventing him from harming any Hogwarts student with malicious intent. That array was imbued with numerous ancient spells, and given the information gap between the magical realm and the realm of cultivation, Riddle would find it utterly impossible to break free from it. Luo Mei grasped Riddle's hand, leading him from the depths of the Slytherin common room to the Gryffindor common room on the 7th floor. It was only 5 in the morning. Let us wait a while longer, Luo Mei said softly, glancing at her cheap wristwatch. As expected, around 6 o'clock, a girl with disheveled hair emerged from the Gryffindor common room, carrying a large stack of books. Hermione. Luo Mei immediately tossed the sorting hat into Riddle's arms and, right then and there, lifted her invisibility spell. Could you please call Harry for me? I have something to discuss with him. Hermione nodded, and soon after, she brought out a bleary-eyed Harry. Riddle looked on as Luo Mei eagerly led Harry through a series of twists and turns to a room he was quite familiar with, retrieving the now silenced hat from his arms. The room of requirement, Luo Mei chirped. This place was told to me by Fred and George. Isn't it marvelous? All right, Harry. I have a small request. It is said that this hat conceals a sword, and only one who possesses the true spirit of Gryffindor can draw it forth. Would you mind giving it a try? Is this the sorting hat? Rose, what do you intend to do with the sword concealed within this hat? Harry inquired. Harry, as you are aware, I possess a modest understanding of Chinese swordsmanship, Rose replied, her demeanor unflinching as she spun a tale. Thus, Professor Dumbledore sought me out, believing that my proficiency in Chinese swordplay might allow me to maximize the potential of this sword. However, he hopes that you will be the one to retrieve the sword of Gryffindor. Me? Harry's expression was evidently one of confusion, laced with a flicker of curiosity and eagerness. Of course, Rose softly affirmed, handing the sorting hat to Harry. In fact, I previously attempted to grasp it in the dormitory, but to no avail, perhaps because I am a Slytherin. It may be best if you give it a try. Both Professor Dumbledore and I have faith in you. Harry's countenance momentarily froze before he cautiously extended his hand, tentatively probing into the hat. Chapter 38. Practicing swordsmanship, yet he found nothing. Reflect on the courageous deeds you have undertaken, Rose whispered, urging him to remember his boldest moments. Harry furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in recollection, as he strained his hand deeper into the hat. Think of Quidditch. Think of those thrilling adventures. Ah, and I heard that in your last Quidditch match, you successfully captured the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. You truly are an exceptional seeker. At this, Harry's expression brightened instantly. His cheeks flushed as he fervently rummaged through the hat, yet still found nothing. His face now appeared genuinely flushed as he lifted his gaze to Rose, who continued to smile encouragingly. Perhaps you should consult Professor Dumbledore instead. I might not. Do not lose heart, Harry. Her sweet voice resonated again in his ear. Rose had approached him, gently placing her hand upon his shoulder. Her bright, fathomless obsidian eyes were now fixed on him, playfully winking. A flash of crimson flickered within her pupils, entwined with alluring words. Consider the dangers you may face in the future. Think of your friends. Think of me. Think of Ron, Hermione. What if one day, Voldemort returns, reclaiming Hogwarts and the entire magical world? But we still have Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore has faltered. He was defeated by Voldemort. The only one who can stand before him now is you, Rose calmly interjected, disrupting Harry's agonized murmurs. You stand at the forefront, with Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and your deceased parents behind you. In your haze, you recall that fateful night, witnessing your parents' struggles and screams, the green light striking them as they bravely fell. And now, that very figure approaches you, wand in hand. No, no, Harry exclaimed urgently, his expression contorted with anguish, then solidified with resolve. I cannot. I must not allow Voldemort to harm my friends. He suddenly wrenched the sword of Gryffindor from the hat, an elongated silver blade, resplendent and adorned with a brilliant ruby. The crimson light in Rose's eyes abruptly vanished. Splendid, Harry, she exclaimed sincerely, enveloping him in a swift embrace. In his shock, Harry inadvertently flung the sword away. Yet, this warm embrace was ephemeral. Rose soon released him, bending down to retrieve the sword, wiping it clean before raising her gaze to Harry, who seemed still dazed. With a bright smile, she declared, "I knew you could do it. You embody the very spirit of Gryffindor." "Really? Thank you, Rose," Harry stammered, feeling as though his face was ablaze with embarrassment, unable to meet her gaze. "Of course, Harry," Rose replied amicably. "If memory serves me correctly, Professor Lockhart is to host a dueling club this evening. I look forward to your performance." "Is that so, Rose?" "Well, I will certainly do my best," Harry replied, stuttering. "Then if there's nothing else, I shall go have breakfast now. Farewell, Rose. Until tonight, Harry. Oh, and do keep this matter between us. Professor Dumbledore wishes for us to maintain this secret for the time being," Rose cheerfully added. "All right, Rose." And as Harry hastily departed the room of requirement, Riddle's icy voice echoed from behind her. "Quite the spectacle, Rose. What precisely did you do to him?" "Just a simple illusion, merely a requisite of the Harmony Sex curriculum. In a sense, it truly allowed him to vicariously experience those dangers," Rose murmured, caressing the sword, before casting a spell to duplicate the sword of Gryffindor. "One of my preferred spells, duplication. After all, I often relied on this as a child to replicate my parents' belongings. Now I can achieve a level of authenticity," Rose remarked, inserting the replica into the sorting hat, and subsequently casting a forgetfulness charm upon it. "This should suffice. As Harry currently holds Dumbledore in high regard but lacks a personal connection, for at least the next 2 years, he will likely refrain from bringing this matter up with him. Perhaps it still lacks something," Riddle mused, now visible as he casually approached, taking hold of Rose's wand. "If your forgetfulness charm merely erases his memory, that is not precise. It requires some additional, flawless, reasonable memories to fill the void," he softly spoke, waving the wand with finesse, crafting a false memory for the sorting hat that would withstand even magical resistance, before finally casting a simple stunning spell to incapacitate the hat. "Too bad it's already dawn. Entering the headmaster's office may prove difficult," Rose lamented. "We can only wait until noon when they take their nap, or until evening. Nonetheless, it matters not, Tom. Shall we commence our swordsmanship practice here? Allow me to try this sword of Gryffindor," Rose suggested smoothly, attempting to channel some of her magical energy into the sword. She had prepared herself for the possibility of her energy being blocked, given that the sword was a product of the magical realm. However, to her surprise, her energy flowed effortlessly into the blade, rendering the sword of Gryffindor unexpectedly light. Immediately, Rose gripped the sword tightly, instinctively rising to strike. The sword of Gryffindor felt weightless in her hand. With a light tap of her toes, she leapt into the center of the room of requirement, executing a flourish with the sword. Her swordsmanship was nothing short of magnificent and fluid, her gaze remaining casually indifferent. Yet every strike was precise and decisive, as if aiming to strike a vital point, yet always retracting the sword's energy at the last moment, an embodiment of control and grace. Finally, Rose concluded her display, casually sweeping the sword across the floor of the room of requirement, leaving a nearly inch-deep scar. "This sword is ill-suited for you, Tom," she stated calmly, meeting Riddle's gaze, seemingly oblivious to the obsession flickering in his eyes. "It requires a wielder with true Gryffindor spirit. Clearly not suited for either you or me. However, in the absence of a better sword, you may use it temporarily, but you should practice with a wooden sword first. Recklessly wielding a sword that does not acknowledge you is unwise." "Very well," Rose concluded playfully. "Now I shall teach you swordsmanship. Come, Tom, address me as master." She had merely said it in jest, not expecting Riddle to comply. To her surprise, Riddle tilted his head, gazing meaningfully at Rose, his expression playful as he replied, "Then? Master? Rose? Oh no, that voice, that expression, that face." At this moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to discipline her apprentice. Chapter 39. The Crown. Or perhaps the diary is more appealing. However, the moments that stirred Luo Mei's imagination, akin to the countless romantic tales of immortal cultivation, did not transpire between her and Riddle during their sword training. No accidental touches or ambiguous feelings of burgeoning affection. She sat expressionless in the corner of the room of requirement, observing Riddle as he wielded his sword. "Merlin, Tom is truly a prodigy. He grasps everything with such ease that she hardly needs to correct his posture herself." Luo Mei would wager that his achievements from this morning's practice already equate to the efforts of a Kunlun inner disciple over 3 months, to the extent that she was genuinely considering teaching him. Overall, it was quite commendable, though it still lacked a certain vigor, which could only be acquired through real combat or profound insight. "Here," she said, casually handing Riddle a stack of parchment. "These are some sword techniques and formations I just penned down. all of which you can learn now. According to my research, it seems that formations can also be achieved through magical power. You might want to peruse them in your spare time. Alright, it's getting late. We should take advantage of their nap and secretly return the sorting hat to Dumbledore's office. Perhaps, before that, we have some other matters to attend to. After receiving the parchment, Riddle spoke enigmatically. He then sheathed his wooden sword and moved to the corner, where the scenery of the room of requirement shifted. The diadem of Ravenclaw, one of my Horcruxes. He rummaged through the corner, retrieving a diadem. Mei, did you not say you could extract the soul fragment from the Horcrux and restore it to me? Yes, but you must have discovered this Horcrux long ago. Didn't you? Luo Mei replied, somewhat astonished as she took the diadem. Why are you only telling me about it now? After all, I needed to see a glimpse of your true capabilities before I could trust you, Riddle replied languidly. If all goes well, I should also have Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, though I am unaware of their exact locations. Moreover, Gryffindor's sword should also be one, but it seems I have yet to find it and turn it into a Horcrux. He revealed some information while observing Luo Mei with a scrutinizing gaze. Very well. Luo Mei stroked the diadem of Ravenclaw, nodding to indicate her understanding of this information, while internally lamenting. After all that talk, it was rather pointless. Would a rational person not connect the dots that the other items are also Horcruxes? He still had the audacity to present this with a sincerely earnest demeanor. Nevertheless, Riddle's willingness to relinquish a Horcrux now did take Luo Mei by surprise. Was it perhaps because he had created so many that losing one was inconsequential? Furthermore, he was indeed curious about her ability to mend souls. As Luo Mei contemplated, she examined the diadem of Ravenclaw closely. It was undeniably beautiful and symbolized Ravenclaw's wisdom. Had she been the one to create a Horcrux, she would likely have chosen this item. With that thought, she finally closed her eyes, forming a hand seal and silently reciting an incantation. In an instant, the diadem was placed upon a magical array, and Riddle watched as Luo Mei carefully began to extract the soul fragment with her magical energy. The fragment struggled fiercely, but it was unable to escape the profound finesse of Luo Mei's magic, being thoroughly torn from the diadem to reveal the image of an angry yet still handsome man. This man appeared to be older than Riddle, sporting a new hairstyle and donned in a black hood. His features, compared to Riddle's, were sharper, more brooding, and strikingly prominent. For a moment, Luo Mei was taken aback by his beauty, involuntarily exclaiming, "Wow, what a handsome figure." "Silence," Riddle snapped, barely containing his irritation. If circumstances had permitted, he would have almost snatched Luo Mei's wand to give her 3 sharp reminders. "Have you forgotten?" Before Riddle could finish, the diadem's furious soul fragment interrupted him. Its face contorted with rage as it directed its ire at Riddle. "Why?" Before the fragment could articulate further, Luo Mei swiftly silenced it with a strike of her sword, leaving Riddle feeling as though the world was spinning around him. The soul fragment surged into his body without any resistance, merging seamlessly with him. Riddle paused momentarily, feeling as though a piece of his soul had been restored. Meanwhile, the incantation on Luo Mei's lips was still unfinished. The warm sensation enveloping Riddle's soul as he sensed the rift caused by the merging of the soul fragment slowly being mended by Luo Mei. He watched as Luo Mei bit her fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into the array. In that instant, Riddle felt his 2 soul fragments completely merge, without a single gap, reverting to the primordial essence of his soul. He lifted his gaze to meet Luo Mei's, only to see her face contorted in disgust. Yet, she quickly switched to a beaming smile. The diadem just now looked quite ugly when angry. "You are far more handsome, Tom." "Riddle." Luo Mei seemed utterly oblivious to Riddle's incredulous expression, her complexion paling once more, clearly indicating that the spell to restore the soul had drained a significant amount of her magical energy. Fortunately, Luo Mei was adept at soul magic, allowing her to skillfully mend the soul while expending minimal energy. Otherwise, a typical gold core practitioner would have already exhausted their magic. Yet she continued to smile, playfully handling the diadem of Ravenclaw. "So does this diadem now belong to me?" "Very well," Riddle said, suppressing his incredulity, finally smiling. "Then I shall leave it in your care." However, Luo Mei paid no mind to whether Riddle was sincere or feigning. She gleefully stowed away the diadem, and then stealthily returned to the headmaster's office with the sorting hat, placing it back in its original spot before lifting the enchantment of unconsciousness without anyone noticing her actions. She had almost enjoyed a delightful afternoon, and remarkably, had not set Riddle any of the usual examination questions regarding Muggle compulsory education, instead allowing him to delve into the sword technique reference books she had previously provided. Thus, it was not until evening that Riddle found himself once more forcibly subjected to an invisibility spell that only allowed her to see and hear him. along with a chain that restricted a 3-meter distance, as he eagerly made his way to the dueling club hosted by Lockhart. Chapter 40. Parseltongue. Salazar can't possibly be a basilisk, can he? I truly fail to comprehend why you are so captivated by this dueling club, Riddle remarked. Struggling to navigate through the raucous crowd, clutching the stack of parchment Luo Mei had given him. A group of second-year wizards were likely to present nothing but a comical display, even if they were to duel. Moreover, directing his gaze to the stage, he observed Lockhart and Snape. The outcome of their duel was all too apparent. There was nothing spectacular about it. Luo Mei rested her chin on her hand, her focus fixated on Lockhart in the center of the hall, watching intently as Snape effortlessly dispatched Lockhart with a disarming charm, while Lockhart attempted to mask his embarrassment. Professor Lockhart may be foolish, but he is undeniably handsome. Thus, this duel has its merits in entertainment. What are you talking about, May? Ron exclaimed in horror from beside her. Isn't it true? At the very least, he is indeed quite striking, don't you agree, Hermione? Luo Mei countered. Hermione instinctively nodded in agreement. Ron, utterly exasperated, sought help from Harry, only to find Harry standing anxiously, lost in thought, entirely oblivious to Ron's desperate gaze. What should I do? Harry, who was aware that Luo Mei would be watching his duel, felt an inexplicable tension. Flashes of the offensive spells he had learned coursed through his mind, only to be abruptly interrupted by a familiar and irritating voice. Rose, at long last. I have found you, Draco exclaimed as he maneuvered through the crowd, seizing Rose's hand with such swiftness that Riddle instinctively stepped back 3 paces. I have been preparing all day for this dueling club, and experimenting with a few intriguing spells that I intended to showcase to you. Regrettably, I could not locate you until now, but fear not, I shall demonstrate them during the duel. However, Rose, why are you mingling with Potter and the others? His tone suddenly turned sharp, and he almost attempted to drag Rose away from Harry, only to be obstructed by him. I believe it is Rose's prerogative to choose with whom she converses, Harry retorted coldly. Moreover, she had previously consented to attend my duel. Draco shot Rose an incredulous glance, quickly redirecting his intense gaze toward Harry. He raised his wand and, in a fit of fury, declared, I believe it is inappropriate for Potter to interject here. Tarantaligra. It appears that the infamous Potter has engaged in a duel with Malfoy, Snape remarked, having approached unnoticed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Thus, I shall not need to assign them partners. Weasley, you shall pair with Finnegan, and as for Rose, Professor Snape. I merely came to observe and have no desire to participate in the duel, Rose interjected hastily. You will partner with Miss Granger, Snape commanded, entirely disregarding her words, before striding away with an air of authority. Very well, Rose sighed, furrowing her brow, then offering an apologetic smile to Hermione. So Hermione, I hope you won't take offense? She and Hermione exchanged a few simple spells, ultimately concluding with Hermione's wand clattering to the ground. However, as they shook hands in a gesture of camaraderie to signify the end of their friendly duel, they realized that chaos had erupted around them. In the center of the hall, Draco appeared to be summoning a snake, aiming to attack Harry, only to be thwarted by Harry's hissing counteraction. A tense silence enveloped the hall, as the sound was both terrifying and piercing. Rose was slightly taken aback. What is Harry doing? That sound he produced. Parseltongue. Riddle chimed in, his gaze unusually intrigued. It is the renowned ability of Salazar Slytherin, possessed only by his heirs. As for Potter, it seems that the fragment of the Dark Lord's soul residing within him is at play. Quite fascinating indeed. The illustrious savior of Gryffindor possesses the ability that is characteristic of Slytherin. One can only imagine how the entire school will perceive him as having Slytherin blood. Then won't you all be viewed as rather close relatives in the eyes of others? Rose mused, using magic to communicate with Riddle. Moreover, what exactly is this ability to converse with snakes? How did Salazar Slytherin acquire it? Could it be that he was actually a snake himself, thus capable of communicating with them? Do you all share serpentine lineage? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Salazar Slytherin must have been a serpent who, through the essence of the heavens, transformed into a human. Among the myriad of mythical beings, only serpents and fox spirits possess such exquisite allure. No wonder, Tom. You are so extraordinarily captivating. Be silent, Riddle snapped, unable to contain his frustration. He could hardly bear to imagine how his illustrious ancestor was being portrayed in Rose's mind. I inherited my visage from my foolish Muggle father, and it has nothing to do with Slytherin. Is that so? Then it seems your father must indeed be quite the paragon of beauty. No wonder your mother was enamored with him. I would be too, Rose lazily interrupted Riddle, not allowing him to continue before she strolled towards the center of the hall. With a casual flick of her wand, She transformed the compliant little snake on the ground into a cloud of black mist. Then, she gently patted Draco's trembling shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, simultaneously offering Harry a smile. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the bewildered Lockhart and the amused Snape, along with clusters of whispering students, prompting a sigh from her. It was one thing for Lockhart to ineptly confront issues, but why did Snape also wear a countenance of detached amusement? Were there truly no faculty members willing to quell the tumult and establish order? Just look at Harry and Draco, two striking youths utterly flustered in the hall's center. Yet despite it all, she wore a gentle smile as her gaze drifted to Harry's lightning-shaped scar. It appeared this duel might reveal some intriguing insights. Perhaps Draco and the rest of the school would henceforth refrain from attempting to use snakes against Harry. She approached the center with a light step. Harry was a Parselmouth, but that hardly came as a surprise, did it? After all, a child who could defeat Voldemort as an infant must possess some extraordinary abilities. Perhaps an intriguing magical clash had occurred between them at that time. Now Draco, Harry merely commanded that snake to remain still. There is no need for such alarm, she reassured. Yes, Lockhart finally grasped the situation and chimed in. Though Parseltongue is rare, it is not entirely unheard of. I once traveled with a witch who could speak it. While it is often associated with dark wizards and Slytherin, we cannot dismiss the existence of many benevolent wizards with this ability, and it can indeed be learned. I once learned from that very witch, so it is not surprising. Children. I believe Harry intended to showcase this unique talent, wanting to impress everyone, was he not? Quite a daring maneuver. Were it not for my presence, one might easily misinterpret it as malevolent. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, for defending Harry, Rose politely interjected, taking hold of Harry's sleeve. Harry, however, remained in a state of confusion. With disbelief he turned to Rose asking, Rose, what just happened? Did I really speak Parseltongue? Is that a symbol of Voldemort? To be precise, it is the signature skill of Salazar Slytherin, Rose replied, her gaze fixed on Harry's perplexed yet earnest green eyes, her tone light and playful. Then, am I a descendant of Slytherin? Harry inquired incredulously, desperately trying to recall details of his father, though he knew little of his family lineage. If I had Slytherin blood, the Sorting Hat would never have placed me in Gryffindor, right? Yet, he suddenly recalled the Sorting Hat's suggestion that he would have suited Slytherin, and a wave of panic washed over him. The Sorting Hat does not solely consider bloodlines for its decisions. Moreover, when I researched pure blood families in the library, I found no ties between the Potter family and Slytherin. Even if there were, it would be a distant connection from over a millennium ago, Rose said, winking playfully. Thus, I suggest that your ability to speak Parseltongue may indeed be linked to your scar. And let us not forget, you just retrieved the Sword of Gryffindor, symbolizing courage. From the Sorting Hat today, you are a true Gryffindor. I wondered why Professor Dumbledore asked me to retrieve the sword today. He truly is a master strategist, Rose continued, leaning closer to Harry, whispering in a tone meant for his ears alone. Well done, she thought, discreetly mending the fabric of her actions from earlier that day. Moreover, what does it matter if one belongs to Slytherin? Why must you wear such a countenance of panic? Is Slytherin truly a subpar house? Subsequently, Romy leaped to a position a few paces away from Harry, speaking softly, her lips still curved into a smile. Yet at that moment, she stood resolutely at the very center of the hall. It was then that Harry recalled that Romy was indeed from Slytherin, and he hastily shook his head, saying no. In truth, since the moment I entered Hogwarts, I have harbored a singular question. Romy continued, this time addressing all the students in the hall. Her voice was not loud, yet it possessed an inexplicable conviction, a sense of calmness that soothed the hearts of those who listened. Her gaze was fixed ahead, yet it quietly swept across all the students, maintaining a gentle warmth, reminiscent of an innocent young girl, causing the hall to fall into an unbidden silence. In this atmosphere, Romy spoke again. I do not comprehend why the four houses of Hogwarts must stand in opposition to one another, harboring mutual disdain. Why must every new student, upon facing the Sorting Hat, feel trepidation, fearing that they might be sorted into what they perceive to be a bad house? For instance, the reckless lions of Gryffindor, the drab bookworms of Ravenclaw, the mere gluttons of Hufflepuff, and the seemingly self-serving dark wizards of Slytherin. Newcomers are often engulfed in dread, as if being placed in an undesirable house would irrevocably divert their lives from the wizarding career they envision. Yet, they all belong to Hogwarts, and you, as well as I, are merely 11 or 12 years old, our minds still far from maturity. We are not confined to Azkaban. What talk is this of predetermined futures and the rigid stereotypes you have stubbornly ascribed to these houses? For instance, that most in our house will become dark wizards, or that the majority of Hufflepuffs will be mere gluttons. or that Harry, a Gryffindor, merely displaying a unique Slytherin trait, has been hastily branded as a dark wizard? I know that some among you already think as such. We are simply sorted into different houses, Romy stated, perhaps due to our differing personalities, which may or may not evolve over the years. Even if they do not, these distinctions in character do not diminish our essence. We are all wizards, united under the banner of Hogwarts. The four houses, in essence, are not delineated by good or bad. They merely select individuals with varied traits. For example, Gryffindors may possess the most noble courage and ideals, willing to sacrifice themselves for the protection of the magical realm, rightfully regarded as warriors and pioneers. Ravenclaws may possess the sharpest intellect and wisdom, eager to delve into various fields of magic and make significant contributions. Hufflepuffs may embody the most earnest diligence and loyalty, tirelessly building the magical world without betrayal. And Slytherins, they may be astute, resourceful and determined, adept at crafting rules, willing to advance their schemes, most suitable as decision-makers in the realm of magical regulations. Thus observe, even if each of us embodies traits that align with Hogwarts' four houses, it merely complements one another, allowing us to shine in four distinct domains, collectively forming the tapestry of Hogwarts and the magical world. Moreover, houses are static. It is people who are dynamic. Romy shifted her tone, continuing, since we were sorted by the sorting hat at 11, our inherent character traits cannot remain immutable. The house, or the ability to speak Parseltongue, is merely a symbol. What matters most is the person you aspire to become, or rather, how much you are willing to sacrifice to become that person. If you so desire, a Slytherin can be brave and fearless, and a Gryffindor can be wise and learned. Every individual in a different house possesses the right to choose their future. We should not hastily judge a person's entire life based solely on their house, or any other symbolic representation. The house itself is not at fault, nor is the ability to speak Parseltongue. It merely provides a vast stage, a unique ability. We can utilize the platform of our houses to stand upon a broader stage that belongs to Hogwarts and the entire magical realm. Why then should we engage in fruitless arguments and hostilities over absurd stereotypes? We all belong to Hogwarts. Romy proclaimed, we are all wizards, we are all human. We share a common lineage, and we should unite for a better world. However, Romy abruptly ceased her discourse, smiling innocently at Snape, who scrutinized her with an evaluating gaze, seemingly ready to interject. She then cheerfully remarked, all right, my previous words may have sounded a bit lofty, but essentially, what I mean is that there is no need for stereotypes or the so-called halo effect. Nor should we speculate excessively about Harry simply because he possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue. Harry is still Harry, just as he always has been. With that, she swiftly tugged at Harry's sleeve, leading him out of the hall. Meanwhile, Draco, who had not conversed much with Romy, furrowed his brow and instinctively rushed out, nearly colliding with Riddle, who was tethered by chains and had no choice but to follow Romy's pace, lost in thought. Riddle thought, he will inevitably eliminate both Draco and Romy with an Avada Kedavra. Chapter 42. Crisis. Let us all study mathematics and chemistry together. Romy. What did you just mean? Hermione quickly caught up with Romy after she and Harry left. I understand you wish for everyone to unite, but it seems you had more to say? Quite astutely observed, Romy replied, a hint of surprise in her gaze as she regarded Hermione. After some contemplation, she decided to speak further. In truth, I believe the magical world may soon face some crises. What kind of crisis? Draco pressed. Has Voldemort resurrected, bringing his theories back to the magical realm? Harry speculated. A new generation of dark wizards has emerged? Ron suggested. Grindelwald escaped from Nurmengard? Hermione inquired. None of those. Do you truly want to know? Romy raised an eyebrow, leading them back into the room of requirement, retrieving a muggle firearm from her wizarding robe, and casually firing a shot at a target that appeared within the room. It struck true. This firearm is the most commonly used and ordinary weapon in the muggle world, and in many Western countries, even civilians can legally obtain it with minimal paperwork. Romy softly remarked. And just this one gun could defeat nearly half of the mediocre, or even incompetent wizards in the magical realm. Moreover, muggles possess tanks, missiles and aircraft carriers, which could easily launch a collective assault on numerous wizards. You might argue that not every muggle can wield these weapons, and we wizards have plenty who can easily dismantle them. Such discussions may be debated militarily, but at the very least, muggles are not without merit. In fact, long ago, muggles forced us wizards to hide, relying on their sheer numbers, let alone other aspects, such as in daily life and technology. Romy changed her tone, waving her wand, and a rough depiction of the wall appeared, showcasing various technological products, including light bulbs, telephones, and rockets. especially for Hermione and Harry, who lived in the Muggle world. You both should be acutely aware that in terms of daily life, Muggles are evidently far more convenient than wizards, even surpassing us in research and technology. Their theoretical and practical research outcomes are continuously updated and rapidly evolving, while our magical realm remains stagnant, with textbooks that have not seen a revision in decades. Wizards are reluctant to acknowledge the swift advancements made by Muggles over the past century, instead remaining complacent in their belief of superiority. In truth, we wizards and Muggles have now diverged completely. We ought to open our eyes to the Muggles, recognize some of their merits, and unite to reform certain institutions within the magical community. Otherwise, the magic wielded by wizards will inevitably fall behind Muggle technology, rendering us obsolete. Rose remarked that this is the crisis the magical world will face in the future, though of course, this is merely my humble opinion, and may not be entirely accurate. After Rose finished speaking, Harry and the others fell into silence. Surely this can't be true. How could Muggles possibly surpass us? Draco said dryly. My father acknowledges that Muggles are indeed clever, but that does not imply they can surpass us. After all, they possess no magic whatsoever. Ron hesitated, only to be surprised to find his viewpoint aligned with Draco's, both displaying a faint grimace. Perhaps before you speak, you should first investigate the current living conditions of Muggles, Hermione objectively commented, then turned her gaze to Rose, ultimately sighing, Rose, you do make a valid point. When I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts, my parents worried about what would become of me. They had initially intended to send me to a private school, and now I find myself attending Hogwarts. Wouldn't that make me a mere illiterate upon returning to the Muggle world after just completing elementary school? Hermione, who would settle for nothing less than being top of her class, found the thought increasingly daunting. No. I must devise a plan to at least have my parents enroll me in a Muggle school, and I need to diligently study Muggle secondary education. This way, I can smoothly transition into university after graduating from Hogwarts. I concur with your viewpoint, Rose replied cheerfully. While we may not be able to effect change immediately, we can collectively learn the knowledge that Muggles are currently acquiring and understand what they are engaged in. Harry, Ron, Draco, are you with us? Perhaps, Harry said awkwardly, having never considered that he might have to face subjects like math or physics after entering Hogwarts, leaving him momentarily bewildered. But we already have so many subjects to study. Do we really need to tackle Muggle subjects as well? Ron exclaimed, astonished. Are you joking about learning Muggle knowledge? Well, I suppose I could give it a try. Muggle knowledge likely more challenging than wizarding studies, Draco said, looking at Rose with a self-satisfied expression, casting a sidelong glance at the hesitant Harry and Ron. Then it's settled, Rose said with delight. This Christmas holiday, I will leave Hogwarts to purchase some relevant textbooks from a bookstore in London. We can study together on weekends. Perhaps I can even invite Cedric and Cho, if they are willing. Of course, if you can. You might also want to ask other classmates living in the Muggle world, if they are interested in making plans for future university life. I might even prepare some Chinese dishes and desserts one afternoon after our weekend study session for everyone to enjoy, Rose said playfully, winking and sharing some heartfelt words with the group before they happily returned to their respective dormitories. What is that expression on your face? After Rose entered the dormitory, she could no longer contain herself and addressed Riddle, whose expression resembled a palette of colors. I found several unfortunate souls to share in the joy of learning with you. Are you not pleased? Riddle replied. I am merely contemplating the crisis you mentioned. Her views on Muggles bore a striking resemblance to Grindelwald's, yet the direction seemed entirely opposite. Do not doubt me. This is inevitable, Rose asserted confidently. It will come to pass within a century, especially with the proliferation of cameras and various information technologies. The lives of wizards will face even greater crises, and we must adapt. In fact, our realm once faced a similar crisis. However, we cultivators, despite our detachment, were not entirely oblivious to worldly affairs. Our relationship with mortals was far more harmonious and united than that of wizards and Muggles, and the circumstances were significantly better than those in the magical world, allowing us to eventually integrate completely into the mortal realm after some scheming. Regardless, cultivators and mortals, Muggles and wizards, will inevitably achieve mutual benefit. This is a historical inevitability, merely a matter of time and the extent of bloodshed involved, Rose remarked softly, casting a meaningful glance at Riddle. It is nothing significant. I merely pointed out this issue after witnessing Harry inadvertently reveal Parseltongue, out of a desire to protect him. She then returned the chain from Riddle's wrist, settling onto her bed to meditate and cultivate, leaving Riddle in contemplative silence. Chapter 43. A Battlefield? Christmas Gifts. Soon enough, the Christmas holiday arrived as scheduled. Rose, adhering to her previous words, submitted her request to Snape to return home, and, just before boarding the Hogwarts Express, instructed Riddle to pack her belongings in their dormitory. She then joyfully dashed to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. "Happy early Christmas to everyone," she exclaimed cheerfully as Harry finally opened the door, smiling at the Gryffindor students inside. She gifted Ron a snowman-shaped brooch, Hermione a book, and a beautifully crafted feather quill to Ginny. Lastly, she presented Fred and George with a prop shaped like a lollipop that released falling snowflakes when spun. "And Harry, this is your gift." Rose conjured a necklace from her pocket, saying, "I made this pendant myself, look, the charm is a flying broomstick." With that, she eagerly approached Harry, standing on tiptoe to place the necklace around his neck. This action occurred almost instantaneously. Just as Harry instinctively attempted to decline, he felt her fingertips brush against his neck, cold, yet it sent warmth coursing through him. His words of refusal caught in his throat, and for a fleeting moment he was captivated by the sweet scent emanating from Rose, leaving him dazed as he gazed at her focused expression and fair complexion. Yet in mere seconds, Rose had fastened the necklace for him. She quickly stepped back, tilting her head and smiling at Harry, who was still in a daze. It looks quite nice, please do not take it off." This necklace bears a protective charm of hers, and removing it would render it ineffective. After all, she had recently persuaded such a striking savior to draw the sword of Gryffindor, and she felt a tinge of guilt. Gifting him a handmade talisman seemed reasonable. Did it not? Rose thought, and she also noticed Harry's ears turning red, concluding that this moment was certainly worthwhile. With a smile, she directed her gaze to Harry's stunning green eyes, which sparkled more brilliantly than any lake she had ever seen, and she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Thus, upon hearing Harry's stammered response, she happily exited the Gryffindor common room. She then hurried to the Hogwarts kitchen, where she savored Chinese desserts while enjoying the stunning visages of Cedric and Cho before presenting them with their Christmas gifts. Alright, now we can return to the common room. Surrounded by an ethereal bubble of happiness, enveloped by the company of strikingly handsome individuals, Luo Mei never anticipated that as she took her first steps, she would encounter Draco around the corner. Just as she intended to greet him, she noticed Draco striding towards her with the grace of the wind, his demeanor haughty as he extended a hand in her direction. Luo Mei was momentarily taken aback. Having just been dazzled by an array of beauty, her instincts compelled her to grasp his hand. To her surprise, Draco's complexion flushed a deep crimson, leaving her uncertain whether it was in anger or embarrassment. He seemed to contemplate shaking off her hand but hesitated, ultimately opting to scratch her palm with a fierce stroke. Luo Mei gazed up at him in bewilderment, only to find Draco's face contorted in a comically furious expression, which she found oddly endearing. "Where is my gift, May?" he gritted through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with palpable frustration. "I have heard that you gifted Weasley a snowman brooch, Granger a book, and even bestowed Potter with a necklace crafted by your own hands. Moreover, you just came from the kitchen. So I assume you have already delivered gifts to Diggory and the others, correct?" Luo Mei's thoughts raced. How well informed he was. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for reasons she could not quite articulate. Nevertheless, true to her character, she cleared her throat and playfully tapped his palm, responding candidly, "I have not prepared anything." Draco's expression instantly turned to one of blank disbelief. "After all, I have cast protective spells on nearly every one of your wizarding robes during the summer, which should more than suffice to cancel out any Christmas gift this year," Luo Mei cheerfully asserted, watching as Draco's fury intensified. In a bid to assuage his anger, she gently rubbed his cheek with her other hand and swiftly changed the subject. "Of course, I was merely teasing you. Your gift is in my dormitory. I had intended to give it to you on the train, but since you seem eager for it now." With that, she seized Draco's hand and sprinted towards the Slytherin common room. Upon entering the common room, she released his hand and dashed to her dormitory. Without acknowledging Riddle, who was present, she rummaged through her desk until she found the gift and hurried back downstairs, her mind alight with thoughts of Draco's adorably flustered expression, causing her to suppress laughter as her pace quickened. "Look, this is the gift I prepared for you," she exclaimed, finally returning to Draco's side, rising on her toes to drape the present around his neck. "It's a scarf that I knitted myself." The smile on her lips grew wider as she playfully adjusted the scarf, tying it in a neat bow. "It looks splendid," she murmured, unable to resist running her fingers through Draco's silvery locks. Up close, his face appeared even more striking, his pale cheeks flushed a delightful shade of pink, and a bead of sweat glistened on the tip of his nose, making him resemble a delectable strawberry cake. Just as she was about to utter something sweet, her gaze unintentionally drifted upward, only to meet Riddle's impassive expression from the upper floor. Luo Mei's demeanor shifted dramatically as she exclaimed to Draco that she had matters to attend to and sprinted upstairs. How did you leave my dormitory? She questioned, swiftly pulling Riddle back into the room and pushing him onto the bed, raising her wand in a panic. Did you break my enchantment? When did you do it? Why did you come out? Have you ever done this before? Riddle, sprawled on the bed, languidly raised his hands, showing no desire to rise. I merely wish to inform you that your belongings are packed, he replied, his gaze drifting to the door. You were in such a hurry that you left without closing it. Since you didn't lock it, the enchantment affixed to the door naturally ceased to function. Luo Mei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Chapter 44. Sales, daring to shed the garb of Kong Iji. Ultimately, Luo Mei opted to divert the conversation. She rendered Riddle invisible once more, and ensured he could board the Hogwarts Express without drawing attention. It wasn't until several hours had passed, and they had distanced themselves from the train station, that she found a secluded corner to lift the invisibility charm. Now let us proceed to Gringotts, Luo Mei declared. Transforming back into her youthful visage, she retrieved a small pouch of galleons from her pocket, sighed and lamented, I intend to exchange these for pounds. I fear that by this Christmas, I will have spent every last coin. These are the fruits of my labor, earned through countless submissions to various newspapers since the summer. Yet it seems there is hardly enough. I have already spent a considerable amount on gifts for my classmates, and now I must purchase textbooks and enjoy a festive Christmas. Merlin's woolen socks, I shall soon find myself destitute. You earned pocket money by submitting articles to newspapers? Riddle inquired, having previously been unaware of Luo Mei's writing endeavors. Of course. I have submitted to Counterpoint, the Daily Prophet, and even some magazines in China. Where do you think the money for the textbooks I bought you came from? Luo Mei replied, though she knew that the sums were hardly sufficient to transform her lifestyle. Furthermore, I neglected my homework in history of magic, often tuning out during lectures. All because I was busy writing articles. I had assumed you were preoccupied with teaching me calligraphy, Riddle remarked coolly. Luo Mei gasped, momentarily at a loss for words, before hastily approaching the goblin and exchanging her pouch of galleons for pounds. All right, now we can leave to buy relevant textbooks, she smoothly transitioned, grasping Riddle's arm to depart from Diagon Alley, only to collide with someone unexpectedly. The individual, upon seeing Riddle, exhibited a look of sheer terror, seemingly on the verge of screaming and fleeing into the shadows. In an instant, Riddle snatched Luo Mei's wand from her grasp and immobilized the man in place. Is that Mr. Boggs from Nocturne Alley, who sells dark artifacts? Luo Mei observed, not feeling anger over Riddle's appropriation of her wand, but rather focusing on transforming her sword into a wand, scrutinizing the terrified figure before them. He knows me, Riddle stated calmly, raising his wand and cornering Boggs. How do you know me? Speak. Wouldn't a truth serum suffice? Luo Mei suggested lazily, leaning against the wall and preparing to draw symbols with the wand. And no, that won't be necessary. Boggs stammered, utterly bewildered by the idea of a complicated curse. He quickly lost track of his thoughts about why Riddle appeared younger, and had seemingly forgotten many things, instead casting a desperate look at Riddle. Dark Lord. It was you who, upon graduating, declined multiple offers from the Ministry of Magic and chose to work for me. Luo Mei's expression shifted to one of astonishment, while Boggs became increasingly anxious. I swear, during your time at my shop, I had no intention of exploiting you. I paid you your wages on time. Boggs spoke rapidly, noting Riddle's deepening scowl, but oblivious to the fact that Riddle's glowering demeanor stemmed from Luo Mei's eager curiosity. In a flurry of panic, Boggs knelt before Riddle, blabbering. This was a grave mistake on my part, Dark Lord. I should never have done it. I repent for my sins. If you wish, I can pay you your wages again. All right. Luo Mei instinctively replied, free money is never to be turned down. Boggs's face momentarily went blank. Riddle cast a sidelong glance at Rowena. After a brief pause, he withdrew his wand and calmly declared, very well, let us proceed as she suggests. Bach, in a state of fluster, scrambled to his feet and murmured, all right then, please follow me, my lord. They trailed behind Bach into Nocturne Alley, while Rowena's scrutinizing gaze flitted back and forth between Riddle and Bach. Unable to restrain herself, she stepped alongside Riddle and whispered in an exaggeratedly playful tone, who would have thought Tom, the illustrious head boy of Slytherin, the esteemed president of the Male Student Council, and a distinguished Hogwarts graduate, has turned down numerous lucrative offers from the Ministry of Magic and other companies to work as a salesman in Bacchus' shadowy establishment. What audacious courage and unwavering conviction enable you to cast off the shackles of an exemplary student and break free from the suffocating constraints of societal expectations? Society ought to have individuals like you, especially in our time. Your boldness in shedding the garb of a Confucian scholar is a lesson for us all. How could the Sorting Hat claim you could not wield Gryffindor's sword? I see your resolve to take on sales exemplifies the very spirit of Gryffindor. Riddle felt the veins on his forehead throb. At that moment, Bach finally entered the shop, emerging with a hefty bag filled with galleons. Quick as a thief, Riddle snatched the entire bag from Bach's grasp, tucking it into the pocket of his robes without leaving a single coin for Rowena. Observing the frozen expression on Rowena's face, Riddle's demeanor brightened, and with an air of smugness he remarked, "Rowena, all these galleons are the fruits of my labor, thus naturally they belong to me. What does that expression signify? Do you wish to claim this money for yourself?" His spirits soared with delight, and after a moment's thought, he casually turned back to Bach, continuing his inquiry. "And then? How long did I remain here? What occurrences transpired?" "You left this place not long after your resignation," Bach stammered, "but before you departed, you were quite close to a woman named Hepzibah Smith, and it was only after her untimely death that you resigned." Riddle's brow twitched. Indeed, the next moment, Rowena rushed to Bach, seizing his arm. "What did you say? Clothes? How old was she? What did she look like? Was she powerful in magic? Or did she possess any particular advantages?" Chapter 45. The light was clear only to her. Bach, a male with 2 sons and a daughter, had left his shop today merely to prepare for the upcoming Christmas by purchasing delightful trinkets for his beloved grandchildren. However, he never anticipated that upon arriving at Diagon Alley, before even entering a single shop, he would be confronted by the familiar countenance that filled him with dread. Moreover, beside that figure stood a girl strikingly similar in appearance, her grace and languid demeanor perfectly matching the casual manner in which she engaged with him. Although Bach had never seen or heard of this girl before, his keen instincts told him that her magical prowess and cunning were undoubtedly on par with that of the Dark Lord. Now he found himself in a perilous predicament, caught between the command to elucidate matters concerning Hepzibah and the ominous presence of the Dark Lord, who clearly wished to silence him. Bach felt that whether he advanced or retreated, death awaited him. But at that moment, the unknown girl raised her wand. I'll tell you. The terror of death momentarily eclipsed his fear of the Dark Lord, and Bach hurriedly confessed, the lady was not beautiful. She was quite elderly, essentially a matron. Yet she was immensely wealthy. Rowena, who had intended to cast a spell, was suddenly struck by a torrent of shocking revelations. She cast an astonished glance at Riddle. "But that is not all," Bach exclaimed, his mind racing, too afraid to meet Riddle's gaze. I know that Hepzibah once purchased a Slytherin locket from me. She spent a considerable amount of galleons. Furthermore, my lord, you often visited Hepzibah's residence to peddle your wares. And then you resigned, after which she passed away. It said her house elf, in a moment of confusion, accidentally poisoned her afternoon tea. Bach's words spilled forth in a frantic rush, his face flushed with urgency, as he laid bare all the facts he knew, the implications unmistakable. "So, you stole the Slytherin locket and orchestrated her demise, framing it on a house elf?" Rowena raised an eyebrow at Riddle. "Perhaps," Riddle replied languidly, "but I am quite unaware of where I concealed it." He gestured to cast a memory charm on Bach, but Rowena moved faster, forcibly seizing Riddle's wand, then turning to Bach with a conspiratorial glint. "Now let us discuss the details of Tom and that wealthy lady." Bach's thoughts were a whirlpool of despair. By Merlin, why did I leave the shop for Diagon Alley today? Why? He sensed that his life was in imminent danger. After Rowena and Riddle exited the shop, Bach's establishment seemed to have been thoroughly ransacked. Rowena, buoyed by triumph, not only clutched a large sack of galleons, but had also gathered a wealth of intriguing gossip. Her steps were light and spirited, and in a few strides, she reached Riddle, playfully walking backward to face him, her teasing gaze directed at him. "I truly did not expect this, Tom," she sighed dramatically, though her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief. "You actually have an affinity for this wealthy type, even going to such lengths to create romantic atmospheres for her, presenting her with roses, while you've never gifted me a single rose." "Be quiet," Riddle retorted. "Merlin, you dare scold me? Is it truly because I am too impoverished to meet your standards?" She clutched her heart, feigning sorrow with a mockingly tearful expression. "Enough. It's all right, Tom. I'm willing to work hard to become wealthy for your sake, even if it costs me my life," Rowena declared. "That is the responsibility of the main soul. It has nothing to do with me," Riddle replied coolly. "Moreover, if it's not an issue, I wouldn't mind letting you take Hepzibah's share of galleons and convert them into pounds." Rowena's exuberant voice interrupted Riddle's next words, and he realized that she had unknowingly led them back to Gringotts. "What are you planning? The pounds from before should suffice." Before Riddle could finish his inquiry, Rowena seized his arm and pulled him outside. The strength of the girl was astonishing. Instinctively, Riddle followed her lead as they dashed out of Diagon Alley, past the leaky cauldron, through winding streets, until they reached a bustling Muggle shopping district. They ambled along, clad in their wizarding robes, conspicuously exposed to the throngs of bustling Muggles. Do not be so tense. In this diverse world, even in our attire, while they may not comprehend, they will certainly show respect, Rowena said lightly, her laughter mingling with the evening air as she grasped Riddle's arm, leading the way, turning back to flash him a playful smile. The moonlight and the colorful lights of the marketplace illuminated her beaming face, dancing in her dark hair. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating glimmer, and in the end, all that remained in those beautiful orbs was the reflection of Tom Riddle, his slightly dazed yet handsome visage mirroring back at her. In that fleeting moment, the distant evening street, with its flickering lights and the bustling crowd surrounding them, seemed to blur into an indistinct backdrop. Only Luo Mei stood out, clear and distinct. At last, it seemed she heard the sweet voice of the girl once more. They had unknowingly found themselves at the entrance of a clothing store. Luo Mei gazed at him with a bright smile, effortlessly guiding him inside. Regardless, we must purchase a few garments to celebrate this Christmas, she insisted, leaning closer to whisper in Riddle's ear. I know you despise Muggles and the noise of crowds, but today, tomorrow, and throughout this entire Christmas holiday, let it be a rare mercy from the Dark Lord himself to indulge me for a while, shall we? After all, you cannot refuse. With that, she playfully planted a kiss on Riddle's cheek before once again linking her arm with his and surveying the store. This one, and that one. She murmured to the attendant, please fetch the appropriate sizes for him. Thank you. Chapter 46. Penny, wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas. Inside the clothing store, Luo Mei leaned against the counter, idly scanning for suitable women's clothing and observing the passers-by. Moments ago, Riddle had reluctantly accepted the Muggle outfits she had chosen for him. Descending from his lofty demeanor to enter the fitting room, his expression a mask of indifference that rendered the attendant, who had been smitten by his looks, utterly speechless. Yet Luo Mei remained unfazed, eagerly anticipating the sight of Riddle clad in Muggle attire, while subconsciously sensing someone was watching her. She swiftly turned, only to find herself staring into a pair of familiar eyes, which suddenly widened in fear. She approached the owner of those eyes, a striking blonde woman who had only moments earlier been selecting clothing for her husband and son, ushering them into the fitting room. Her eyes bore a slight resemblance to Harry's. Hello, beautiful lady, Luo Mei greeted politely, smiling at her. Your eyes remind me of a friend of mine. The woman, who was none other than Petunia Dursley, appeared to tremble even more at Luo Mei's approach. You recognized my wizarding robes, didn't you? Luo Mei whispered, conjuring a rose from her pocket with a flick of her wand. I hope you won't spread the word or inform your wizarding friends. I fear the professors might reprimand me upon my return to school for this. Here, this rose is for you, wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas. With that, she firmly placed the rose into Petunia's hand and, just as she was about to say something more, the door swung open. It was Riddle emerging from the fitting room. It seems my boyfriend has changed into his clothes. Farewell, and remember to have a Merry Christmas. Luo Mei exclaimed quickly, her spirits high as she navigated through the crowd towards the fitting room. Petunia stood momentarily stunned, instinctively tightening her grip on the rose, and rising on her toes to watch as Luo Mei hurried over to the handsome young man, leaning against him and chattering happily, enveloped in an aura of blissful sweetness. Her mind went blank. Then, a familiar voice broke the silence. Penny, what's wrong? What do you have in your hand? It was her husband, Vernon. Petunia instinctively hid the rose behind her back, her mouth opening but no words coming forth. After a pause, she finally replied, nothing, just a teenage girl gave me a rose, wishing me a Merry Christmas. It looks like a prank. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of Riddle, Luo Mei's eyes lit up. Indeed, his sense of style was impeccable as always. Before her stood Riddle, adorned in the turtleneck sweater she had chosen, draped in a brown woolen jacket that accentuated his superior upper physique, while the olive green trousers were worn with a relaxed nonchalance. He strolled out of the fitting room with an air of indifference, his striking eyes lazily searching for Luo Mei, hands tucked into his pockets, his movements graceful yet arrogant. A significant number of passers-by couldn't help but gaze at him, mesmerized by the ethereal beauty of this young man. At that moment, Luo Mei dashed through the crowd and threw her arms around Riddle. You look amazing, she exclaimed, releasing him almost instantaneously, only to wrap her arm around his once more, slyly slipping a hand into the pocket of his jacket, intertwining her fingers with his. I told you my taste is impeccable. She looked up at Riddle, who met her gaze in return. Under the weight of his breathtaking beauty, Luo Mei felt her heart skip a beat. She shyly averted her gaze, clearing her throat tactfully. Actually, Tom, I just spotted several lovely women's outfits in this store. Would you help me choose a coat? Is this one better or that one? Or perhaps the one above? You want me to choose? Riddle inquired. Of course. I told you, Tom, since you accepted the clothing I picked for you, you must earnestly accompany me shopping these next few days. You cannot just half-heartedly dismiss it. That gray one, I believe it would suit you well, Riddle suggested. The gray one? Luo Mei hadn't anticipated such a swift response from him, and she couldn't help but be surprised as she glanced at Riddle. Noticing for the first time a rare seriousness etched on his face, her attention shifted back to the gray coat he had indicated. All right, she acquiesced, promptly withdrawing her hand from Riddle's pocket, seizing the garment, and hurrying into the fitting room while declaring no mischief, mind you. As Luo Mei dashed into the fitting room, Riddle observed her, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he watched her clutching her wand protectively in her pocket, as if fearful it might be snatched away. Did she not know that there existed magic without wands? However, under her spell he found himself quite powerless. Riddle languidly contemplated, his right hand unconsciously brushing against his cheek, the very spot Luo Mei had kissed moments ago, still warm to the touch. He could feel his heart racing, seemingly beating faster than usual. All of this was due to Luo Mei. She had a knack for surprising him with her unpredictable actions. Riddle mused that she claimed he created romantic atmospheres. Yet, it was she who excelled at it, employing every trick in the book to gain his favor: flattery, feigned vulnerability, and exaggerated measures, and should all else fail, she would resort to stealthy tactics. Riddle found himself perplexed by Luo Mei's intentions. If her pursuit was merely a superficial desire for his beauty, she need not go to such lengths. Yet if she sought some ridiculous notion of love, he had not witnessed the fervent affection reflected in the eyes of his previous admirers within her. She seemed entirely unperturbed. What then was she after? A source of entertainment? A taste of pure romance and excitement? Or perhaps a simple, arrogant endeavor to win his heart? Riddle could not fathom it, but didn't mind. In light of the immense benefits Luo Mei offered, he was willing to invest a modicum of insincerity or trifles that held little value for him. However, at this moment, Riddle's hand unconsciously caressed the fabric of his sleeve, feeling the binding spell, imposed by Luo Mei, that ensnared his body, as a flash of crimson flickered in his deep, inky eyes. If it were possible, he still wished to be the one in control of everything. Chapter 47. Earning money, she would take good care of him. At last, Luo Mei emerged from the dressing room. Riddle was indeed correct. This gray coat suited her exceptionally well, enhancing her complexion to a more radiant and delicate hue. She approached Riddle with a series of playful strides, reveling in his scrutinizing gaze as he assessed her appearance before she proudly declared, "It seems this truly suits you." Subsequently, he retrieved a blue scarf he had just selected and draped it around Luo Mei's neck. Luo Mei glanced at him in astonishment, witnessing Riddle's lowered gaze as he tied the scarf. His method was rather clumsy, indicative of someone who had never tied a scarf for another, yet his actions were devoid of error. Luo Mei kept her head bowed, watching his bony fingers deftly maneuver through the fabric until he fashioned a rather commendable knot. "Tom," Luo Mei tentatively called, tilting her head upwards. The warmth of her breath brushed against Riddle's cheek, causing his face to flush, yet he quickly distanced himself, casting a slight appraisal at the scarf he had just tied. "I just feel that this scarf suits you quite well," he murmured softly. To his surprise, Luo Mei retorted, "Did you tie this scarf for me out of jealousy for seeing me tie one for Draco?" Riddle blinked in disbelief at her. Sure enough, the next moment, Luo Mei could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "I was merely joking," she said with a smooth demeanor. "I just find it amusing and delightful that you tied a scarf for me. I feel honored. Clearly, it was my gift of clothing that caught your attention, prompting you to finally decide to please me, Riddle." Luo Mei continued, feigning distress as she summoned the shop assistant, promptly handing over the pound to her before turning back to Riddle with reassurance. "Rest assured, I have already paid. I know that only money can appease you and satisfy your desires. I promise I will earn enough to take care of you. So please do not seek out a wealthy woman." She stood there, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she resolutely held them back, resembling a resilient little flower. Her gaze towards Riddle was imbued with profound affection. "Even if I have to beg, wander, and endure hunger and cold, I will do everything in my power to provide you with the best, because I love you, Tom." Riddle. He even noticed the shop assistant, who had just been infatuated with him, now casting a scornful look, as if seeing a worthless pretty boy. Yet Luo Mei seemed unsatisfied, digging into her pocket once more to give the assistant additional money. "This is a tip, madam." Luo Mei suddenly remembered the concept of tipping. Damn. She had stayed in Huaxia for too long, forgetting to maintain the habit. The assistant, however, refused to accept it, regarding Romy with a look of affectionate pity, as if she were observing a hopelessly love-struck girl. "No, beautiful miss, I believe you need this money more than I do," she sincerely told Romy, cautiously glancing at Riddle. "Miss, I think you are beautiful and extraordinary. With your qualities, you could easily attract any man without wasting time on this insipid man." The assistant spoke with a tone of gentle concern. "Please, do not throw good money after bad, Romy." She hastily grasped Riddle's arm, attempting to restrain the surge of murderous intent towards this pitiful muggle. Yet Riddle merely tightened his grip around Romy's hand. "This is merely a jest between us, madam," he said, uncharacteristically offering a semblance of a disingenuous smile to the muggle assistant. "The money she holds is actually all earned from my labor. Yes, all my earnings go to her, as she wields the financial power in our household, leaving me with not a single penny. Thus, I must rely on her good graces for any small favors, and if I anger her, I must kneel on a washboard or endure her unilateral beatings and abuse. Her earlier behavior was merely a response to my failure to meticulously clean the small blemishes from the strawberries this afternoon," Riddle whispered. "However, that is of no consequence, for I love her. We are not as impoverished as you might imagine, so please accept the tip." "Very well," the assistant stammered, suddenly redirecting the look of incredulity she had previously aimed at Riddle towards Romy. "Then sir, take care," she stammered, too intimidated to say anything further, and hurriedly departed with the tip. Romy looked on with keen interest at Riddle, her expression devoid of any anger. Of course, you know, Riddle and Romy exchanged glances. "With you here, I would never harm her. You need not act against her. She is merely an innocent bystander in this," Romy shrugged. "I am the one who stirred the pot. If anyone should face your wrath, it should be me." "You are quite right," Riddle agreed. "Moreover, regardless of everything, to hear you say I love you in this lifetime is already worth it, is it not?" Romy chimed cheerfully, then shifted her gaze to the window, pointing. "Look, Tom. It's snowing outside." Upon hearing this, Riddle turned his attention to the window. Snow had evidently been falling for some time. In the frigid air, it had quickly blanketed the ground in white, enhancing the festive atmosphere of Christmas. The bustling crowd, the calls of vendors, the twinkling lights, and the faint strains of Christmas music filled the air, each face radiating happiness. In that moment, Riddle felt warmth bloom at the corners of his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Romy had once again, without realizing it, tiptoed up to kiss the corner of his lips. Riddle instinctively touched his flushed ear, surprised by the unexpectedness of it all. He languidly returned his gaze to Romy, only to find her holding the scarf, her cheeks flushed, looking up at him with an unusual focus and tranquility. If, she inquired, "one day the binding spells on you dissipate, and I no longer hold any value for you, would you turn against me?" Riddle gazed deeply into Romy's eyes for a long moment before forming a fabricated, perfect smile. "Of course not," he whispered, pulling Romy into an embrace, gently pressing his lips to her forehead. "You are very important to me." "Is that so?" Romy replied, rising on her toes to return the embrace, her hands resting on Riddle's shoulders, her body cooler than his, exuding a fragile demeanor. Then she suddenly nipped at Riddle's earlobe. Riddle's body stiffened instantly. "You should count yourself fortunate that we are in a bustling muggle commercial street, rather than some secluded corner," Romy's cool voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Otherwise, I might just unleash 3 cruciatus curses upon you. Spare me, you are quite amusing. If I found myself in such a predicament, I would wish to dismember anyone with such a morbid sense of humor, let alone you. How could you even say that I am important? It's simply inconceivable." She planted her feet firmly, her icy gaze locked onto Riddle's eyes. Finally, she once more caressed Riddle's cheek. "Before me, you must be candid, Tom." Chapter 48. The Horcrux. "I fear you may stray and fall for another." The following morning, Riddle drew back the curtains, revealing the sunlight cascading outside, illuminating the world blanketed in the snow that had fallen the previous night. He then turned to gaze at the still slumbering Luo Mei, abruptly yanking the covers away, before expressionlessly folding them. Luo Mei, nestled comfortably in the warm cocoon of her bedding, was rudely awakened. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Riddle. He merely scoffed coldly. At that moment, his visage appeared pallid and frail, his lips devoid of color. Naturally, who would remain unscathed after being thrust into an inn in the dead of night, only to be unceremoniously thrown to the ground and subjected to 3 excruciating experiences? Was it not forbidden for underage wizards to indiscriminately wield magic in public? Why had no one apprehended her? Ah yes, she had long since cast a charm to mask the tracking thread on her wand. The fact that he received no warning after immobilizing Boggins with his wand yesterday spoke volumes. He thought to himself, the ministry is utterly incompetent. allowing a minor witch to use an unforgivable curse, punishable by a life sentence in Azkaban, in the presence of a multitude of muggles, while this very witch remains at large, comfortably asleep. Even more absurdly, she showed no signs of remorse and was about to snatch the neatly folded covers he had just arranged. Riddle quickly shielded the folded blanket, leaving Luo Mei to grasp at nothing. Realizing her body was chilled to the bone, Luo Mei was engulfed in despair, and promptly resolved to leap from her bed to Riddle's, intending to commandeer his neatly stacked covers to continue her slumber. When do you plan to rise, Luo Mei? Riddle said icily. It is already 7:30. And your owls have been surrounding this room since dawn, eager to deliver your Christmas gifts. I have sent them all away, and their gifts are nearly overflowing this room. Really? Let me see what they sent. Luo Mei scrambled out of bed, shivering in her pajamas. Riddle picked up her wand from the table, and, with an uncharacteristic display of kindness, cast a warming charm on her. Oh, thank you, Tom, Luo Mei murmured. Thanks to your thoughtfulness. I promise to refrain from using the Cruciatus curse on you in the future. Suit yourself, Riddle replied with a cold smirk. I despise dishonesty from others. At least endure my capriciousness until you lift this enchantment. But Tom, Luo Mei said smoothly, you must remember, as long as you are sufficiently forthright with me, I can be your friend or ally. Now let me see what gifts await me. Hermione sent me a book, astonishingly about the intricacies of potion making. She truly understands me. She also told me not to worry about purchasing textbooks, as she has already taken care of it. Thank her. Draco gifted me a hat, which is quite lovely and perfect for wearing back to school. Harry, Ron, and even Mrs. Weasley knitted me a sweater. How kind of her. Luo Mei's excitement grew with each gift she unwrapped, tossing them joyfully onto the bed, enveloped in sweet elation. Riddle observed her in silence. Actually, I have quite a few plans for this holiday, Luo Mei continued, feeling Riddle's gaze upon her. I plan to visit the bookstore this afternoon to buy textbooks for Harry and the others. In the evening, we can return to that shopping street. I heard there will be a concert tonight. Tomorrow we might dine at a renowned restaurant. I hope the food exceeds the British average. Then we can visit the theater or perhaps wander near some university gates in hopes of encountering a few Chinese students. Oh, by the way, Tom. She suddenly shifted her focus, fixing her gaze on Riddle. Since you merged with the Ravenclaw diadem, you must have acquired memories from that era, correct? When do you intend to inform me about the whereabouts of the other Horcruxes? Luo Mei inquired. You witnessed that my soul-repairing spell posed no issues. My method is indeed feasible. So why, Tom? Do you hesitate to share? Even if you wish to keep a sliver of hope, you are still far from achieving that. Or do you truly wish to cling to the identity of a Horcrux, merely surviving? What will you do when Voldemort, your primary soul, returns? You know better than I that he will find a way back. Will you then gleefully present yourself before that bald, noseless, dim-witted monster and bow down? I still do not understand your rationale behind creating Horcruxes, Luo Mei said softly. Splitting into 7 different selves. Was it merely to occupy the Dark Lord's throne each day of the week? A superb rotation mechanism. Sometimes I too do not comprehend, Luo Mei. Riddle replied calmly, gazing at her for a long while before continuing. Why are you so insistent on persuading me to locate all the Horcruxes, even resorting to repeated provocations? Your true objective is not to lead me down the path of asceticism. Rather, you wish to eradicate all Horcruxes to obliterate my primary soul, correct? Riddle queried. What benefit does that hold for someone from another world? Of course, it is for the chocolate frog cards. Luo Mei retorted eagerly. In the future, I could be immortalized as a wizard card, inscribed with the details of defeating Lord Voldemort in 1999. Imagine us both being recorded on the same card. How delightfully ambiguous. Riddle, be serious. Being recorded on a card, achieving a place in history. How does that constitute a legitimate motive? Luo Mei replied amiably. Alright, I meant to ask. Whom do you think is more handsome, Harry or your primary soul? Riddle. So you understand why I support Harry and wish to eliminate your primary soul, Luo Mei lamented. Moreover, as Voldemort serves as the principal antagonist in Harry Potter, he will inevitably be vanquished. It's merely a matter of time. Besides, destroying your primary soul would be entirely beneficial to you. It would not only mend your soul, but also assist your future endeavors. You wouldn't want there to exist another entity that could be regarded as your primary soul, would you? Luo Mei continued. Given the chance, you would desire to usurp him. Correct? Are you attempting to seduce me, Luo Mei? Riddle asked coolly. I am merely aiding you in rational analysis, Luo Mei replied. So why do you refuse to disclose the locations of the other Horcruxes? Because I fear you might encounter my equally beautiful self within the other Horcruxes. And in a moment of infatuation, forsake me for another, thus erasing my existence, Riddle stated shockingly. What? Luo Mei's expression went blank. Riddle finally chuckled, realizing that only by employing Luo Mei's own logic could he triumph over her. Yet unexpectedly, after a prolonged silence, Luo Mei murmured, "You are right, Tom." Riddle. His expression froze. Chapter 49, Astonishment. The young maiden leaps through the window in search of Tom. Luo Mei was expelled from the room by Riddle. Tom. Why are you pushing me away? Luo Mei protested, clinging desperately to the doorframe. I'm still in my pajamas. Can you bear to see a young girl like me freeze in this bitter cold? Now I understand why you desire my honesty, Riddle remarked cryptically. It turns out you are entirely forthright when conversing with me. With that, he shut the door. Don't close the door, Tom. Tom, hey. She desperately clung to the doorknob, pounding on the door. Tom, please don't cast a confinement spell on this door. You can't be seriously casting a spell on it. I was wrong, Tom. I swear, I would never forsake you for another Horcrux. After all, the diary is the youngest. If I must choose, I would undoubtedly select the one that is the least aged. Moreover, I have already spent 6 months with the diary, and we have come to understand each other's personalities to a certain extent. Perhaps it won't be long before we can completely harmonize, and at that time, switching to something new would be an unnecessary hassle. She pounded on the door, only to feel a sudden searing pain in her hand. The confinement curse Tom had cast was taking effect. She quickly withdrew her hand and called out to the inside, Tom. You must understand that in the realm of cultivation, we take oaths very seriously. Anyone who breaks an oath will face dire consequences. So I mean it. Rose shouted, Tom. You wouldn't really leave this young maiden to crawl back through the window in the early morning, would you? Tom. All right. I'll come downstairs now and look for your window. Please don't draw the curtains. Riddle opened the door with an expressionless face. At that moment, he had changed into the outfit Rose had chosen for him the day before, though he had not donned the jacket, opting instead for a turtleneck that obscured much of his long neck, leaving only the shifting of his Adam's apple subtly visible. The warm sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon him, inexplicably adding a touch of warmth to the often somber demeanor of the boy. Rose couldn't help but stare in awe. Noticing her obvious infatuation, Riddle couldn't suppress a sardonic smile. So your oath was merely because I'm the only one here who is tangible and clear to you? Afraid that if I get angry, no one would give you any advantage, am I right? Rose's expression froze. Huh? Such an accusatory remark coming from Riddle? Riddle angrily shut the door again. Huh? No, Tom, listen to my defense. Oh, I mean my explanation, Tom. Rose shouted, hastily making her way downstairs, treading through the snow with agility as she swiftly climbed to the 3rd floor. Finally, she grasped the window of their room, locking eyes with Riddle inside. Riddle silently began to draw the curtains. Wait, Tom, please, I beg you. Rose pressed her face against the glass, fervently blinking her eyes in a cute manner. Riddle finally opened the window. As Rose climbed into the room, her face was flushed from the cold, yet she continued to chatter. But it's only natural to be momentarily stunned when seeing a beautiful person, especially someone as breathtaking and extraordinary as you, Tom. Before she could finish her sentence, Riddle promptly cast several warming charms at her, followed by tossing a pile of clothes. Quickly change into these. Riddle turned away, brushing his heated ear tips. In truth, he felt his face was also burning, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. He closed his eyes and put on the jacket, saying, once you're dressed, we'll head to the Gaunt residence. Oh, Rose replied obediently, hastily using magic to change her clothes, tugging at Riddle's sleeve. Where is the Gaunt residence? How do we get there? Riddle steadied himself, gripping Rose's wand tightly, and instructed, apparate. Hold on to my arm. We'll apparate there. Once Riddle felt Rose grip his arm securely, he immediately cast the spell. In a whirlwind, they found themselves in front of the Gaunt residence. What a cool spell! Rose exclaimed, immediately releasing Riddle's arm. I mean, could you teach me how to do that? Riddle paused for a moment, having never seen Rose so decisively let go of his arm. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed her face brimming with admiration, a side of her he had never witnessed before. Had he truly managed to frighten her? Riddle was skeptical, yet he replied, sure. During this Christmas, or perhaps over the summer of our 2nd year, I will teach you. With that, he confidently entered the old house, and Rose followed closely behind. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she eagerly surveyed each room, not paying close attention to what Riddle was doing, while he casually manipulated Rose's wand, quickly uncovering something. The Gaunt family ring. Riddle picked up the ring and turned to Rose, saying, one of my Horcruxes, a relic passed down from my mother's side. The diadem is my 3rd Horcrux, so currently, it is the only one whose exact location I recall. However, during my last visit to Gringotts, I sensed there might be another Horcrux there, though its location is uncertain. It would be troublesome to search for it recklessly. Riddle explained. Rose nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Does it have a curse you placed on it? Or some dark magic?" For some reason, she suddenly felt an intense desire to wear that ring, even though it was not particularly dazzling. Yes. The ring is enchanted with a dark magic that tempts the wearer to don it, and once someone does, the curse will spread from their finger to their entire body, leading to their certain demise, Riddle replied, waving Rose's wand to begin dispelling the curse. "Of course, I can lift the curse I placed myself." He quickly handed the uncursed ring back to Rose, gesturing for her to take it. This time, Rose deftly integrated that part of the soul into Riddle, astonishingly revealing no trace of awe at the ring's former soul. Riddle was genuinely surprised as he calmly accepted the ring devoid of any soul that Rose had tossed back to him, raising an eyebrow and finally saying, "I thought you might claim this ring for yourself. After all, it is a family heirloom. Unlike the others, I can't even find any relatives anymore, so of course, it belongs to you," Rose replied languidly. "And what would it mean for me to keep something so ambiguous as a ring? Do you think I'm madly in love with you, wanting to give you my family's heirloom as an engagement ring?" Riddle. He expressionlessly stored the ring away. When he looked up again, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with something soft and warm. Rose had stealthily approached him, once again capturing his lips in a kiss. Riddle's body stiffened in shock, and in an instant, he was pushed against the wall. He momentarily forgot to resist, merely staring at Rose, allowing her to snatch away his wand, his body tense and his hands remaining motionless. Thud. The ring Riddle had just put in his pocket fell to the ground. Almost a minute later, Rose finally pulled away from his lips, standing firmly, bending down to pick up the ring. She placed the ring on Riddle's left ring finger, looking up into his eyes, mischievously saying, "I'll consider this my reward for not being able to see the ring earlier. And besides, Tom, even if you're angry, I can still take advantage of you. Thus, my previous oath was truly sincere. I only like you." She laughed, playfully stepping back a few paces before turning away from him, jumping around and giggling. Riddle. He had known it. Chapter 50. Longevity Noodles, quite fitting for your desire for immortality. Riddle wanted to establish some ground rules with Rose. However, when Rose saw the content of those rules, she vehemently refused, claiming she would never agree to anything she could not fulfill. This left Riddle utterly amused. He simply cast a layer of dark magic upon himself using Rose's wand, as if warding off a thief. He truly could not comprehend what kind of education Dumbledore, who always raised the banner of love, had imparted to produce such a being. Someone who could casually profess love and declare, "I like you" or "I love you" to anyone. Is it true that all those in the cultivation realm possess such dispositions? The crux of the matter lies not merely in her unadulterated pursuit of beauty or other trivialities, but in the fact that when he personally bestows upon her, he is met with scornful ridicule in return. It's utterly laughable. What is there to give back? He might as well seal himself away with dark magic. Nevertheless, Riddle discovered that Luo Mei was indeed incapable of breaking his dark enchantments. Each time she endeavored to touch him, she would suffer the backlash of his magic, much to Riddle's delight. He almost wished the repercussions were more severe. Yet whenever he attempted to amplify this backlash to the point of death, he too was met with the retaliatory effects of the enchantments she had cast upon him. Very well, Riddle mused. As long as he could witness Luo Mei sustain the maximum degree of harm permitted by the enchantments upon contact with his dark magic barrier, he would find joy in it. During this time, Luo Mei, unable to reach Riddle, was perpetually downcast, even neglecting to enjoy Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Each day, she longed to subtly test or implore Riddle to lift his dark enchantments, but every time, she was met only with his cold laughter. Thus, throughout the entire Christmas holiday, Luo Mei's demeanor could be described as languid. Although she successfully learned the art of apparition from Riddle during this break, imparted to him a wealth of swordsmanship and knowledge of the cultivation world, and persistently dragged him to numerous Muggle restaurants and streets, the issue remained. She had not yet had her fill of tofu. Now this fragrant, soft tofu had locked itself away in a glass box, leaving her to gaze longingly, with no knowledge of when she might partake of it again. What a vexing predicament. Luo Mei was on the brink of despair, yet she refused to relinquish hope. Thus, on the evening of December 31st, that impulsive Luo Mei, in Riddle's eyes, suddenly proposed a visit to a certain commercial street, and with great insistence, dragged him into a restaurant. "This is the best Chinese restaurant in the entire street, or so I've heard. The prices are quite steep. I'm genuinely bleeding out for this meal," she lamented, clutching her wallet with a sorrowful expression as she sought praise from Riddle. At that moment, they were seated at a small table by the window, and outside, the snow continued to drift down, blanketing the entire street. Inside the restaurant, the sounds of New Year's music filled the air. Luo Mei sat across from Riddle, still wearing her scarf. Her face flushed from the warmth as she leaned her chin on her hand, playfully pouting and sighing at him. Riddle regarded her with an impassive expression. Just then, the waiter placed a bowl of noodles before them, and Luo Mei pointed excitedly, "Look, longevity noodles. Our Chinese cuisine. Just listen to that name. It perfectly aligns with your wish for immortality. How festive." Riddle responded, "Hurry up and eat." She pushed the bowl towards him, urging him. "We have things to attend to soon. Aren't you going to eat?" Riddle countered. "Too expensive. I can't afford it," Luo Mei replied, swiftly removing her scarf and starting to eat other dishes, though her gaze remained fixated on Riddle, exuding an unusual air of delight. Riddle silently began to eat his noodles, grateful for Luo Mei, as he had now become adept at using chopsticks. Until they finished their meal, Luo Mei remained exuberant. They strolled together through the snowy streets, bustling with people as the year came to a close. Unable to clasp Riddle's arm, she walked closely beside him, leading him to a bakery where she exchanged a few words in Chinese with the staff before emerging with a box of cake. "We can enjoy this when we return to the hotel." Her voice was lighthearted as she guided Riddle to a relatively secluded bridge. "But for now, we need to wait here for a minute. What little trick have you prepared now?" "It's not exactly my preparation. More accurately, it's the Muggles' doing. However, I personally adore this fleeting romance." 3, 2, 1. Luo Mei counted down, and at the moment she reached 1, the streetlights suddenly dimmed significantly, and fireworks erupted into the sky, bursting forth in a dazzling display. The ever-changing, flickering light of the fireworks illuminated Luo Mei's profile as she smiled, magically producing a wand from thin air. "Tajda. Look." She stealthily slipped the wand into Riddle's pocket without making any contact. "I took advantage of your inattention to sneak back to Diagon Alley and purchase you a new wand. After all, it's rather inconvenient for you to go to Ollivander's wand shop directly, and the feeling of being without a wand is simply dreadful. This wand I chose with your character in mind. I hope it suits you, even if it's merely a makeshift gift for the new year." "Oh, and..." Luo Mei pulled out a gift box from her pocket, struggling to untie the ribbon atop it. Inside lay a silver serpent-shaped bracelet. "Perhaps this could be considered your birthday present." "Happy birthday, Tom," she exclaimed, lifting the bracelet, eager to place it on Riddle's wrist. However, as she reached to touch him, she hesitated, her eyes wide with anticipation. "I wish to adorn you with this gift, Tom. Could you perhaps lift your dark magic barrier?" Riddle replied. "Is this your true intention?" "Of course not." Luo Mei feigned innocence, but under Riddle's piercing gaze, she relented. "All right, perhaps it is somewhat, but more importantly, I wish to celebrate your birthday and personally place this gift upon you. And by the way," she stepped closer, rising on her toes to meet Riddle's gaze. "Is there any harm in sharing a kiss while the fireworks are bursting?" Chapter 51. Fireworks, Respecting Life and Death. Beneath the fireworks, the young girl stood on the pristine snow, her toes pointed, her scarf and hat obscuring much of her petite face, leaving only the most striking features visible. Her exquisite eyes were locked onto Riddle's, reflecting the vibrant fireworks, the river's shimmering surface, and the hurried crowd around them. Yet all were fleeting, leaving only Riddle's handsome visage lingering in her gaze. Riddle lazily tilted his head, asking, "How did you know today is my birthday?" "Perhaps, Tom. I Haven T mentioned that when I arrived in this world, I found myself an orphan at the Wu Orphanage," Luo Mei softly replied. "The first sight that greeted me upon opening my eyes was the Wu Orphanage." Riddle paused momentarily. "It has only been a few decades since you left the orphanage. Surely some of the residents are still alive. Even if many have passed, the relevant records in the office remain intact. Investigating would be quite simple. I merely wish to celebrate your birthday, Tom. Please refrain from uttering any disheartening remarks about how you do not care for birthdays. Even if this is all one-sided on my part, you must graciously accept that I relish this romantic atmosphere," Luo Mei asserted. "Now may I kiss you?" Riddle took a step back, remaining silent. "In truth, there are many secrets I have yet to share." Luo Mei stepped forward again, such as methods for cultivating even if one's soul is fractured, and the necessary techniques for creating spiritual roots required for cultivation. To my knowledge, very few individuals outside of East Asia are born with the innate spiritual roots for cultivation. If you are willing, I can take you back to China during the summer to create your spiritual roots, and find ways to accumulate spiritual energy. Thus, even if your soul has not fully healed, you could still manage to reach the mid-stage of foundation building. Luo Mei spoke with conviction. Riddle finally turned his head back, and after a pause he spoke enigmatically. "I recall you once told me that if you were my mother, you would employ the method of using a stick to coax a date, to make my father Stockholm and fall in love with my mother from that moment onward." So now, May, are you attempting to employ this method with me? How could that be? Rose replied with a gentle demeanor. Tom, you are utterly different from your father. Your arrogance has surpassed all bounds, and your sense of entitlement is alarmingly excessive. You genuinely believe that love and bonds are trivial matters. A person as shockingly indifferent as you could never be Stockholmized. If I were to attempt such a thing, it would only deepen your hatred for me. Instead, only by offering you eternal benefits, continually satisfying your desires, and dangling a carrot before you, would you faithfully follow me, would you not? Riddle chuckled. It was a rare, sincere smile from him that Rose had the fortune to witness. You make an astute observation, he said, feigning pleasure. So, I shall be perpetually baited with a carrot. Is that it, May? A splendid idea. And I shall remember to ask you to take me to China during the summer. With a snap of his fingers, Rose felt a barrier dissolve, and then Riddle closed his eyes. He sensed Rose carefully placing the bracelet on his wrist, her touch tender and delicate, the warmth of her skin contrasting sharply with the cold metal of the bracelet. However, once the bracelet was secured, silence enveloped them until Riddle, growing impatient, opened his eyes, only to be met with Rose's mischievous gaze. I've suddenly changed my mind, she chirped. I just don't feel like kissing you right now. Riddle was at a loss for words, ready to storm off, when suddenly, the girl leaped into his embrace, standing on tiptoe to kiss his lips. Riddle stiffened, instinctively accepting her. Yet his right hand tightened on the railing of the bridge. Fireworks seemed to explode in his ears, yet he could not discern the sounds. Finally, he closed his eyes. On the night of December 31st, 1992, beside a certain bridge, the crescent moon hung low in the sky, fireworks blazed brilliantly, and the ground shimmered with silver and snow. On that bridge, Rose and Riddle shared a kiss as the New Year countdown approached, resembling the most intimate of lovers. The following morning, Riddle observed Rose in the hotel garden, coldly watching as she embraced a bouquet of white roses in the snow, meticulously sketching some formation in the frost. I truly do not understand the significance of your actions. Are you attempting to remind me to be a good person? You know I shall not repent for that, May. Not understanding is one thing, but you needn't highlight your rebelliousness at this moment, Tom, Rose softly replied, placing one of the white roses at the center of the formation. Innocent souls must find peace, even those whose spirits have vanished. When I was a killer, I would often draw a resting formation when my opponent passed. It was nothing, merely a means for reassurance. Rose's words appeared light-hearted, yet her expression radiated solemnity. Ultimately, she activated the formation, and her waist-length hair danced as it swirled around her. Hepzibah, and her house elf, along with the countless souls lost in Riddle Manor, she murmured, closing her eyes. I offer these white roses in tribute to you. May winter dissipate and spring flowers greet you. With a delicate tap of her toes, she floated effortlessly into the air, while the other white roses in her grasp began to shed their petals, cascading around her. Fortunately, Rose had previously cast a barrier here, rendering the scene invisible to outsiders. Her brows furrowed in concentration, as if she were softly chanting an ancient spell, akin to a lullaby for the departed. Once she completed her song, the white rose petals disintegrated, transforming into countless shimmering lights. The formation vanished, and Rose descended gracefully, yet her expression remained one of profound compassion. At that moment, Riddle perceived a sense of ethereality emanating from her, realizing she was a practitioner, a seeker of immortality, yearning for ascendance, with parents who had already achieved eternal life, and a long lifespan to boot. His gaze betrayed a yearning and avarice, and as Rose finally touched the ground, her expression shifted, anger simmering beneath her breath. Merlin. So the killing curse obliterates the soul so thoroughly? No wonder it's classified as an unforgivable curse. Heaven knows how many millennia those rose petals will need to nourish their fragmented souls. No, they may not even find them. Yet it's somewhat reassuring, with this curse. There's no fear of them returning as vengeful spirits. Alright, the illusion is shattered. However, even if those petals cannot find even a trace of their souls, they will ultimately reach their graves, safeguarding their remains, and endure alongside them. Rose's voice suddenly softened, as she passed by Riddle. Tom, remember, she said. The pursuit of immortality necessitates a reverence for both life and death. Chapter 52 Hermione. I shall write to Li Hua immediately. So May, when is your birthday? As Rose reboarded the Hogwarts Express, dragging her suitcase, Riddle, who had been rendered invisible through her enchantment, inquired from his unobtrusive corner. He sat there, caressing the bracelet Rose had gifted him, the silver serpent appearing to slither around his wrist, lifelike. Rose raised an eyebrow. If you're asking about my birthday, I shall have to start anticipating birthday gifts. You may speak. August 20th, Rose replied. I was born in 1931, which, according to the lunar calendar, falls on the 7th day of the 7th month, China's Qixi festival. Riddle expressed surprise. You are younger than I am. Indeed, but after all, I only traversed here in the 21st century, so my actual age shouldn't be counted as over 60, Rose playfully remarked, then teased in a higher pitch. But who would have thought, right, Tom dear? A chill ran down Riddle's spine, and just as he was about to say something further, Draco strode over. This time without his two henchmen, strutting proudly. Upon seeing Rose wearing the hat he had gifted her, his mood lifted even more. Just as he intended to sit across from her, Rose sprang to her feet. Long time no see, Draco, she exclaimed, swiftly retrieving a stack of textbooks from her suitcase, comprising various subjects from British secondary schools, and placing them into Draco's embrace. These are the textbooks and exercises I painstakingly acquired from a Muggle bookstore. You can use this time on the train to get a head start. We're scheduled to begin our Muggle studies this weekend. Rose sincerely expressed her gratitude to Draco for lightening her luggage. Draco's expression turned to one of numbness in an instant. He raised his eyes, finally managing to say, May. Strictly speaking, we are still on Christmas break until we reach Hogwarts. As for this studying business, I think it's best to. May. Hermione's voice suddenly interrupted Draco's stammering words as she rushed over, clutching a stack of books, nearly bursting with excitement. During this Christmas break, I managed to persuade my parents to arrange for my enrollment. I should be sorted by the summer. In the meantime, I've done a bit of previewing with these textbooks. In fact, I've discovered that the secondary school curriculum for Muggles overlaps with our own in many areas. For example, there are numerous historical textbooks that relate to the history of magic, and chemistry is closely tied to potion classes, so I didn't find it too difficult to engage in the foundational studies. However, as the difficulty of the textbooks increased over time, I encountered some concepts that eluded my understanding. Indeed, the Muggle textbooks diverge significantly from what wizards are required to learn. And these are some of the issues I have marked, Hermione remarked, and then selected a thick stack of notebooks, opening a few pages to present to Rose. Rose, could you take a look at this for me? Of course, Rose replied, silently accepting the notebooks while ignoring Draco, who was gaping in astonishment nearby. Rose had initially assumed that Hermione, a 12-year-old witch, would be unlikely to pose particularly profound questions, but upon glancing at those pages of notes, she was confronted with the all-too-familiar, and rather vexing, English terminology. Rose's expression suddenly became one of numbness. What on earth is this? Shouldn't a 12-year-old witch start her studies with topics like sound, light, or the states of matter, molecular structures, and atoms? What do all these equations regarding mechanics, electricity, and organic compounds even mean? Merlin, who knows how long it has been since her last exams, and she still remembers all this. Moreover, she chose the art stream. Her face grew increasingly blank, and at that moment, Riddle, intrigued, leaned over to examine Hermione's notes. You who constantly urge me to study these Muggle subjects surely must understand these questions, right, Rose? Riddle said, his tone laced with curiosity. Where do you think all those various tests you gave me came from? Oh, they were merely random questions pulled from prominent high schools in a major province after the college entrance examination, Rose thought awkwardly. Though her demeanor swiftly transformed into one of composure, she donned a look of admiration and smoothly addressed Hermione. Hermione, you are truly remarkable. In just one Christmas holiday, you have managed to preview so much Muggle knowledge. No wonder you consistently rank first in our year during exams. However, I too have only recently begun studying these Muggle subjects since we are peers, after all, Rose stated, her heart steady and her cheeks unflushed. There are still some questions in here that I do not yet comprehend, but that is perfectly fine. I happen to know an upperclassman. He is also a wizard and is reputed to be well versed in all 12 subjects as well as Muggle knowledge. Whenever I encountered questions I could not solve, I would write to him for assistance, Rose asserted confidently. Really, Rose? Hermione exclaimed, visibly thrilled. She nearly seized Rose by the shoulders. I must ask, could you possibly share the name of this upperclassman, or his owl, or anything of that sort with me? Merlin's beard. To think he is knowledgeable in all 12 subjects. Absolutely, Rose replied enthusiastically. However, my upperclassman prefers not to use his real name. He usually goes by a pseudonym. You may call him. She cast a sidelong glance at Riddle. What could be formed from the letters besides Voldemort? Never mind, she decided to say, you can call him Li Hua. And do not worry, as it is a pseudonym, there will be no magical effects, and I have his address, so the owl will certainly find him. Just hand me the letter when you're ready. Before she could finish, Hermione had already handed several notebooks to her. These, along with those, are the various issues I encountered while previewing Muggle knowledge. as well as in my studies of defense against the dark arts and other subjects. You can send them directly to him," Hermione said excitedly. "Oh right. I should express my gratitude to this upperclassman. I will also prepare a gift and write him a letter." As she spoke, she pulled parchment and a quill from her pocket. "I shall write to upperclassman Li Hua right now." Chapter 53. Writing a letter. Please continue to maintain your disguise as a caring big brother. After Hermione completed that lengthy letter, the train finally arrived at Hogwarts. Rose, beaming, accepted Hermione's letter and numerous notebooks as gifts, glancing back at Riddle, who was invisibly speechless, and Draco, who appeared utterly exasperated. Having just witnessed Hermione's intensely competitive study session, Draco immediately resolved to delve into physics and chemistry. Once disdainful of Muggles, he became more convinced of the simplicity of Muggle subjects upon hearing Hermione mention their connections to their curriculum, and observing her ask a series of related questions. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. What is all this? What are convex lenses and concave lenses? What is the periodic table of chemical elements? I cannot comprehend any of this. How on earth did Granger learn such things? Did she consult her Muggle parents during her self-study over the holiday? Draco was baffled. Just as he lifted his gaze from the depths of his academic struggles, he heard Rose mention that she knew an upperclassman who excelled in all 12 subjects. The excitement in her expression made it clear that this upperclassman must be quite dashing. "Rose, when did you meet this upperclassman?" Draco pondered aloud, voicing his thoughts. "You were at a Muggle orphanage before, unaware of anything magical, and during the first and second years, I have never seen you acquainted with any wizards beyond Hogwarts. That upperclassman must have graduated from Hogwarts long ago. How old is he now? Where does he work? What does he do? Is he of pure blood?" Draco bombarded her with questions, quickly calculating in his mind the alumni of Hogwarts who excelled in all 12 subjects. The Weasley family? They are too close to Muggles. So that is unlikely. He wouldn't need to conceal his real name, and communication wouldn't be necessary through Rose. Little Barty Crouch? No. He perished long ago in Azkaban due to his Death Eater affiliations. Who else could there be? Perhaps he could return and inquire with his father. But Draco continued to press. "How exactly did you come to know him? As far as I know, there are not many who excel in all 12 subjects, even historically. Is he deceiving you? Please answer me, Rose." Rose felt overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries, almost instinctively aware of Riddle's expression behind her. She stammered her response. He has certainly graduated and is relatively young. I cannot disclose the location or nature of his work, and blood status is not important, Draco. I have told you before that I oppose blood elitism. We met by chance. Initially we were merely pen pals, and he truly excels in all 12 subjects. That is a fact. Is that so? Draco remained vigilant. When you say young, just how young are we talking? I worry you might be deceived. While I know you are intelligent, what if he is setting a trap for you? In fact, I too have many misunderstandings regarding our daily coursework, Draco said. Rose, would you permit me to write to that upperclassman as well to consult him about some questions? I think you could just ask Hermione, Rose replied awkwardly. Why should Granger be allowed to consult that upperclassman while I can only ask Granger? Draco exclaimed, exasperated. I bet Granger is not nearly as capable as the one who excels in all 12 subjects. Tonight, I will return to the dormitory and write to that upperclassman. If necessary, I can have my father look into his real name. Oh, and by the way. He abruptly shifted his tone, cautiously leaning closer to Rose and whispering into her ear, I have a feeling something will happen at Hogwarts this year. My father has been acting strangely. Oh. What do you mean? Rose's attention was instantly diverted. He constantly inquires about you and asks if I have heard any news regarding Muggle-born wizards being harmed, as if he expects something dire to occur. When I tell him there is nothing, he appears quite disappointed and incredulous. However, Rose, I assured my father that you are of pure blood. I did not reveal your background, but I told him to never harm you, so you need not worry. Draco said, but still, it is wise to exercise caution. All right, thank you, Draco. Luo Mei whispered softly, feigning nonchalance as she cast a furtive glance at Riddle. I shall return to my dormitory to tidy up my belongings first. Upon her return, she lifted the veil of invisibility shrouding Riddle. He languidly reclined upon Luo Mei's bed, lazily remarking, It seems Lucius has unearthed my diary for this very purpose. It has barely been 11 years since my master soul vanished. And Lucius dares to exhibit such audacity? Had I not acquired the diary, what were your intentions? Luo Mei inquired. To exploit the dependency of the one possessing the diary on me, siphoning their life force to facilitate my resurrection. Additionally, I intended to unlock the Chamber of Secrets and eliminate a few Muggle-born wizards. Since Luo Mei had already sensed the gravity of the situation, Riddle found no disinclination in divulging these secrets, hoping to garner her trust. He candidly stated, if it were possible, I would endeavor to expel Dumbledore from Hogwarts or seek an audience with the illustrious Harry Potter to discuss the truth surrounding the disappearance of my Master Soul years ago. The Chamber of Secrets? I believe I have mentioned some historical events that transpired within these hallowed halls, Riddle murmured. Would you care to accompany me to witness it, Rose? We can converse later. Luo Mei replied, promptly stuffing a bundle of notebooks and a lengthy letter from Hermione into Riddle's embrace. I must head to the Great Hall for dinner now. Would you not like to peruse Hermione's questions for you beforehand? Riddle's expression became inscrutable. What troubles you? Is responding to a curious, which such a burdensome task? Luo Mei exclaimed dramatically. Tom, when you converse with me through the diary, you were so gentle, polite, and patient. Just employ your exceptional skills of disguise, and play the role of a caring older brother in front of Hermione. This is hardly my fault. Who prompted you to mock my ignorance of those subjects earlier? Luo Mei retorted. And trust me, Tom, my academic performance is commendable. I scored 260 to 70 in my comprehensive exams without any bonus points. I merely forgot some material due to lack of practice. Nevertheless, this was a young girl expressing a fervent thirst for knowledge, and we must provide answers. Look, she even sent you a plethora of gifts. Luo Mei earnestly stated, busily unwrapping the gift box to reveal chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and several intriguing miscellaneous books. What harm could it do for you to reply? Besides, if you do, I could alleviate your study burdens, sparing you from waking up so early each day to study for long hours. After all, Hermione's inquiries are already quite challenging, and Riddle's pace of learning surpasses her expectations. Moreover, Luo Mei's intent was merely for Riddle to grasp the fundamentals regarding Muggle thoughts. Riddle mused. So this letter is an absolute necessity to respond to? He had not adhered to the timetable Luo Mei had provided. How delightful. Chapter 54. The basilisk merely petrifies you. It was not until Friday evening, after Luo Mei had thoroughly relaxed, that she cast the invisibility charm upon herself and Riddle, stealthily following him into an abandoned girls' restroom. As she watched Riddle begin to hiss at a faucet engraved with a small serpent, she couldn't help but question his mental state when he first discovered this chamber. The basin vanished, revealing a massive pipe. Riddle grasped Luo Mei's hand, guiding her downward. The layout of Hogwarts undergoes minor adjustments annually, resulting in Salazar Slytherin's entrance to the Chamber of Secrets aligning here. Riddle whispered, if it were my choice, I would not have the entrance located in a girl's restroom. The tunnel was so dark and narrow that Riddle had to use lumos, yet it still did not illuminate their path sufficiently, leaving them only able to catch glimpses of each other's features. Luo Mei held Riddle's hand, opting against employing any illuminating spells, instead happily advancing. The boy's voice resonating deeply and melodically in the constricted passage, caressing her heart like a gentle tickle. That sounds lovely, do share more, she urged. Riddle remained silent, quickening his pace until he reached a wall adorned with two serpents. He once again spoke in Parseltongue and soon the door creaked open. The chamber was vast and dimly lit, dominated by a colossal statue level with the ceiling. Yet what captured Luo Mei's attention was the enormous, slumbering serpent coiled in the center of the room. Riddle approached it tenderly, stroking its head. What is this? Luo Mei inquired. It does not appear to be an ordinary snake. It is a basilisk, Riddle replied softly. 50 years ago, I once opened this chamber and, with its aid, killed an unfortunate mudblood girl. Thus, I take pride in recording this event in my diary, transforming it into a Horcrux to commemorate the glory of unveiling Salazar Slytherin's lair. The glory of sneaking into a girl's restroom in the dead of night? Luo Mei quipped quietly, then asked, how could such a dangerous creature reside within Hogwarts? Was it placed here by Salazar Slytherin? Indeed. He intended for it to be awakened by his heir one day, cleansing the school of all mudbloods. However, at present, I am more concerned about you than those mudbloods, Riddle said, turning his gaze back to Luo Mei. He raised his wand and transformed a chocolate frog from his pocket into a pair of glasses, then gently lowered his head to place them upon Luo Mei's face. His gaze was nothing short of tender, as if beholding a beloved. Then he spoke, preparing to rouse the basilisk. Luo Mei, however, interjected, what is the significance of these glasses? Riddle smiled. Because gazing directly into the basilisk's eyes results in immediate death. Luo Mei retorted. So wearing these glasses will prevent that? Riddle's smile deepened as he candidly replied. Of course not. With the glasses on, you would merely be petrified. Luo Mei covered her heart, expressing her sorrowful realization. If I hadn't asked, would you have intended to use the information disparity between the cultivation world and the magical realm to petrify me with this basilisk? Do not worry, Rose, Riddle said, his eyes twinkling. If you were truly petrified, I would remain diligently by your side, concocting the antidote once I discovered how to dispel the enchantment upon myself. Rest assured, I will not allow the basilisk to truly awaken. He softly added, it was merely a jest, a reprisal for your request that I write to Granger. You know, if I truly intended to harm you, I would never resort to such primitive methods. Though the enchantment prevented him from directly killing Luo Mei with the basilisk's gaze, petrification might indeed be feasible. He could easily achieve Luo Mei's petrification using mere water, a mirror, or even the school's ghosts. Yet it was unnecessary. Setting aside the uncertainty of success, especially given his current limitations, and the presence of Harry Potter, another Parseltongue, within the school, he could also withhold information from Luo Mei, just as she could from him, who truly knew what secrets she harbored that he had yet to uncover. Luo Mei's abilities and cunning were not to be underestimated. Moreover, even if he succeeded in petrifying her, he would gain no substantial benefit, only complicating his own affairs. As Riddle contemplated this, he finally awakened the basilisk. It did not open its eyes but lazily writhed, allowing Riddle to stroke its head. Observing this, Luo Mei stepped forward, cautiously petting its head as well. It's quite endearing, she remarked, seemingly struck by another thought. In the realm of cultivation, there exist serpents akin to the basilisk, whose gaze can spell doom for those who dare to meet their eyes. However, these creatures are often strikingly beautiful, and serve as focal subjects of research for our sect of Harmony. The reason for their prominence in our studies lies in the fact that a significant aspect of our enchanting arts relies on the power of the eyes to captivate the hearts of others. Yet, how can one engage with such beings who one cannot even gaze upon? Luo Mei murmured softly, her eyes fluttering as she locked her gaze with Riddle's. In an instant, her obsidian eyes glimmered with a fleeting crimson light, only to vanish, leaving behind an unfathomable whirlpool. Her eye waves shifting like the gentle moonlight or a clear spring. Her words seemed to carry a playful lilt, as she approached him, like a soft breeze brushing against the skin. Wouldn't you agree, Tom? Riddle, however, remained impassive, brushing aside her hand that sought to caress his face. What are you trying to do? Speak plainly. Luo Mei's smile swiftly faded, and she took a few steps back, her expression morphing into one of terror. Did you not feel anything just now? She asked incredulously. Riddle replied, feel what? Luo Mei exclaimed. I just employed our sect's enchanting arts. The effect is akin to a love potion cast upon you. After my training, it was nearly infallible. Even the aloof beauties of the unfeeling path would briefly succumb to my charm. However, I seldom wielded it after my ascension, believing that winning hearts should rely on one's own merits. Could it be that my prolonged absence from using such techniques has caused my skills to wane? Grasping Riddle's hand with a determined gaze, her eyes radiant with sincerity, she insisted, no, Tom, you must allow me to practice once more. Riddle felt a tinge of hesitation, wishing to refuse, yet he understood he could not deny her. He stepped back imperceptibly, a strange tension brewing within him. Luo Mei then rose onto her toes and winked at him. After a long pause, Riddle queried, is your eye twitching? Luo Mei appeared utterly despondent, her expression crumbling. How can this be possible? She shrieked, turning to Riddle with pleading eyes. You felt nothing at all? No blush, no racing heart? No desire for romance? No overwhelming urge to marry me? No wish to be at my beck and call? None, Riddle replied, his face betraying no emotion. No, I refuse to believe it, she declared, her voice tinged with fury as she seized Riddle's hand, fleeing the chamber as if in search of others to experiment upon, only to collide with a ghost. Who in the middle of the night, wanders about, especially in an abandoned lavatory? Are they here to mock poor moaning Myrtle? The specter was a frail girl, nearly translucent. Her glasses perched on her nose as she wept. Wait, Tom Riddle, what are you doing here? Her face lit up with infatuation as she rested her chin on her hand, fluttering before him. The dashing president of the student council. The finest student Hogwarts has seen in a century. I can hardly believe you are still alive after all these years. I mean, how is it that you remain so youthful, just as you were when I perished? How did you manage that? Have you also become a ghost? No. You still possess a physical form. She circled around Riddle, forcing him to sidestep several times. Luo Mei, momentarily taken aback, quickly redirected her attention, inquiring, and you, dear Miss Myrtle? Were you a contemporary of Tom S.? Myrtle's gaze shifted to Luo Mei, appraising her from head to toe. Not quite. Riddle is several years my senior. Who might you be? Luo Mei, a second-year student of Slytherin, she responded politely, then boldly asked, may I inquire how you met your demise? Someone actually asked me how I died. Myrtle's face flushed, and she began to flit around Luo Mei, I was in this lavatory, crying, when I heard a boy's voice. Out of anger, I thought to remind him this was the girls' restroom. But then I saw a pair of gleaming yellow eyes. And then, I was dead. Later, I heard someone had opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed a monster that killed me. It was said to be a boy named Rubius Hagrid. Yet, while Hagrid often kept peculiar creatures, the notion that he opened the Chamber of Secrets is preposterous. So I chose not to confront him. However, it was rumored that Riddle was the one who exposed Hagrid, which earned him a special commendation. Hagrid? Luo Mei echoed, her tone filled with intrigue. Isn't he of giant blood and a Gryffindor student? How could that implicate him as the heir of Slytherin? Were the school's headmasters truly so gullible? Indeed. I suspect it was Riddle who turned in Hagrid, but at the time, I was too preoccupied with tormenting the one who once ridiculed me, Olive Hornby, to pay attention to this matter. Myrtle lamented. Yet soon noticed Luo Mei's gaze darting toward Riddle. Luo Mei pressed her hand to her heart, sorrowfully proclaiming, I always suspected someone would uncover your penchant for sneaking into the girls' lavatory. Did you, in fear of her revealing your peculiar habits, choose to eliminate her and frame Hagrid? Riddle? Myrtle? Myrtle gazed at Riddle in disbelief. So it was indeed you who sneaked into the girls' lavatory to whisper secrets. Ah, poor Myrtle. To have been cruelly slain merely for discovering the quirks of the illustrious Riddle. She retreated to a corner, sobbing profusely. Yet, in a flash, Myrtle returned, drawing closer to Riddle. But honestly, such quirks are not so unusual. I firmly believe many possess them, especially after becoming a ghost. I often ventured into the boys' showers to frighten those fine students preparing for their baths, causing them to scream. Tom, perhaps we share similar eccentricities. She spoke to Riddle in an excessively affectionate tone. Riddle's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, Luo Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? Myrtle, you have such a peculiar hobby. It seems we have much to discuss. Do you know which of the previous Hogwarts prefects had the finest physique? Which one? Let me think. Perhaps you're aware of the current Gryffindor prefect, Percy Weasley? But historically, there was a prefect named Remus Lupin. His friend Sirius Black was truly handsome and charming. As the Black family has always been quite striking. Really? How unfortunate that our school lacks anyone with the surname Black now. I would love to see such a beautiful family. Luo Mei exclaimed, but was abruptly interrupted by Riddle's high-pitched voice. His face had turned an alarming shade. I believe it is time for us to leave. Luo Mei pouted, but suddenly an idea struck her, and she fixed her gaze on Myrtle's eyes. Once more, her eyes flashed with a crimson light, rendering Myrtle momentarily dazed. With a radiant smile, Luo Mei spoke, Myrtle, can you promise me, at least until he is discovered, not to tell anyone about Tom's ageless appearance and his wandering about the school? Myrtle blushed slightly, stammering, I want to. Luo Mei insisted, swear it. Myrtle replied, I swear. In that instant, a brilliant white light flickered between Luo Mei and Myrtle. Only after the light faded did Luo Mei release her hand, the crimson glow in her eyes dissipating. Indeed, her enchanting arts were flawless. Myrtle's expression cleared. She cried out in distress. What was that? An unbreakable vow? Luo Mei clarified, not entirely, but it belongs to a similar category. Perhaps a magical version of an unbreakable vow. Poor Myrtle, even after finally discovering the identity of her murderer, was still prohibited from speaking of it. I merely wish for no one to prematurely divulge this matter. Should he be exposed, you may certainly speak freely, remarked Rowena in a soft voice. I merely desire to cherish my beloved in seclusion. With a playful wink, she continued, look, the once illustrious figure, the very epitome of charm at Hogwarts, Tom, now finds himself confined to my dormitory for various reasons, only allowed to venture out at my behest. Does that not evoke a sense of allure? Indeed. It does seem so, replied Myrtle. Thus Rowena, in her excitement, attempted to grasp Myrtle's hand, nearly passing through her as she exclaimed, truly, we are like sisters of different fathers and mothers. If you encounter any handsome fellows in the future, do let me know. However, her words were abruptly silenced as Riddle, unable to tolerate their banter any longer, covered her mouth. He then shifted his gaze to Myrtle, his expression darkening, his tone devoid of any remorse. Firstly, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, it is true that you met your demise at my hands due to the basilisk's gaze. Yet, your death was merely a consequence of your being a mudblood, and unfortunately, appearing in this bathroom at that moment. The Chamber of Secrets just happened to be here. And nothing more. I possess no peculiar inclination toward women's restrooms, nor do I have a habit of silencing those who discover my quirks. Riddle spoke each word deliberately, and upon finishing, he cast an invisibility charm upon himself and Rowena. Behind him, Myrtle's exaggerated voice echoed, so it turns out, The one truly peculiar is Salazar Slytherin. He actually concealed the entrance to the chamber in the girls' restroom. Riddle. Very well, it is time to contemplate a means of vanquishing a ghost. Chapter 56. The charm of seduction proves ineffective against him. Only when Riddle had pulled Rowena back into the dormitory did she exclaim in disbelief, "So 50 years ago. This is how you caused the death of Myrtle, this little witch of Muggle descent, and framed Hagrid for it?" Riddle replied, "Indeed. As Hagrid happened to be raising a brood of spiders, I designated those spiders as the culprits behind Myrtle's death. However, I did not anticipate that matters would unfold so smoothly. Aside from Dumbledore, no one suspected me, and Hagrid was expelled, ultimately avoiding Azkaban due to Dumbledore's intervention, becoming merely a groundskeeper." Rowena retorted, "So in this vast school, only Professor Dumbledore is sane? No, even he is not entirely normal. If he doubts Hagrid's guilt and suspects you, why does he not seek evidence or find an alternative means to impede you? How could he allow you to continue your lessons unperturbed?" "That is because I left no evidence," Riddle replied softly, "and no other professors supported Dumbledore's stance. Furthermore, after Hagrid's capture, there were indeed no further incidents of student fatalities at the school. Moreover, Dumbledore did not allow me to continue my lessons in peace. He was always attempting to monitor me." Rowena questioned, "But you are dedicated to eradicating all wizards of Muggle descent, are you not? Why not devise a more meticulous plan? Or why not frame Hagrid after eliminating all Muggle-born wizards?" Riddle paused, and for the first time, Rowena perceived a genuine expression of affection on Riddle's face. Firstly, the death was indeed unfortunate for that girl, as she happened to be present when I first opened the chamber. Secondly, just one death was enough for the headmaster to contemplate temporarily closing Hogwarts, which I did not desire. Rowena's expression shifted, revealing her incredulity. "So, you actually hold Hogwarts in some regard? You do not wish for its closure, and you would prefer to remain here for your studies? How absurd. If it were me, I would wish for the school to close and everyone to go home for a break. Of course, such fatal occurrences should be avoided." She reflected on her own experiences. During her time in the human realm, she had loathed middle school, high school, and university, yearning daily for the school to explode. A true warrior of disdain. "That is because if Hogwarts were to close, I would have no choice but to return to that orphanage," Riddle remarked coolly. "Yet if I recall correctly, had I not obtained the diary, your original plan was to open the chamber to harm Muggle-born wizards, which would inevitably lead to Hogwarts' closure. Does it not follow that just because Tom graduated and no longer belonged to Hogwarts, he would become indifferent to the school's fate?" Rowena exclaimed dramatically. "Tom, you are truly selfish." "Thank you for the compliment," Riddle replied with a forced smile. "Enough of this conversation. It is likely dawn outside. I must prepare for my Muggle studies lesson with Hermione and the others." As Rowena spoke, she extended her hand to Riddle, retrieving the letter she had written to Hermione. "Riddle." He reluctantly handed over the letter to Rowena, cautioning her, "I hope this is the first and last time." Rowena blinked innocently. "What of it if I were to return it to you again next time?" "Tom, you are entirely in a passive state with me." Riddle took a deep breath. Once again wearing a forced smile, "I understand." He had come to see through Rowena. She was simply a source of amusement. Each time, she either sought his charm or endeavored to embarrass him, or engage him in activities he detested. Did she truly believe she would always maintain the upper hand, or that when he finally escaped this passive state, he would refrain from taking action against her? Yet at this moment he smiled and said to Rowena, "However, this does not preclude me from expressing my discontent. I have sacrificed too much for you, Rowena." This elicited a genuine laugh from Rowena as she embraced Riddle and conjured a bouquet of roses. "I merely sought to fulfill your wish." It took considerable effort to uncover the secret regarding the cursed position of the defense against the dark arts professor, which allegedly stemmed from your failure to secure the position, leading to your wrath and cursing it so that no one could hold it for more than a year, correct? You see, helping a clever witch like Hermione with her inquiries fulfills your desire to become a professor. All right, do not be upset." She forcefully thrust the bouquet into Riddle's arms, offering insincere comfort. "When I return, I shall bring you a homemade lunch. Perhaps we could also renovate the dormitory to allow us to cook there? Oh, by the way, I just employed a charm on Myrtle, which is why she unwittingly agreed to that vow. This proves my charm has not significantly diminished. I can still charm a female ghost," she pondered, pushing open the door and descending the stairs, just in time to encounter Draco in the common room. She then threw a charm at Draco. "Draco, we are heading to the room of requirement to study Muggle knowledge shortly." Draco reflexively turned his head, and upon seeing Rowena, his face flushed crimson. "All right, Rowena, have you dressed up today? You seem even more beautiful than before." Beside Draco, Theodore, having just finished his essay, glanced briefly at Rowena. His pale cheeks suddenly flushed, and his footfalls hesitated, as if frozen in place. She returned, shut the door, and exclaimed in astonishment, clearly, this charm works on both of them. Why does it have no effect on you? Riddle had not begun his ascetic practices. It was impossible for him to resist the charm through sheer will. As for magic, Rowena was uncertain whether it could counteract the charm, but at the very least, she had not observed Riddle making any magical effort to resist her charm. Was it possible that his heart was indeed more impenetrable than that of an unfeeling ascetic? Such a state was tantamount to a complete ignorance of love. She had thought Riddle merely held disdain for love, viewing it as futile. Riddle finally arched an eyebrow and remarked, perhaps it is due to the frequent attempts by admirers to bewitch me ever since I commenced my academic journey, which has rendered me accustomed to such antics. Rose. All right. I acknowledge your charm. Is that sufficient? Chapter 57. As the weather grew colder, the Malfoy family faced imminent bankruptcy. In a state of speechlessness, Rose clutched Riddle's reply along with a hefty stack of books, vacating the dormitory while accompanied by Draco. And together they proceeded to the room of requirement. Inside, Hermione had already taken her seat with Harry and Ron, and even Fred and George were present, animatedly clamoring to audit the session. Rose handed Hermione a pile of notes filled with questions and Riddle's letter, which Hermione eagerly opened. Is this the letter from Senior Li Hua that you mentioned? Ron inquired, leaning in to catch a glimpse, only to be jostled aside by Draco. What exquisite handwriting! Harry exclaimed in admiration. I fail to see its merit, Draco retorted with a sardonic tone, asserting that the script appeared overly pristine, reminiscent of an ungraduated student lacking in any sharpness. Yet, his words exude confidence, Hermione interjected, her voice tinged with an unusual exhilaration. Oh, how could I not have considered that such techniques could be employed in potion brewing? Spells can indeed be adapted in this manner. And this physics problem can be approached from this angle. What an innovative thought process I had never contemplated. She promptly settled in her seat, seizing a quill to fervently jot down notes in her notebook. Meanwhile, Riddle's letter was fervently circulated among the group. I reckon this Senior Li Hua must be a genius of mischief, Fred mused. Just look at his understanding and application of magic, along with his original yet harmless dark arts, perfect for jesting. The prowess in defense against the dark arts displayed by this senior is evident. I believe he could easily substitute for Lockhart as our professor. Ron, who had just retaliated against Draco, seized the opportunity to express his thoughts about the content of the letter. Draco, having been tripped by Ron, shot him a fierce glare but unusually refrained from retaliating. He silently approached Rose, expressionless, and handed her the parchment. Rose. Draco, upon reflection, I decided to respect the privacy of others, and did not have my father investigate the true identity of the individual named Li Hua. In reality, he had already discreetly inquired, only to learn that his father, despite employing magical tracking and consulting officials at the Ministry of Magic, had uncovered little. Ultimately, all he could ascertain was that Chinese students frequently corresponded with Li Hua or wrote on behalf of him to foreign friends. Thus, Draco could only speculate wildly, imagining that this Senior Li Hua might currently be working in China, or perhaps he too was of Chinese descent. However, I truly wish to engage with that senior, as I have many questions for him, he insisted, forcefully placing the parchment into Rose's hands, enunciating each word. Look, Granger has gained so much knowledge from that senior. What's wrong with me writing a letter as well? You must understand, during this Christmas holiday, my father chastised me for barely outperforming a Muggleborn, who knew nothing of the magical world. Observing this exchange, Harry hesitated before addressing Rose. Actually, if possible, I too would like to communicate with that senior. After all, last year, Dumbledore had disclosed to him that Voldemort had not perished and continually harbored ambitions for a resurgence, revealing fragments of the truth regarding his parents' demise. Harry felt a constant sense of urgency. He had to strive diligently. Moreover, with both Rose and Hermione working so hard, and Dumbledore placing such trust in him, believing he could produce Gryffindor's sword, he could not afford to be lazy. Furthermore, the insights provided by that senior to Hermione had proven more enlightening than her usual notes. If only, Harry mused, he too wished to pose some inquiries to that senior. Rose appeared momentarily stunned. Huh? Harry wishes to engage with Riddle? Her dazed expression caused Harry to feel a bit flustered, prompting him to quickly add, if you're unwilling. Or if that senior is too busy, it's perfectly fine. I merely mentioned it casually. Rose, that's not out of the question. After a brief pause, she continued in a tone that was difficult to articulate yet brimming with enthusiasm. Let us study first. You can draft your letter during lunch, and I'll send it off in the afternoon. Ultimately, she decided to take Draco's letter, cheerfully proclaiming, "Now, let us commence our study of Muggle knowledge. Today, we can begin with Muggle history and physics. Hermione can assist me with the lecture." As the afternoon unfolded, Riddle was leisurely engrossed in his reading at the desk when he was met with the sight of Rose bursting through the door, clutching a stack of letters. His expression darkened instantly. "Do not be upset. Although it appears substantial, it is merely correspondence from 3 people, Rose quickly explained, "and one of them is Harry Potter." Only then did Riddle's demeanor soften, as he casually accepted the letters and immediately selected Harry's to read. His reading speed was astonishing, leaving Rose uncertain whether he had truly absorbed the contents of Harry's message. Yet, she then observed Riddle reaching for a quill to respond. Rose approached, witnessing Riddle writing fervently, "Harry Potter, I did not anticipate we would communicate in this manner. I have long desired to meet you, or rather, I have a multitude of questions awaiting your answers. For instance, how did an unarmed infant manage to vanquish Voldemort, utterly dismantling his power, while you were left with nothing but a scar?" His pace quickened, and Rose felt as though his hand with the quill might take flight at any moment. "Why not take a moment to peruse someone else's letter to cool off?" she suggested, casually opening another letter to pass to him. However, Riddle merely glanced up, catching sight of Draco's haughty remarks within, including but not limited to, "What exactly do you do for work? Is it too embarrassing to reveal your true name?" "It's no matter. My father is not only a member of the school board but also maintains good relations with many officials at the Ministry of Magic. Should you request my assistance, I wouldn't mind enlisting my father's help to find you a position. Remember to keep your distance from Rose. You're far too old for this." Rose was left momentarily speechless. Merlin. She knew Draco likely had not penned anything favorable, yet she had not anticipated the extent of his remarks. She should have opened it beforehand. "Seriously, you dare to write this?" Riddle, however, displayed an unusually gentle smile towards Rose. "My dear, given your expenditures for Christmas, you must be quite short on funds lately." Rose. "Riddle, if memory serves, Lucius Malfoy possesses photographs of me from my youth. He would certainly recognize me now. Tell me, if I were to present myself at Malfoy Manor with this visage, brandishing a wand and demanding 50 billion galleons, would they comply?" His smile was as warm as spring sunshine. "Surely, they would acquiesce. After all, if they refuse, I might just unleash a few cruciatus curses in a fit of displeasure, followed by a series of avadas." As the chill set in, the Malfoy family stood on the brink of ruin. Chapter 58, Retribution. He must have done it deliberately. Yet of course all of this was merely jest. However, Riddle could not swallow his indignation. He raised his wand with a malevolent expression, poised to unleash some lethal dark magic upon the letter above. "Wait, calm down. He is still just a child," Tom Riddle protested sharply. Yet this did nothing to deter Riddle from completing the incantation in its entirety. He calmly returned the spellbound letter to its envelope and then turned, bestowing a smile upon Riddle, with an exceedingly graceful demeanor. He bowed slightly and raised his eyes to Riddle, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could deliver this letter intact to Malfoy." Riddle paused in surprise. "Rest assured, I know my limits." Riddle maintained his posture, his gaze unusually glinting with mischief. "Riddle, you ought to be more aware than I am that this is hardly a significant curse. Otherwise, the enchantment you placed upon me would have taken effect long ago. I merely wished to enact a small measure of retribution. After all, it was Malfoy who provoked me first, and I cannot simply turn the other cheek." "Are you really going to be biased in this matter?" He spoke softly, tightening his grip on Riddle's hand. "I only wish for you to hand this letter to Malfoy," he concluded with a gentle wink. The allure of his stunning beauty flowed unabashedly in Riddle's eyes. Riddle hesitated momentarily bewitched by his extraordinary charm, before nodding in acquiescence. Days later, when Riddle quietly entered the great hall with the letters in hand, she first presented the correspondence to Harry and Hermione. Subsequently, with a heart laden with trepidation, she lingered at the Slytherin table with the envelope in hand. In hindsight, she found it difficult not to suspect that Riddle's actions that day were deliberate. As she clutched the letter, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. After all, while Riddle's desire for revenge seemed justified, it was hard to ignore the pangs of guilt should she be the one to deliver it. "Is this the reply from the upperclassmen?" Draco inquired, approaching Riddle first, his handsome features gazing steadily at her. Riddle felt a sudden wave of regret and shook her head, deciding to conceal the letter in her pocket. Yet, the parchment unexpectedly flew from the envelope and in a flash, transformed Draco into a white ferret before the assembled crowd. The Slytherin table erupted into chaos, with many from other houses rising to observe the spectacle. Riddle promptly drew her wand, attempting to revert Draco to his original form, though the white ferret appeared rather endearing. However, as she pondered the intricacies of the transformation spell, she realized that such advanced transfiguration far surpassed the knowledge expected of a second-year student. Even with her considerable pre-study of transfiguration spells, Riddle found herself momentarily at a loss. Could a transfiguration spell counteract a transformation charm? At that moment, Lockhart confidently waded through the crowd, his wand raised. "Fear not, it is merely a prank curse from a friend. This is a simple matter for me." With a swift flourish, he transformed Draco into a half-man, half-ferret creature covered in white fur and sporting ferret paws. The commotion intensified, and Lockhart's expression grew frantic as he hastily added, "Oh, at least he has regained some semblance of his former appearance, hasn't he?" Enough. Professor McGonagall finally intervened to quell the uproar, kneeling before Draco to assess his condition. Soon after, Draco Malfoy found himself admitted to the hospital wing. His human hand eventually returned, yet the white fur stubbornly remained, impervious even to magic. Madame Pomfrey shook her head, asserting that the hair bore an unknown enchantment that could not be easily removed. "Child, you could have simply come to the hospital wing or sought Professor McGonagall's assistance. This could have been resolved with some basic magic. Here, take this potion. You may feel a bit unwell tonight," Madame Pomfrey sighed. Riddle expressed her sincerest apologies, standing at Draco's bedside, confessing that she had known in advance that the letter contained some enchantments. "I had intended not to deliver it to you, although I did promise him I would. Who could have anticipated?" She hesitated, her tone earnest. "Draco, I also read the letter you wrote, and indeed, it could use a touch more politeness next time." She shuddered at the thought of what Draco would feel if he ever discovered that the object of his past derision was, in fact, Voldemort. "However, I truly apologize for bringing you this letter, knowing it was problematic. Perhaps I can bring you a small gift as recompense next time?" Meanwhile, Ron expressed his delight in Draco's misfortune, while Fred and George became increasingly convinced that the upperclassman was a master of mischief. "What do you think Malfoy wrote to provoke such treatment from that upperclassman?" Ron exclaimed excitedly. "Perhaps I should understand," Hermione suggested, holding up a letter. Amidst the chaos of Draco's transformation into a ferret, the letter had somehow ended up at her feet, and she had picked it up, eager to explore the magical mysteries attached to it. To my astonishment, the upperclassman did not respond at all. "This is the original letter Malfoy sent to him. Look at the content," Hermione exclaimed, prompting the others to gather around to view it. "Well, I believe Malfoy got what he deserved," Harry remarked. Indeed, Malfoy remained as insufferable as ever, even inciting the seemingly gentle upperclassmen to anger and retaliation. Harry could not help but take pleasure in Draco's public embarrassment and hospitalization, simultaneously developing a great fondness for the upperclassmen. In that case, the refined and decisive upperclassman must be a truly good person. Even when he inquired about how Malfoy defeated Voldemort, it likely stemmed from the curiosity of a 12-subject honors student. He finally let down his guard, and began to document all he knew. Chapter 59, Cultivation but a Materialist. "Thus I have come to understand." Riddle reflected on the reply. It was Potter's mother who perished to save him. Indeed, it was an effective counter-curse. Ultimately, the main soul was simply foolish, failing to recognize these facts. As for Potter, he possesses no intrinsic qualities of note, merely relying on a modicum of his mother's cleverness to narrowly escape the main soul's grasp. I should have realized this from the inane questions he posed to me. Harry is merely a second-year student. You needn't be overly harsh on him, Riddle remarked as Riddle held a large stack of books, having begun her final exam review. Yet even among his peers, Granger's inquiries far surpassed his in depth. Albeit still quite foolish, Riddle replied objectively. Well, at least he articulates himself far better than Malfoy. At this point, I must express my gratitude to Lockhart, whose enthusiastic assistance inflicted additional suffering upon Malfoy, Riddle noted. It is regrettable that Professor Lockhart has since resigned, Riddle murmured. Lucius Malfoy, enraged upon hearing of his son's ordeal at Lockhart's hands, hastily contacted other board members. Following a series of discussions, they bypassed Dumbledore and issued Lockhart a dismissal notice, accompanied by an unexpected witness who reported Lockhart's use of a memory charm to steal others' achievements. Currently, Lockhart has become the subject of widespread disdain, and on the day following his forced resignation, news of his theft of achievements, which turned out to be utterly baseless, graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. Setting aside the heroes whose memories were obliterated and the wizards aided by those heroes, the fervent fans who once idolized him have mercilessly turned against him, showering him with contempt. Moreover, many Hogwarts students who suffered under Professor Lockhart's incompetence rejoiced upon hearing the news, and Dumbledore, upon learning of the situation, casually remarked that this year's final exam for defense against the dark arts would be cancelled, prompting uproarious cheers from the crowd. However, this left Romy in a state of distress. She was gloomily flipping through her potions notes, lamenting, with one less subject I excel in, who will save my final grades? Am I to rely on this wretched potions class? My finals are doomed. In truth, repeatedly reviewing her potions notes offered little solace. Riddle had pointed out that her poor performance stemmed from her lack of practical skills. Whenever she attempted to brew potions independently, her reactions were always a beat too slow, and when she wielded the knife to grind ingredients, it appeared more as if she intended to dissect rather than prepare them. It was not uncommon for her to pause for 2 or 3 seconds in confusion over which direction to stir, leading to unexpected and absurd blunders. I know my practical skills are lacking, Romy pouted, but I can't very well practice in the dormitory every day. First, I might blow it up, and second, I lack the funds to buy materials. Am I to sneak into Professor Snape's office to steal some? Nevertheless, she reassured herself. I've heard that by the 3rd year, we can select our courses, and with more options, I can surely compensate for my dismal potions grades. Perhaps I could even achieve the top of my year. Her tone brightened as she lowered her gaze, immersing herself once more in her studies. As for improving her practical skills in potions, that could wait. Life in the 2nd year at Hogwarts was, for the most part, uneventful yet delightful. Soon the final exams and the House Cup arrived, heralding yet another summer vacation. Romy and her friends boarded the Hogwarts Express, returning to the Muggle world. This time, Romy did not return to the Muggle Orphanage. She had already sent a letter in advance, fabricating a story about summer studies at school. Ultimately, she and Riddle flew to China using their wands. Why is there a distance limit on apparition? Romy sighed, now clad in Muggle attire, rummaging through her pockets for her scant cash. If it weren't for that limit, we wouldn't have to rely on flying to get here. I absolutely detest flying. Orange soda, the Great Wall brand. Would you like some? She suddenly changed the subject. Turning to Riddle, without waiting for a response, she made her way to a nearby vendor selling orange soda, and returned with 2 bottles. Here, she handed him one. In my world, this soda was quite popular back in the day. However, from my current perspective, it tastes rather dated. Riddle took a sip and asked, regarding what you mentioned earlier about wanting me to begin training this summer, what do you intend to do? And what is the spiritual root you speak of? Only those who possess a spiritual root can train, Romy explained. As for how one acquires a spiritual root, much of it is due to genetics. However, some individuals are naturally gifted. When they explore the beauty of nature, they can intuitively grasp the essence of the world, receiving blessings from the heavens, and thereby obtaining a spiritual root. Such individuals often progress further in their training than others. Furthermore, spiritual roots can be categorized as excellent, average, or poor. The best is the heavenly root, followed by single and double roots. Those with 3 roots or fewer are deemed mixed roots. Although they can train, they will likely only reach the golden core level in their lifetime. Of course, mixed root individuals can refine their roots into single roots using divine fire. But such fire is elusive, and countless mixed root individuals, or their single and heavenly root parents, have perished in search of it. So, what do you expect me to do to obtain a spiritual root by coming back to China? Do you think I can simply grasp the essence of the mountains and rivers? Riddle inquired. Of course not. Do you think you can achieve that? Romy replied. Though I do plan to take you to Mount Tai. All things in the world possess spirituality. Humans can gain spiritual roots by experiencing nature. And animals and plants can as well, Romy softly articulated as she led Riddle to a secluded corner. Especially at Mount Tai. The very flora and fauna there undoubtedly possess spiritual essence. Thus, I will take you to apparate to the summit of Mount Tai. Although many practitioners claim that to cultivate a spiritual root from the plants at the peak, one must ascend the mountain unaided by any external powers or items to demonstrate their sincere devotion to heaven and earth. As she spoke, she raised her wand, linking arms with Riddle, and initiated the apparition. In an instant, they found themselves atop Mount Tai, where Romy quickly focused on a plant growing on the cliffside. I am a staunch materialist, rather lazy, and I detest climbing, she stated. As for the so-called heavenly principles, that is all too mystical for me. Even if they exist, I refuse to submit to them. As for sincerity of heart, as long as you are fast and strong enough, those things are irrelevant, she continued, despite being merely at the golden core stage herself. With that, she summoned her submerged water sword, deftly flicked her finger, and hurled the sword towards the plant. Chapter 60. Fiery flames can be used to combat wooden arrows. At that moment, as the luminescent plant was about to extinguish its light under Romy's sword, her speed surpassed its own. With a swift gesture, she separated the light from the plant entirely, then summoned the submerged water sword back to her hand, casually tracing an arc in the air. In a flash, the light brightened, enveloping both Romy and Riddle. Romy closed her eyes and levitated, her appearance shifting in an instant to her true form, while the myriad lights were forcibly drawn into Riddle's soul over the next few minutes. At last, Romy descended, opened her eyes, and looked at Riddle. The essence of heaven and earth from that plant is now within you. This is a method I devised myself, rather simple and crude. You will have to find a way to tame them yourself. If you succeed, you should possess a spiritual root within 7 days. If you fail, well, the worst that can happen is death. I believe you'll be fine, Tom. Riddle, unusually silent, was engaged in a fierce internal struggle with the sudden influx of power that did not belong to him. He lowered his gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Romy, languidly putting away the submerged water sword, took out her wand and cast a cleansing charm on the now drained plant, then carefully conjured a small flame, gently roasting the plant. Finally, when Riddle opened his eyes, his voice resonated softly in her ear. You didn't mention before that I would need to tame it myself, and that failure could cost me my life. Romy replied, well, you can't possibly fail, can you? If you do, I might start to question whether you're truly capable. As she spoke, she held up the now charred plant. Would you care for a taste? Riddle asked, can this even be eaten? She shifted her gaze. After all, this was my first time using magical flames for a barbecue in the wild. I failed to control the intensity properly, and a slight char was inevitable. Nevertheless, do indulge. It will aid in consolidating the power you have just stabilized. She tossed a charred clump of herbs into Riddle's arms, and then changed her tone abruptly. Her voice was evidently not directed at Riddle. After hiding for so long, when do you intend to reveal yourself? Are you merely bored, sneaking away from your guardians to observe our conversation? Moments later, a timid girl peeked out, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Donned in a white robe that was now grimy and stained with blood, she seemed momentarily stunned before exclaiming in a sharp voice, so, you are not one of them. Instantly she knelt, tilting her head back towards Luo Mei with a quivering voice, please, I implore you, revered immortal, save our sect, save our master. The vice-master of the snow domain has come to annihilate us. My senior brothers and sisters, along with Master Chong, are fighting bravely, yet they force me out. I know they cannot withstand this. I beseech you, immortal, assist us. Moreover, the celestial herb you just used for that big brother originates from our Xianqing sect. For the sake of that, please rescue us, will you? As she spoke, she attempted to tug at Luo Mei's sleeve, trying to lead her towards the entrance of their sect. Luo Mei arched an eyebrow, but followed the girl's lead. In the past, she had journeyed alone to China, scouring much of the land without finding any trace of immortal cultivation. Yet now, while seeking Riddle's spiritual root, she caught glimpses of other practitioners. The girl brought Luo Mei to an inconspicuous stone, raising a token and struggling to gesture something. They have set up a formation to block you, preventing your return. Let me handle it, Luo Mei stated, her focus now fixed on the small herb. This protective invisibility formation was exceedingly clever. Had the girl not approached the stone, she might never have discovered that a vast sect could be hidden here. However, having found the formation's focal point, unraveling it became a straightforward task. She raised her hand, instantly gathering a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and murmuring an incantation. Break, she commanded, directing her words at the stone. The surroundings began to shift rapidly, and when Luo Mei lifted her gaze again, she beheld countless figures dueling in the air and on the ground. She quickly pinpointed an elder adorned in exotic garb soaring through the sky. He was drawing back a bow with one hand, aiming at a woman who lay bloodied and collapsed on the ground. Luo Mei immediately swung her submerged water sword, but the wooden arrow instantly redirected towards her weapon. The submerged water sword transformed into countless droplets, causing the arrow to miss and instead rush toward Luo Mei. Yet she remained unperturbed, lightly tapping her toes, her form as fluid as the wind, evading the wooden arrow in an instant before summoning her sword back, raising it with a single motion that conjured towering waves. The immense force sent everyone present stumbling back a step, and they all looked up in astonishment at the unfamiliar girl, who wielded a long sword, rising to confront the elder. The elder hesitated momentarily, but quickly drew his bow, initiating a new round of combat. Both combatants displayed extraordinary speed, their aerial battle a dazzling spectacle. Thus, no one noticed Riddle, who had been observing the clash from the ground, suddenly rise and incinerate the wooden arrow in the elder's hand with his wand, using fierce flames. The elder turned in disbelief to face Riddle. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Mei pressed her submerged water sword closer to the elder, who, unable to evade in time, sustained a significant wound on his shoulder from the blade. He retreated to a rooftop, scrutinizing Luo Mei with a discerning gaze. Luo Mei's expression mirrored his caution. The pressure and cultivation level of the individual before her surpassed her own, at least at the peak of the golden core stage. Fortunately, her spiritual awareness was far superior to her cultivation level, rendering the situation manageable for her. The elder's subordinates seemed eager to attack her, but were halted by his gesture to cease. He sheathed his bow and spoke cryptically. I had no idea there was a practitioner of the early golden core stage in the Central Plains, with such a robust soul, judging by your appearance. You cannot be very old, and your spiritual root is of the water element. Cultivating at such a rapid pace, you must be of the pure Yin constitution. Chapter 61, Sirius Black, he is not in Tibet. Luo Mei's mind momentarily blanked. The strength of her soul was inconsequential, but being at the golden core stage. A practitioner in their 60s or 70s might be impressive, but it hardly warranted such swift cultivation. Did it? Could he possibly think she was merely 13? Pure Yin constitution. What could that mean? A nearby disciple, having overheard, instinctively began to speak, but quickly silenced himself. What is that? Riddle inquired, employing a simple translation spell to communicate seamlessly with those speaking Chinese. It is an exceedingly rare and unique physique, one that appears once in a millennium, the girl replied. My master once told me that the defining characteristic of the pure Yin constitution is its remarkable purity, making it one of the most suitable physiques for cultivation. For those possessing this constitution, cultivation is as effortless as eating or drinking. However, the pure Yin constitution also bears significant drawbacks. For many practitioners, rapid advancement is not always a boon. It can easily lead to facing tribulation before a solid foundation is laid, resulting in failure and death. Moreover, due to the exceptional receptiveness of the pure Yin constitution, particularly when coupled with a water spiritual root, the cultivation of such individuals is prone to being siphoned away. In other words, they possess an innate furnace physique. Furnace? Riddle pondered, recalling having heard this term in Luo Mei's conversation. At that moment, Luo Mei could not help but laugh. It is precisely because of this constitution and individuals like you that I have chosen to remain anonymous until now. Is that not quite reasonable? She said casually, boldly meeting the elder's gaze without making a move. The elder sighed softly. That is why I say you are still too young. Just as he was about to say more, he heard a commotion from the storage bag at his waist. Before the gathered crowd, he opened it, retrieving a communication talisman. What do you mean? Why are they still asking about this? I have already stated that there is absolutely no trace of Sirius Black here in the snow domain, nor do we have any intention of harboring Death Eaters. What? They still expect us to send someone to guide them in searching for Black? We have no such obligation. And I told you he is definitely not in Tibet. The elder, visibly irate, ended the communication abruptly, and then retrieved another wooden arrow from the storage bag. However, instead of knocking it on the bow, he grasped it in his right hand and pulled out another storage bag hidden in his pocket, tossing it toward Luo Mei. Luo Mei instinctively caught it. Inside were some healing herbs, not particularly high in grade, but sufficient to tend to the wounded here. We withdraw, he instructed his disciples. Why, even with that female cultivator present, it is not as if a mere youth can leap to his side, one of them whispered. There is no need, he replied. But before he could finish, the elder interrupted. I just examined the secret realm left by the ancestor of Xianqing. None of us present can enter. And the spiritual vein of the Xianqing sect is not as vital as you imagine. It is not worth sacrificing lives over, especially considering. He directed his gaze towards Luo Mei. Her cultivation was rather profound, and she employed numerous ancient spells during her strikes. Her background should be far from ordinary. If she were willing, then at least for the next century, Xianqing sect would not reach the point of annihilation. Having said that, he once again flew to Luo Mei's side, this time his eyes devoid of any murderous intent. Yet, Luo Mei could not help but grip her sword with vigilance, casting a wary glance at the elegantly smiling elder. Nevertheless, as a senior, I believe it is my duty to offer you a word of caution. His voice floated like the wind, yet each word resonated deeply within Luo Mei's heart. As your cultivation surges, do not solely focus on solidifying your foundation and honing your swordsmanship. Take a moment to contemplate your state of mind and comprehension. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the arrow-shaped wand, vanishing in an instant. The disciples clad in exotic attire around them saw this and swiftly drew their wands, disappearing in a similar manner. Luo Mei, it seems this world is not solely hers, both spells and magic are being grasped. Finally landing on the ground, she clutched her storage pouch and turned to glance at the girl's master, the very woman who had originally collapsed. Strange. She clearly observed that the little girl possessed considerable talent. If she had a master, she should at least be an elder of a sect. Yet why does this woman's cultivation barely reach the initial stage of foundation establishment? It is hardly enough to attain the status of a sect elder, is it? Nevertheless, Luo Mei approached, retrieved a suitable elixir from her storage pouch, and fed it to the woman. The woman regained some color, barely managing to stand, and bowed to Luo Mei. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for assisting our sect. Xianqing sect's master, Hijiju, shall surely regard you as an honored guest from now on. Luo Mei, I have yet to reach the level of esteemed immortal. Wait, what is she saying? This foundation establishment female cultivator is actually the master of a sect? My master is quite formidable. The little girl quickly interjected. My master said that we are now in the end of the law era. The concentration of spiritual energy has drastically diminished. Anyone who can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage is already an exceptional talent in this world. As for that elder, the deputy master of the snow domain, Sangjitsidon, purely due to being born early and living long, managed to grasp the tail end of an era of abundant spiritual energy, which is why his cultivation is so high. Luo Mei's expression froze. What? The end of the law era, with spiritual energy concentration significantly reduced? But even in the end of the law era, it should not be the case that those at the foundation establishment and golden core stages are called geniuses. They do not have such standards over there. Chapter 62. The relationship between cultivation and the realm of magic. With a profound skepticism and curiosity regarding the cultivation system of this world, Luo Mei decided to temporarily settle down in Xianqing sect, especially since lodging and meals here did not require any expenditure, saving her a considerable sum. Meanwhile, Riddle, like an inquisitive child, busied himself poring over the vast library of the sect. Many of the cultivation methods within were exceedingly inefficient. Each took considerable effort for minimal results, which explained why reaching the foundation establishment and golden core stages was deemed a genius in this world. Luo Mei furrowed her brow, snatching the book from Riddle's hands, and began to make corrections with a feathered quill, casually glancing up to see the girl practicing her swordplay. Now Luo Mei knew the girl's name, Song Nian. Raise your hand higher, steady your steps, find your center of gravity. Splendid. In that moment, she sat in a guest hall of the sect, utilizing an amplification spell to accurately voice her opinions, and upon turning back, she saw Hijiju approaching with graceful strides. So you are unaware of the specific circumstances here? He sect master. I have already mentioned that I am a girl who grew up in England. As for the so-called secrets of spiritual roots and cultivation, they were learned by chance and are merely trivial paths. Luo Mei fabricated a casual lie. I see. Hijiju discerned Luo Mei's reluctance to divulge too much and shifted the topic. In truth, you have also observed that our sect has already declined. Had it not been for your intervention that day, I fear, however, of course, our sect once enjoyed great renown. Otherwise, how could it be situated in such a prime location at the summit of Mount Tai, the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains? My predecessor, the venerable Xianqing ancestor, was a prodigious talent of his time, achieving the void refinement stage before the age of 100, and upon the ascension of the previous sect master, he became the youngest sect master in the history of Xianqing sect. Yet later, the sect master of Xianqing sect mysteriously vanished, and the spiritual energy inexplicably began to dwindle almost to nothing. Subsequently, during the chaotic times, my senior brothers and sisters, witnessing the suffering of the common people, ventured out to aid them, leaving only the youngest me to guard Xianqing sect. Who would have thought that none of them would return, and a host of individuals clad in wizard-like attire would arrive? At that time, with my mere chi refinement cultivation, I could not contend with them, and could only hide with the other juniors in the secret chamber developed by the Xianqing ancestor, watching as they nearly incinerated all our sacred texts. Since then, Xianqing sect has begun its complete decline. It was at that time that many sects began to covet our spirit vein. Hijiju recounted. Fortunately, with the protection of the ancestors' formations, those minor sects could not breach our defenses. As for the other major sects, although they yearned for the spirit vein, they did not regard it as paramount, merely extending various invitations, all of which I rejected. Everything seemed to have returned to tranquility, but 3 years ago, a sudden upheaval occurred. She spoke softly. The secret chamber personally crafted by the ancestor exploded. Exploded? Luo Mei was taken aback. Yes, it transformed into a secret realm, displaying that she had ascended to immortality, thereby leaving behind a legacy, stating that whoever enters the secret realm and obtains the legacy can directly become the sect master of our sect. Hijiju sighed. But I cannot even enter the secret realm. Furthermore, this matter was leaked by someone. People from other sects believe that our ascended ancestor's secret realm must contain numerous treasures, such as immortality and secrets of breakthrough. After all, since entering the end of the Law era in 1616, no one in the cultivation realm has ascended, and even those who cultivated thereafter, apart from possessing exceptional talent or unique physiques, have found no way to break through beyond the golden core stage. And you did not agree to their request to enter your sect's secret realm, so that Snow Domain faction came to attack?
Luo Mei inquired.
Yes, the adept in formations, the deputy master of the Snow Domain, personally led 100 elite disciples, all proficient in both magic and spells, to breach the ancestors' protective formations, Ijiju said. Yet seemingly, none among them could enter that secret realm. What are the conditions for entering that secret realm? We are unclear. Ijiju shook his head. My master only said that those with fate may naturally enter. Luo Mei pondered for a moment before asking, may I inquire about the current relationship between the cultivation realm and the realm of magic? Aside from the Snow Domain, at least to my knowledge, no one practices both magic and spells simultaneously, Ijiju replied, and furthermore, most individuals with the aptitude for cultivation generally lack the qualifications to learn magic. However, given the sheer population size, there are still some who possess both qualifications. Nonetheless, nowadays, those with dual traits often prioritize learning magic. Ijiju elaborated, because at least for now, the benefits of learning magic far outweigh those of cultivation? Riddle inquired. Indeed. Thousands of years ago, both magic and cultivation thrived together, but with the onset of the end of the Law era, ancient spells were lost due to the depletion of spiritual energy and the isolation of various sections. In contrast, while the realm of magic has also lost many ancient spells, the current situation indicates that its learning benefits still far exceed those of cultivation. So, it seems the realm of magic is aware of the existence of cultivation? Luo Mei asked. Only the magical department in East Asia has a relatively clearer understanding of this, Ijiju answered. The reclusive monks have always preferred to remain hidden from the world, seldom making their presence known, including the deputy sect leader from the snowy regions, whose apparent identity is merely that of a representative for ethnic minorities within the Chinese Ministry of Magic, presenting himself as a wizard to the outside world. In the West, most wizards likely perceive this as mere folklore, or possess a vague understanding of some esoteric Eastern magical arts, yet their comprehension remains superficial. This is largely due to an unspoken convention within our realm of cultivation, which dictates that we do not readily display our magical abilities to outsiders. Izibembu remarked, however, if you feel compelled to reveal yourself before those wizards, it would not pose a significant issue. Understanding this, Luo Mei nodded, intending to take her leave with a respectful bow, only to be interrupted once more by Hizibambu. Wait, she softly uttered, her expression momentarily tinged with hesitation. But she quickly regained her composure. What I mean to say is, if you are willing, you may explore the secret realm left behind by our ancestor. Luo Mei was taken aback, incredulously pointing at herself. Me? I am not even a member of your sect. Indeed, he responded. But the ancestor stated that anyone fated to enter may do so, independent of sect affiliation. Moreover, you, my friend, have just saved our entire sect. It would be no harm to visit the secret realm. After all, Luo Mei appeared just as the Xianqing sect faced its annihilation. Surely that qualifies as a fateful encounter. Hizibambu harbored a premonition that Luo Mei might indeed be the fated individual spoken of by their ancestor. Instinctively, Luo Mei cast a glance at Riddle, and in that fleeting moment, she smiled at Hizibambu and replied, very well, I shall give it a try. An opportunity offered freely should never be declined. Without hesitation, she chose to follow Hizibambu toward the secret realm. Riddle paused briefly, but ultimately decided to accompany them as well. They traversed countless corridors, dismantling numerous formations along the way, until they finally arrived at the deepest recesses of the basement. There, indeed, lay a secret realm. Yet before Luo Mei could even fully behold its entirety, she was suddenly drawn into it. As the world spun around her, before she could open her eyes, a frivolous voice reached her ears. I always thought there must be someone as unfortunate as I, someone inexplicably transported to another world. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei managed to pry her eyes open, only to find a graceful woman seated upon a branch, gently waving a feather fan, smiling warmly at her. The moment the woman caught sight of Luo Mei's face, her expression shifted to one of shock. Wait, you are the daughter of Luo Qingwan. Chapter 63. Inheritance, a sect leader position bestowed from the heavens. You know my mother? Luo Mei gazed up in astonishment at the woman. It made sense. She had just mentioned her own journey across worlds, suggesting that this former sect leader of Xianqing must have, in her cultivation days, inadvertently crossed into her original world and met her mother. Of course, I am Lianchan, the woman proclaimed, having leapt gracefully from the branch to stand before Luo Mei, only to notice the latter's bewildered expression. You can't possibly not have heard of me, she exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch. Damn Song Qingtang. How could he not mention me even after having a daughter? After all, I was his rival for decades, persistently pursuing your mother, declaring my love and often prevailing, thereby forging a deep bond with your father. How could he fail to inform his daughter about his former adversary? Luo Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. But before she could respond, Lianchan circled around her, then suddenly burst out. You have even learned quite a bit of the Hahuan sex techniques. You cannot possibly be like your unfortunate father, playing the victim while harboring dark intentions. Just look at that boy outside the secret realm. She seemed to catch a glimpse of Riddle. While undeniably handsome, that hardly justifies the extensive formations you have placed upon him. Lianchan scrutinized the exit of the secret realm. You have even inscribed formations upon his soul. Haven to you? You used your fingertip blood, didn't you? Should you desire it, or should he face death, his soul would immediately scatter. You are clearly intent on ensuring that boy can never betray you. He likely has no idea that formations lie upon his very soul. Indeed, he does not know. Luo Mei replied unperturbed. Even when her actions were laid bare, she felt no shame or race of heart. When she fused the soul shard with Riddle, she had indeed used her fingertip blood to create a bond between her blood and Riddle's soul, allowing her to disassemble his soul at will. Such a situation is virtually irreversible, unless Riddle willingly dismantles his soul again, and employs some other method to restore it. Yet, reconstructing a soul that has been torn apart twice is an exceedingly daunting task. With a playful smile, she followed Lianchan's gaze to the realm's exit and remarked, but, Anting, look at that boy's soul, so shattered and incomplete. Anyone capable of inflicting such damage upon their own soul cannot be considered virtuous. I merely took some minor precautions. Moreover, Anting, do take note that I have invested considerable effort in arranging a spiritual route for him, granting him the ability to cultivate. The power I have bestowed upon him is solely to ensure his loyalty, to serve me for eternity. What could be wrong with that? Luo Mei spoke softly. Certainly. My rationale for granting him the ability to cultivate is simple. Such a beautiful, clever, and charming young man should not die prematurely without seeking immortality through cultivation. Furthermore, Riddle possesses another identity, that of the notorious Voldemort, the Dark Lord, a figure feared and dreaded by many. Such a formidable persona naturally incites a desire for conquest within me. Yet this is hardly surprising. Within the Hahuan sect, everyone exhibits such tendencies. Otherwise, why would countless male and female cultivators from the Hahuan sect relentlessly pursue the emotionless sword cultivators and the benevolent Buddhist practitioners? She had not even contemplated winning Riddle's heart. Merely witnessing the boy's forced smile as he dealt with her was enough to bring her joy. Observing Luo Mei's current expression, Lianchan could discern her thoughts clearly, her countenance reflecting complexity as she remarked, You truly are just like your father, perhaps even more domineering. It seems you harbor many grievances against my father, Luo Mei acquiesced. But I still wish to inquire, how did you come to traverse worlds? I was struck by a lightning bolt during the Great Ascension's tribulation, and was thus transported. Lianchan replied, only to find my cultivation inexplicably diminished to the nascent soul stage. Yet it was there that I encountered the only woman who ever stirred my heart, your mother. She was gentle yet indifferent, powerful yet rational. Just one glance was enough to captivate me. Ahem, realizing she had digressed, Lianchan feigned solemnity and cleared her throat. However, I have yet to discover a means to return, and it was only after ascending that I began to glimpse some truths. Perhaps, at times, traversing worlds is not a misfortune but merely a wondrous journey. I suspect your identity in that realm may not be as consequential. It likely did not lead to the collapse of your sect as mine did. That should not be the case. I am merely the senior sister of the Hahuan sect, and I often enjoy wandering the world. Perhaps they simply think I am taking a longer trip this time? Luo Mei replied. Then there is no issue, Lianchan stated, raising her hand with a flourish, conjuring forth an abundance of tomes within the pristine space. As fellow travelers, and considering you are the daughter of Qingwan, I shall bestow upon you more. She smiled, presenting techniques that harmonize the strengths of both worlds of cultivation, along with numerous ancient spells shrouded in mystery. Although, in the current environment where spiritual energy is scarce, even those of high cultivation cannot wield ancient spells or unleash their earth-shattering power, and many ancient spells have been lost to the sands of time. It is likely that even the current transformation stage cultivators are not as powerful as those from a millennium ago at the nascent soul stage. However, I have managed to extract some ancient spells and adapt them, allowing their usage even in these areas where spiritual energy is scarce, achieving approximately 4/5 of their original potency. She remarked with a playful blink. You need not worry. In the immortal realm where ascension grants eternal life, the issue of spiritual energy will naturally resolve itself. It is said that the current decline in spiritual energy concentration stems from recent layoffs in the immortal realm. A number of celestial beings, known for their propensity to wreak havoc over matters of love, have been dismissed and returned to the myriad small worlds, simultaneously raising the recruitment standards in hopes of avoiding the hiring of such romance-obsessed immortals, Ing Lianchan explained. Yet, I firmly believe that, with your talents, ascension will be a mere trifle for you, especially as you are the daughter of Qingwan. Moreover, after your studies, do remember to assume my position as the sect leader, and consider revising our sect's cultivation techniques. It was only upon entering your world that I realized how inefficient our practices are, though regrettably, my true form is bound by the decree that I cannot return to my original world within a century post-ascension. Wait, but the current sect leader is your little disciple. Yet, since she has brought you to this secret realm, she must be prepared to step aside for your sake. I know that little disciple well. She despises being a leader, and has likely grown weary of the role of sect leader. Be good, and upon exiting the secret realm, take up the mantle of our sect's leadership, leading the Zwanking sect to greatness. With that, she vanished on the spot, leaving behind the thought. What does it mean for Qingwan's daughter to inherit her legacy? What does it mean for her and Luo Qingwan's relationship? Giggled. Luo Mei watched in astonishment as Ing Lianchan, her face alight with joy, disappeared. Luo Mei stood there, her expression wooden, gazing at the plethora of ancient spells left behind by Ing Lianchan. Chapter 64. Homework, please help her write it again. Luo Mei embarked on her studies within the secret realm. As she perused the myriad ancient spells, it dawned upon her just how ludicrously weak the offensive capabilities of modern spells from her era were in comparison to those of ancient origin. Even the obscure ancient sword techniques she had secretly learned from her parents' library in her youth paled in comparison to the modified ancient spells bestowed upon her by Ing Lianchan. It seemed that her previous reputation as a genius was merely a reflection of her peers' lack of exposure to the true might of ancient spells. After all, in her time, only her parents and a handful of elders had glimpsed the remnants of ancient spells before calamities involving gods and demons led to the loss of most ancient techniques. Gradually, she managed to temper her pride and immerse herself in the cultivation of ancient spells. If possible, she wished to continue adapting these ancient spells to unleash their full potential, thought Luo Mei. However, since Ing Lianchan possessed modified versions of these ancient spells, it stood to reason that her parents should have them as well. Why had they never taught her these? Why did they conceal even the most trivial ancient spells from her? Initially, she had assumed her parents deemed ancient spells ineffective, hence their reluctance to have her practice them. Yet it appeared that was not the case. After this period of practice, Luo Mei soon felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Not only had she acquired numerous new spells, but she had also gained some spiritual inheritance from Ing Lianchan, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, and perhaps on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul stage. It was only when the secret realm notified her that time was up that Luo Mei exited, and He Jiju seemed to have sensed her arrival, waiting alongside Song Nian and Riddle. How much time has passed? She inquired upon seeing a throng of people. Usually, the flow of time within the secret realm differs from that of the outside world. Oh, not long at all, just nearly 2 months. It's now the end of August. Song Nian instinctively replied. Oh no. Luo Mei was utterly flustered upon hearing this. She had become so engrossed in her studies that she had completely lost track of time, unaware that the flow of time in the outside world was far swifter than she had anticipated. In an instant, she turned her gaze to Riddle, rushing towards him while exclaiming, "But I haven't written a single word of my summer homework." Riddle raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding washing over him, and sure enough, the next moment, he heard Luo Mei lament, "I haven't written a single word of my summer homework, and I haven't even bought the books required for 3rd grade. There's so much to do, yet school starts soon, and I truly can't finish it all. Could you help me with my summer homework, Tom?" Riddle remained silent, patting Luo Mei's shoulder with a smile. "Did you not say that you Chinese students excel at creating miracles on the final night before school starts? There is still over a week until classes resume. I believe you can manage, Mei. But I promised Aunt Ing, the esteemed ancestor of Zwanking, to help improve the sect's techniques, and I simply don't have the time." Luo Mei's expression was earnest. "You know, this time last year, I hadn't written a single word of my homework either. You finished all your assignments except for potions in less than 2 days, while I only completed my potions homework on the last night. Clearly, your efficiency is far superior, Tom." She quickly embraced Riddle, gazing at him with profound affection. Then swiftly retrieved her wand, using the summoning charm to call forth her summer homework, stuffing it all into Riddle's arms in one breath. I believe in you. You can do it. Riddle chuckled in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hijiju observed the interaction between Luo Mei and Riddle with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Your relationship is truly wonderful." Riddle replied, "I don't understand. How can you tell?" Yet, Hijiju did not pursue the topic further but instead addressed Luo Mei saying, "Since Taoist Luo has successfully entered this secret realm, you ought to heed the master's wishes and become the sect leader. Coincidentally, my cultivation is not on par with other sect leaders, and my leadership skills are comparatively lacking. I am unworthy to hold the title of sect leader and should step aside." As she spoke, she removed the sect leader's token from her waist, intending to hand it to Luo Mei. Luo Mei hesitated for a moment before responding, "I can assist Zwanking in improving its techniques, or help guide the disciples in their cultivation progress during the holidays. However, I still need to attend Hogwarts, spending most of my time in England. I fear I cannot dedicate my full attention to Zwanking until after graduation." "I understand your concerns, Taoist Luo," Hijiju replied softly, "but as long as your name and cultivation are associated with us, it will suffice to instill a sense of awe in certain individuals." Over the past 2 months, Hijiju had intentionally spread news of Luo Mei's presence in Zwanking and her exchanges with the vice-sect leader of the Snow Domain throughout the cultivation world. And now Luo Mei had gained a modest reputation within those circles. "If that is the case, I shall graciously accept," Luo Mei remarked, not minding the additional title in this world. "But I must ask Taoist He to continue managing the sect during my absence." As she spoke, she tossed a tome of techniques toward Hijiju, winking as she said, "This is a manual I found in the secret realm, quite suitable for you. I made sure to take note of it for your advancement in cultivation. Let us strive together." With that, she rose and made her way toward the sect's entrance. At the very least, before school commenced, she needed to restore the protective formations that had been damaged by the vice-sect leader of the Snow Domain and fortify them anew. Chapter 65, The Hairpin. A belated birthday blessing. Indeed, this week was as busy as Luo Mei had predicted. She not only sought to reinforce the protective formations and refine her cultivation techniques, but also took the opportunity to conduct several enlightening classes for all the disciples of the Su and Quing sect, demonstrating her care for the entire sect as its leader. From among them, she would selectively identify those with exceptional aptitude or commendable temperament, offering guidance and texts tailored to their needs. Additionally, she needed to generate some momentum. The date was set for August 24th, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, her birthday. This timeline was evidently a bit rushed, yet fortuitously, the Su and Quing sect, having recently survived a near-catastrophic annihilation, was not embroiled in the intrigues typical of the Hahuan sect or Kunlun, as she had previously experienced. Instead, they stood united, allowing for a seamless arrangement of the event. That evening at the banquet, Luo Mei executed a series of professional smiles and publicly declared her acceptance of the will of the ancient ancestor of Su and Quing, thus assuming the role of sect master. She announced that the former acting sect master, Hijiju, would now serve as her deputy, primarily responsible for managing the various affairs of the sect. As she and Hijiju had hoped, she subtly showcased her prowess and adeptly navigated the probing inquiries from other sections. Consequently, it became widely known in the realm of cultivation that Su and Quing had a new, enigmatic yet evidently well-connected young high-level cultivator at its helm. Aside from Hijiju and Song Nian, no one else was aware that Luo Mei was still a student at Hogwarts, let alone that she spent most of her time away from the Su and Quing sect. On August 30th, she received a sound-conveying talisman and a teleportation talisman that would take her directly to the Su and Quing sect, presented by Hijiju. "I'll need to trouble Sister He for the subsequent matters. I must prepare to return to Hogwarts. Should any issues arise, please feel free to seek me out," she said cheerfully, before soaring away on her broomstick to Riddle's residence at the Su and Quing sect. These days had been exceedingly busy, leaving Luo Mei with little time to attend to Riddle. Upon opening the door, she found him reclining against the headboard, legs slightly bent, perusing a newspaper under the dim light, while his wand lay harmlessly on the nearby desk. The moonlight softly caressed Riddle's pale profile, and upon hearing her, he turned his head, his crimson lips curving into a smile. "You're back? What are you reading?" Luo Mei inquired directly, taking a few brisk steps to his side, gently caressing the serpentine bracelet on his wrist, before tilting her head and casting a spell to brighten the room. "The Daily Prophet," Riddle replied lazily, pointing to a particular article with a finger unrestrained by Luo Mei. It detailed how the infamous Death Eater, Sirius Black, had escaped from Azkaban, and was suspected of seeking out the Dark Lord. Black. The handsome family mentioned by Myrtle? Luo Mei raised an eyebrow. She vaguely recalled her junior disciple mentioning Sirius and referring to him with some nickname, suggesting he was an important figure. However, she was not particularly concerned with that and swiftly shifted the topic. Have you finished your summer homework? In that moment, she distinctly saw Riddle's expression momentarily freeze. I've completed it, he replied through gritted teeth, using wandless magic to open the drawer of the desk, causing the light to flicker slightly with the spell's disturbance. The assignments are all there. He forced a smile, adding, additionally, I returned to Diagon Alley and purchased all the books you'll need for the upcoming school year. You truly are a good person, Luo Mei responded readily, darting over to the desk and inspecting the books one by one. You used your own money for this, didn't you? I don't plan on paying you back. Oh, and there are books on Muggle studies, though I don't intend to select that subject, as I believe I already have a sufficient understanding of Muggles. I'll just take the exam directly, but it wouldn't hurt to peruse the textbooks in my spare time. Wow. And you even used magic to alter the handwriting on this assignment? Luo Mei genuinely praised, then turned to Riddle, raising an eyebrow. But Tom, aside from buying me books, what else did you do while you were back in England? You're quite blunt in your inquiries, Rose, Riddle said with a playful glint in his eye. I thought you had been neglecting me, allowing me to engage in some clandestine antics behind your back. Moreover, I believe I've shown you enough respect during this time. At that moment, he set the newspaper aside, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking up at Luo Mei with a smile that could only be described as obedient and compliant. In this sect, I have never revealed your shortcomings nor harbored any rebellious intentions toward you. In fact, in front of others in the sect, I have diligently spoken of your many virtues. Presently, they likely perceive me as merely an inconsequential pretty face brought over by the esteemed sect master from a foreign land. Enough of that, Luo Mei retorted dismissively. Do you truly believe I am unaware that your reluctance to take action stems from being in an unfamiliar territory, prompting you to be cautious and avoid unnecessary trouble? Although I have been busy, I have not ignored you entirely. I have seen you several times surrounded by a throng of elders and disciples of the Su Inquing sect, laughing and engaging in conversation. Setting aside Riddle's remarkable demeanor, it was undeniable that no one would consider him merely a decorative figure. Furthermore, following the confrontation with Shuiyu, the members of Su Inquing had gained some understanding of magic, and Riddle's magical prowess was evidently that of a standout. Moreover, with Riddle's exceptionally high intelligence and eloquent communication skills, he had quickly cultivated a circle of acquaintances who believed themselves to be on good terms with him. Additionally, if Riddle had not been involved in such activities, how had he managed to leave the Su Inquing sect and return unnoticed by both her and Hijiju? Luo Mei fixed her expressionless gaze upon Riddle. Noticing this, Riddle lowered his eyes, chuckling softly. All right, he finally said, standing and moving closer to Luo Mei. In fact, I have prepared a little something. As he spoke, he retrieved an object from behind him. It was an exquisite hairpin shaped like bamboo, crafted from jade. However, he showed it to Luo Mei for only a fleeting moment, before using his other hand to deftly twist her hair into an elegant style. His movements were so skilled that it appeared he had practiced extensively beforehand. In just a few moments, he had fashioned her hair into a bun, with a significant portion braided and coiled, leaving only a few strands cascading naturally, creating a lovely contrast with the tassel of the jade pin. His warm breath brushed against her face as Riddle guided her to face a mirror. In the reflection, the girl appeared in a blue robe, her dark hair elegantly arranged to one side, accentuated by the jade hairpin. She smiled, glancing back at Riddle. How thoughtful of you. Riddle raised an eyebrow. That is only natural. Moreover, he said softly, do you remember our initial agreement, Rose? He stepped back a few paces, summoned a notebook from the drawer, and handed it to Luo Mei. It contains my research over the past few months, and it may provide a method for you to return to your own world. At his words, Luo Mei erupted into laughter. You devised this method, knowing my character would never allow me to return to my world without first nurturing the Su Inquing sect to greatness. Right, Tom? In truth, you need not worry. You hold a far more significant place in my heart than you realize. At the very least, I promise that if I say I will teach you the ways of cultivation, I will indeed do so. Moreover, even in my absence, you have demonstrated an admirable capacity for cultivation on your own. Have you not already managed to channel qi into your body, thus reaching the initial stage of qi refinement? Initially, your soul was incomplete, rendering any potential for cultivation futile, even with the presence of a spiritual root. Fortunately, the immense spiritual vein of the Xianqing sect has salvaged this predicament, sparing me the need to forcibly facilitate your training. Nevertheless, it is imperative that you understand. Many individuals require several months of study just to successfully channel qi into their bodies, let alone someone with an incomplete soul like yours. Luo Mei languidly remarked, casually flipping open a notebook nearby. Following the experience in the secret realm with Lian Can, she had ceased to harbor any hope for the methods proposed by Riddle. After all, even after traversing several centuries, Lian Can had failed to devise a means of returning, and her conversations subtly hinted that their crossing was perhaps not merely a result of a thunder tribulation-induced spatial tear. However, as she opened the book and comprehended its contents, she found herself somewhat astonished by what was inscribed within. These are concepts I devised during your 2-month sojourn in the secret realm, with permission from He Zhu. After meticulously examining all the texts in the Xianqing sect's library pertaining to formations and spatial theory. Furthermore, I have integrated your insights along with applications of dark magic related to space and transformation, resulting in these pertinent hypotheses. Riddle stated, yet should we proceed with implementation, we may require certain preparatory materials and time. You have certainly exerted yourself, Luo Mei remarked, her expression a blend of complexity. The pages were densely packed with writing. The fact that Riddle had assimilated such a wealth of knowledge about the cultivation realm in such a short span, seamlessly intertwining it with magic, indicated a sincere dedication. Moreover, the notes suggested, at least from her perspective, that there was indeed merit in pursuing these ideas. After all, we are in a collaborative relationship, Riddle asserted. You are, by all accounts, someone who values promises and integrity. Thus, it is my obligation to provide you with your due rewards. Only in this manner can you impart more knowledge to me and tolerate my presence further, correct? Moreover, having discovered that beyond our own world, the universe harbors 3,000, or even more, parallel worlds with distinct forms, how could the ever-proud Riddle not feel a surge of excitement and a yearning to explore these realms? You speak wisely. Luo Mei finally replied. I indeed find little pleasure in tethering someone so thoroughly, day in and day out. However, all things must observe a measure. I hope you can maintain that balance. Is that not so, Tom? Her gaze was piercing, her meaningful look seemingly attempting to penetrate Riddle's very being. After a prolonged silence, Riddle averted his gaze. He seated himself at the desk and addressed Luo Mei. Hepzibah. I conducted an inquiry into Hepzibah Smith's past, Riddle remarked cryptically, only to unexpectedly discover that she is a descendant of Hufflepuff, possessing the Hufflepuff cup. So, you managed to acquire both the Slytherin locket and the Hufflepuff cup in one fell swoop? Luo Mei inquired, tilting her head as she continued to peruse the notebook, abruptly shifting the topic. Furthermore, this notion is indeed intriguing. I happen to possess all the necessary materials, though the preparation may take up to a year. Luo Mei spoke softly, grasping Riddle's arm. At that moment, she leaped onto the submerged sword, soaring through the air and departing from the Xianqing sect. After leaving, Luo Mei cast a spell, instantaneously transporting herself and Riddle to a desolate expanse of grassland. What is this? Riddle inquired. A spatial contraction spell, Luo Mei replied. I learned this ancient technique which I thought had long been lost, during my time in the secret realm. It is akin to apparition, though your current level of cultivation is insufficient to master it. She then erected a barrier on the grassland, and began establishing a formation according to the contents of the notebook. This process of setting up the formation lasted from the depths of night until noon the following day. Luo Mei's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and she ultimately opted to retrieve a vessel previously prepared for her by He Zhu from her storage bag, inserting a spiritual stone to recharge it. Fortunately, we no longer need to engage in long-distance sword flight, Luo Mei joyfully remarked. This summer has turned out rather splendidly, has it not? I have an inexplicable identity now, allowing me to indulge in pretense at will. Riddle. So in your eyes, the status of sect master is merely a means for boasting? Luo Mei. And a tool for revealing my true self or in moments of anger, brandishing my sword and declaring, did you not anticipate that I, the sect master of Xianqing, would be among you? Surrender at once. Riddle. He began to deeply ponder the wisdom behind He Zhu's decision to bestow the position of sect master upon Luo Mei. However, with such prestige and power comes the necessity of corresponding responsibilities, Luo Mei asserted earnestly. In truth, I have numerous plans for the Xianqing sect that I have yet to articulate clearly to Sister He. I should draft a long-term vision and detailed future development plans to deliver to her upon my return. She yawned and promptly produced parchment, beginning to write furiously. It was not until they neared the London train station that she set down the parchment, reverting to her 13-year-old appearance, cloaked in the invisibility spell once more. She and Riddle stealthily emerged from an inconspicuous location, just in time to enter platform 9 3/4. As was customary, Luo Mei sought to find an empty compartment with the invisible riddle. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, nearly every compartment was filled to capacity. They walked all the way to the end of the train before discovering a familiar adult man sleeping soundly in one of the compartments. Chapter 67. Guardian Spirit. Summoned by dopamine secretion. The man was clad in a tattered wizard's robe, accompanied by an exceedingly worn suitcase bearing his name, though the lettering had nearly faded beyond recognition. He leaned against the window, appearing so weak that he seemed on the verge of drifting into a deep slumber. Perhaps he is the new defense against the dark arts professor? Luo Mei speculated, sensing a profound commonality with him on the subject of poverty. Yet, no sooner had she voiced her thoughts than Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the compartment. "Ah, there is someone here as well. Oh, it's Mei. I suppose it's nothing to worry about," Harry said. "Wait, there's clearly someone leaning against the window," Ron exclaimed. "No problem, that's Professor Lupin. He looks Quite asleep, lo me est." "Oh well, if it seems there's no issue, Harry, you can go ahead," Hermione remarked after surveying the situation. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei grew curious and leaned in closer. "Mei, you must have heard about the escape of Sirius Black," Harry began. "I believe I heard he intends to capture me to avenge Voldemort. However, it's not a big deal." Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who had turned pale, and quickly added, "I think Black is probably not more terrifying than Voldemort. I just thought it was something worth sharing with you." "All right then," Hermione said, casting a worried glance at Harry before swiftly changing the subject. "By the way, I'm really looking forward to our third-year trip to Hogsmeade. It's said to be the only place in the UK completely devoid of muggles." "Yes, I've heard they have a shop that sells particularly delicious chocolate," Ron exclaimed excitedly. Oh no, Luo Mei suddenly realized she had forgotten something. She hurriedly rummaged through her suitcase for the Hogsmeade permission slip. "I forgot to get the orphanage headmistress's signature." Ron and Hermione's expressions turned sympathetic as they witnessed Luo Mei sit directly opposite Lupin, seizing a quill and dramatically signing the headmistress's name with flourish, the script markedly different from her usual handwriting. "Now I can go to Hogsmeade as well," she declared. Just as she was about to gleefully share this news with the trio, only to find Ron and Hermione gazing at her in stunned silence, and Harry with an expression of sudden realization. "Mei, you truly are my savior. I hadn't even thought of that," Harry exclaimed in surprise, quickly rummaging through his luggage to find a similar Hogsmeade notice. He seized his feather quill and repeatedly attempted to inscribe his guardian's name on a tattered piece of parchment, but no matter how hard he tried, it appeared to resemble his own handwriting. Thus, he decided to hand the notice to Romy, earnestly imploring, "Romy, would you kindly play the role of my uncle and sign it as Vernon Dursley?" "Very well." Romy readily complied, swiftly taking Harry's paper and with a flourish, inscribing a distinctly different handwriting. Harry happily accepted it. The faint glimmer of frustration that had initially graced his features now completely vanished. "How did I not think of imitating a signature before? I even considered asking Fred and George for some secret passages, or simply donning the invisibility cloak to venture to Hogsmeade. Perhaps," Romy softly suggested, "at Hogwarts, you are not required to have every in-class test or various exam scores signed by your guardians." "What?" Harry did not quite catch her words. Just as he was about to inquire further, the compartment door swung open once more. It was Draco, accompanied by his two lackeys Crabbe and Goyle. "Wrong. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you at the end of the train." Draco blatantly ignored Harry and the others, swaggering over to Romy. "Where did you go this summer? I tried to send several letters via Owl, but they all returned unopened. Maybe it's because I traveled to China this summer, and the Owl found it too far, and went on strike?" Romy mumbled. "Well, you should have told me sooner," Draco replied. "I might have tried to find another way to contact you. I even picked out some gifts for you this summer. They're in my suitcase, and I can fetch them for you." But before he could finish his sentence, the train suddenly slowed down. "Strange, hasn't the train usually arrived at school by now?" Hermione murmured. It seemed the train doors had opened, and an unsettling, damp, shadowy aura permeated the air. A cloaked figure slowly pushed open the compartment door. In an instant, screams filled the compartment. Harry tumbled from his seat. Draco's face turned ashen, and Hermione instinctively shut her eyes. Suddenly, a flood of fragmented memories flashed through Romy's mind. Her stern mother scolding her, the harrowing experience of facing the trials for the first time, and the fear she felt when she ventured into the secret realm alone. Almost instinctively, she summoned the sword of Gryffindor, aiming to strike at the creature. "Draw your wand." Riddle, who had been expressionlessly observing Romy play with the children, suddenly conveyed to her, mimicking the action and instructing her to think of the happiest moment in her life. "Cast the Patronus charm. It can repel Dementors." Hearing Riddle's voice brought Romy back to her senses, and she sheathed the sword of Gryffindor. She glanced back at Riddle, drew her wand, and in her urgency, began to reflect on her happiest memories. What could possibly elicit boundless joy in an instant? Romy pondered, softly murmuring the incantation for the Patronus charm, but only wisps of formless white mist emerged from her wand. In a sudden turn, she dashed towards Riddle, rising on her toes to kiss him. Turning back, she pointed her wand at the Dementu, her flushed face reflecting the overwhelming excitement and joy she felt. Expecto Patronum! A magnificent white crane burst forth from her wand, elegantly driving the Dementu back several feet. A comforting warmth enveloped the entire compartment. Romy lowered her wand, casting a sidelong glance at Riddle, her eyes sparkling with delight. Though past memories are ultimately veiled by the mists of time, even reminiscing about former feelings remains elusive. If one were to seek the happiest moments, they would undoubtedly be found in the present, particularly in acts such as embracing or kissing, those that release the most dopamine and bring forth boundless joy. Just then Lupin stirred awake. Chapter 68. A full day of classes. Have you been here from morning till night? Lupin rose from his seat, noticing the Patronus dancing from Romy's wand. A look of mild surprise mingled with encouragement, and a smile gracing his features. He then drew his wand and approached the compartment door, softly uttering the incantation for the Patronus charm, conjuring a massive guardian. Romy realized that they were not the only compartment under threat from the Dementor. Lupin's Patronus seemed to have also driven away the Dementor from the adjacent compartment. Perhaps I should speak with the conductor, he murmured, then pulled a bar of chocolate from his tattered pocket, handing it to Romy. Please help me distribute this chocolate later. Give each of them a piece. And don't forget to have some yourself. It will be beneficial. His gaze towards Romy was gentle and serene, reminiscent of a tranquil moon. Okay, sure, Romy stammered. As Lupin crossed the aisle, she turned back to the others. Ron and Hermione were the first to regain their senses, anxiously helping the still dazed Harry back to his seat. Draco's forehead glistened with cold sweat. In that moment he forgot to mock Harry. She quickly broke the chocolate into several pieces, offering the largest chunk to Harry and distributing the others among Hermione, Ron, and Draco, even remembering to share with the seemingly dazed Crabbe and Goyle. Lastly, she held the final piece in her palm, discreetly breaking it in half. Carefully, while Hermione and the others were distracted, she stealthily passed one half to the side and raised her gaze, attempting to catch Riddle's eye from the corner. Riddle, however, was momentarily oblivious to her presence. He stood silently in the shadows, his gaze fixed on the bracelet adorning his wrist. The dimness of the corner obscured his expression, but Romy could discern that his usually vibrant red lips had now been pressed into a pale, straight line. His right hand bore traces of dampness, likely from when he hastily wiped his lips with the back of his hand while she wasn't looking. How odd. His ears didn't seem flushed, Romy mused. She stealthily stepped back, approaching Riddle and playfully poking his unguarded palm with her fingertip. Riddle abruptly lifted his head, his expression one of acute vigilance and latent intensity. Romy quickly withdrew her hand, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against Riddle's still moist skin. Raising her gaze, she smiled at Riddle, silently mouthing, "Chocolate, would you like some?" Seeing it was Romy, Riddle's posture relaxed, his gaze losing its previous menace, transforming into a harmless calm, akin to the placid surface of a deep lake. Yet, his demeanor remained taut. After a moment he shook his head at Romy. He was somewhat perplexed. Why had Romy been able to conjure a Patronus after their earlier encounter? Did she truly find him that significant, or could he provide her with such emotional value? Yet it didn't seem likely, for the girl's thoughts were always unconventional. Perhaps he should reevaluate. Amidst his contemplation, he sensed Romy's gentle touch against his hand. Not eating? She arched an eyebrow, silently inquiring. At this moment, Riddle ceased to shake his head. With an air of arrogance, he extended his empty palm, stepping out from the shadows of the corner, and nodded slightly at Rose. With a playful smile, Rose placed a piece of chocolate into Riddle's hand, which, upon reaching his palm, vanished along with her disillusionment charm. She then popped the other half of the chocolate into her mouth, savoring the sweet flavor that enveloped her palate. A warm sensation cascading from her hair down to her toes, filling her with a profound sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Harry had just regained full consciousness and inquired, "What was that creature?" "I heard it's a Dementor," Rose replied. "Who knows why the school train suddenly encountered such beasts?" "Dementors?" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't they employed to guard Azkaban prisoners? How could the school allow these monsters to board the Hogwarts Express?" Draco, visibly irked, bit into his chocolate. "I believe it's high time I discussed this matter with my father." Thankfully, Rose and that Professor Lupin, though his attire is rather shabby, his magical prowess is commendable. Perhaps those truly capable individuals are indifferent to the opinions of others and prefer not to flaunt their talents? With a smile, Rose responded. Professor Lupin seems to possess a great deal of personal charisma. The school train finally arrived at Hogwarts, and as Harry and Hermione stepped off, they were promptly summoned by Professor McGonagall, leaving only Draco and Rose to make their way to the Great Hall, where they seated themselves at the Slytherin table. Shortly thereafter, they heard Dumbledore announce, with evident displeasure, that the Ministry of Magic had decided to station Dementors at every entrance of the school. Whose brilliant idea was this? Rose overheard Draco muttering angrily. I dare say this is the Ministry's most foolish decision yet. All for a Death Eater, who managed to escape from Azkaban. Rose wholeheartedly agreed with Draco's sentiment. After they finally finished their meal in the Great Hall, they returned to their dormitory. It was then that Rose lifted the disillusionment charm from Riddle and began to casually unpack her belongings, mixing spells and magical methods in her task. Riddle, seated at the edge of the bed, finally spoke after a long pause. Actually, Dementors have no effect on me whatsoever. Really? Rose looked up in surprise. In the depths of darkness, a heart devoid of love cannot conjure a Patronus, nor does it require one, for Dementors instinctively categorize such individuals as allies. Riddle lazily continued. Thus, I really have no need for that piece of chocolate. Oh, Rose replied calmly, before raising her gaze again. So, would that imply that Dementors belong to the dark side? Are there no creatures of the light that, while indifferent to white wizards, inflict great suffering upon dark wizards? Riddle regarded her with a look of astonishment. Shouldn't it be calculated this way? Rose said, perplexed as she opened this year's course schedule. Suddenly, her expression crumbled. Why, it's a full schedule. From Monday to Friday, from dawn till dusk, with not a moment's respite. I doubt anyone has a busier timetable than mine. She immediately held up the schedule, launching into a sharp outburst directed at Riddle. Tom, don't tell me your timetable was as packed when you took 12 subjects back in the day. Merlin, I feel doomed. Chapter 69, Divination Template Answers, her specialty. What awaited Rose the next morning was the divination class, which would only exacerbate her sense of doom. She had consumed it countless times, but this was her first experience observing the tea leaves' remnants for their shapes after drinking. It was evident that no magic was employed in this process, and Rose would wager that a mere shake while pouring the tea leaves would alter their formations entirely. She could not discern what the leaves resembled from the book, especially with the eccentric Professor Trelawney babbling next to her, declaring that Harry was likely to meet a tragic end within the year. This was utterly absurd. She angrily tossed aside her divination assignment, pacing in her dormitory. It's not that I don't believe in the existence of prophetic divination. I understand that Professor Trelawney may have wished to showcase her abilities with a prophecy on the first day of class. However, trivial predictions about breaking cups or arriving late are one thing, but to claim that Neville's grandmother and Harry would face calamity? I am certain that cannot be true. Such dreadful and far-reaching prophecies should not be uttered so carelessly. Does she not fear the consequences? Taking a breath, she glanced at Riddle. At least in our realm of cultivation, predictions based on palmistry or astrology cannot be thrown around casually, as it could easily invite retribution from the heavens, or even shorten one's lifespan. I've never heard of such a thing, Riddle replied. Well, perhaps the magical world lacks such notions, Rose sighed. But that does not excuse Professor Trelawney's reckless declarations of death. It is far too irreverent. Even if a prophecy is genuine, it should be delivered at the appropriate time, taking into consideration the recipient's resilience before speaking. After all, in my view, even the most dire prophecy can be altered. Moreover, Professor McGonagall had mentioned that Professor Trelawney annually predicted the deaths of students, yet not once has it come to pass. She seemed merely an unreliable teacher, and I find it difficult to learn anything prophetic from her. You would find it hard to learn much from her, Riddle remarked. Divination relies predominantly on talent. Those without it will struggle to grasp even its surface. Well, it appears this is indeed akin to the metaphysical practices of our realm. Rose shrugged. How can I possibly excel in divination class? Am I to achieve grades as dismal as in potions? By the way, Tom, you must have some talent for divination as well, considering you performed well in this subject back in the day. Not necessarily, Riddle said cryptically. Divination is a complex art, and even examiners find it challenging to determine the accuracy of what you predict. In other words, as long as your divination seems reasonable to the examiner, you are in the clear. Are you suggesting we decipher the examiner's intent? Rose asked. Precisely, Riddle replied languidly. Her expression brightened with enthusiasm. Deciphering the examiner's intent. I can certainly manage that. As a former humanities student who took the National College entrance examination in China, I have encountered countless questions requiring such analysis. She quickly approached Riddle, patting his shoulder and earnestly asking, "So do you have a template?" "A template?" Riddle echoed, perplexed. "Yes. A template for answering divination exam questions. Something that explains what rhetorical devices were used, vividly depicts various elements, and expresses the author's thoughts and emotions." Her words quickened. "Akin to the reading comprehension assessments I previously had you tackle. I am confident you must possess one. Please, compile a template for me to rescue my divination grades. I would be immensely grateful and express my most sincere affection towards you. Please," she chirped, returning to her desk to retrieve the Monster Book of Monsters, preparing for her upcoming Care of Magical Creatures class. Before leaving, she winked at Riddle. "Please ensure you have that template ready by the time I return from class. Love you." With that, she closed the door and with a light step, joined Draco on their way to the class taught by the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. Hagrid was indeed the instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures class. It was said that the previous professor had retired, and it was Professor Dumbledore who, against all odds, nominated Hagrid as the new professor for this subject. Thus, at this moment, Hagrid's smile was as warm and welcoming as a gentle spring breeze. "All right, let us open our books," he declared. "I believe among us there must be someone capable of unlocking its secrets." He was taken aback as he noticed that the majority of wizards had produced their tomes, bound in various manners. Among this group, only Romy effortlessly flipped her book open. Her expression mirrored her surprise, as she seemed to gaze at Draco in confusion. Wait, why did their books sport sharp teeth and appear to be threatening to bite? Romy stared in astonishment at Draco's book, and then turned back to her own. She had never seen any teeth on her book. It had always appeared obedient and entirely ordinary the moment it came into her possession. Could it be that hers was a counterfeit, or perhaps? Time did not allow Romy to ponder further, as Hagrid approached her with a look of admiration and exclaimed, "Look! I knew there would be a wizard who understood how to open this book. You simply need to caress it gently. Let us see, Miss Romy." He joyfully lifted the book from her hands, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of terror. "Wait, Romy, what have you done to this book? Why have all its teeth vanished? Merlin, it still fears you. It is precisely out of fear that it reluctantly allowed you to open it. What kind of dark magic have you cast upon it?" His demeanor turned grave, and the intensity of his gaze bore down on Romy, as if he were confronting a nascent Dark Lord. Romy felt a wave of unease wash over her, as though every pair of eyes in the room were scrutinizing her. Only Draco appeared genuinely excited. "Romy, that magic sounds absolutely splendid. Could you teach me?" Chapter 70, Sirius. The Magnificent Black Dog. She could say that she too was unaware of how the book had transformed upon reaching her hands. Who knows what Riddle had done to it? However, Hagrid did not pursue the matter any further, merely casting a sorrowful glance at Romy's book before demonstrating the correct method for turning the pages. Subsequently, Hagrid retrieved several hippogriffs from the Forbidden Forest, and began to explain their characteristics and training methods, prompting Harry to demonstrate first. It was only after Harry took a flight around the area on one of the hippogriffs that he encouraged the others to try as well. "We even have to bow. It adds a certain sense of ceremony," Romy remarked. She watched as Hagrid unfastened the collars of the hippogriffs, and amidst the crowd's shoving, she and Daphne were assigned to one of the creatures. She gracefully bowed to the animal, and when it reciprocated, she tentatively stroked its feathers, contemplating whether flying on it or using a broomstick would be more comfortable. "It seems taming this creature is simpler than I anticipated," Draco drawled beside her, his voice deliberately loud as if to ensure everyone could hear. He glanced at Harry, who had just been called to demonstrate, and then turned his attention back to Romy. Once she met his gaze, he proudly patted the hippogriff named Buckbeak. "If Potter can fly around on it, I'm certain this ugly beast poses no danger. I can manage as well." However, before he could finish his sentence, Buckbeak suddenly snapped its claws. In an instant, Romy had no time to react as the intricate patterns on Draco's robe erupted with a brilliant light, forming an invisible barrier around him. Buckbeak's claws not only failed to breach this barrier but were repelled by the surge of magical energy, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, it seemed eager to lunge at Draco. Hagrid struggled to fit a collar onto Buckbeak. Draco's expression was one of panic. As if he could hardly comprehend what was happening, he instinctively grasped his robe to inspect it. Sure enough, the patterns had vanished. He turned his gaze toward Romy. Romy. Hadn't he expected the protective enchantment would manifest in such a way? "It wants to kill me," Draco shouted, casting a fierce look at Hagrid. "It was aiming for my life, wasn't it? I don't understand how Dumbledore could permit a—" "Calm down, Draco," Romy interjected, moving closer to him, attempting to soothe his agitation. "At least you aren't hurt." "Oh, that insufferable hippogriff has ruined the precious protective charm on my robe," he exclaimed, his voice growing shrill. Romy quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might inadvertently reveal something about her own magical practices. Then, she rose onto her tiptoes, pressing down on Draco's head to quell his final struggles. The girl's hands ruffled Draco's platinum hair, which felt pleasant. Yet Romy soon lifted her gaze to the still menacing Buckbeak, and the visibly distressed Hagrid attempting to control it. Hagrid, Professor," she said diplomatically. "Perhaps before releasing these hippogriffs, you might consider trimming their claws and fitting them with muzzles? After all, we cannot guarantee that no student will disregard the rules during class, nor can we predict which creatures might go rogue." "Ah yes, but hippogriffs are inherently proud creatures. Wearing muzzles may be seen as an affront to them." "Then could we explore more prudent alternatives?" Romy suggested, releasing her hold on Draco, who was now flushed with indignation. "If it weren't for that protective charm, I might have already met my demise," he retorted heatedly to Hagrid. "If anything were to happen to me, you can expect my father and the other governors to come looking for you." Though his words bore an edge of accusation, he clearly had no intention of continuing to confront Hagrid. This brought a sigh of relief to Harry and the others, who were simultaneously astonished. The reason Draco chose not to pursue the matter was straightforward. While he indeed wished to seize this opportunity to retaliate against Potter, or that foolish oaf, he was acutely aware that if the situation escalated, his father or the Ministry of Magic would inevitably investigate. They would undoubtedly inquire about the origin of the protective enchantment on his robe, and what if Romy's identity were to be exposed in the process? To this day, Draco firmly believed that aside from himself, no one was aware of Romy's tragic background or her identity as an Eastern sorceress. This realization filled him with a sense of secret satisfaction, allowing him to maintain an inexplicable superiority over Harry. Not to mention, Romy had just defended him. That was more than enough. He felt no need to take any further action. Almost instantly, Draco cast a hopeful glance at Romy, who understood the unspoken sentiment. To her surprise, the casual lie she had once told had remained etched in Draco's memory, and he was even willing to forego using this incident to exact revenge on Hagrid and Harry in order to protect her. Romy was touched yet slightly guilty. She promptly took Draco's hand, her expression filled with encouragement and affection, and whispered close to his ear, "Rest assured. I will ensure the protective enchantment on your robe is restored, and I will bring you some gifts as compensation." This scene, observed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, elicited various reactions. Ron exclaimed, "No way. Malfoy actually listens to Romy." Hermione remarked, with just a glance or a gesture, "Romy has Malfoy completely under her spell. Perhaps under the tutelage of Rose, Malfoy might temper his unfortunate temperament." Harry mused, with Rose's assistance, it is unlikely that Malfoy's character will descend to the abysmal depths of Dudley's. Yet, one must wonder, why does Rose choose to defend him? Regardless, Hagrid is safe, and thus, the first day of school has unfolded with a blend of thrill and delight. Following the conclusion of their Care of Magical Creatures class, Harry and his companions opted to linger in Hagrid's quaint hut, while Rose, unusually, declined all invitations. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, she raised her wand, casting a flickering lumos, and meandered towards the forbidden forest. If her observations during class were accurate, she had indeed spotted a frail black dog within the forest's depths. This dog, when scrutinized through her newfound ocular enchantment acquired over the summer in the mystical realm, transformed into an exceptionally handsome figure, albeit with disheveled hair that could not conceal his striking charm. She had found him, right here. At the forest's edge, Rose beheld the familiar emaciated black dog. Activating her ocular enchantment once more to confirm her suspicion, she concluded it was indeed the dashing Sirius Black. Without hesitation, she scooped up the exquisite creature and dashed toward the dormitory. Chapter 71, Revelation. She had always deemed the Ministry of Magic a congregation of incompetents. Rose, brimming with excitement, brought the dog back to her dormitory, where she exuberantly placed him on the floor and proclaimed, "From this moment forth he shall be my pet." Seated at her desk, Riddle, engrossed in creating templates for their divination class, pondered, in just a matter of hours, where did she procure such a frail black dog? Riddle replied, "Where did you find him? If memory serves, Hogwarts does not permit students to keep dogs." Instinctively, he sensed this dog was no ordinary canine. He shared a silent gaze with the dog, and as anticipated, he discerned a semblance of human-like terror reflected in its eyes. The dog seemed to question him. "What is a boy doing in the Slytherin girls' dormitory? Aren't there enough rules at Hogwarts?" Despite the restrictions on pets, Hagrid still kept spiders, and you yourself harbor a basilisk within the school. Furthermore, I have yet to mention the incident regarding the Monster Book of Monsters. Tom, Though I recognize your good intentions, do remember to inform me next time that it is a book capable of biting. A light, airy voice interrupted Riddle's thoughts. Rose lazily sauntered back to her desk, rummaging through the Daily Prophet, as though she were meticulously examining something. Suddenly, her attention shifted to the black dog, and with palpable excitement, she brandished her wand. It seems I was not mistaken. This dog is indeed Sirius Black, an unregistered animagus. Do you know of any magic that can instantaneously revert an animagus to their original form? Riddle, perplexed, instinctively set down his quill, locking eyes with the dog. What do you mean, Sirius? An unregistered animagus? Hogwarts, under the watchful eyes of numerous dementors, allowed an escaped Azkaban convict to infiltrate its grounds? Rose had so brazenly brought a suspected murderer of Potter back to the Slytherin girls' dormitory? Yet in the next moment Rose, undeterred, aimed her wand directly at the dog, declaring, Sirius, we are aware of your identity. Please transform back at once and clarify your intentions. No sooner had she spoken than the dog morphed into a disheveled man. His hair unkempt and his figure unkempt, yet his eyes shone with a piercing brightness. Almost instantaneously, as he transitioned into human form, Rose conjured a chain to bind him in place. The man attempted to resist momentarily, but soon ceased his struggles. Just as he was about to utter something, he noticed Rose summoning scissors from a nearby pencil holder with an unknown charm, aiming them at his tousled hair. With deft grace, Rose manipulated the scissors, employing the exquisite aesthetic sensibilities honed during her years at the Huan sect to swiftly groom his unruly locks. Following this, she cast several cleansing spells upon him. In an instant, Sirius's appearance transformed significantly. His once chaotic black curls now lay elegantly against his ears, exuding a refined aura. The tattered robes he wore were likewise mended, now draping over him in a manner that suggested effortless charm. Though his visage remained gaunt, with gray eyes clouded by melancholy, it could not overshadow his inherently striking features. The aura of his dishevelment merely accentuated the chains that bound him, amplifying his sense of fragility. Satisfied, Rose returned the scissors to their holder, leaning lazily against her desk, suppressing the urge to whistle, and smiled at Sirius Black. So the dashing Mr. Black, I am most curious to know how you managed to escape the distant confines of Azkaban, evading the relentless pursuit of Dementors to return to Hogwarts. What is your purpose here? Do you intend to kill Harry, and then seek out Voldemort to aid in his resurgence? Seeing Sirius remain silent, Rose was poised to invoke her magical prowess to inscribe a truth-telling rune, when Riddle abruptly interrupted her. At that moment, he remained seated in the chair beside Rose's desk, one arm languidly draped over the backrest while the other idly caressed his wand, aimed at Sirius Black. Sirius Black is not a Death Eater. He looked up at Rose with a cryptic expression, adding with a hint of derision, I suspect the Ministry of Magic may have apprehended the wrong person all those years ago. He could sense the presence of the dark mark on Death Eaters, yet, at least upon Sirius's transformation, he felt no such mark upon him. Instantly Rose's gaze shifted. With a look of astonishment, she glanced between Sirius and Riddle, finally resting her eyes upon the haggard expression of Sirius. Oh Merlin, I've always said the Ministry is a collection of incompetents. Mistakenly apprehending the wrong individual in such a significant case, wasting 12 precious years of a striking beauty's life. How many 12-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Let alone the fact that Azkaban is guarded by such monstrous dementors, she exclaimed dramatically, rushing to Sirius's side. How is it that you managed to remain lucid without a wand? Are you all right? Do you need a meal? She stood on her tiptoes, her face inches from Sirius's, then quickly turned back to wave her wand. In an instant a gas stove alongside a variety of pots, pans, and an assortment of meats and vegetables materialized beside her desk. I am truly grateful that during my years at Hogwarts, I have cultivated a good rapport with the house elves, Rose sincerely declared. Otherwise, I might not have been able to conjure forth this food and transform my dormitory into a kitchen so swiftly. By the way, Sirius, you must be famished. What do you usually enjoy eating? I shall prepare it for you. Sirius, still bound by chains and utterly bewildered by Rose's sudden transformation, could only respond with a quizzical expression. Do you expect me to believe that? The chains binding Sirius were released. He watched in silence as Rose adeptly used her magic to chop tomatoes into pieces and swiftly beat eggs, soon concocting a steaming pot of tomato and egg noodle soup. Meanwhile, she effortlessly approached the boy who had long turned his back to him, seemingly engrossed in his writing, and inquired with warmth, Tom, would you care for a bowl of noodle soup? The boy replied no thank you. Yet the girl, undeterred, served him a bowl of noodle soup. Gazing at his face with a bright smile, and in an exceedingly affectionate tone, suggested, perhaps you should have a bowl. You've truly worked hard recently. The boy set down his pen and looked up at her. Aren't you having any? The girl responded, no, I'm not hungry. Following this exchange, the boy chuckled softly, accepting the bowl from her hands, and began to eat. The atmosphere felt quite peculiar. At that moment, Luo Mei turned her gaze toward Sirius, raising an eyebrow as she asked, can you use chopsticks? If not, a fork will suffice, she added smoothly, taking out her wand and transforming a carpet in the dormitory into a table. With a flick of her wand, she summoned tomato and egg noodles, chopsticks and forks, arranging them neatly on the table. She then transformed a cushion from the bed into a chair, placing it in front of the table, gesturing for Sirius to sit. All right. I'll give it a try, he replied quietly, still filled with caution, while the girl settled on the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hand, her right hand tightly gripping her wand, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him. Your eyes are truly captivating, she suddenly remarked. This caught Sirius off guard for a moment, and Riddle instinctively glanced back at her. However, the girl remained oblivious. Your gray eyes a neutral hue, neither overly vibrant nor excessively dull, shrouded in a mist reminiscent of a rainy London day, leaving one unable to discern whether the depths of your gaze conceal a numbing fog or a melancholy shrouded by the downpour. Mysterious and enchanting. Sirius incredulously raised his gaze to Luo Mei, just as he was about to inquire about her true identity and age. He noticed Luo Mei extending her hand. I am Luo Mei, a third-year student of Slytherin, diligently studying magic while simultaneously honing my spells, harboring a few secrets of my own. The one seated at the desk is Tom Riddle, also a Slytherin student, and I suppose you could call him my senior. Senior? Sirius echoed in disbelief, his eyes fixating on the gleaming badge of head boy pinned to Riddle's chest. But why is he in the girls' dormitory? Naturally. It is because he shares a few secrets of his own, just like you. Luo Mei smiled. I am a kind-hearted person, always inclined to take in some homeless handsome boys and beautiful girls. In my dormitory, you may move about freely. Now, you may tell me how you escaped Azkaban, and what your purpose is for coming to Hogwarts. Sirius continued to regard Luo Mei with caution. Shoo. There's no need for concern. I am merely an ordinary, helpful third-year Slytherin girl, she said, but before she could finish, the communication charm in her robe pocket began to tremble violently. Master, sister. Song Nian's voice emerged from the charm. Are you resting? I've carefully timed this, and I have nothing pressing to discuss except to inquire about the deeper meaning of the fourth move in the swordsmanship you provided. Why do I always feel a moment of stagnation when I strike? Oh, by the way, master sister, do my pronunciations of master sister in English sound correct? My seniors say that at 9 years old, I should be learning English in the mortal realm. Luo Mei stiffly raised her head to glance at Sirius, and indeed, she met his incredulous gaze. Sirius exclaimed, huh? An ordinary third-year girl? Sirius pondered. Are we referring to her identity as master? Or is it evident that she recognizes his animagus form? Or perhaps it is her audacity to flirt in the presence of an escaped convict from Azkaban, while casually inviting a man into the girls' dormitory. Sirius thought. Do I look like I would believe that? Luo Mei, feeling embarrassed, quickly explained to Song Nian the essentials of swordsmanship in earnest Chinese, before ending the call. Clearing her throat, she continued calmly, well, as you can see, I am the leader of a certain sect in Huaxia, due to my exceptional magical prowess. You may consider my spells as Eastern magic. My true appearance is not as you see now. With that, she cast a spell, transforming into her actual youthful and vibrant self, winking at Sirius. The reason I appear this way is due to an accident while practicing spells. My body inexplicably shrank, and I received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Moreover, having never studied Western magic, I decided to come here. It is precisely because of this that I can see through your true form at a glance and possess the confidence to defeat you at this moment, even without a wand, which is why I boldly brought you back. Besides, your appearance is so striking, and your eyes are equally beautiful. Your gray eyes, despite being dulled by the torment of dementors, are untainted, not resembling those fanatics who revel in torturing others for the sake of pureblood ideology. I initially thought you might have been deceived or manipulated by Voldemort. I have always been quite adept at reading people's eyes, Luo Mei confidently stated. For instance, Harry's eyes resemble a forest brimming with life and springtime. Tom's eyes are like a lake, calm on the surface yet concealing unfathomable depths. Draco's eyes are akin to melting snow under the sun, indeterminate in temperature. And then there's the new Professor Lupin. His eyes, she spoke softly, with warmth and purity, like the moon on the 15th night. What did you say? Sirius suddenly became agitated. What about Lupin? Can you tell me his full name? Remus Lupin, Luo Mei replied, momentarily taken aback. Why is he a friend of yours? Sirius fell silent. After a moment he finally spoke, I was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. You must have seen the news in the Daily Prophet, which clearly outlines my supposed crimes. But the one who truly harmed 13 muggles and aligned with Voldemort is Peter Pettigrew. He spoke slowly, his words laced with hatred. Only this year did I learn he is still alive. He transformed into a rat and became Ron Weasley's pet, infiltrating Hogwarts. I must find him and take my revenge. He is the one who caused James and Lily's deaths. Oh. So it was that damned rat that cost a perfectly good-looking man a wasted 12 years. She had yet to see Ron's pet rat. But that did not prevent her from clutching her chest in pain. But no worries. Rest assured, I will definitely ask Ron for that rat tomorrow. I will clear your name. With that, she patted Sirius on the shoulder, sincerely saying, regardless, don't dwell in despair or cling to hatred. Cheer up, after all. You've escaped. My intuition tells me that a spirited demeanor is your true nature. Do you need me to cook something for you? You look rather thin. As she turned to head back, she noticed Riddle had already shifted the direction of his chair, sitting there, seemingly having gazed at her for quite some time. Here. He produced a stack of parchment from his hand, his expression impassive. Your divination class answer template. Chapter 73. Teaching, then you should write to Potter. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei was the first to take the stack of parchment from Riddle. Sirius leaned in closer. And only then did he begin to grasp the reality of Luo Mei as a third-year student. Divination class? And an answer template? I thought that for those without a talent for divination, attending such a class would only result in nonsensical fabrication, Sirius remarked. But this answer template essentially cannot teach one true divination, can it? Indeed, it merely provides some examination techniques for the divination class, Luo Mei confirmed. Luo Mei responded. Tom is undoubtedly a prodigy across all 12 subjects. With this answer template in hand, I am certain that my upcoming divination exam will pose no challenges. Moreover, I shall rely on him for future exam outlines. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly flipped through several pages of the parchment, growing increasingly fond of its contents. Unable to contain her excitement, she made a heart gesture towards Riddle before skipping back to her bed, lifting the bed curtain with one hand, and addressing the two occupants in the room. Feel free to make yourselves at home, Sirius. You can choose any of those empty beds that you fancy. Thankfully, every dormitory at Hogwarts is a standard 4-person room, so I am not worried about sleeping arrangements. She continued, now I shall devote some time to thoroughly examine this divination answer template. With that, she drew the bed curtain closed and began to study earnestly. Sirius instinctively cast a glance at Riddle, who had at some unknown point, turned his chair around and taken out a book of indeterminate title, beginning to skim through it. Sirius, remaining silent, eventually chose the farthest bed, awkwardly lying down and pulling the curtain shut. His common sense and instinctive caution reminded him that he was in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by two strangers, and moreover, this was the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Slytherin. A girls' dormitory. As a male Gryffindor, Sirius felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He could not fathom how Riddle, also a male, could remain so composed in a girls' dormitory. However, perhaps due to the warmth of the soup he had just consumed, or perhaps because he had not rested on such a soft bed in many years, Sirius soon found himself drowsy and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Luo Mei placed the prepared bread on the desk and, with a radiant spirit, declared to Sirius, rest assured, I shall definitely ask Ron for that rat today. And you too. Tom, make sure to stay put in my dormitory and not wander off. With that, she closed the dormitory door behind her, happily heading off to class. Sirius then turned his gaze back to Riddle. While the girl named Luo Mei was merely a person of special status with formidable abilities and many unknown mysteries, her childlike nature and her familiarity with Harry and the others were undeniably genuine. Sirius could afford to trust her, at least categorizing her as someone who would not harm him or Harry. Yet, the boy referred to as Riddle compelled Sirius to exercise caution. From their conversation yesterday, it was evident that Luo Mei was the dominant force in their relationship, and it seemed Riddle would not act against her wishes. Nonetheless, Sirius could not simplistically dismiss Riddle as someone inconsequential. Since their first meeting, Riddle had yet to utter a single word to him. He was excessively quiet and composed. After some contemplation, Sirius resolved to greet Riddle first. Hey? To his surprise, Riddle nodded, seemingly in good spirits, and replied, if I recall correctly, Luo Mei's schedule for this morning includes potions class. Sirius questioned, why are you bringing this up? What does it have to do with me? He watched as Riddle cheerfully returned to his seat at the desk, opened a letter, and languidly remarked, she has potions class, but she forgot to bring me along. She's in trouble. Sirius was baffled. He could not comprehend Riddle's words. Puzzled, he stepped closer and glanced at the letter in Riddle's hand. And his expression suddenly shifted to one of shock. Harry, you're writing to Harry, he exclaimed, his excitement evident. You and Harry are in contact. If possible, may I see what Harry wrote to you? Oh, Riddle replied enigmatically, fully unfolding the letter and arching an eyebrow at Sirius. Is it because you have a close relationship with James Potter that you wish to see his son, Harry Potter, through this means? In truth, it was more than that. Given that this was not a particularly obscure secret, Sirius replied candidly, I am also Harry's godfather. If I could, I would even hope that Harry could live with me. So you are Potter's godfather, Riddle murmured softly, then surprisingly handed the letter to Sirius with a perfectly feigned smile. In that case, you ought to fulfill your obligations as Potter's godfather by helping him with his homework and answering his questions. Since discovering that Potter's triumph over him was ultimately due to his mother's cleverness and Potter's own luck, coupled with the foolishness of Potter's questions over the past 6 months, Riddle had completely lost interest in Harry. Now he found himself thoroughly annoyed by the prospect of answering every question from the supposed savior. Wishing for someone to take his place, Riddle thoughtfully handed Sirius a stack of blank parchment and a brand new quill, relinquishing his seat with a gentle suggestion. Why not assist me this time by helping Potter with his questions? Sirius, unsuspecting and even touched, believed Riddle was extending a kind gesture, offering him a chance for dialogue with Harry. However, when he focused on the content of the letter, his expression turned numb. What is sodium hydroxide? What is buoyancy? What is temperate oceanic climate? What are these things? Had he ever studied them? Or had Hogwarts finally updated its textbooks after decades, ushering in a revolution in the magical world? Looking around, he confirmed that the gloomy, damp atmosphere and the pervasive green hues of the dormitory unmistakably marked it as Slytherin's quarters. Could it be that during his 12 years in Azkaban, the outside world had undergone such a tremendous change that even Slytherin now respected Muggles and genuinely enjoyed learning about Muggle knowledge? Sirius could hardly believe it. Chapter 74, Lupin. Sirius says he wants to see you. Meanwhile, as Luo Mei finished her breakfast and departed the Great Hall, making her way to the potions classroom, she suddenly realized something. Oh no, she had forgotten to bring Tom with her to potions class. It was worth noting that thanks to Riddle, she had made virtually no mistakes in potions class last year, with her potion preparations consistently rated above satisfactory. However, she quickly reassured herself, thinking that mastering potion making was something she needed to learn on her own eventually. After all, it was just a potions class without Riddle. Surely, nothing disastrous would occur. Yet, Luo Mei did not anticipate that the moment her left foot crossed the threshold into the potions classroom, Snape's voice would resonate before her. Luo Mei, can you tell me what your summer assignment was about? The composition and effect optimization of anti-dark magic detection potions, Luo Mei stammered. Although it was Riddle who had written the assignment, she had diligently reviewed the paper before submitting it. Well, Miss Luo Mei, do you recall what effect optimizations you implemented for the detection potion? Luo Mei replied, by controlling the variables, I changed the stirring from 4 clockwise rotations to 5. Or I extended the heating time by 30 seconds. How did you come up with these ideas? Severus Snape inquired. What inspired your innovative modifications to these steps? Luo Mei gasped, her expression one of bewilderment. Seizing the moment, Snape pressed on. Do you recall what you stated in the second sentence of the 5th paragraph, Miss Luo Mei? And the Goblot second law mentioned in your assignment? Where did you originally learn it, and what prompted you to employ it? His words cascaded like a tempest into Luo Mei's ears, rendering her speechless, as an ominous premonition surged within her. As anticipated, Snape softly remarked, if you, Miss Luo Mei, insist on seeking assistance from others to complete this eerily exceptional assignment, it will not guarantee you satisfactory results in your forthcoming examinations. Of course, if your ambition is to attain the most dismal score in potions, I could simply provide that for you, thus saving me the time and effort of reviewing such a submission. Professor Snape, I acknowledge my mistakes, Luo Mei responded, beads of cold sweat forming. You shall remain in detention this weekend, making up for your poor summer assignment, Snape concluded with a chilling finality. Throughout this potions class, Luo Mei felt as if she were walking on eggshells. Fortunately, Snape seemed to have shifted his focus onto Neville, allowing her some reprieve from his piercing gaze, which rendered her actions relatively calm. Ultimately, she managed not to combust, though the color of her potion left much to be desired. Nevertheless, the class eventually came to an end. To her surprise, Snape did not return to his office, but appeared intent on accompanying the other students to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Luo Mei could only strive to minimize her presence as she approached Ron and the others. Hi Ron, I heard you have a pet mouse? She ventured. only to be taken aback as Ron exploded at the mere mention of the word mouse. Yes, I had a mouse named Scabbers, and he lived for over a decade. But now he is dead. He was eaten by that wretched cat of Hermione's. Crookshanks did not eat Scabbers, Luo Mei noted, only then realizing that Hermione was several meters away from Ron. However, when she heard Ron's outburst, she quickly responded, he was very well behaved and intelligent. He wouldn't eat Scabbers. But your cat has been eyeing Scabbers hungrily, and my Scabbers has been too frightened to eat. Is it possible, Luo Mei attempted to phrase delicately, that a mouse living for over a decade is quite remarkable? That is proof I took excellent care of Scabbers. Ron replied bluntly. If it weren't for Hermione's cat, he would have lived even longer. I believe that no matter how meticulously cared for, a mouse's lifespan rarely exceeds a decade, Luo Mei asserted. Unless this mouse is some extraordinary creature. But regardless, Ron, that mouse is gone, isn't it? Yes, Ron confirmed, his ire blinding him to any inconsistencies. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been listening intently, interjected, so Luo Mei, do you think there is something peculiar about Scabbers? Before she could respond, they had already entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. Subsequently, Snape began to mock Neville, only to be courteously halted by Lupin, who politely requested him to leave the classroom. Lupin then commenced a serious discourse on the day's lesson, and upon noticing Luo Mei's contemplative gaze directed at him, Harry resigned himself to listening. However, to his astonishment, when the class concluded and the other students departed, Luo Mei remained behind in the classroom. Is everything all right? Lupin, having just tidied up, noticed her lingering presence and kindly inquired, did you perhaps miss the boggart during practice and now wish to confront it personally to face your fears? He regarded the Slytherin girl, who had demonstrated remarkable prowess by casting a Patronus on the Hogwarts Express before the start of their third year, with admiration. No. Luo Mei shook her head. I merely wanted to ask Professor Lupin if we could meet in the room of requirement tonight at 11 o'clock? Lupin paused, quickly reflecting on their acquaintance and any peculiarities that may have transpired. Is there something unusual happening that I am unaware of? In the next moment, Luo Mei astounded him further. Sirius wishes to see you. Please do not mention this to anyone, such as Professor Hagrid or Snape, all right? Lupin was rendered speechless, his mind racing. Chapter 75. Wind Cold was his alias. Given that the mouse had fled, it seemed Sirius would not be able to clear his name anytime soon. Luo Mei pondered that if she were to recklessly introduce Sirius to Harry now, it might frighten the boy. Furthermore, the excitement on Sirius's face upon hearing Lupin's name, coupled with their age comparison, led Luo Mei to speculate that they might have been companions during their school years. If that were the case, it would be prudent to first astonish the seemingly mature and composed Professor Lupin before alarming Harry. Thus, after delivering her shocking revelation, Luo Mei quickly observed Lupin's expression, which seemed to teeter on the brink of disbelief, and inquired, I assume Professor Lupin knows where the room of requirement is. Of course, Lupin replied. Then it's settled. We shall meet tonight at 11. Goodbye. With that, the girl dashed out of the defense against the dark arts classroom, leaving Lupin to absorb the explosive news. Meanwhile, as Luo Mei pushed open the door to the dormitory, she found Riddle lounging by the bedside, perusing the book on magical formations he had borrowed from Xuan's Hangzhong. As for Sirius, he was seated at Riddle's usual desk, exasperatedly grappling with the feather quill enhanced by Riddle's translation spell, flipping through various textbooks from middle and high school, hesitantly scribbling sentences on a piece of parchment, while seething with frustration. Honestly, what are these muggles learning, and why are you purchasing textbooks from China? Perhaps because I am Chinese? Luo Mei slowly strolled over to Sirius, only to discover he was responding to the inquiries Harry had posed to Riddle. Upon examining the writing on the parchment, Luo Mei noted that Sirius's replies to Harry's magical questions were remarkably adept, his handwriting flowing with elegance. However, when it came to Harry's inquiries regarding mathematics and science, Sirius's handwriting became noticeably more meticulous and slightly hesitant, yet his answers remained fundamentally correct. Yet, Luo Mei couldn't help but wonder why Sirius was assisting Riddle in replying to Harry's letters. Casting a complex glance at Riddle, she remarked, I didn't realize you two had a decent relationship. We do not, Riddle softly reminded her. It's merely because Black is Potter's godfather. He is quite willing to respond to these queries on my behalf. Oh, Luo Mei acknowledged, but your handwriting is nothing alike. Though one could use a spell to alter handwriting. Did that not seem too brazenly deceptive? Suddenly, Sirius lifted his head. It's fine. I see this Mr. Riddle is using Li Hua as a pseudonym. I shall simply create one for myself. Let us call it Wind Cold. That works, Luo Mei replied. By the way, I should mention that when I went to ask Ron about that mouse today, it had already vanished. According to Ron, it was eaten by Hermione's cat. Thud. In a moment of disorientation, Luo Mei felt as if Sirius Black might snap the feather quill he held. However, in the end, he merely hurled the quill onto the desk in frustration, repositioned his chair to face Luo Mei directly, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "So he has faked his death again. Has he? This time by maligning an innocent cat? He must have been plotting his escape long ago, perhaps even when he heard about my flight from Azkaban. Oh. Maybe just yesterday, when you brought me back to the dormitory, he was in his Gryffindor quarters, eavesdropping on whispers from other little mice in the Forbidden Forest." Luo Mei gently interjected, "And where do you think Peter Pettigrew would escape to? If he was only discovered missing by Ron this morning, he may not have gotten far. After all, he is without a wand and remains in mouse form, with every exit from the school guarded by Dementors. Although it is said that an animagus experiences less fear when facing them." "No," Sirius countered, "Dementors do not guard all the exits of Hogwarts. At least, I know of several that are free of their presence." He leaned back in his chair, allowing only its 2 legs to touch the ground, adding with a cold smirk, "As a mouse, he would possess far more avenues to escape the school than anyone else." Luo Mei frowned at this. If only I had noticed that mouse sooner. Or had cast a tracking charm on him in advance. But never mind. Soon, however, she glanced at her old mechanical watch on her wrist, and hastily rummaged through her desk for the tattered copy of the Daily Prophet that detailed the Weasley family's lottery-winning trip. "It's almost 11, she remarked softly to Sirius. "We must make our way to the room of requirement." With that, she gathered some magical energy and cast an invisibility charm on both herself and Sirius, then took his hand and led him to the door of the dormitory. Sirius instinctively froze for a moment but silently followed her, his gray eyes observing her back. After opening the door, Luo Mei turned to glance back at Riddle, who was engrossed in studying a magical diagram, just as he lifted his gaze from the book. Their eyes met, and Riddle offered her an innocent smile. Shaking his head slightly, Luo Mei opened her mouth, but said nothing. She turned back, taking Sirius's hand, and they swiftly exited the Slytherin dormitory, moving quietly through the night until they reached the room of requirement. Chapter 76. Black. You've hidden a Death Eater in the dormitory. Inside the room of requirement, Lupin had been pacing for quite some time. He ultimately chose not to inform anyone, but instead gripped his wand tightly, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead. He might confront him, perhaps threatening to bring forth a Luo Mei who had been subjected to the Cruciatus Curse or other magical manipulations. Or he could express the hidden truths of the past, sharing the struggles of those years. Or perhaps simply reminisce. Regardless, in his mind's eye, he envisioned encountering an old friend, much like the one in the photograph from the Daily Prophet, disheveled, grimy, and barely recognizable. Thus, when he actually saw Luo Mei dispel her invisibility charm, hastily accompanied by Sirius, his mind momentarily stalled. Sirius looked remarkably neat and tidy, perhaps a remnant of his 12 years in Azkaban and his recent escape, appearing somewhat gaunt yet still with a healthy complexion. His eyes held a hint of confusion, as if freshly cleansed by a torrent of knowledge. Lupin's gaze fell upon the hands that Luo Mei and Sirius held together. Sirius, as if awakening from a dream, released Luo Mei's hand and asked incredulously, "You brought me to the room of requirement to see Remus? I merely speculated that your relationship was more than ordinary." Luo Mei replied softly, retrieving the recently tucked Daily Prophet from her robes, and presenting it to Lupin. Sirius, noticing this, urged Lupin, "Remus, you must look at the headline in this paper about the Weasley family's trip." Lupin focused on the article, his expression shifting dramatically. It was Pettigrew who served as the secret keeper for James and Lily. He was a spy for Voldemort. Sirius roared. He faked his death by leaving behind a finger, becoming the Weasley family's pet rat, and now he pretends to have been devoured by a cat, faking his demise once more. He furiously recounted to Lupin, eventually calming down with his friend's reassurance, before eagerly inquiring, "So now, Remus, you teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. And each month, Snape prepares my Wolfbane potion." Lupin replied gently, "Yes, he is indeed teaching at Hogwarts now, and not only that, he is the head of Slytherin House." "Wolfbane potion? Professor Lupin is a werewolf?" Luo Mei, who had been quietly observing from the corner, interjected, "No wonder the boggart showed the moon when you faced it today." "Indeed," Lupin admitted calmly, then continued to Sirius, "Of course, as you might expect, Snape is not supportive of my position as the defense against the dark arts professor. But fortunately, Dumbledore has still allowed him to brew my potion, albeit it is rather unpleasant. I would wager he does it on purpose, making the potion taste so foul." Sirius retorted, narrowing his gaze at Lupin, "He wouldn't poison my Wolfbane potion, would he? This world is utterly bizarre. A Snovellis can become a headmaster." "Hey, Sirius. Luo Mei stepped out from the shadows. I am still here. As a Slytherin, I cannot allow you to insult my head of house. Even if he did just put me in detention today. I trust that under Dumbledore's watchful eye, he would not poison my wolfbane potion. Lupin smiled. And Luo Mei could clearly sense that his demeanor had relaxed significantly upon learning of Sirius's innocence. I heard about your detention, Lupin continued, glancing between Luo Mei and Sirius. But Luo Mei, I am still unclear about one thing. How did you find Sirius? Every student must keep some secrets from their teachers. Luo Mei replied amiably, must I disclose to Professor Lupin that I have a penchant for breaking school rules to wander the grounds at night? And am well acquainted with all the creatures in the Forbidden Forest and Hogwarts? Therefore, when I noticed an emaciated black dog lurking near the Forbidden Forest, I immediately sensed something was amiss. That does not sound entirely truthful, Lupin remarked. At least you have concealed part of the truth from me. But I respect your choice to keep secrets. Now, Sirius, what do you intend to do next? Lupin asked. Will you continue searching for Pettigrew? However, there are too many Dementas gathered at the school gates. You might consider the secret passage we discovered earlier, although we may not guess where Pettigrew would go. Isn't there also Harry? Luo Mei suddenly interjected. Didn't Sirius say he is Harry's godfather? We should inform Harry about this. You are correct, Sirius murmured. There is Harry. I should check on him. I shall not leave Hogwarts for now, Remus. Alright, it's getting late. Luo Mei once more took Sirius's hand. If I recall correctly, Professor Lupin, you have a defense against the dark arts class at 8 tomorrow morning, correct? If we don't return soon, you might not wake up in time. As she spoke, she cast an invisibility charm and, taking Sirius's hand, fled from the room of requirement. Sirius thought to himself, this is bad. It seemed he hadn't had the chance to inform Remus that he was currently residing in the Slytherin girls' dormitory. However, it appeared that Rose had sensed his thoughts, as she quickly and cheerfully declared, in truth, Sirius, you need not worry at all. I am the sole girl in that dormitory, and as a practitioner of Eastern magic, I rarely eat, use the restroom, or bathe unless for leisure. Changing clothes is as simple as casting a spell, so there are absolutely no issues. Sirius, perplexed, inquired then, what exactly is the identity of the other boy in your dormitory? After a brief silence, he asked, you recognized my identity at a glance. Yet you are unaware that I was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. So, you brought me back to the dormitory with the presumption that I am a Death Eater. Merely because of my looks? He continued, you seem indifferent to the identity of the person you picked up. Therefore, could you enlighten me about that riddle? What is his identity? He hails from Slytherin, excels academically, and even holds the position of prefect. Could he be a dark wizard, a Death Eater, or perhaps one of Voldemort's most fervent followers? No, that doesn't fit. He appears far too youthful. To his surprise, Rose stammered, well, the nature is somewhat similar. Sirius was taken aback. What? You truly have a Death Eater hidden in your dormitory. But he is undeniably striking. Rose retorted, moreover. He is not only handsome but also intelligent, adept at navigating social situations, and possesses high emotional intelligence, offering me significant emotional value. Not to mention, he assists me with my studies, writes my assignments, and even runs errands for me without charging a fee. Who wouldn't desire such a perfect aide? Do not fret, Rose asserted confidently, patting her chest. The incident involving Peter is certainly not his doing. I inquired before I left, and he shook his head. Tom has no reason to deceive me over such trivial matters, especially since he is currently under the constraints of my spell, lacking any means to stir up trouble. She added, if you are still uneasy, you can help me keep an eye on him. As she yawned, she simultaneously dispelled the invisibility charm and pushed open the dormitory door. Chapter 77. Tom, what on earth are you reading? Inside the dormitory, Riddle appeared to maintain the same posture as before their departure, languidly engrossed in a book. Upon closer inspection, Rose noticed the title clearly displayed 4 large characters. The Art of Harmonious Union. Her expression turned incredulous. Tom, what exactly are you reading? Riddle, hearing her, leisurely closed the book and raised an eyebrow at Rose. Did you not mention that you originally hailed from the sect of Harmonious Union? I happened upon this book at the Xiankong sect and borrowed it for a look. Please do not speak of such material with such sanctimoniousness, she replied. Even though she had indeed studied many similar topics during her time at the sect of Harmonious Union. Rose paused, casting a glance at Sirius, who was baffled by their conversation due to his inability to comprehend Chinese, and decided to temporarily change the subject. Oh, did you know, Tom? She lamented. Professor Snape realized that my summer homework was not written by me. He has confined me this week and mandated that I complete the homework. That sounds splendid, Riddle commented. It is all your fault, Rose retorted. You made the potions assignment far too advanced, exceeding my capabilities. She cradled her chin, dejectedly returning to her bed. Then suddenly focused her attention back on Sirius. By the way, Sirius, how did you fare in potions class during your time at school? Sirius replied. My performance in potions was utterly abysmal. I have no idea how to improve. Her words were laden with sorrow. Tom says I always lag behind in my responses. I should practice more, but we only have a few potions classes each week, and there are no materials available for me to experiment with. You could sneak into Snape's office and pilfer some relevant ingredients to practice in the dormitory. Sirius interjected eagerly. Rose's expression momentarily turned blank. That doesn't seem right. She hesitated. That would be considered illegal theft of someone else's property, and stealing a bunch of ingredients would likely draw Snape's attention. Do you truly wish to improve your potions grade? Riddle's voice emanated once more from behind Rose. Turning around, she saw him having set the book The Art of Harmonious Union aside, his gaze unusually distant, as though deep in thought. Finally, he spoke meaningfully. This Christmas holiday, I can take you to a place that will help you enhance your potions skills. I am confident that under his guidance, your potions grade will soar to unprecedented heights, at least reaching an acceptable standard. Really, Tom? Rose exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she embraced Riddle, her expression sincere. Then I shall begin looking forward to Christmas right now. I love you, Tom. In an instant, Riddle felt the warmth of her affection envelop him. He instinctively turned his gaze away, his body tensing as he listened to her daily declarations of love. Yet, moments later, that warmth departed from him. The girl quickly shifted the conversation, animatedly chatting with Sirius, offering him words of concern regarding his rest. Riddle relaxed his posture suddenly. He ceased to speak, not even casting a sidelong glance at Rose and Sirius. Instead, he silently drew the bed curtains and began to explore and practice the methods he had learned at the Xiankong sect, as well as those Rose had instructed him in. When a practitioner's soul is fragmented, even the simplest act of meditation or cultivation becomes a challenge beyond the imagination of ordinary practitioners. Spiritual energy may traverse the meridians, yet it cannot bridge the chasm left by the missing soul. Riddle could only seek a narrow path to connect the fragment of his lost soul. But such cultivation was akin to moving at a snail's pace compared to others. Not to mention the burning sensation that accompanied the crossing of spiritual energy over the bridge, causing Riddle to break into a cold sweat each time. He now fully comprehended that Rose's earlier assertion, that only a complete soul could cultivate, was no mere exaggeration. However, even if his soul were whole and capable of normal cultivation, how much time would he require to attain immortality? Riddle pondered, his mind inevitably drifting back to the book The Art of Harmonious Union he had just perused, and to the unique constitution of Rose that the deputy sect master had mentioned during the summer break. Days later, when Sirius finally completed his reply to Harry, Rose excitedly handed it to him. They learned that they would be heading to Hogsmeade during the Halloween holiday. Do you think Hogsmeade has shops that sell invisibility cloaks? Rose inquired curiously, for it was becoming increasingly cumbersome to rely solely on her invisibility charm to conceal both Sirius and Riddle in her dormitory. I don't know. Harry shook his head, opening the letter Rose had given him. Rose, do you really need an invisibility cloak? I could lend you mine. He revealed that very cloak, which was so extraordinary that even when viewed with magical senses, its true form remained invisible. As Rose hesitated to accept, Harry promptly pulled the cloak from the pocket of his wizarding robe. The cloak draped over his hand, making it appear as though he had lost an arm. When Rose employed the ocular technique she had practiced over the summer, she could only discern Harry's hand as if it had been muted in color. Whoever designed this invisibility cloak is truly remarkable, Rose remarked in awe. Professor Dumbledore remarked that Dementors possess the ability to perceive everything, even individuals cloaked in invisibility. Harry softly articulated, thus, I shall refrain from using the invisibility cloak for the time being. If you require it, feel free to take it, as you have aided us immensely. In that case, I shall graciously comply, replied Romy, who was curious to investigate the material of this invisibility cloak. However, at that moment, having just finished reading a letter, Harry turned to Romy and inquired, the handwriting on this letter seems different from that of Senior Li Hua. It is signed by someone named Shanfeng. Who is he? Romy shrugged, her eyes twinkling. He is a colleague of Senior Li Hua, who, upon hearing that Li Hua was writing to you, took the liberty of responding on Li Hua's behalf. Rest assured, Senior Shanfeng's academic performance is also quite commendable. Chapter 78 Professor Lupin, this wolfsbane potion is exceedingly vile. As Romy jubilantly returned to the dormitory with the invisibility cloak, eager to explain its significance to Sirius, he promptly seized the cloak with enthusiasm. This cloak was given to you by Harry, wasn't it? Sirius exclaimed, I have seen James use it numerous times. Back in the day, I would often wander the halls of Hogwarts under its cover with him and Remus, exploring nearly every classroom and secret passage within the school. James, you began using the invisibility cloak during your youth? Riddle interjected, lifting his gaze from his book. If memory serves, the invisibility function of such cloaks is time-limited. Even the most effective and expensive cloaks cannot maintain their enchantment for decades, can they? Ah, but this is an heirloom from James's family. So it is only natural for its effects to endure, Sirius replied casually. In fact, we once jested about whether this cloak could be one of the Deathly Hallows. Yet, as he glanced up, he noticed Romy and Riddle wearing expressions of bewilderment. The Deathly Hallows? You haven't heard of them? Sirius queried, astonished. This is a tale every wizarding family recounts in their childhood. How peculiar, Romy mused. Isn't it true that most students from Slytherin hail from wizarding families? I could understand if I, claiming to be from the realm of cultivation, had not heard of it, but how has this Riddle not heard of it either? Nevertheless, Sirius patiently recounted the story of the Deathly Hallows. The narrative goes something like this. However, it is merely a fairy tale, and we discussed it in jest. Perhaps this invisibility cloak merely embodies some ancient magic, allowing it to maintain its invisibility. I see, Riddle said thoughtfully, stroking the ring on his finger. Perhaps the objects from fairy tales do indeed exist in reality. One never knows, Romy shrugged. Instinct tells me that, following the conventions of novels, the Deathly Hallows are likely real. Such items, clearly significant within the Harry Potter universe, are bound to surface at the right moment, and they will probably end up in the hands of the protagonist, Harry. In any case, this invisibility cloak has been lent to me. The Dementors should not be roaming the grounds, so you may don this cloak at your leisure and seek out Professor Lupin or the like, Romy concluded. Well, regardless. The Halloween holiday is approaching, and I realize I have yet to visit Hogsmeade. My curiosity is piqued. However, Professor Snape abruptly shattered Romy's daydreams. Miss Romy, our magical detection has revealed that this signature is indeed your own, and not that of the orphanage's headmaster. On the very day of the Halloween holiday, just before everyone was set to depart for Hogsmeade, Snape summoned Romy and Harry. Furthermore, we have discovered that Mr. Potter's notification form was also signed by you, Miss Romy. It appears that the illustrious savior enjoys claiming classmates as guardians. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape stated coldly, casting a scornful glance at Romy and Harry. Miss Romy shall also serve a weekend detention, and neither of you shall set foot in Hogsmeade this term. Romy's complexion paled instantly. Had she known of the magical signature detection, she would have sought out the headmaster for a signature before realizing the notification form was unsigned. Meanwhile, Harry, who had anticipated a trip to Hogsmeade, turned even paler. But Professor Snape, you know my parents are muggles. They are utterly unaware of the requirements. It clearly states that parental signatures are mandatory for a trip to Hogsmeade. Snape's icy retort came. Defying a professor will cost Gryffindor another 10 points. You may return now. Thus, Romy and Harry trudged back to their dormitory, disheartened. Honestly, not going to Hogsmeade is no great loss, Riddle murmured softly. There's nothing particularly entertaining there. It doesn't matter if that Snevellis disagrees. Romy, I know of several secret passages leading to Hogsmeade, and I doubt they are currently guarded by Dementors. I can take you there. Sirius exclaimed excitedly. At that moment Romy, who had been silently perched on her bed, finally rose. With a sly smile, she cast a spell of invisibility over Riddle and Sirius. It's fine, what is Hogsmeade? If we can't go, we can certainly enjoy ourselves within Hogwarts. Moreover, I suddenly feel that, Tom and Sirius, you are absolutely right. I should utilize more potion ingredients for hands-on practice to enhance my potion class performance. Let us go. We shall visit Professor Snape's office and thoroughly investigate what potion ingredients he possesses. Had it not been for Snape's insistence on a final magical detection, she might have been merrily frolicking in Hogsmeade by now. Fuming, Romy led Riddle and Sirius out of the Slytherin common room, only to encounter a similarly dejected Harry, who was being escorted to Lupin's office. Curiously, they followed and happened upon Lupin preparing to consume the wolfsbane potion Snape had previously sent him. With a grave expression, Lupin fixed his gaze upon the bowl of potion, inhaling, exhaling, then inhaling once more. It seemed he was stealing himself, as he carefully covered his mouth and nose and lifted the lid. Instantly, a foul and bitter odor permeated the room. Romy instinctively covered her nose, her sense of smell recoiling. She could assert that the most unpalatable herbal medicine she had ever tasted did not reek as horrifically as this. Yet Lupin merely grimaced, suffering through the potion, and downed it in one gulp. Harry stood up, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Professor Lupin, What exactly are you drinking? Lupin hesitated before responding, seemingly recovering his composure, and mustered a strained smile as he spoke to Harry, though his voice still bore the frailty of one poisoned by the potion. I have been feeling unwell lately, and I asked Snape to brew me something, as he is a genius in potion making. But Professor Snape has been vying for the position of defense against the dark arts. He is adept in dark magic. Harry's tone was laced with concern, his expression betraying his belief that Snape was attempting to poison Lupin. I share Harry's sentiments entirely, Sirius exclaimed angrily to Romy. I bet that Snevelis deliberately concocted the potion to taste so dreadful. Poor Remus is being bullied by that Snevelis. Indeed, Romy murmured. Professor Lupin is most unfortunate. I cannot even bear to smell the wolfsbane potion. Is it truly supposed to smell this wretched? She whispered, her gaze abruptly shifting to Riddle beside her. By the way, Tom, speaking of your remarkable grades in potions class back in the day, is it true that you can brew the wolfsbane potion? Riddle. Before Riddle could respond, Romy continued enthusiastically, I firmly believe you can do it, Tom. Why don't we head to Snape's office right now and procure the ingredients needed for the wolfsbane potion, to concoct a delightful brew for Professor Lupin? What a splendid idea. Sirius chimed in. I remember Remus has a fondness for chocolate flavor. Let us set off at once. With that, Sirius and Romy quickly made their way towards Snape's office. Chapter 79. Snape, she may provide hair care tips. Snape was momentarily absent from his office. Sirius, familiar with the surroundings, swiftly made his way to the storage for potion ingredients, while Romy patted Riddle on the shoulder. By the way, what ingredients are required for the wolfsbane potion? Riddle. During my time at Hogwarts, the wolfsbane potion had yet to be invented, so why would Romy assume I would know? Nevertheless, as he pondered how to assist Romy with her potion's homework, he indeed recalled some information about the potion. Riddle fell silent, and in an instant, Romy grasped his arm, rose onto her toes, and gazed intently into his eyes. Yet before she could utter a word, her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, Professor Snape is coming. She swiftly dispelled her invisibility charm. I'll find a way to stall him, you all keep at it. With that, she dashed out of the office. Riddle exhaled in relief, and turned his attention back to the still-searching Sirius. After a moment he closed his eyes and murmured, we need daffodil roots, moonstone, and… Meanwhile, Romy exited the office and barely turned a corner when she encountered the hurriedly returning Snape. She quickly stepped into the corridor, raised her hands, and exclaimed, I apologize. Professor Snape. Snape halted abruptly, and Romy, rising on her toes, clutched his sleeve. I have come to a sincere realization of my mistakes. I should not have asked others to do my summer homework, nor should I have forged signatures on the Hogsmeade permission slip for myself and Harry. She looked up at Snape with a pained expression, but Professor Snape, I am an orphan, although my theoretical guardian is the head of the orphanage. There are so many orphans there, and the head is occupied with countless tasks daily. How could they possibly keep track of me? She feigned a pitiful demeanor. Spinning her tail. You know, this summer, I mustered the courage to visit the headmaster's office so many times, yet it was always empty. I had no choice but to sign my name myself. In the orphanage, I am merely a reclusive girl, unnoticed and uncared for. Hogwarts, and particularly Slytherin House, is the only place that offers me a semblance of warmth akin to home. She swiftly shifted her tone, directly grasping Snape's hand. Thus in my eyes, Professor Snape, you are as revered as my parents. Why can't you take on the role of my guardian, and sign the Hogsmeade permission slip in place of the orphanage head? Snape replied, is that your intention? He instinctively let go of Romy's hand, stepping back a few paces, scrutinizing her with a discerning gaze. Romy met his gaze in return. To be fair, Snape's features were rather well defined, hinting at a certain handsomeness, albeit marred by a pallid complexion, and an air of discontent typical of a laborer. His hair, likely due to his constant immersion in dark, damp corners brewing potions, had become rather greasy. Romy felt a pang of sympathy for his disheveled locks. Perhaps sensing the intensity of her gaze, Snape averted his eyes slightly and coldly remarked, if Miss Romy were to dedicate even a fraction of the effort you expend on these frivolous schemes to your potion studies, I dare say your grades would have improved dramatically. He cleared his throat, his gaze now entirely diverted. In truth, I do not support Dumbledore's decision made this year. Sirius Black remains at large, scheming to infiltrate Hogwarts and potentially endanger students. To permit third-year students and above to visit Hogsmeade during Halloween, particularly at such a precarious time, is utterly reckless, Romy. Snape continued earnestly, we are all aware that every entrance to Hogwarts is currently guarded by Dementors, making it relatively safe. However, who knows what Black might do during this time? Romy felt a pang of guilt. If she were to speak the truth, The very student Snape feared might be endangered was presently in his office pilfering supplies. Yet oblivious to her frozen expression, Snape continued, as for the signature. Once Black is apprehended or Hogwarts is deemed safe, I may consider signing it. Of course, signing for Potter is out of the question. Romy. She suddenly regretted her decision to accompany Sirius and the others to Snape's office to steal potion materials. Now, as Snape concluded his statement and prepared to turn away towards the office, Romy acted decisively, blocking his path once more. I sincerely appreciate your understanding and explanation, Professor Snape. She clutched his sleeve again, her eyes earnest. I promise I will devote myself to my potion studies from now on to repay your kindness. Moreover, she raised her wand, subtly gathering her magical energy. Perhaps you might benefit from some skincare or hair care tips. I have learned a few relevant spells, and I have documented several methods in my dormitory. Step aside. Snape's expression darkened, and he turned to open the office door. Romy, undeterred, pressed her entire body against the door, facing Snape. Actually, I would also like to inquire about the content of this week's detention, so I can prepare in advance. Snape. What on earth are you doing, Romy? Is there something hidden in the office? Potter isn't here conspiring with you to cause havoc in my office, is he? He said, brusquely shoving Romy aside and opening the door to his office. Chapter 80. A gift ahead of hair, Snape? Inside the office, everything was remarkably clean and orderly. All the cabinets storing potion ingredients were neatly closed, and Romy could assert that the office looked exactly as it had on her first visit. Sirius was clutching a large assortment of potion ingredients, standing invisibly beside Riddle, both appearing quite well behaved. Romy breathed a silent sigh of relief and discreetly gestured for them to make their escape while Snape was distracted. However, Snape quickly caught sight of Romy's signal and strode purposefully toward Sirius and Riddle, probing for any signs of mischief. Riddle casually stepped to the right, while Sirius silently leapt to the left, sticking his tongue out at Snape. Romy quickly grasped Snape's wizarding robe. You see, there's nothing odd in this office. How could I possibly bring Harry here to cause trouble? In fact, I was thinking, perhaps you could use some Halloween sweets? With that, she dramatically produced the candies she had stashed in her robe pocket, casting a glance towards the already escaping Sirius and Riddle. She promptly stuffed all the candies into Snape's arms, then, with a swift flourish of her wand, magically transformed his greasy hair into a lustrous, sleek black. Happy Halloween, Professor Snape, she exclaimed with a grin before dashing out of the office like a bolt of lightning, pulling along the waiting Sirius and Riddle as they hurried towards the dormitory. Do you think Professor Snape will be angry that I made his hair look so lovely? At that moment, Luo Mei closed the dormitory door, set the potions Sirius had been holding onto the desk, and, breathless, turned to them and spoke. He should be grateful to you for finally taming his unruly hair, Sirius replied lazily. Meanwhile, Riddle was examining the potions on the desk, picking up a quill and delicately inscribing something on parchment. So Riddle, can you really brew the wolfsbane potion? Sirius softly inquired from the doorway. In truth, Sirius was not particularly well versed in the wolfsbane potion, as it had been developed after his imprisonment. However, given that Lupin now relied solely on Snape to brew the potion, it was evident that its preparation was no simple task. Certainly, Remus would not be able to brew it himself. Of course, our Tom excels in potions class. Brewing a chocolate-flavored wolfsbane potion will be a mere trifle for him. Luo Mei cheerfully patted Riddle on the shoulder. Riddle paused, his hand holding the quill, and turned to Luo Mei. You really want me to brew it? Otherwise, what do you think I gathered the ingredients for? Luo Mei retorted dramatically. Don't tell me, Tom, that you truly lack the courage to brew the wolfsbane potion, even though you know the process and possess the materials. She stood on tiptoe, whispering lightly in Riddle's ear. The sweet sound of her voice brushed against Riddle's cheek. After a moment, Riddle replied slowly, in a tone only Luo Mei could hear. I was merely contemplating what benefit brewing the wolfsbane potion would bring me. It would bring me joy. Luo Mei replied cheerfully. Seeing you engage in such inexplicable tasks for me makes me very happy. It's even more delightful than casting 3 cruciatus curses on you. She took a few steps back and raised her voice dramatically. ISNT at a joyous occasion to ensure Professor Lupin no longer has to drink that bitter, foul wolfsbane potion? You have no idea how pained I felt seeing him drink it today. Luo Mei sat on the bed, resting her chin on her hand. After all, Professor Lupin was such an exemplary teacher. Observing his exceptional teaching skills and magical abilities, alongside his tattered appearance and pale cheeks, gentle demeanor, and the overwhelming sense of fragility he exuded, was truly heart-wrenching. After taking that potion, he appeared even weaker and more haggard, evoking deep sympathy. Do you remember how the potion slowly flowed into his mouth while he drank? And those gentle, moon-like eyes of his. Certainly the most captivating feature about him. When he drank the potion, it was as if they held an unspoken plea. Before Luo Mei could finish her sentence, Riddle swiftly raised his wand and cast a silencing charm. He stood up calmly and looked toward Sirius, who was standing by the door with a bewildered expression. Sirius stammered. "What is she talking about? I can't understand a word." Riddle replied with an impassive expression. "It is better not to understand such things." "What do you mean, Tom? What do you mean it's better not to understand?" Luo Mei instantly broke free from Riddle's silencing charm, brandished her wand, and exclaimed, "You've grown bold, attempting to silence me with a silencing charm." Riddle's previously stoic expression cracked further, and he was swiftly sent back to his chair by her cruciatus curse, his pale, bloodless hands instinctively gripping the edge of the table. Luo Mei didn't even spare him a glance, turning instead to the flustered Sirius to offer an explanation. "In truth, Sirius, I'm just a naive and ordinary little girl. I only resorted to the cruciatus curse out of necessity. I am certainly not a villain. And I have nothing to do with Azkaban." She stepped forward, cornering the instinctively retreating Sirius, standing on tiptoe to speak earnestly to him. "Of course, if one day you find yourself being pursued by Dementors, or the Ministry wanting to drag you back to Azkaban, I wouldn't hesitate to use the unforgivable curse right there with you. Or we could simply escape together and wander the world. You can rest assured that my loyalty to you is unwavering." Sirius replied, "Wait, is this about the unforgivable curse?" He was not a narrow-minded person, but the issue lay in her using the guise of a third-year Hogwarts girl to cast the cruciatus curse, and still have the audacity to claim she was innocent and ordinary. Sirius's expression was one of complicated emotions, and ultimately, he placed his hands on Luo Mei's shoulders, gently lowering her feet back to the ground. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Riddle's voice rang out behind them. The voice was weak and hoarse, clearly having endured intense suffering moments prior. Yet it was laced with anger and gritted teeth. "All right, Luo Mei, it's just the wolfsbane potion." He angrily climbed up from his chair, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. "Lupin likes chocolate flavor, right? Fine, I'll do it." He quickly rummaged through the pile of potion ingredients, extracting some and setting them aside. "These are just some inconsequential ingredients I borrowed from Snape. They will be perfect for you to practice potion making, Luo Mei. You can brew potions in the dormitory from now on." He added, "And to make the wolfsbane potion, I anticipate it will require significant time and effort, so I won't be attending your potions class anymore." "That's settled." Luo Mei. Chapter 81. Brewing. He experienced empathy for the first time. For some time thereafter, Riddle indeed spent his days in the dormitory, diligently researching the brewing of the wolfsbane potion. The potions book he was studying only mentioned the ingredients for the potion, neglecting to elaborate on the intricacies of its preparation. However, through his investigation, Riddle discovered that brewing the wolfsbane potion was a remarkably complex and lengthy process, requiring immense concentration, and notably, this potion could not contain any sugar. Otherwise, it would negate its effects. In other words, Snape was not intentionally making the wolfsbane potion bitter. Rather, its taste was inherently unpleasant. Nevertheless, after Riddle's practical experimentation, he identified ingredients that could enhance the wolfsbane potion and simulate a chocolate flavor. While this level of improvement would require considerable effort, it was certainly not beyond the capabilities of a master potioneer like Snape. Riddle began to understand Snape better. After all, one could tell from Snape's expression that he was being compelled by Dumbledore to brew the wolfsbane potion. Under such circumstances, it was impressive that Snape could complete the potion without losing his composure, let alone worry about its flavor. For the first time in his life, Riddle felt a subtle sense of empathy towards Snape. Perhaps this was the camaraderie shared among fellow laborers. He still couldn't fathom why. Despite his singular interest in dark magic and immortality, he now found himself immersed in the world of potions daily. "So Tom, are you really not planning to attend today's Quidditch match?" It was a winter weekend, and Luo Mei approached Riddle, who was seated at his desk, staring intently at the cauldron, gently stroking the silken strands of his hair, and inquired softly. The Quidditch match in question featured Gryffindor pitted against Hufflepuff. As Harry's godfather, Sirius was naturally eager to don the invisibility cloak and witness Harry's prowess on the pitch. Remarkably, Luo Mei agreed to accompany Sirius in watching the game. As aside from Sirius and Harry, Cedric Diggory would also be participating, and she considered it an opportunity to enjoy the sight of a handsome young man. "I shall not attend. I must brew the wolfsbane potion," Riddle stated impassively, brushing aside Luo Mei's hand that was affectionately ruffling his hair, and dramatically shifting his chair a few steps away. "Oh, do not be vexed," she replied softly. "I sincerely apologize for my cruciatus curse the other day. And did you not once profess that the Cruciatus was your favorite among the unforgivable curses? She withdrew her wand and transformed a piece of parchment into a rose, which she tucked into Riddle's embrace. Riddle stroked the rose in his hand and inquired, "Is this the only method you possess for charming others? You always resort to conjuring roses. It hardly seems heartfelt. And what do you mean by using it simply, because I fancy the Cruciatus? If, when instructing me in the unforgivable curses, I had declared my fondness for Avada Kedavra, would you then frequently employ that curse against me?" Romy blinked innocently. "I truly dislike you wielding a wand at me. Today you may use a silencing charm on me. But what of the future? This precedent cannot be established. Furthermore, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your sudden interest in the art of seduction. Tom, that sort of thing is merely for entertainment. It's not meant for serious study on how to win people over." With a smile, she stepped closer, playfully tugging at Riddle's tie, and in an instant transformed into her true form, leaning in to reduce the distance between them. "To think you wish to use me as a potion ingredient is quite amusing, Tom. Do you genuinely believe that a mere book could enable you to contend with someone who has been honing these skills since childhood? Were it not for your commendable behavior of late, and the fact that you are rather handsome, leaving me still without a suitable alternative, I would have long since discarded you. Tom, this is your second warning," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "If you attempt to conceal your thoughts from me one more time without confronting me honestly, you shall meet your demise." With that, she forcefully tugged on Riddle's tie, propelling him toward her, whereupon she captured his lips in a kiss that was far from superficial. Riddle's mind quickly became a haze, thoughts slipping away as he vaguely questioned whether Romy had secretly cast some enchantment upon that kiss. His hands nearly faltered, lacking support, causing him to lean heavily against the girl before him. It was only when Riddle felt himself on the verge of breathlessness that Romy finally withdrew, smiling as she rose, reclaiming her hand and cheerfully transforming back into her youthful guise, heading toward the dormitory door. "Since you do not wish to watch the Quidditch match, do remember to keep an eye on the cauldron and brew the wolfsbane potion properly," she said gleefully. "I shall take my leave now, goodbye." And with that, she closed the door without a glance back. Within the dormitory, Riddle remained frozen in his previous posture for a moment before he reluctantly straightened in his chair, running a finger over his lips. He composed himself, adjusting his slightly disheveled clothing, and caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror on his desk. His ears and cheeks were flushed a vivid red, presenting an almost pitiable appearance. Finally, he chuckled softly to himself. He was not entirely oblivious to the reality of his situation. He understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to rival Romy, who hailed from the lineage of the seduction sect, with only the knowledge gleaned from his recent studies. He merely sought to utilize that technique alongside other forms of dark magic to enhance his own power, intending to bring her fully under his influence. As for genuinely treating her as a mere potion ingredient, he had never truly contemplated that. After all, if she were to perish, who would continue to teach him the ways of magic? Riddle mused. Yet his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by recollections of Romy's recent actions, and her cunning smile just before she shut the door, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yet, the desire to seize his wand and obliterate the dormitory lingered, even if it meant being discovered by Dumbledore and sent to Azkaban. He could always devise a plan to drag Romy down with him. After all, she had her fair share of transgressions. And wouldn't he even need to tarnish her reputation? The notion of both being imprisoned, merely separated by a wall, seemed oddly appealing. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Ultimately, he donned a stoic expression, quelling his previous intentions, and resumed his focus on the cauldron before him, commencing the brewing of the wolfsbane potion. He also retrieved a book on magical formations to study diligently. Chapter 82, Rain. Untouched by her essence, the weather today could hardly be deemed pleasant. The wind howled fiercely, bending the slender trees, and a heavy rain poured from the overcast sky. Yet, the stands for the Quidditch match were filled to capacity. Romy could not fathom the depths of these spectators' passion for Quidditch as she walked silently beneath her umbrella, unnoticed by Ron and the others who were engrossed in the game. She made her way to the last row of seats, using her ocular techniques to discern the hidden outline beside her, sitting next to it and tentatively touching the edge of the invisibility cloak. Then, she gathered her magical energy in her palm to cast her own invisibility charm on Sirius, rendering him visible and audible only to her. "All right, you may now remove the invisibility cloak," Romy declared cheerfully, placing the umbrella between them. Sirius. He reasonably suspected that Romy's motivation for this was merely to catch a glimpse of his face during the Quidditch match. Nevertheless, he removed the cloak, his gaze landing on Romy's flushed cheeks. Is it really that cold? Why not cast a warming charm on yourself? Your face is positively crimson." "Well, Perhaps not entirely due to the cold, Romy replied, slightly embarrassed as she averted her gaze and tightened her scarf. Actually, it's quite all right. No need for a warming charm. Ah, but look. Harry and the others are about to take the field. As she spoke, she leaned closer to the center of the umbrella, their shoulders nearly touching. Sirius instinctively shivered, but upon glancing back, he found the girl resting her chin in her hand, gazing up at the sky. The rain continued to pour heavily outside, yet for some inexplicable reason, Sirius could no longer hear the howling winds or feel the cold rain that had previously drenched him while sitting alone. It was as if the world outside the umbrella had been segregated from their sheltered space. Perhaps Romy had cast some sort of barrier around the umbrella, he pondered. Feeling a sudden warmth envelop him, Romy had quietly cast a warming charm on him without him noticing. The Quidditch match finally commenced. However, the wind and rain were so loud that Sirius struggled to hear the commentator's remarks, squinting to see Harry, who appeared somewhat unsteady in the sky. His glasses seemed to be perpetually clouded by rain, rendering everything indistinct. Wood opted to pause the match, and Hermione rushed forward, likely to cast a charm on Harry's glasses to remedy the situation. However, the subsequent weather grew increasingly dire. Lightning crackled incessantly across the sky, as if the world were being perpetually toggled between shades of black and white. Luo Mei gazed at the tempestuous weather, nearly convinced that her thunderous tribulation was imminent. Then, abruptly, silence enveloped the world. A chilling, solitary cold swept over Luo Mei's heart, prompting her to rise instinctively from her seat. Brandishing her wand, and turning to survey her surroundings, countless Dementors had inexplicably infiltrated the Quidditch pitch, exuding an eerie excitement as they silently observed her, or rather, the invisible figure beside her. In that moment, an inexplicable dread gripped nearly everyone in the stadium. Beside her, Sirius's gaze faltered momentarily. He turned and locked eyes with the gathering of Dementors. Suddenly, his expression contorted in agony, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were on the verge of transforming back into a large black dog. But in that fleeting instant, another hand seized his. This hand was markedly different from his, which had been battered by 12 years of Azkaban's torment. It was slender, delicate, and unmistakably belonged to one accustomed to a life of luxury and pampering. Yet at that moment, it radiated an extraordinary warmth, steadfastness, and strength, as if its owner had always been a person of formidable power. Luo Mei, standing beside Sirius, gripped his right hand tightly with her left, while her right hand raised her wand defiantly against the horde of Dementors, her lips parting slightly. Expecto Patronum. A resplendent white crane leaped forth from the tip of her wand, instantly dispelling all the Dementors surrounding Sirius. Afterward, she released his hand and turned to look back, her gaze locking onto Harry, who had tragically fallen from his broomstick due to the Dementors' attack, now sprawled in the center of the Quidditch pitch. In an instant, she lightly tapped her toes and soared from the stands, seemingly flying through the air at an astonishing speed toward the center of the pitch, executing an incredible leap to catch the plummeting Harry in a princess carry. Time appeared to slow. In the heart of the pitch, Luo Mei cradled the unconscious Harry. The tempest raged on, with vibrant lightning momentarily illuminating the darkened sky, and casting a glow upon the young girl's exquisite face. Her hair, wizarding robes, and the scarf around her neck danced gracefully in the fierce wind. She exuded an air of elegance and composure as she descended slowly from dozens of feet above, cradling Harry, untouched by the rain. Her robes remained immaculate, her long hair still dry and voluminous. Thus, she brought Harry safely to the ground, completely unscathed. Nearby, Dumbledore was furiously casting the Patronus charm. Luo Mei had never before seen him so angered. He expelled all the Dementors from the school grounds before slowly making his way through the crowd, regarding her with an inscrutable gaze. Ah, Professor Dumbledore, Luo Mei stammered, suddenly realizing she had forgotten to retract her protective barrier against the rain. I actually cast a waterproof charm on myself just now, which is why I didn't get wet. By the way, why didn't any of the Quidditch team members cast a waterproof charm for themselves? Wouldn't that be considered a foul? Ha ha ha. Well done, May Dumbledore replied, his tone complex. Your Patronus charm was indeed remarkable. I believe I shall award Slytherin 50 points. He then cast a scrutinizing glance at Luo Mei, who was still holding on to Harry, and briefly turned his attention to Madame Pomfrey, who was approaching with a stretcher. I think we should first take Harry to the hospital wing, he smoothly suggested, using nonverbal magic to levitate Harry onto the stretcher. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances with Luo Mei, and then hurriedly followed the unconscious Harry. You've also worked hard today, May Dumbledore said kindly. Would you like a cup of lemon tea to warm yourself up? Perhaps I don't need it. Luo Mei hesitated. Actually, I have things to do. Right. I still haven't finished the potion assignment Professor Snape assigned, and it's due tomorrow. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, I must take my leave. With that, she swiftly stepped away, heading straight for the Slytherin dormitory, but not before casting a glance at Sirius up in the stands. Sirius seemed to awaken from a dream, leaping down from the stands to follow Luo Mei's pace. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained stationary in the downpour, deep in thought as he gazed at the spot where Luo Mei and Sirius had just sat. Chapter 83. Young Master, your old servant has arrived late. It was not until Luo Mei and Sirius reached the entrance of the Slytherin dormitory that Sirius had uttered not a single word. He simply fixed his gaze ahead. And when he thought Luo Mei was distracted, he furtively stole a glance at her profile. The girl's side profile remained exquisitely fair, overlapping with the image of Luo Mei he had briefly glimpsed before. He tightly clenched the hand that Luo Mei had just held, the earlier sensation flooding his mind. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, suddenly too shy to look at Luo Mei again. Fortunately, she seemed preoccupied with her thoughts and remained oblivious to it all. The dormitory door finally swung open, revealing Riddle, who was fiddling with several potion vials at his desk. Hearing the noise, he turned, almost instantly recognizing the unusual atmosphere between Luo Mei and Sirius. Ignoring it, he calmly stated, "The Wolfsbane potion is ready." Upon hearing this, Sirius hurriedly escaped the slightly awkward atmosphere and approached the desk to inspect it, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Riddle's face. Wait, was it just his imagination? Or did Riddle's lips appear to be chapped? However, Sirius felt too awkward to focus on Riddle's lips, and silently picked up the Wolfsbane potion. It indeed smelled far better than the concoction brewed by Snape. The rich chocolate scent reminded him of honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Has the Quidditch match ended so soon? Riddle asked, rising from his chair to give Sirius some space, then discreetly pressed his lips together. A horde of Dementors descended upon the Quidditch pitch, causing Harry to fall from his broom. Yes, probably in the hospital now, Luo Mei explained. But it seems Cedric did catch the golden snitch. So Gryffindor lost this match. Perhaps it was because of me, Sirius murmured. The Dementors must have sensed my presence on campus, which is why they came here. After all, the invisibility cloak cannot deceive their eyes. If I hadn't gone to the stands, perhaps Harry would not have lost the match, nor would he have fallen from his broom. Furthermore, it seems Harry's Firebolt 2000 flew off when he fell. To make amends, I'll have to buy Harry a new broom. As he spoke, he set down the Wolfsbane potion, seemingly reinvigorated, and turned to Luo Mei asking, "Do you want to sneak out of Hogwarts and take a look? You mean through those secret passages, you know?" Luo Mei inquired. "That's feasible, but aren't you still wanted by the wizarding world? Where will you find the money to buy a broom? Gringotts is run by goblins. They won't care whether the person withdrawing money is wanted or not." As Sirius spoke, he picked up the invisibility cloak nearby. "Shall we go?" "Sure." Luo Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly cast an invisibility charm on herself, Sirius, and Riddle. Riddle raised an eyebrow. "Am I going out too?" "Just to let you get some fresh air. Staying cooped up in the dormitory will eventually drive you to isolation," Luo Mei replied. As she spoke, she once again pushed open the door to the dormitory, following Sirius through a winding path until they reached a statue in the corridor on the third floor. "The One-Eyed Witch's Passage," Sirius explained, "allows direct access to honeydukes in Hogsmeade. When the time comes, lend me your wand, and I shall apparate you directly to Gringotts." "No need," Roma replied readily, stepping into the narrow passage. "Tom and I will apparate. I'll take you along." Sirius hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Roma's decision. "Very well. Although it's rather peculiar for a third-year student to apparate. Yet, considering she can also cast the unforgivable curses, it's hardly surprising." The trio silently made their way into Honeydukes, promptly employing magic to apparate to the entrance of Gringotts. Roma reverted to her true form, and dispelled the invisibility charm on the three of them. Sirius, however, quickly donned his invisibility cloak, and they approached the goblin guarding the bank. "What is your business?" the goblin inquired. Sirius revealed a corner of his cloak, exposing his eyes, and quietly murmured something to the goblin. Shortly thereafter, the goblin handed him an object. "Now we can retrieve money from my vault," Sirius declared cheerfully, guiding Roma and Riddle down the winding path into the depths of Gringotts, until they reached the door of the vault. Instantly, a blinding array of golden light nearly overwhelmed Roma's vision. She instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand and stepped inside, squinting. The vault was nearly overflowing with heaps of gold and silver treasures. Roma could scarcely see a single sickle or canute, as it appeared that the vault was stacked solely with mounds of galleons and other rare treasures, forming mountains of gold. In an instant, Roma's gaze toward Sirius transformed. Even the dullest observer would notice how her admiration for his looks morphed into a fervent envy, jealousy, and intense veneration mixed with flattery. She almost immediately rushed to Sirius's side, nearly colliding with Riddle, and then seized Sirius's hand, her eyes fixated on him with an excited and ingratiating expression. It seems Master Black has graced us with his presence. My apologies for my tardiness. Sirius. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he abruptly jerked his hand away from Roma, stepping back several paces. Chapter 84. Voldemort, but kind and helpful. Who would have thought Master Black was so wealthy? Roma continued, undeterred by any potential embarrassment, and advanced 3 steps, cornering Sirius as she began to ramble. Master Black. I'm actually your half-sister, but I've been forced to fend for myself all these years, surviving on the meager scholarship from Hogwarts. Do you have any idea how difficult my life has been? Sirius stared blankly at Roma. Meanwhile, Riddle stood at a distance, gazing up at the ceiling, appearing as if he did not know her at all. Why not take some galleons? Sirius finally suggested hesitantly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Roma paused before responding. I was merely joking, although she truly felt covetous of the gold. However, considering Sirius had just been released from prison, and seemed to be the last heir of his family, it felt morally dubious to take money directly from his vault. Moreover, she had recently attained the title of sect leader in the cultivation world, and was not destitute to the point of desperation. She merely watched as Sirius took a handful of galleons from the vault, then turned her gaze to Riddle. Since we're already at Gringotts, why not retrieve that item as well? You mentioned there was something hidden here, didn't you? As she spoke, she cast another invisibility charm over the 3 of them while Sirius collected the galleons. Where are we headed? Sirius inquired. Just follow Tom. Roma replied gleefully as she opened the vault door and waved her wand at a passing goblin, casting a stunning spell. Riddle remained silent, leading her and Sirius further down, filled with curiosity as he followed along. This time they did not use the cart, but fortunately, their destination was not far, and they soon arrived at another vault door. This is Bellatrix's vault, Sirius said, glaring at the entrance with disdain. Bellatrix? Who is she? Roma inquired. My cousin, Sirius admitted reluctantly, clearly unwilling to acknowledge their familial ties. She's quite mad, one of Voldemort's most devoted followers, currently incarcerated in Azkaban. Are you here looking for something related to Voldemort? Pretty much, Roma replied, fixating on the door before addressing the stunned goblin. Open this vault. The goblin numbly complied, revealing a chamber that was larger and more opulent than Sirius's vault. However, more striking than the gold and jewels was a massive, chained dragon at the front of the room, appearing quite old, with heavy shackles on its hind legs. Yet, when the vault door creaked open, the dragon rose, turning its fearsome head towards them. It seemed poised to unleash an angry roar, and in that instant, Roma felt compelled to cast protective spells. But suddenly, the dragon closed its mouth. Its murky eyes displayed a flicker of curiosity as its ugly nostrils flared, sniffing the air. The dragon then approached Riddle, lowering its proud head in a surprisingly submissive manner, gently swaying as it emitted a sound akin to a whimper or a plea. Sirius, indeed. This person must be tied to the Death Eaters, perhaps a high-ranking member or the offspring of one, who shares a close connection with Bellatrix and idolizes Voldemort. Otherwise, why would the dragon in her vault display such familiarity and deference towards Riddle? He narrowed his eyes, while Riddle appeared unfazed by the scene. Dragons primarily recognize individuals by scent, and although he looked markedly different from his primary soul, his essence remained consistent. He lazily produced his wand, casting an intricate spell with flair. The items in this vault were enchanted with fiendfire and duplication spells, he explained to Roma and Sirius. But no worries. I have now lifted all those spells. As he stepped into the vault, he deftly searched for something and quickly retrieved an exquisite cup. The Hufflepuff cup. Also one of the Horcruxes. He handed the cup to Roma. Horcrux? What is that? Sirius asked, bewildered, as he had never heard of such a thing. A form of dark magic that splits the soul and stores it in another object. Roma replied cheerfully. This way, when the creator of the Horcrux dies, their soul can still reside in the object, allowing for immortality. Voldemort created 7 Horcruxes, and only when all 7 are destroyed can he be truly killed. But now, Tom and I plan to eliminate all of these Horcruxes. Well, wouldn't he merging the souls back together count as destroying them? How many Horcruxes have you destroyed so far? Sirius continued to inquire. Well, counting this golden cup, that makes 4, said Luo Mei, her words hesitant. The diary lay nearby, while the crown ring and golden cup were already in her possession. Only the elusive locket and Harry, along with an unknown Horcrux, remained unaccounted for. As soon as Luo Mei finished speaking, Sirius's expression towards Riddle underwent a dramatic transformation. It became apparent that Riddle had been clandestinely residing in Luo Mei's dormitory, conspiring in this endeavor. It was a revelation that even within Slytherin, there existed selfless heroes, like the two of them, dedicated to the eradication of Voldemort. True. Riddle might have once been infatuated with Voldemort and likely collaborated with his mad cousin. But now he had turned towards the light, embarking on the quest to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. Moreover, he was well versed in potions and other subjects, tirelessly concocting chocolate-flavored Wolf's Bane potion for Remus. Sirius had initially assumed that Luo Mei had coerced him into brewing the potion, but upon reflection he reconsidered. Despite Luo Mei's propensity to cast the Cruciatus Curse at a moment's notice, what if he had insisted he couldn't brew it? The potion itself was notoriously difficult to make, with its core techniques residing in his skill. Even if he adamantly claimed he couldn't, he and Luo Mei would have to relent. Thus it seemed Riddle indeed possessed a kind heart, eager to assist. Sirius's gaze towards Riddle transformed almost instantly, as he pondered Riddle's true age during Voldemort's rise. Even if the man before him employed some form of magic to maintain his youthful appearance, he could hardly be older than himself. It was likely that during Voldemort's most tyrannical years, he had merely been a student, incapable of committing any heinous acts. After all, children who recognize their mistakes are truly good children. With a surge of affection, he regarded Riddle with admiration and encouragement, stepping forward with purpose. May I join you in the pursuit of destroying the Horcruxes, Luo Mei, Tom? Chapter 85. The Firebolt, a gift from the wind. We can discuss that later, Luo Mei stammered, before picking up the golden cup and exiting the vault. She cast a forgetting charm and a confusion charm on the goblin who had been subjected to the soul-sucking curse. Upon returning to the top of Gringotts, she dispelled the invisibility spells on herself and Riddle. And Sirius handed over the golden galleons he had just retrieved. I just spotted the latest firebolt outside the Quidditch shop. It's said to be the finest broomstick available. Let us get one for Harry and perhaps. He hesitated. Since I inadvertently caused Ron to lose a pet, I should buy him an owl as an apology. Sirius's voice trailed off as he led Luo Mei and Riddle to the Quidditch shop. With a mere glance, Luo Mei spotted the firebolt prominently displayed. Even for someone like her, who was indifferent to broomsticks, it was undeniable that this was a magnificent and imposing broom, albeit with a price tag that was equally stunning. Luo Mei felt that she might not earn such a sum in the next 20 years. Observing its speed, 150 miles per hour, approximately 240 kilometers per hour, she marveled. Is this broomstick powered like a high-speed train? Her look towards Sirius changed once more. Almost wincing in pain, she gathered countless galleons to purchase the broom. Carefully wrapping it before, under Sirius's guidance, she bought a young owl from the pet store. However, it was evident that she still had a considerable amount of galleons remaining. Luo Mei, you can use these galleons to buy something you like as a reward for helping me during this time, Sirius suggested, or perhaps we could explore Diagon Alley further. Should we visit Ollivander's wand shop and procure a wand? Luo Mei suddenly interjected, turning to enter Ollivander's wand shop. I'm back. Just like before. I need to purchase a wand for a friend. She spoke with a familiar tone to Ollivander, who recognized her as a spirited Gryffindor with a strong sense of loyalty. Riddle stood quietly at the entrance, watching as she skillfully engaged Ollivander in conversation before beginning to peruse the wands herself. After selecting one, she paid Ollivander the appropriate galleons. Upon leaving the shop, she explained, I mentioned to Mr. Ollivander that I have a basic understanding of wand principles, which allows me to help choose a wand for my friend. After all, selecting a wand for a wizard is akin to selecting a fated sword for a warrior. All right, she said cheerily, handing the wand to Sirius. Now you possess a wand. There's no need to fear those pesky dementors any longer. And although I am an orphan, I truly don't require your rewards, as this has all been a matter of personal choice. But if you insist. Luo Mei winked, ultimately stuffing all the galleons into her robe pocket, exclaiming with delight, then I graciously accept. Ah, who would have thought that finding a handsome gentleman would also lead to financial gain? Sirius mused, gazing at the wand in his hand, which was evidently chosen with great care by Luo Mei, perfectly suited for him. He lifted his gaze once more to find that under the sunlight, the girl's smile radiated warmth, the faint light illuminating her dimples, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as if the very roses of the world would bloom for her. Her eyes, filled with genuine joy, seemed to celebrate his newfound possession of a wand, like a gentle breeze sweeping away the shadows of his 12 years of torment in Azkaban. He swallowed hard, ultimately unable to voice what he had intended to say. In truth, these galleons were meant for both Luo Mei and Riddle. However, given Riddle's indifferent demeanor, he likely wouldn't mind. Eventually, the trio returned to the Slytherin dormitory via apparition, and the secret passage of the One-Eyed Witch. Luo Mei grasped the broom and the young owl, while also retrieving the bottle of chocolate-flavored wolf's bane potion crafted by Riddle. This precious broom cannot remain in my dormitory for too long, she stated softly, reverting to her 13-year-old self. I shall deliver it to Harry now, along with this potion for Professor Lupin. With that, Luo Mei departed towards the hospital wing, only to be informed by Madame Pomfrey that Harry had awakened and left the hospital after consuming some chocolate. Left with no choice, she proceeded to Lupin's office, where she discovered Harry present as well. They appeared to be confronting something, with Harry drenched in sweat, gripping his wand tightly, while Professor Lupin encouraged him. A number of chocolates laid out on the desk beside them. Harry, without a second thought, Luo Mei rushed in, shoving the extraordinarily expensive broom into Harry's arms. This is a new broom that the head boy has purchased for you after learning of your broken Nimbus 2000. It's the latest firebolt. At her words, Harry eagerly examined the broom, and simultaneously, the tip of his wand trembled. His excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Expecto Patronum!" A silvery stag burst forth from his wand, driving back the Dementor that had taken the form of a boggart before him. It was only then that Luo Mei realized Harry was learning the Patronus charm with Lupin. She quickly turned around to see Lupin's expression shift from warmth to astonishment. Remarkable. I didn't realize the Patronus charm could be learned in such circumstances. He gazed at Romy with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at the broomstick in Harry's hand. It seems you have been quite helpful to the Flu Network, Lupin remarked, just as he was about to recontain the boggart and continue his explanation to Harry. However, Romy surged forward once more, presenting a vial of Wolf's Bane potion to Lupin. Look, it's the same potion brewed by Professor Snape, but with a chocolate flavor. Absolutely not bitter at all. Professor Lupin, you can drink it directly whenever you feel unwell. Chapter 86. That day, the room was filled with a green glow. After Romy departed, Sirius pondered over the wand she had just purchased for him, deep in thought. Ultimately, he mimicked the way he had first met Romy, waving the wand to summon various items, including the gas stove, from the dormitory. Seated at his desk, Riddle looked up. What are you planning to do? Sirius replied, I have decided to surprise her. Clutching his wand firmly, he declared. The gold galleons I gave her were meant for her to buy something she likes, but she spent at least a third of it to buy me this wand. Not only that, she sought me out to help find Wormtail, drove away the Dementors, and even saved Harry's life during that Quidditch match. Sirius's words quickened. Without Romy, I shudder to think what would have happened to Harry when he fell from such a height. I must express my gratitude to her. Yet I'm still unsure of what she truly enjoys. All I know is that she seems to have a penchant for food and dislikes doing homework. Thus, I have resolved to prepare a meal for her, while also completing her assignments for this weekend and the Christmas holiday. Sirius exclaimed with enthusiasm, then turned to wield his wand at the several still-alive fish on the cutting board to perform some amusing dissection magic. Riddle inquired, Are you skilled at cooking? Sirius replied, Of course. I intend to make starry sky pie, fish and chips, black pudding, and roast beef. Wait, why is that fish escaping? As Sirius cast the spell from his wand, one of the fish on the cutting board was instantaneously disassembled into irregular fragments, its blood splattering everywhere. The remaining fish seemed to erupt with a frenzied will to survive. They leapt from the cutting board, flailing about the dormitory in a desperate quest for freedom. Some landed on the floor, thrashing wildly, while others showcased extraordinary jumping prowess. Leaping from the cutting board to the nightstand, their eyes fixated on the ceiling as if yearning to pierce through to the distant starry sky. Sirius swiftly brandished his wand, directing it at the fish filled with the desire to escape. Having not touched a wand for 12 years, he felt somewhat stiff while casting spells, yet his movements were still impressively fluid. Alas, with so many targets and the cramped dormitory, he found himself somewhat disoriented. He hastily cast 2 or 3 spells, but only managed to hit one fish, which upon being struck, disintegrated in an absurd manner, scattering bones and blood everywhere, even splattering a few droplets onto Riddle's desk where he was reading. Sirius's actions froze momentarily. He quickly cast a cleaning spell throughout the dormitory, but the remaining fish, witnessing their fallen companion, jumped with even greater fervor. They scrambled to escape, yet could not find a way out. Ultimately, one clever fish, realizing that the wand-wielding man did not approach Riddle's direction, swiftly leapt onto the very tome of spells that Riddle was studying. The fish, still trembling in fear, left water stains all over the spell book and splashed a few droplets onto Riddle's face. Sirius looked incredulously at the bold fish. In an instant, Riddle's forehead twitched. The handsome youth abruptly closed the book in his hands, seized the wand from his desk, and in the blink of an eye, pointed it at the fish. Avada Kedavra. He then turned away, swiftly fixating on the other lively fish, raising his wand. At that moment, a blinding green light enveloped the entire dormitory. Within less than half a minute, all the fish lay peacefully dead. Riddle then coldly chuckled as he returned to his chair. Sirius was left dumbfounded. Come on. It was just a fish. Was it necessary to use the unforgivable curse? Truly, a Death Eater's upbringing, terrifying indeed. He hastily summoned the deceased fish back onto the cutting board. Riddle asked, why didn't you kill them before dissecting? Sirius, bewildered, replied, isn't it better to dissect them while they're still alive to ensure the meat's freshness? Riddle countered, but if you dissect them immediately after killing them, it should make little difference. Sirius responded, oh. He then turned back to continue dissecting the poor fish, before checking the steak nearby. Romy generally prefers her steak well done. Riddle remarked, glancing over to remind him. Got it, Sirius said, though he didn't fully comprehend but respected Riddle's advice. After pouring olive oil, he placed the steak in the pan, yet for some reason, the fire blazed fiercely, leaping nearly 3 feet high. Water gushed like a spring. He hurriedly waved his wand, attempting to cool the poor stove, yet the fire only intensified, threatening to scorch the dormitory ceiling. Amidst the chaos, Riddle sprang up in an instant. Using his wand to cover the flaming pot with a lid, his eyes wide with astonishment as he turned to Sirius. Do you really know how to cook? Sirius, diligently using his wand to clean the oil splatters, diverted his gaze for a rare moment. Actually, if I were to say that Remus is the one who's quite skilled at cooking, I only used to watch him cook and know the general steps. After all, he hailed from the Black family, where a house elf prepared his meals, and during his time at Hogwarts he dined on the school's food. Even after he ran away and joined the Order, there were always others to cook for him. Even later, when he was barely in his 20s and entered Azkaban, he didn't need to cook for himself. Where would he have learned? Riddle smirked. He pushed Sirius aside, lifted the lid, and discarded the burnt steak, quickly reigniting the pan. He expertly took a spatula, placed the steak back in, seared it for 30 seconds, adjusted the heat to medium, and after a minute, flipped it using his wand, adding a pat of butter. His movements were so deft that Sirius was left agape. However, he soon wore an excited and admiring expression as he exclaimed, I had no idea you could cook, Tom. Could you teach me, or let me assist you? Riddle replied, in truth, I'm not particularly adept at cooking. My skills merely ensure that the food is edible. But Riddle would never admit his inadequacy, his expression remaining impassive as he plated the cooked steak and poured a mound of fries into the pan, sneering. I believe I do not require the assistance of someone who nearly set the dormitory ablaze simply by lifting a pot. I fear for the outcome. Yet, before Sirius could respond, the flames on the stove suddenly flared again over the oil pot, sending sparks flying. Riddle's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to cover the pot with the lid once more, instinctively retreating several steps. Sirius, witnessing the entire scene, remarked, Wait, buddy. Turns out you're not much of a cook either. Chapter 87. A confession, but in front of Tom, to Sirius. Meanwhile, when Romy handed the chocolate-flavored Wolf's Bane potion to Lupin, he momentarily appeared taken aback. He accepted the vial and lightly inhaled the potion's scent. Who made this? He inquired. Luo Mei smiled cheerfully and remarked, I happen to know a friend with extraordinary potion-making skills. It must be Senior Li Hua, exclaimed Harry, who was eagerly unwrapping a package. He is a friend of Mei's and is said to be exceptional in all 12 subjects. He is also very warm and friendly, often helping both Hermione and me resolve various issues. However, at that moment, Harry had finally finished unwrapping the package and began to caress the firebolt. Pondering just how many galleons it would cost, Shangfeng, what do you think? Rest assured, Luo Mei replied, Shangfeng is a wealthy second-generation heir. Although he appears to be perpetually impoverished, even his work is merely a means to alleviate his boredom. Not only that, upon hearing that Ron lost his pet rat, he decided to gift him an owl. You need not feel embarrassed, Shangfeng mentioned. He plans to find a way to meet you all at Hogwarts after the Christmas holiday. Luo Mei contemplated for a moment, and decided to give Harry a heads up. As it was inevitable that Sirius would meet with Harry, the time was set for 11 o'clock on the first night after the Christmas holiday at the Room of Requirement. At that moment, you could express your gratitude to Shangfeng in person, Luo Mei said cheerfully, just as Lupin's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. He smiled and inquired, Is it appropriate for you to plan a night excursion at school in front of me, a teacher? Harry hurriedly interjected, No, Professor Lupin. I didn't hear anything. Lupin merely responded with warmth. Luo Mei turned back, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she addressed Lupin. In fact, if Professor Lupin is willing, he is also welcome to join us at the Room of Requirement at that time. With that, she swiftly dashed out of the office, intending to joyfully return to the dormitory. Yet, before she could reach her dormitory, she was startled by Daphne's incredulous voice nearby. "May, you weren't in the dormitory?" Luo Mei replied, bewildered. Daphne described with alarm, "I just heard some strange noises coming from your dormitory, growing louder, and even emitting green light. Followed by what sounded like an explosion. I wanted to knock on your door to see if everything was alright, but no one answered. I could only guess you were conducting some magical experiment, but now it seems there might be a problem in your dormitory. Do you have a pet there, Mei?" Luo Mei. "What on earth? Green light? Surely Tom and Sirius aren't fighting?" Her expression changed immediately, and she quickened her pace back to the dormitory, pushing the door open with haste. Inside the dormitory, everything seemed as clean and orderly as before she left. Yet the trash can appeared to contain many unfamiliar objects. Fish bones and steak? Sirius was sitting at the desk where Riddle usually worked, rapidly scribbling with a quill. Meanwhile, the dining table, transformed by magic, was set with steak, fish and chips, and a plate of cherry tomatoes. Can cherry tomatoes even be considered a dish? Luo Mei thought instinctively, only to notice Riddle seemingly busy at the stove. In an instant, Sirius completely diverted Luo Mei's attention. He slammed the quill down on the table, rose from his chair, and triumphantly brandished a large stack of parchment, exclaiming, "Mei, I have completed all your assignments for this weekend." He continued, "And not only that, I have also taken it upon myself to handle your assignments for the Christmas holiday. Aren't you touched?" Stunned by this unexpected piece of fantastic news, Luo Mei? She practically lunged forward, eagerly inspecting the countless piles of papers and reports, her face instantly alight with an unusual excitement. Her gaze was so sincere and filled with affection that she suddenly rushed forward and embraced Sirius tightly, proclaiming earnestly, "Sirius, I love you." Sirius was momentarily taken aback by this candid confession. He slightly turned his head, allowing his beautiful, wavy hair to partially cover the blush creeping onto his ears. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should push Luo Mei away. Just then Riddle calmly tossed the spatula into the pot, expertly waving his wand to serve the last dish onto a plate. He kindly reminded, "Sirius, you'll get used to this sort of thing. Mei tends to fall for anyone who helps her with her homework." Luo Mei released her embrace from Sirius and curiously approached Riddle, asking, "What made you decide to cook today, Tom?" She was surprised to discover that Tom could cook at all. It made sense, considering his upbringing in an orphanage. Knowing the basics of household chores would not be surprising. Riddle paused briefly, placing the dish on the table, and replied expressionlessly, "Thanks to someone." Sirius, finally snapping out of his previous thoughts, quickly turned to explain, "Ah, that's right. I originally wanted to cook a meal to thank you, but there was a little mishap. However, of course, this meal was primarily made by Tom and me together." Luo Mei, upon hearing this, felt deeply touched and decided to try the food on the table. After all, it was rare to have a meal made by both Sirius and Voldemort. Tentatively, she picked up a fry from the plate of fish and chips, and put it in her mouth. Then she abruptly spat it out, her face a picture of disbelief. "Did you fry this fry directly in the pot? Did you set the heat too high? Otherwise, why is the exterior so hard while the inside is still raw?" Luo Mei was utterly dismayed. She never expected that after the meals at the orphanage and Hogwarts, she would still encounter food that was even less palatable. Chapter 88. The Meeting Riddle and Slughorn. Luo Mei longed to tutor both Sirius and Riddle on the proper steps to create delicious dishes. However, burdened by a packed schedule, she could only personally visit the Hogwarts library, select a book on cooking, and toss it to Sirius and Riddle. Before doing so, she made sure that the book was not authored by a British writer, which made it suitable for their use. As Christmas approached, Luo Mei, as always, signed the notification form to return home for the holiday. Taking advantage of Professor Lupin's cover, she decided not to board the Hogwarts Express, but instead directly traversed the One-Eyed Witch's passage back to Hogsmeade. "So Tom, who are you planning to find to tutor me in potions?" Luo Mei inquired. "Should I prepare some sort of gift for the meeting? From your demeanor, it seems that rather than gifts, that person values connections, or perhaps seeks to collect individuals of talent, strength, and renown," Riddle remarked coolly, casting an exasperated glance at the pair of Sirius and Luo Mei, ultimately closing his eyes as if making a significant decision. "You two hold on to my arm." Subsequently, Riddle activated the disapparition charm. In an instant, they found themselves in a rather secluded location. Riddle casually released Sirius's arm and walked forward with a nonchalant familiarity, turning a corner and passing several quaint taverns. "Where are we going?" Sirius asked. "Who are we meeting? Will your wanted status be an issue?" Riddle did not respond, instead continuing down a meticulously maintained path, approaching a house with a tightly shut front door. He ascended the steps and politely knocked on the door. He said softly. No one answered. Sirius curiously peered inside. Perhaps he isn't home? Before he could finish, Riddle effortlessly drew his wand and cast a spell to forcibly open the door. He walked directly inside. The room was shrouded in a layer of dust, as if it had been abandoned for many years. In the corners of the ceiling, numerous layers of cobwebs had formed, and the mirror was equally coated in grime. It seems no one has been here for ages, Sirius remarked with a hint of suspicion. But in an instant, both Riddle and Romy were simultaneously fixated on an old armchair positioned before the window. Riddle, rarely displaying a smile, held his wand in one hand and prodded the chair. Professor Slughorn? The armchair shuddered momentarily, and then transformed into an elderly man with a look of sheer terror on his face, who instinctively took a few steps back. Riddle, however, approached with calm confidence, his eyes twinkling as he greeted him. Long time no see. He then leisurely turned his back to Sirius and Romy, placing a finger to his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Sirius, silently signaling for silence. The implication was unmistakable. Should one dare to reveal their true identity to him, he would not mind acquiring yet another title of a Master-S killer. At that moment, it appeared that Sirius had finally discerned a hint of youthful innocence in Riddle, realizing he must have been a student of Slughorn, perhaps even a member of his club in years gone by. Riddle then subtly shifted to the side, allowing Slughorn to see Romy standing behind him. Actually, it is not I who sought you today, he said with a smile. It is Romy. She mentioned encountering some difficulties in potions class, particularly in practical aspects. Only then did Slughorn, trembling, divert his gaze to the Chinese girl previously obscured by Riddle. She was petite, hardly tall enough to be deemed mature, and appeared quite youthful, save for her bright, spirited eyes and a strikingly beautiful face. Yet, regardless of perspective, the girl exuded an aura of innocence and purity. Slughorn instinctively thought, could she possibly be yet another child misled by Tom? A wave of concern washed over him for this enchanting girl. No. Perhaps I should find a way to warn her, to make her aware of the true nature of the boy beside her. But before Slughorn could collect his thoughts, Romy swiftly stepped forward on tiptoe, offering him an excessively innocent smile. You see, Professor Slughorn, I often make mistakes during practical potions class, and am scolded mercilessly by Professor Snape. Tom said you are the only one who can assist me. Oh. And by the way, my name is Romy Luo, currently a third-year student in Slytherin. I truly need to significantly improve my potions grades to achieve my goal of completing all 12 subjects. Moreover, Professor Slughorn, rest assured, I have absolutely no inclination towards dark magic or anything of the sort. I certainly harbor no interest in gathering a crowd and turning myself into a hairless, noseless spectacle. Riddle cast a quizzical glance at Romy, whose fervent declarations continued as she stepped closer to Slughorn. Additionally, I am good friends with the illustrious Harry Potter. Perhaps on Christmas Day, I might even receive a festive greeting and a small gift from him. She spoke with the innocent tone of a little girl, widening her eyes in a playful manner, as if to prove her harmlessness. If you would be willing to teach me, she added, blinking innocently, I could assist you in fortifying your residence with some protective measures, ensuring it won't be as easily breached as it was today. She then waved her wand, intending to tidy up the dilapidated room, but inadvertently startled a spider while clearing the cobwebs. The large spider promptly plummeted from the ceiling to land at Romy's feet, causing her to instinctively step back and raise her wand, exclaiming, Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light marked the abrupt end of the spider's life. Witnessing this, Slughorn trembled, casting another glance at Romy before diverting his gaze once more. What had he just thought? That this little girl was innocent and pure? Well, while the girl stood to Riddle's left, one of Voldemort's own, perhaps she was largely unaware of this individual's true identity. Yet, standing to her right was none other than the notorious escaped convict from Azkaban, the infamous Death Eater Sirius Black. His visage was plastered across the Daily Prophet after all. How could Romy possibly be oblivious? She was cavorting with a fugitive from Azkaban. What kind of pure-hearted individual could she possibly be? Yet, despite being swiftly categorized as a dangerous individual by Slughorn, Romy, after disposing of the spider's remains, boldly approached Slughorn once more. So, Professor Slughorn, may I follow you during the Christmas holiday to learn some methods for potions class? Chapter 89, Confrontation. He finally lowered his wand. Ultimately, Slughorn acquiesced to Romy's request. Though he wished to question whether he truly had the right to refuse, he found himself powerless against these three intruders, who had invaded his already cramped quarters. Consequently, Romy began to survey the room, while Riddle lounged leisurely against the wall, seemingly observing something, but his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Slughorn, causing the latter to feel quite uncomfortable. Sirius, grinning broadly, greeted him as if he were still a student at Hogwarts and Slughorn his professor. He even took some galleons and a few small treasures from Gringotts out of his robe pocket, and silently pressed them into Slughorn's hand, murmuring, "Apologies, Professor, for the trouble. These are but small gifts, though I know they are of little consequence to you." Tom. Romy's voice suddenly rang out, her tone brimming with excitement. "Professor Slughorn, you have an incredible amount of potion ingredients stored here, even more than Professor Snape." Riddle smiled at this, saying, "That is precisely why I suggested you seek him out. He possesses ample potion ingredients for your practical work." Slughorn merely blinked, taken aback. Then Romy leaned in again, beaming as she asked Slughorn, "By the way, Professor Slughorn, where is your kitchen and the vegetables and meats? It is getting late, and I would be happy to prepare a meal for you. And with Christmas approaching, Professor Slughorn, would you like a touch of festive spirit?" Before Slughorn could respond, Sirius interjected eagerly, "I think that would be wonderful, Professor Slughorn. You must try Romy's cooking, it's exceptionally good. Romy, do you need me to lend a hand?" With that, Sirius dashed toward the kitchen. In an instant, the living room was left with only Slughorn and Riddle. Slughorn paused momentarily, hesitating before he approached Riddle, trembling as he quietly inquired, "What is your purpose for being here this time? And what of your appearance?" "As you suspect, it is a Horcrux, Professor," Riddle replied calmly, causing Slughorn to visibly shudder at the admission. "As for the reason for my visit, I merely wish to ask you to assist the girl in the kitchen with her potion studies." Riddle spoke softly. "You need not worry, Professor Slughorn. Those Death Eaters are still imprisoned in Azkaban, and the main soul remains elusive. This fragment of my soul is merely a remnant from my time at Hogwarts. Moreover, even if the main soul or I were to return, you would be perfectly safe. After all, your past actions would not incur Dumbledore's wrath, and I have no need to harm my mentor. Of course, provided you do not align yourself with Dumbledore's faction." Riddle spoke, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "Moreover, I find myself utterly unaccomplished at present." Slughorn fell silent for a moment. After a while, he inquired, "And Dumbledore? Do you truly believe that if Dumbledore were aware of this matter, I would be so comfortably wandering about here, even visiting you?" Riddle replied coolly, however, "I trust you are aware that I shall not afford you the opportunity to inform Dumbledore or anyone else." As he spoke, he slowly reached into his pocket. But before he could act, Slughorn had already drawn his wand, pointing it directly at Riddle, his hand trembling slightly. Riddle merely raised his gaze, calmly observing Slughorn, and did not even draw his wand from his pocket. He simply smiled enigmatically. "In truth, the meals Rose prepares are quite delectable, Professor Slughorn. You might find them worth anticipating." At that moment, the sound of light footsteps echoed as Rose approached, and Riddle glanced over to see the young woman had already prepared a couple of dishes, and emerged from the kitchen. She appeared oblivious to Slughorn's wand being drawn and playfully inquired, "By the way, Professor Slughorn, where is the dining table in the sitting room?" Riddle continued to watch Slughorn with an impassive expression. Eventually, Slughorn lowered his wand. Turning his back to Rose, he muttered, "Hold on, I shall conjure it up right now." He finally turned around, while Rose, seemingly unaware, waved her wand and soon filled the entire room with vibrant ribbons and bells, before deftly taking Slughorn by the arm. Though Christmas has yet to arrive, it is never too early to add some decorations. Additionally, since I am uncertain if you enjoy Chinese cuisine, I have prepared a fusion of Western and Chinese dishes today, including pasta and pizza. Sirius is still eyeing the chicken soup on the stove. She chattered incessantly, leading Slughorn away from the area. Riddle smirked slightly and after a considerable pause, began to walk in the direction of Slughorn and Rose. 10 minutes later, the chicken soup was finally ready. Sirius returned to the sitting room, carrying the soup, while Riddle sat across from Rose, who was seated beside Slughorn. She was tugging at Slughorn's sleeve, earnestly stating, "In truth, Sirius was wronged. After all, just look at how well he gets along with James Potter. How could he possibly betray him? I must say, the Ministry of Magic certainly acted rashly during the investigation, imprisoning such a handsome young man in Azkaban for 12 long years." Sirius remarked, "How is it that I arrive only to hear such familiar words again?" Chapter 90, Wizard's Chess, of which he possessed only a rudimentary understanding. The atmosphere of the meal, which Slughorn had anticipated would be exceedingly awkward, was in fact quickly enlivened by Rose's playful banter. She seemed to exchange a knowing glance with Riddle, who instantly donned a perfect smile, smoothly taking over her words while subtly complimenting Slughorn in a manner reminiscent of a student engaging with him at Hogwarts. Sirius, noticing this dynamic, eagerly joined in, raising his glass filled with wine and swiftly delivering a few flattering remarks. The emotional intelligence of the trio could hardly be deemed concerning. especially given that Riddle and Sirius had a firm grasp of Slughorn's character. Before long, under the combined flattery of the three, Slughorn found himself instinctively relaxing. Moreover, until the conclusion of the meal, Sirius demonstrated remarkable insight by taking the initiative to clean up, employing several adept household spells to wash and return the remaining dishes to the kitchen. All of this left Slughorn with an oddly warm feeling, one he could scarcely comprehend. He must be losing his mind, Slughorn thought. By the way, Professor Slughorn, I truly apologize for intruding upon your retirement, the ever-pleasant Rose continued beside Slughorn, pulling her wand from her robe pocket. In front of Slughorn, she transformed a piece of parchment into an exquisite watch, then waved her wand, subtly infusing the watch strap with intricate silver patterns using her magical prowess. This watch, should all go as planned, will have its hands forever in motion, she proclaimed cheerfully. Additionally, the strap contains some protective charms I developed myself, although they might be somewhat superfluous for you at this time. No, Slughorn quickly replied, gazing appreciatively at the watch in his hands. At merely third year, and still a Slytherin, you can wield such exquisite transfiguration and charms. Alas, had she approached me of her own accord to pay a visit and express her admiration, without casting any unforgivable curses before me, I might have considered taking her on as my prized pupil, imparting all my knowledge to her and introducing her to my network. Reflecting on it now, to be able to cast Avada Kedavra at such a young age, while befriending the Chosen One with one hand, and maintaining a cordial relationship with a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul with the other. Slughorn was keenly curious about what his old friend Albus Dumbledore had been up to at Hogwarts since his retirement. At that moment, Rose continued to hold the watch aloft, presenting it to Slughorn, though I feel it may still be a tad burdensome for you, Professor Slughorn, if I recall correctly. I believe I spotted a muggle run-in across the street. We could also consider lodging there. No need for that. It would be quite fine for you all to stay here with me, Slughorn replied, bemused. The thought of a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, a wanted fugitive, and an unknown little girl staying at a muggle inn was simply too absurd for him to entertain. He could only imagine what the Daily Prophet would report the following day. While they had shown no overt hostility, Slughorn still felt it prudent to keep a watchful eye on such potentially dangerous individuals. In fact, this house does have an upper floor with a few guest rooms. I shall tidy them up with magic shortly, and each of you may have your own room, although one of them was originally a study, and may require a bit of alteration. As he spoke, he began to ascend the stairs, and Rose curiously followed him. Slughorn opened the door to the study, expertly summoning the books and various clutter from the shelves, neatly piling them to one side, before transforming the bookshelf into a bed that stood directly in front of the desk. What's that? Rose inquired, glancing at a particularly conspicuous box of chess pieces on the floor, the black and white pieces merrily bouncing about on their own. Ah, that, Slughorn mumbled, is wizard's chess. A gift from a Ravenclaw student before I retired. He had an immense fondness for chess, but alas, I have always preferred watching others play rather than participating myself. So I let it gather dust here. Wizard's chess? It is a type of board game, with rules similar to international chess, Slughorn explained. Haven't you ever heard of wizard's chess? Not at all. Rose shook her head. I suppose I count as a muggle-born witch, Professor. A muggle born with such skill, and still a Slytherin. I would have thought you were a pureblood. Slughorn exclaimed in surprise. I believe that one's abilities are not dictated by bloodline, Rose replied softly, and besides, our top student at Hogwarts each year is a muggle-born wizard. However, to be precise, I remain uncertain about the true identities of my parents, as I was raised in an orphanage, coincidentally the same one as Tom, Rose hesitantly articulated, crouching down to retrieve the wizard chess set. Thus, she failed to notice the slight stiffening of Slughorn's body. May I inquire, Professor, if I could play with this wizard chess set? It would be splendid for you to observe the game as well. Rose turned around, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Slughorn. I have yet to experience a game of wizard chess, where the pieces move and jump on their own. I am quite eager to try. Although her knowledge of chess was limited to the rules, she had scarcely played a few matches. If you wish to play, by all means, Slughorn replied. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Rose, as if receiving a sudden permission, excitedly called downstairs. Tom, Sirius, come join me for a game of wizard chess. All right, just a moment, Sirius promptly agreed, hastily tidying up the last of the dishes in his hands. Meanwhile, Riddle swiftly ascended the stairs, seemingly accustomed to Rose's whimsical nature. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at the wizard chessboard that Rose had magically cleaned and placed on the bed, then raised an eyebrow at her, before dutifully stepping forward to take the white pieces. Oh wait, Tom, do you know how to play wizard chess? If so, how skilled are you? Rose inquired. I've played a few times, so I possess a basic understanding. Riddle smiled, seemingly lost in thought. That's splendid. It seems our skills should be quite comparable. Let us begin. Rose chirped cheerfully. At that moment, she had her back to Slughorn, thus naturally overlooking the indescribable expression that crossed his face. He could only watch as Riddle, claiming a basic understanding, shamelessly took the initiative with the white pieces, while Rose, rather obliviously and quite politely, awaited Riddle's first move. Yet, it could be possible that Rose was merely speaking lightly, and in reality, possessed a profound mastery of the game? Slughorn could only ponder this as he witnessed Riddle, wearing a bemused smile, casually advance a piece. Unexpectedly for Slughorn, Riddle did not employ the same calm yet relentless strategy he had once demonstrated in his club, where he would effortlessly dominate his opponents. Instead, he skillfully commanded the pieces, harmonizing with Rose's rhythm, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange that, despite several near victories, left openings for Rose. Ultimately, Riddle, with remarkable composure, allowed Rose to triumph in that round. Observing this, Riddle showed no signs of annoyance, lightly remarking, "It appears I have lost." Slughorn rigid. Watched the entirety of the match between Riddle and Rose. Merlin's woolen socks. Tum. When did you learn to intentionally lose at chess to amuse a little girl? The match had unfolded with unexpected twists. Had he not been aware of Riddle's level and that he was no novice, he might have been led to believe Riddle was genuinely conceding. At that moment, Sirius arrived upstairs, exuberantly exclaiming, "I told you Rose is incredibly talented. Even when faced with a game of wizard chess, she has never encountered before. She can win at once." Yet Rose remained silent, slightly furrowing her brow as she turned the board around, taking the initiative with the white pieces this time. "Play seriously. Do not throw the game, Tom. I initially thought you invited me to play merely to provide some emotional support," Riddle said. "But the thing is, even someone who is letting the other win would still exhibit some discernible strategy. I may not have played wizard chess before, but I have experience with other games like Go, and I can still tell." Rose stated, "I noticed you were deliberately letting me win, which does not provide me with any genuine emotional value. Unless," she quickly added with a playful smile, "you intend to let me win at every step of our lives in the future." Riddle. He remained silent, merely resuming his play, gesturing for her to continue. This time, he truly held nothing back. Rose's expression grew increasingly serious as her pieces were swiftly captured, utterly defenseless as a novice against Riddle's prowess. Initially, she had assumed Riddle's skill was merely slightly superior to what he had shown earlier, but now realized he had been playing at a level far beyond her comprehension. Rose felt a wave of despair as she gazed at her dwindling pieces, lamenting, had she known better than to boast and request Riddle not to hold back. Unbeknownst to her, Sirius had approached her side, pondering the chessboard. Rose had been hesitating for nearly 3 minutes. Suddenly Sirius spoke. "I know how to play, listen to me." He whispered something in her ear, and Rose instinctively followed his guidance. She abandoned the piece trapped by Riddle, making a different move instead. This maneuver unexpectedly turned the tide. Riddle's expression grew serious. Meanwhile, Sirius pressed on, continuing to whisper strategies to Rose, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Back at Hogwarts, I used to play wizard chess daily with James and Remus in the dormitory. We even devised some innovative new strategies." Finally, Riddle could no longer contain himself. "Am I playing against Rose, or against you? Why don't you two play against each other?" "I'll bow out," Rose suggested. Both of them were quite skilled, and she felt she wouldn't stand a chance for the time being. Perhaps she would instead seek out Harry or Draco for a game of wizard chess. No sooner had she spoken than she gracefully retreated, taking a seat beside Slughorn. Sirius readily agreed, "That works for me. I haven't played wizard chess in a while, and I'm feeling a bit restless." He then elegantly settled beside the bed where Rose had just sat, waving his hand to reset the chess pieces, smiling as he looked into Riddle's pitch-black eyes, which caused Riddle to suddenly chuckle. He glanced briefly at Rose, who appeared oblivious to the exchange, before she shifted her gaze to Sirius. Riddle then returned his focus to the chessboard, confidently taking the black pieces. A hint of crimson flickered in his eyes, akin to a drop of blood falling into an inkwell, rapidly diffusing throughout. He elegantly regarded Sirius, his eyes glinting with a scarlet hue as he raised his tone. "Well then, black, shall we?" The match between masters was beyond Rose's comprehension. She could only quietly observe the expressions of the two. Conversely, Slughorn, with far greater insight into chess than Rose, was profoundly impressed by the sight of his former exemplary students engaging in the game. He could clearly discern that Sirius's playing style was as bold and incisive as it had ever been, exuding an air of confidence and flair, his every move executed with an unyielding determination. The 12 years of torment in Azkaban seemed utterly absent from his chess strategies. He remained spirited, his deep gray eyes fixed intently on Riddle, the carefree smile washing away any remnants of gloom. Although gray, the color of his eyes held a somber tone, yet his smile infused them with a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of youth. Compared to his previous chess match with Luo Mei, Riddle's approach had become markedly more cautious, rational, and composed. Each of his pieces seemed to be delicately placed in seemingly innocuous positions, yet concealed within them were intricate strategies, akin to a hidden viper ready to strike a fatal blow at the most opportune moment. His demeanor maintained a perfectly crafted, exquisite facade of a smile, as he politely awaited Sirius to make his subsequent move after each of his own. His posture was elegantly restrained, flawlessly concealing his arrogance and myriad of obscure thoughts. On the chessboard, the contrasting shapes of black and white pieces clashed, propelling the tension of the game to its zenith, where neither could gain the upper hand nor concede defeat. Slughorn's expression grew increasingly incredulous. Was it merely an illusion? Why did he sense that the atmosphere surrounding these two players was rather peculiar? Chapter 92. The game of chess, a delightful engagement for both the refined and the common. Yet unbeknownst to Slughorn, Luo Mei had unwittingly shifted her focus entirely from the chessboard to the players themselves, her chin propped in her hand. What a thrilling contest this was. In Luo Mei's era, it would undoubtedly have gone viral if captured on a mobile phone and uploaded as a short video. It was a delightful spectacle, appealing to both the connoisseurs of the game and those drawn to the allure of its players. Luo Mei admitted that she was indeed among the latter. She was utterly captivated by the striking presence of Sirius and Riddle, to the extent that she failed to notice Riddle gradually losing ground in the match. It was only when Sirius, brimming with exuberance, captured Riddle's king and lazily leaned back, hands behind his head, casting a playful glance at Luo Mei, that he declared, "Luo Mei, I've just defeated Tom for you." Luo Mei was momentarily taken aback, but her response was swift. She beamed and leapt from her chair, patting Sirius on the shoulder. "Really? That's absolutely splendid. I knew Sirius must be an exceptional chess player. It was evident from the moment you told me how to play. Did you truly comprehend what we were just playing, Luo Mei?" But before Luo Mei could finish her sentence, Riddle interjected coolly, having discreetly stowed away the wizard's chess set. Rising from the bed, he unconsciously brushed his hand against his ear and cast Luo Mei a cryptic glance, suggesting, "Perhaps you didn't observe anything at all, Luo Mei." Yet before she could speak again, Riddle ambled over to Slughorn, lowering his head slightly as he languidly inquired, "By the way, Professor Slughorn, where is my room?" After all, it was getting late, and it was time to rest. Some individuals were already inebriated. Slughorn, as if awakening from a dream, sprang from his chair and stammered, "Ah yes, I know. I will take you there right away." He hurriedly used magic to open the door, eager to escort Riddle to his quarters. They ascended to the corner of the second floor, where Slughorn opened the door and waved his wand to clear away some dust. "Thank you," Riddle casually remarked, just as he was about to step into the room when Slughorn's hoarse voice interrupted from behind. "Actually, Tom," he hesitated. "It's quite normal to lose to Sirius at chess, considering you were, rather studious during your school years. But Sirius and his friends treat various games as essential as food and drink. This certainly includes wizard's chess. In any case, he has played it far more often than you have during your leisure time with friends." Upon hearing this, Riddle merely waved his wand expressionlessly to shut the door. Slughorn, abruptly denied entry, thought. Very well, Slughorn no longer perceived the Tom before him as the obedient and innocent boy from his school days. After all, the Tom from school would never have been so impolite to him. What was this? Had his true nature been revealed? Slughorn pondered in silence, ultimately retracing his steps to lead Sirius to the room he had prepared. In truth, he still could not believe that Riddle and his companions had come to him merely to assist a third-year girl with her potions homework. Moreover, she was a third-year girl who excelled in transfiguration, and could even cast the killing curse. And even if she was struggling in some subjects, was it not the case that Riddle, who consistently excelled in potions, could not assist her in improving her potions grades? Slughorn strongly disagreed with this notion. Ultimately he hesitated, rising in the dead of night, clutching his wand at the bedside, and walked onward, passing a fish tank adorned with a flower. He ascended to the attic and pushed open the upper window. Outside, the stars twinkled, and he gazed up at the night sky. The lights had dimmed, with only a few distant taverns faintly glowing. He finally raised his wand, intending to summon his Patronus or something else to notify Dumbledore, who was far away at Hogwarts. However, as Slughorn silently uttered the incantation, his Patronus emerged from the tip of his wand and sped off into the distance. Yet an invisible barrier abruptly cut off the Patronus. Slughorn stared in astonishment, hastily raising his wand to command the Patronus once more. Still to no avail. It was then he realized that a powerful magical barrier had been erected around his residence without his awareness, completely isolating him from the outside world. When had this protective enchantment been set up? How could it have gone unnoticed by him? Slughorn waved his wand, attempting to scrutinize it discreetly. Was it a new shielding charm devised by Riddle? The magical fluctuations were peculiarly strange, and its construction methods were entirely foreign to Slughorn. He was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, it appeared that the three of them had come with ill intentions. Well then, Professor Slughorn, shall we commence with the potions lesson? The following morning, after everyone had finished breakfast, and it was nearly 9 o'clock, Luo Mei, seizing an opportunity when Slughorn was distracted, stealthily stuffed her entire Christmas holiday assignment into Sirius's bedroom before cheerfully approaching Slughorn and batting her eyelashes. All right, I shall begin now, Slughorn declared. His eyes still bore dark circles. Last night, after discovering he was trapped in this house, utterly isolated from the outside world, he had scarcely slept, contemplating all night the various possibilities behind their trio's arrival, and conjuring countless terrifying thoughts. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain composed, seizing the chance to sip half a cup of Felix Felicis and a vial of invigorating potion, deliberately keeping Riddle and Sirius in the room while he tutored Luo Mei, lest they attempt something mischievous in his absence. He then diligently began by asking Luo Mei several questions to tentatively gauge her foundational knowledge. Luo Mei answered fluently. Indeed, this young girl had a solid foundation and did not require remedial assistance, Slughorn thought, as he personally retrieved some potion ingredients and a beautiful cauldron from his storeroom. Good child, everything you just said is correct. Now, why don't you try brewing the potion I just mentioned? Don't worry. Do I really have to brew the potion with all of you watching me? Luo Mei said, cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she glanced at the intent gazes of Sirius and Riddle fixed upon her from across the table. Well, Professor Slughorn, I tend to make mistakes when brewing potions under scrutiny, especially when Professor Snape is watching. Indeed, Slughorn thought. This girl was clearly seeking a way to distract the two of them, so she could secretly accomplish something unmentionable, while his attention was elsewhere. But you must learn to overcome this. Slughorn could only respond with a smooth demeanor, for there were indeed examiners present at the scene. One could hardly afford to fail a potion due to a mere glance from an examiner, could one? Well. Romy pondered for a long moment before stumbling through her words, tentatively beginning to chop the ingredients. Chapter 93. The photograph hung prominently in the center of the shelf. Due to Romy's earlier eloquence, Slughorn had tasked her with a potion of considerable difficulty. Yet the moment she grasped the knife to cut the ingredients, Slughorn instinctively narrowed his eyes. Why was her hand trembling slightly? Could it truly be that the multitude of eyes upon her was inducing such anxiety? It was understandable. Considering Tom's adeptness at winning hearts, it was likely that the young girl felt both reverence and trepidation, eager to impress him. But wait. Her method of placing the ingredients into the cauldron seemed somewhat amiss. And why had she suddenly paused, as if lost in thought? Shouldn't she continue preparing the remaining components? No. Why had she abruptly taken up her wand? The timing was not yet right. Before Slughorn could utter a word of caution, Romy had already begun to wave her wand, and in an instant, the potion's color shifted dramatically. With a thunderous boom, a torrent of liquid erupted from the cauldron, shards of the cauldron bursting forth and scattering in all directions, while flames leapt over the cauldron, reaching for the ceiling. Riddle was well prepared, skillfully casting an armor charm upon himself. Sirius, acting swiftly, utilized his agility honed from his days on the Gryffindor Quidditch team to deftly evade the oncoming shards. As for Romy, the architect of the chaos, she had instinctively cast a protective barrier around herself, emerging unscathed. Only Slughorn remained, dumbfounded, confronted by the torrent of scalding liquid and fragments. Fortunately, all of it narrowly missed his person. Slughorn could hardly fathom that the Felix Felicis he had consumed had activated in such a chaotic scenario. However, the cauldron he had entrusted to Romy was of considerable worth, rare and highly collectible, having become a relic on the market. How could it have simply exploded? Slughorn could only watch as Romy awkwardly yet politely waved her wand, clearing away the remnants, leaving not a single shard behind. She then stepped forward, concern and guilt etched on her features, asking, Professor Slughorn, are you all right? Slughorn felt he had quite the predicament. I apologize, Professor Slughorn. My potion-making skills in practical settings are truly abysmal, Romy lamented. I often find myself flustered when under scrutiny. How much was that cauldron? I could compensate you for it. No need, Slughorn replied. I shall fetch you another cauldron. It was difficult for him to believe that Romy had acted with malice, attempting to seize the opportunity for Sirius and Riddle to exit the room. Sure enough, the next moment, Sirius piped up, "Shall I return to the dormitory then? I could complete Romy's assignment in the meantime." Riddle, too, received a subtle cue from Romy, curving his lips into a smile as he rose to leave. Slughorn's sense of foreboding intensified. He quickly cast a summoning charm to retrieve the cheapest cauldron available, offering Romy a few cursory pieces of advice regarding the potion. He then hastily remarked, "Since you seem apprehensive about being watched, why not try to independently concoct it? Surely, you won't blow up this room, will you, Romy?" Yet he barely awaited her response before he hurriedly exited the room in search of Riddle. However, Riddle had not ventured far. He meandered aimlessly within the building, eventually wandering into a room resembling a collection chamber, observing its layout. The decor seemed unchanged from his memories. It mirrored Slughorn's office from years past, filled with warmth and ample indulgences, adorned with numerous small gifts or photographs from his proud students. He casually glanced at the shelf, but that fleeting glance revealed a photograph unlike any other. It stood out with its exquisite subjects, appearing as if it had been deliberately staged, or perhaps carefully arranged for a candid shot with Slughorn. Even the photograph itself bore signs of neglect, with tattered edges suggesting it had been hastily removed from the shelf. Yet it remained prominently displayed in the center. It was a moving photograph of him. The angle was skewed, the lighting poor, and it seemed to have been captured clandestinely. Were it not for Riddle's familiarity with that scene and his own visage, he might not have recognized it as himself. It depicted a striking youth, around 13 or 14, standing to speak during a meeting of the Slug Club. Though still young, he commanded attention, exuding confidence and authority, traits vividly captured in that hazy moving image. Riddle found himself momentarily frozen. Meanwhile, Slughorn's footsteps grew nearer. He hurried into the room, slightly out of breath, left hand resting against the doorframe, wand gripped tightly in his right. Raising his gaze, he happened upon Riddle standing before the shelf. Slughorn instinctively stiffened. He fell silent, and remarkably, Riddle seemed oblivious to his presence. Just then, Romy rushed in from the potion classroom, her cheerful voice approaching. "Professor Slughorn, I just attempted to brew that potion. No explosion this time, but why is my potion green instead of the expected pale blue? Professor Slughorn, why are you lingering at the door?" She dashed to Slughorn's side, peering around him to glimpse what lay beyond the door. "Oh, Tom is here too? What's in this room?" she exclaimed, stepping into the room and rushing to Riddle's side. Could this be a younger version of Tom? Perhaps in his 3rd or 4th year? Romy tiptoed, her eyes immediately landing on the photograph, squinting in admiration. Wow, even at a younger age, he exuded such leadership. And his presence is simply stunning, so poised, haughty, and beautiful. Who took this photograph? Could it be Professor Slughorn himself? It's magnificent, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. She nearly leaned against the shelf, her eyes fixed intently on the image. Riddle, exasperated, turned his head to Romy and chuckled. "You certainly know how to flatter, don't you?